In the world of Dragon Ball, the year is 728 AD, within the royal palace of planet Vegeta. With the sound of an infant's cry, a boy with a tail emerges into existence. This boy, named Reg, is the son of King Vegeta, Prince Reg. Upon hearing the infant's wailing, a doctor clad in a white coat promptly addresses his assistant. "Quickly, bring me the power level detector. I must ascertain Prince Reg's battle power." Of course. Moments later, the assistant returns with the detector and begins to assess Reg's power. Beep beep, 10,000, 20,000 suddenly. With a resounding explosion, the power level detector shatters, its limits exceeded by Reg's overwhelming strength, surpassing the maximum. Detectable value of 25,000, a threshold none of the Saiyans had ever breached. That Reg's battle power exceeds 25,000. The assistant gazes in horror at the remnants of the destroyed device. What? The doctor gasps in astonishment. Prince Reg's battle power surpasses 25,000. Indeed. The assistant nods. Could there be an issue with the machine? The doctor hesitates, fully aware that even King Vegeta's power is only 10,000, and yet this newborn possesses more than 25,000. Uncertain. The assistant shakes his head, equally baffled by this anomaly. Fetch another power level detector. Right away, doctor. After a brief interval, the assistant returns with a new device, only for it to explode upon activation once more. Convinced that the detectors are functioning properly, the doctor proceeds to examine Reg's condition. He then instructs his assistant, Dima, inform King Vegeta of Prince Reg's condition. Understood, doctor. In the royal palace of King Vegeta, the king sits upon his throne when a soldier bursts in. "Your Majesty, Vegeta." "What is it?" "Your Majesty, Prince Reg has been born, and his power level exceeds 25,000, rendering the detector incapable of measuring his true strength. Exceeding 25,000. King Vegeta's face pales in shock as he rises from his throne. "Yes, Your Majesty, very well. I understand. Moreover, you must not disclose Prince Reg's power level. If you do," King Vegeta gestures across his throat ominously. "Yes." The soldier, visibly shaken, collapses to the ground. King Vegeta then strides out of the palace, making his way to the incubation chamber where Reg resides. "Your Majesty." The doctor and assistant bow respectfully. King Vegeta waves them off. "Where is Reg?" "Prince Reg is here." The doctor hurries to the incubation chamber. King Vegeta nods, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Reg Sonal. "Regarding Reg's power exceeding 25,000, I expect you to keep this matter strictly confidential. No one must learn of it. WWHY. Do not inquire further. Understood." After observing Reg for a moment, King Vegeta turns and exits the chamber. A month later, fearing that Reg's immense power might be uncontrollable and pose a dire threat to the Saiyans, King Vegeta sends him to planet Benbi. Time passes swiftly, and 3 years elapse. On planet Benbi, Reg has grown from an infant swaddled in blankets to a child of half a meter in height. He sits atop a large tree, gazing vacantly into the distance. Just a month prior, a boy named Rockhen, while perusing the manga Dragon Ball New Era, mysteriously found himself transported into this world, assuming the role of the formidable antagonist. Reg, not only has he crossed into this realm, but he also lacks a system and is trapped on this planet, unable to leave. Is he meant to survive on a deserted island? Reg. At that moment, a girl clad in Saiyan battle attire appears before him. This girl, named Suppari, is also a Saiyan exiled to planet Benbi. However, her battle power is deemed weak, and Reg is uncertain of the reasons for her banishment. Reg glances at her briefly before returning to his contemplative state. Reg. Suppari, exasperated, stomps her foot, then ascends the tree to massage Reg's shoulders. "Reg, brother, I just encountered a formidable prey. Could you assist me in defeating it?" "Formidable prey, indeed. It resembles a pig, but has horns atop its head, and it possesses wings akin to those of a butterfly." "Wings like a butterfly?" Reg suddenly recalls the beast known as the pig-deer butterfly from the original Dragon Ball series. "Exactly. So, Reg, can you help me catch this prey?" "Certainly, but in return, you must wash my clothes for a month." "Your clothes? Haven't I always washed them for you?" Suppari mutters under her breath. "What did you say?" "Nothing. If you help me catch that prey, I will take care of your laundry from now on. Reg smiles. Where is this prey now? Just in the forest ahead. With that, Sapari leads Reg onward. Shortly thereafter, Reg defeats a purple pig deer butterfly. Excitedly, Sapari approaches the defeated creature. This prey is substantial, it should suffice for a hearty meal. Reg nods. Your battle power remains insufficient. You could not handle such prey on your own. Sapari acknowledges this with a nod. Shall we roast it? Indeed. Reg agrees. Aside from their penchant for battle, Saiyans also possess a great love for food. Reg laments the absence of other humans on this planet, as well as the lack of seasoning akin to that found on Earth. Otherwise, he would delight in showcasing his culinary skills. 2 hours later, Sapari finishes roasting the pig deer butterfly. She serves Reg the first half of the cooked meat before indulging in it herself. In the afternoon, upon awakening from a midday nap, Reg begins to instruct Sapari in training. Although her battle power is low, she is still a Saiyan, and with diligent practice, she may one day ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Time flows on, and 6 years pass swiftly. Reg and Sapari are now 9 years old, and during this year, under the directive of Beerus, Frieza obliterates planet Vegeta. Just shortly after his birth, Goku is also dispatched to Earth during this tumultuous time. Chapter 2. The planet Adralat. On the remote planet Benbi, Reg was standing on a patch of grass, having been trapped for 9 long years. With a powerful shout, he clenched his fists, emanating an astonishing aura. In an instant, his hair and eyebrows transformed to a radiant gold, his eyes glimmered in a light green hue, and golden flames ignited around him. This was the manifestation of a Super Saiyan. How magnificent! Exclaimed Sapali, who observed from a distance, her face alight with admiration. If you put in the effort, one day you too shall become a Super Saiyan. Reg chuckled lightly, reverting to his original form. If I could transform into a Super Saiyan, would you marry me? Sapali, though youthful, possessed a maturity akin to that of Chi-Chi from the first part of Dragon Ball. Let us discuss that when you've trained enough. But when shall we leave this planet? I do not know, Reg replied, shaking his head. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 23 years had passed. Reg and Sapali had been stranded on the planet Benbi for 30 years. Throughout these 23 years, Reg had held on to the hope that someone would come for them. Unfortunately, the planet was too isolated, and no one had arrived. Nevertheless, the duo had continued their training, firmly believing that one day they would escape. On this day, Reg lay leisurely atop a great tree when a brilliant streak shot across the sky. It was not merely a meteor, but a spacecraft capable of carrying 5 people. However, the craft was emitting black smoke, and it was on the verge of crashing to the ground. Spaceship, Reg exclaimed, spotting the vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed towards it. Just as the spacecraft was about to touch down, Reg caught it with both hands, gently guiding it to the ground. Inside the spacecraft, a red-skinned alien, upon witnessing this, sighed in relief. Reg then flew to the cockpit and knocked on the door. The alien, startled, opened it immediately. Greetings. My name is Monas, a cosmic delivery person. A cosmic delivery person? Reg echoed, intrigued. Indeed. Monas affirmed with a nod. How did you come to crash? Reg inquired. The spacecraft encountered a powerful magnetic field, causing the controls to malfunction, and we plummeted to this planet. Thankfully, you appeared just in time to save me. Monas expressed, his gratitude evident. Think nothing of it. If you truly appreciate my help, take me away from here, Reg urged. Of course. However, my spaceship has sustained considerable damage from the magnetic interference and will require repairs. How long will that take? Reg asked. Quick repairs will take a day. Slower ones may take 2, Monas replied. Reg then called for Sapali, who was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the spacecraft. After 30 years, they would finally be able to leave. 2 days later, the spacecraft was repaired, and Reg and Sapali departed from the planet Benbi. Where are you headed? Monas asked. To the planet Adralat, Reg replied. The planet Adralat was home to the Adralatians, who, despite lacking formidable combat prowess, possessed extraordinary abilities. In Dragon Ball Z, Goku's instant transmission was learned from them. Reg, having been stranded on Benbi for so long, understood the significance of such abilities. Adralat, you say? I happen to have a delivery for that location, Monas exclaimed, which initially brought Reg joy, though he soon felt a twinge of unease. A week later, Reg and Sapali arrived at the planet Adralat aboard Monas's spaceship. Is this truly the planet Adralat? Sapali asked, gazing at the unfamiliar terrain. Monas nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall proceed with my delivery. Very well, Reg replied affirmatively. With that, Monas piloted the spaceship to make his delivery. What shall we do next? Reg asked Sapali. Let us go to a populated area, she suggested. Minutes later, they arrived in a nearby city bustling with adulations. Due to the language barrier, Reg resorted to gestures to communicate. Thus, they settled on the planet Adralat. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months went by. The pair had gradually adapted to their new life and had made numerous friends among the adulations. Reg and Sapali were seated on the ground, practicing instant transmission under the guidance of a tall adulation named Husu. Husu, who relished combat, had heard of Reg's strength and challenged him to a duel. However, their power disparity was vast, and the match concluded swiftly. Following this, they forged a strong friendship. While they were diligently training, an adulation approached and engaged Husu in a conversation in a language Reg and Sapali could not comprehend. Moments later, Husu turned to Reg and Sapali. Reg, it seems a severely injured Saiyan has arrived on our planet. A Saiyan? Reg gasped, immediately thinking of Goku. According to the timeline of the Dragon Ball universe, they were currently in the Z era. Yes, Husu confirmed with a nod. Where is he now? Reg inquired. He's in our city, Husu replied. His injuries are severe, and he has already been taken for treatment. Reg, you seem particularly interested in this Saiyan, Husu remarked. Reg nodded. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, our race has been dwindling, so I cannot help but be intrigued by this surviving Saiyan. I see. 2 days later, Reg and Sapali went to meet the injured Saiyan rescued by the adulations. To their astonishment, it was none other than Goku himself. Vegeta, Goku exclaimed, mistaking Reg for his long-lost rival due to their striking resemblance. I am not Vegeta, Reg explained with a smile. Not him? Goku scrutinized Reg closely and soon realized that he was taller than Vegeta and lacked his usual arrogance. Then who are you? Goku asked, puzzled. I am Reg, the elder brother of Vegeta, Vegeta's brother, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and the Saiyan beside me is my wife, Sapali. Before Reg could elaborate, Sapali interjected eagerly. Is that so? Chapter 3, Sun Wukong and Sapali. After a lengthy conversation, Reg learned from Sun Wukong about his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Reg, your strength must be formidable. Would you care to spar with me? Sun Wukong inquired. With your current abilities, you cannot defeat me, Reg replied calmly. I am aware, but I still wish to engage in a friendly match. If you wish to spar with me, you must first defeat Sapali, Reg declared. Sapali. Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards her. Indeed, although her power is inferior to mine, she can barely transform into a Super Saiyan. She can transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Reg affirmed. Very well. Sun Wukong, filled with fighting spirit, looked towards Sapali. Subsequently, both Sun Wukong and Sapali soared into the air simultaneously. Sapali, if you have no objections, shall we begin? Yes. Sapali nodded. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong charged at Sapali with the speed of the wind. Observing this, Sapali clenched her fists tightly, emanating an overwhelming aura. Ha! With another shout, her hair and eyebrows turned golden. Her hair stood upright except for her bangs, and golden flames surrounded her. Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly, yet he still dashed forward. With a swift motion, Sapali evaded Sun Wukong's attack and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong's body shot through the air, colliding with a mountain and splitting it in two. Rocks tumbled down, raising a cloud of dust. Damn it! Moments later, Sun Wukong emerged from the rubble, gasping for breath. He did not anticipate the immense power behind Sapali's kick. However, a smile soon spread across his face. The stronger the opponent, the more exhilarating the battle. Suddenly, a golden energy wave descended from the heavens. Sun Wukong quickly dodged. Then, he clenched his fist and shouted, causing the ground to tremble. He transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sapali smiled faintly and instantly dashed before Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The sounds of fierce combat resonated as their fists and feet struck like lightning. Sapali's strength and speed surpassed Sun Wukong's. After only a few exchanges, he found himself struggling to keep up. Ha! With a powerful shout, Sapali sent Sun Wukong flying back several meters. Sun Wukong took a moment to catch his breath before charging once more. Whoosh! Boom! 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 After some time, both warriors gathered their energy and unleashed waves of power against each other. The ground erupted with explosive sounds. With a whoosh, they took to the skies once more to continue their battle. Their speeds were so rapid that they appeared as two storms colliding from a distance. Kamehameha! At that moment, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, gathering a deep blue energy wave. Supali mirrored his actions, forming her own energy blast. Wave. Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Boom. With a violent clash, their energy blasts collided. Due to Supali's superior strength, her energy sphere quickly overpowered Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong shouted, infusing more energy into his attack. Eventually, both energy waves dissipated as their energies were exhausted. Sun Wukong, shall we conclude our match for today? Very well. Sun Wukong nodded. The two then reverted to their normal states. It is getting late. We should take our leave. Reg remarked. All right. Sun Wukong agreed. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong frequently trained alongside Reg and Supali. 1 year later, Reg and Supali had mastered instant transmission and were bidding farewell to Husu as they prepared to journey to Earth. Reg, I will also return to Earth in a few days. We shall meet again then, Sun Wukong said. Reg nodded, and the two departed aboard Monas's spaceship. Leaving the planet Adrath, nearby the exploded Namek, a massive circular spaceship hovered. The vessel belonged to King Cold, Frieza's father. Doubting that Frieza could perish at the hands of a Saiyan, he had come personally to investigate. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, they found no trace of Frieza. Just when they thought he was truly dead, their detection device suddenly picked up a life signal. They maneuvered the spaceship closer to the source of the signal. One keen-eyed subordinate spotted Frieza's half-body and shouted, King Cold, it is Frieza? King Cold followed his subordinate's gaze and saw Frieza's mutilated form. Quickly, bring Frieza aboard. Yes, Your Majesty. After rescuing Frieza, King Cold promptly ordered his men to perform surgery on him. After a day and night of effort, Frieza's injuries were treated. And due to his missing half, King Cold's subordinates fitted him with a mechanical body. Why has T. Frieza awakened yet? King Cold inquired as the surgery concluded. Perhaps. The subordinate trembled at the thought. At that moment, Frieza suddenly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. You have finally awakened. King Cold beamed with a slight smile. Frieza nodded. Father, I must go to Earth. Earth? Yes, I intend to annihilate those detestable Earthlings to avenge my humiliation. Very well, King Cold agreed. Time passed swiftly, and after 6 days, Reg and Supali finally arrived on Earth. However, due to their overpowering energy, they were sensed by the Z fighters even before touching down. Be Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, momentarily stunned upon seeing Reg. Reg and Vegeta bore such a striking resemblance. Krillin glanced at Vegeta, who stood nearby. Although they looked alike, Vegeta's more arrogant demeanor made it easy to distinguish between them. Who are you? Vegeta suddenly questioned Reg. I am your brother, Reg. Reg replied with a smile. Vegeta's brother. The Z fighters gasped in astonishment. Chapter 4. The Arrival of Frieza Impossible. My father never mentioned having a brother. Vegeta declared, skepticism evident in his tone as he gestured dismissively. Reg laughed lightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. The reason my father kept my existence from you is that I was born with a power level of 50,000. He feared that I would be uncontrollable as I grew, potentially bringing devastation to the Saiyans, so he exiled me to planet Benbi. Exiled? Vegeta's skepticism shifted to intrigue. Indeed, Reg's expression grew serious. I was confined for 30 years, only leaving planet Benbi a year ago. And your purpose for coming to Earth? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowing. He remembered that Saiyans were generally not benevolent beings. We seek the Dragon Balls on Earth. Reg replied. Dragon Balls? Krillin echoed, bewildered. Yes, we were trapped on planet Benbi, and we wish to use the Dragon Balls to extend our lifespans. Lifespans? At that moment, Monas interjected, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. Reg nodded. Benefactor? Krillin questioned. Indeed. Reg is my savior. Monas responded before departing Earth in his spaceship. By the way, where are we? Reg inquired of Krillin. Where? This is the outskirts of West City. West City? Reg murmured to himself. Let me assure you, we will never hand over the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Yamcha, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Fearful of the Saiyans and their intentions, he had likened Reg to Vegeta, whom he considered a villain. Reg chuckled, rest assured. If you are unwilling to part with the Dragon Balls, we will not resort to force. Not resort to force? Yamcha questioned skeptically. Yes, I'm friends with your companion. Son Goku. Father's friend. Gohan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he is currently on Yardrat, but he mentioned he would return soon. The Dragon Ball Z warriors exchanged doubtful glances, for Goku was indeed on Yardrat and had told them he would return in a year. Are you truly Goku's friend? Yamcha asked. Of course. I am privy to many of your affairs, Reg replied, engaging them in conversation. When Sub-Ari revealed her ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, the Z warriors broke into a cold sweat, realizing they could have faced annihilation had they acted hastily. Upon hearing that Reg and his companions could also transform into Super Saiyans, Vegeta left in displeasure. The fact that Goku had already surpassed him was vexing enough. But now 2 more Super Saiyans had emerged, threatening to demote him to 4th place. Reg, your brother has departed, Sub-Ari remarked. Reg nodded and turned to Krillin. Sub-Ari and I need to find a place to stay. We shall continue this conversation later. Krillin agreed, and Reg swiftly flew off with Sub-Ari toward West City. After a while, Reg and Sub-Ari arrived in West City, where they sold some gold and diamonds acquired from Yard Rat in exchange for Earth currency. They then found a restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal, with Sub-Ari praising the culinary delights of Earth. In the afternoon, they purchased a set of versatile capsule homes. The following day, feeling bored, Reg took Sub-Ari on a tour of the city, where they bought several casual outfits. While exploring, they suddenly sensed 2 formidable presences approaching Earth. Reg, do you feel those powerful energies drawing near? Sub-Ari asked. Reg nodded. Shall we investigate? Yes. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball Z warriors sensed the same energies and recognized one of them as Frieza's, a presence Krillin could never forget. Frieza is still alive. That wretched cockroach failed to eliminate him. Krillin clenched his fists, anxious about Goku's return. Uncle Krillin, should we seek assistance from Vegeta's brother? Vegeta's brother? Krillin glanced at Vegeta. He is not my brother, Vegeta retorted coldly. Krillin contemplated the situation. For the safety of Earth, we may have no choice. Then let us find Reg. Krillin decided. At that moment, 2 figures appeared out of thin air, Reg and Sub-Ari. Reg, the Z warriors exclaimed, surprised that he sought them out. Reg nodded. What brings you all here? Goku is returning today, and we were waiting for him, but we never anticipated Frieza would come to Earth. Krillin explained. Frieza, so that formidable energy we sensed was indeed him. Krillin affirmed, his expression grave. Reg, can you help us deal with Frieza? Currently, you are our only hope. Krillin pleaded. Very well. Just then, a colossal spaceship descended behind Krillin and the others. The massive doors opened, revealing numerous soldiers clad in Saiyan battle attire, standing orderly on either side. With heavy footsteps, King Cold and Mechanical Frieza emerged from the ship. Greetings, King Cold. Greetings, Lord Frieza. The soldiers saluted. King Cold nodded, directing his gaze toward Krillin and the others. It truly is Frieza. Krillin gasped in fear. Who is that? Why does he resemble Vegeta so closely? Vegeta? You mean the son of King Vegeta? Yes, father. This traitor was killed by me on Namek, yet he has been resurrected by the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a striking young man clad in Capsule Corporation attire descended from the sky before Frieza and his entourage, with a handsome visage and a sword slung across his back. It was Trunks from 20 years in the future. Looks like I won't need to lift a finger. Reg smiled. Not need to lift a finger? Krillin echoed, puzzled. Reg nodded. At that moment, Trunks turned to the group, his expression shifting to one of concern. Strange, why is there someone who looks remarkably like my father? And who is that unfamiliar woman? Could my time travel have altered this timeline's history? Who are you? Mechanical Frieza interrupted, breaking Trunks' thoughts. Trunks responded defiantly. The one who is about to end your life. Upon hearing this, Mecha Frieza gritted his teeth in vexation. Save for Goku. It was the first instance of someone holding him in such contempt. He swiftly composed himself, gesturing to the soldiers nearby. Eliminate him. It's Frieza-sama. A soldier resembling a fish exclaimed, straightening his posture. He then activated the scouter affixed to his left eye. Beep beep. 5. Observing the numerical value on the scouter, he emitted a faint sneer. This might sting a bit, but try to bear with it, he uttered, raising his weapon and launching a golden energy blast towards Trunks. With a mere flick of his right hand, Trunks deflected the energy blast into the distance. The soldier's countenance shifted slightly as he hastily brandished his weapon, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts at Trunks. In a sudden motion, Trunks unsheathed the longsword from his back and charged forward. Within mere moments, scores of soldiers had fallen victim to Trunks' blade. A wave of trepidation washed over the remaining soldiers, deterring them from advancing. Chapter 5. The Fall of the Kurdish King. In that moment, the Kurdish king suddenly executed a retreating soldier, declaring, anyone who dares to retreat further shall face death, without mercy. The soldiers surrounding him, upon hearing this, charged towards Trunks. With a cold smirk, Trunks unleashed a powerful wave of energy from his right hand. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, annihilating nearly half the soldiers. Subsequently, Trunks raised his sword and charged forward. Under the swift, meteor-like flashes of his blade, the remaining soldiers were swiftly dispatched. Reg, do you know this young man? Krillin inquired. I do not, Reg replied, shaking his head. Unfamiliar? How do you know you need not intervene then? Just a casual remark. Clap, clap. At that moment, the mechanical Frieza began to applaud, exclaiming, quite impressive. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant just now, but typically, those who are this arrogant do not live long. Are you referring to yourself? Despite being reduced to this pitiful state, you still have the audacity to seek vengeance. Trunks retorted. What did you say? The mechanical Frieza clenched his fists, digging his nails into his flesh, causing blood to flow profusely. Frieza, the Kurdish king interjected, prompting Frieza to gradually regain his composure. Since all my soldiers have perished at your hands, I must personally eliminate you. However, you should consider yourself fortunate, as not just anyone can fall by my hand. You truly are self-important, Frieza. Trunks scoffed. What did you say? The mechanical Frieza could no longer contain his rage. Before I kill you, let me inform you of something. Besides Son Goku, there is another Super Saiyan here. Haha. Frieza laughed heartily. Do you believe a Super Saiyan can simply appear at your whim? Trunks smiled lightly, his expression suddenly turning serious. He clenched his hands tightly, emanating an astonishing aura that shook the very ground beneath them. This energy, Gohan's expression shifted dramatically. Huh. With a mighty shout, an overwhelming golden aura erupted from Trunks, his hair and eyebrows turning golden, standing upright save for his bangs, his eyes transforming into a pale green. The mechanical Frieza, upon witnessing this, was flooded with unwelcome memories, instinctively retreating a few steps. Is this what a Super Saiyan is, Frieza? Indeed, father. Upon hearing the Kurdish king's voice, the mechanical Frieza quickly regained his composure. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger. I never anticipated that apart from Son Goku, Reg, and Supali, there would be another capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Does this mean he is to be the fifth? Trunks, are you prepared to meet your demise? The mechanical Frieza initially chuckled, then suddenly burst into laughter. The one who is to die next is you. With a leap, he ascended hundreds of meters into the air, swiftly concentrating a fiery red energy sphere in his right hand. The sphere grew larger, soon surpassing even Frieza's own size. Frieza, are you intent on destroying the Earth? Did you not just claim you would defeat that Super Saiyan named Son Goku? The Kurdish king's expression changed suddenly as he remained rooted in place. Though they possessed the ability to survive in space, the destruction of Earth would still inflict significant harm upon them. Oh no. The Dragon Ball Z warriors' faces paled. If Frieza's energy sphere were to strike Earth, it would be obliterated in an instant. Just then, the mechanical Frieza hurled the energy sphere towards Trunks' location. The sphere quickly enveloped Trunks. The mechanical Frieza chuckled to himself, brimming with pride. Yet in the next moment, the sphere that should have fallen to the ground was slowly raised by a single hand. The smile on the mechanical Frieza's face froze. A figure gradually emerged. It was Trunks. The mechanical Frieza snorted, rapidly condensing another wave of energy in his right hand and launching it at the energy sphere. Boom. A massive explosion erupted as Trunks' energy sphere detonated. Fool. The mechanical Frieza laughed, descending slowly from the sky. Frieza. At that moment, Trunks' voice echoed from behind them. What? The two quickly turned around to see Trunks standing atop a mountain peak. He formed a circle with his hands, then suddenly concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand, directing it towards the mechanical Frieza. The mechanical Frieza leapt into the air, ascending hundreds of meters. With a resounding crash, the energy wave struck the ground, exploding violently. The mechanical Frieza smirked, feeling a sense of triumph. Frieza. At that moment, he heard Trunks' voice from above, causing him to look up. Trunks, gripping his sword, swiftly descended towards the mechanical Frieza with a powerful slash. Whether it was due to Trunks' incredible speed or Frieza's shock at the sudden attack, he failed to evade the strike, resulting in his body being cleaved in two. Frieza. The Kurdish king stood in stunned disbelief. It was well known that Frieza's body was exceptionally resilient. Typically, a mere sword could not harm him. At that moment, Trunks rapidly swung his sword, slicing the mechanical Frieza's body into countless fragments. He then unleashed a golden energy wave from his right hand, incinerating the fragments into ashes. Frieza's body has been severed into multiple pieces and annihilated. Krillin exclaimed. Chapter 6. Sun Wukong returns to Earth. The King of Cold released his grip on the longsword, hurtling backward and crashing against the mountain behind him. He coughed up blood, terror etched across his face as he gazed at Trunks. At last, he comprehended that Trunks' ability to vanquish Frieza was not solely due to his sword, but rather his inherent strength. Regret washed over him, lamenting his decision to heed Frieza's counsel to seek out Sun Wukong on Earth. Please, I beg you, spare me this time. If you do, I shall offer you a planet. No, I will give you all my planets. Trunks remained silent, unleashing a golden energy wave that obliterated the King of Cold with a resounding crash. Returning to his normal state, Trunks sheathed his sword behind him. Krillin inquired, Gohan, who on earth is this guy? I have no idea. Gohan shook his head. As they conversed, Trunks approached them, uncertain of his intentions. The Dragon Ball Z warriors wore expressions of vigilance, except for Reg, who bore a faint smile. Soon, Trunks landed before them. Vegeta, intrigued by Trunks' identity, stepped forward and asked, Who are you? Aside from us, there shouldn't be any other Saiyans. I apologize, but I cannot answer that question at this moment. Cannot answer? When will you be able to? The time is not yet right for me to disclose that information. With a dismissive snort, Vegeta ceased his inquiries. Observing this, Trunks retrieved a capsule from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a loud pop, a refrigerator filled with beverages materialized. I have come to find Mr. Wukong. He will return in an hour. Here are some drinks. Feel free to take what you like. You know Wukong? Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Gohan asked, You know my dad? Yes, Trunks nodded. And what do you want with Wukong? Krillin pressed. I can only discuss this matter with Mr. Wukong alone. Krillin, realizing the sensitivity of the situation, refrained from further questioning. May I ask you something? Trunks inquired. What is it? Who are those two? Trunks gestured towards Reg and his wife. Krillin hesitated, fearing Vegeta's wrath, and finally replied, He is Reg, and she is Sapari. They are a married couple. Trunks remarked, but I thought all Saiyans, aside from Wukong and his companions, had perished. Upon hearing this, Krillin's gaze fixed intently on him, as he too was unaware of the surviving Saiyans. In fact, we only learned yesterday about the survival of Reg and Sapari. Indeed, Krillin began to explain slowly. At that moment, a plane appeared in the sky and descended. Once it landed, a woman with blue-green curly hair emerged. It was Bulma. Bulma. Yamcha greeted her. Bulma nodded. Where's Wukong? He hasn't returned yet. He might be gone for another hour. Is that so? Bulma replied, surveying her surroundings. Her gaze landed on Reg, Sapari, and Trunks. Who are they? An hour later, the Saiyan spaceship carrying Sun Wukong finally touched down on Earth. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Wukong soon emerged from the vessel and soared to the ground. Wukong. Dad. The Dragon Ball Z warriors exclaimed with excitement. It's been a while, everyone. Are you all well? Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. Yes. The warriors nodded in unison. By the way, Reg, did you defeat Frieza? No. Reg shook his head. Then who did? It was this purple-haired youth who vanquished him. Piccolo pointed at Trunks. You are? You don't recognize him? Wukong. Krillin gasped in astonishment. Don't know him? Sun Wukong shook his head. Regardless, thank you. It was nothing. Trunks dismissed. Hello, Mr. Wukong. I need your assistance with something. May we speak privately? Can it be said here? Trunks shook his head. All right, I understand. Wukong replied, taking off with him to a distance of 1 kilometer. Now, can you tell me what you need? First, you must transform into a Super Saiyan. Transform into a Super Saiyan? Yes. Trunks insisted firmly. All right, I comprehend. Sun Wukong declared, swiftly transforming into a Super Saiyan. And what comes next? I shall also transform into a Super Saiyan. Trunks exclaimed, letting out a battle cry as he transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. Mr. Wukong, may I see your strength? Do you wish to battle me? Trunks nodded, unsheathing his long sword. Let us begin now. Very well. Sun Wukong affirmed. Huh, Trunks shouted, raising his sword to strike at Wukong. Clang, clang, clang. Sun Wukong elevated his right index finger, effortlessly deflecting all of Trunks' attacks. Realizing this, Trunks reverted to his normal state and stepped back. Sun Wukong followed suit. Impressive. No, you were even mightier than the rumor suggested. Trunks sheathed his sword, praising him. Now, can you tell me what you need from me? All right. Subsequently, Trunks recounted the events of the future to Sun Wukong. Why have they been conversing for so long? Bulma, growing impatient, finally voiced her irritation. I don't know. Yamcha replied, shaking his head. By the way, Uncle Wukong. Who exactly is Reg? Why have I never heard my mother mention him? You don't know Reg? No. Trunks shook his head. He is Vegeta's brother. My father's brother? Trunks exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. What is his strength like? Unfathomable. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. Unfathomable. Trunks gasped. I once battled him on Yard Rat, and he defeated me in just a few moves. A few moves. Trunks was taken aback once more. Reg's strength was so formidable. Yet he had never heard his mother speak of him. Could it be that my time traveling has altered history? Trunks pondered silently. Chapter 7. Eternal Youth. What happened, Trunks? Nothing. Uncle Goku, I'll take my leave now. The matters of the future are yours to disclose to them. All right. Goku nodded. Upon witnessing this, Trunks soared into the sky. Goku turned and flew back to Krillin and the others. Goku, what did he want from you? Krillin inquired. It pertains to the future. The future? What do you mean? Yes. He hails from a world 20 years ahead of ours. He came to inform me of events that will transpire in 3 years. What will happen in 3 years? 2 exceptionally powerful androids will emerge, and they will bring death to us all. Powerful androids? What are their names? I seem to have forgotten their names. They are known as Android 17 and Android 18. At that moment, Piccolo, who had been listening intently, interjected. Goku was taken aback. Piccolo, did you hear everything we just discussed? Rest assured, I know how to maintain discretion. I want to speak of what should remain unsaid. What do you mean by that? Krillin asked, bewildered. Piccolo chose not to respond directly, but instead relayed Trunks' warnings to everyone present. Reg, yawning, thought to himself that were it not for their residence on Earth, he would have little interest in today's affairs. After all, if Earth were to be destroyed, they would lose their home. His prolonged stay was not solely due to this concern, but also for the Dragon Balls on Earth. To seek the Dragon Balls, one required a Dragon Radar. If he asked Bulma to borrow it, she might refuse. However, if he enlisted Goku's assistance, she would likely oblige. After a while, Piccolo finished recounting the events, and solemn expressions adorned the faces of Krillin and the others. There's no need for such fear. Now that we are aware of the future's unfolding events, we can simply ask Shenron to help us locate Dr. Gero and eliminate those unfinished androids. Suddenly, Bulma had a flash of inspiration. Exactly. We can utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to prevent the emergence of those 2 androids. Yamcha, in agreement, expressed his support, but Vegeta, standing behind him, interjected furiously. If you dare attempt that, I will eliminate you all first. Krillin and the others were taken aback by his words. Although Vegeta's strength was not on par with Goku's, he could easily overpower them. I too wish to engage those androids. Goku chimed in, voicing his thoughts. With Goku's endorsement, the others ceased their objections. Seeing this, Reg approached Sapali. Goku, may I borrow the Dragon Balls on Earth? The Dragon Balls? Goku immediately turned to Bulma. Bulma, can you lend me the Dragon Radar? Sure. Bulma replied, retrieving the Dragon Radar from her bag and handing it over to Goku. He then passed it to Reg, who promptly took Sapali to search for the 7 Dragon Balls. Goku, are you truly alright with lending the Dragon Radar to Reg? Bulma asked, her apprehension evident. She held a poor impression of the Saiyans and was wary since they were unfamiliar with Reg. Don't worry. If he truly meant to use the Dragon Balls for nefarious purposes, he wouldn't wait for my return to ask for assistance. A short while later, Reg and Sapali successfully gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. Sapali and I desire eternal youth. That is not possible, Shenron replied, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. But didn't you just say any wish could be granted? Sapali retorted. Shenron found himself at a loss for words. I should not have boasted. Your wish exceeds my magical capabilities. In that case, grant us eternal youth. Very well. Shenron's crimson eyes flashed, and Reg and Sapali instantly appeared significantly younger. Your wish has been fulfilled. Until we meet again, Shenron proclaimed before transforming back into the Dragon Balls, scattering across the surroundings. Eternal youth. As their wish was realized, expressions of curiosity, envy, and concern emerged on Krillin and the others' faces. After all, Piccolo the Demon King had once made a similar wish. Reg paid no mind to their gazes, bidding farewell to Goku before departing. Subsequently, Goku conversed with the others for a while before returning to the lookout with Gohan. In the future, Trunks had already returned to his time via the time machine. He found himself in a makeshift metal shelter, recounting his adventures to his mother. Mom, did you know that Dad has a brother? His name is Reg. I did not know, future Bulma replied, shaking her head. Didn't he know? Is it possible that my time travel altered the original timeline? As time flowed, a year passed. Reg and Sapali had settled on Earth, and they welcomed a child named Lei Xiaodian. Since Lei Xiaodian was born to parents who could both transform into Super Saiyans, he possessed formidable combat strength from birth. Currently, Reg was at the lookout, inquiring about the whereabouts of King Kai. You see King Kai? Reg nodded. I wish to train under him. Train? Reg nodded again. Very well, Goku said, teleporting Reg to King Kai's planet. Jigoku. King Kai, comfortably seated in a chair, was startled by their sudden appearance. What brings you here? What happened, King Kai? Goku asked, concerned. King Kai was at a loss for words. You scared me. That was instant transmission, wasn't it? Indeed. Goku nodded. King Kai then turned his attention to Reg. And who might this be? He is Vegeta's brother, Reg. Vegeta's brother? King Kai was taken aback. What brings him here? He wishes to train with you. That's out of the question. This ISNTA gym. I can't just allow anyone to train here. King Kai replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Reg interjected, this planet is quite remarkable, but it would be a shame if it were to be destroyed. Chapter 8. The third level of Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Reg's threat, the North Kai gritted his teeth and declared, you may stay here to train. But you must not destroy my planet. Very well. Goku responded, and in an instant, he teleported back to Earth. At that moment, Reg suddenly addressed the North Kai. Lord Kai, I heard Goku mention that you possess the ability to conjure various objects at will. Objects? You mean creations, right? Creations? Indeed. It is a unique power that only we Kai possess. Unique power. Reg felt a slight disappointment upon hearing this. He had initially thought it was a form of magic, only to discover it was a super ability. After a brief moment of dismay, Reg expressed his desire to learn the Kaioken technique. Although reluctant at first, the North Kai ultimately agreed to teach him due to Reg's threats. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years had flown by. During this period, Reg had dedicated himself to training on North Kai's planet. Now, he stood suspended in the air above North Kai's planet. With a mighty roar, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan. Immediately afterward, he clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing aura. Dozens of razor-sharp gusts of wind radiated outward. At this moment, Reg's golden hair stood even more erect, his body crackled with electricity, and his fiery aura took on a more intense form. This was the second level of Super Saiyan. Yet, Reg did not cease his transformation. He continued to elevate his energy. The impact of Reg's aura caused the entire North Kai's planet to tremble. The clouds, which had been drifting lazily in the sky, suddenly began to move rapidly. Simultaneously, on Earth, the Z fighters felt Reg's formidable energy. This energy is Reg's. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief. Although he knew Reg was strong, he hadn't anticipated how immensely powerful he had become. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity room, clenched his teeth in frustration upon sensing Reg's overwhelming aura. He had believed that achieving Super Saiyan status would restore his pride as a prince. Yet Reg's energy indicated that even if he transformed, he would still fall far short of Reg's level. Damn it! Vegeta seethed, gritting his teeth once more. In the Kaioken realm, Jebet, who had been observing the cosmos, also sensed Reg's formidable energy. What an incredible power! Is something happening in the universe? The East Kaioken, standing nearby, did not respond but gazed in the direction of the North Galaxy. On North Kai's planet, Reg's energy had now reached the peak of the second level. With an ear-piercing roar, Reg's energy surged again. His golden hair extended to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow pressed closely against his eye sockets. Deep blue pupils emerged within his originally light green irises, and he radiated vast amounts of electricity. Boom! As Reg completed his transformation into the third level of Super Saiyan, he immediately released the gathered energy around him. Raising both hands, he concentrated a Kamehameha wave and launched it. Though it was a casual shot, its power was several times greater than what he had achieved at the second level. At that moment, Sapari teleported onto North Kai's planet with Little Trunks in tow. Sapari. Reg descended from the air. Sapari nodded in acknowledgement. At this time, Little Trunks called out to Reg, Daddy. Reg smiled and lifted him into his arms. The North Kai remarked, Reg, you have trained sufficiently. Isn't it time to return to Earth? Reg nodded. Wonderful. The North Kai felt a surge of joy. Over the past 2 years of Reg's training, he had certainly caused his fair share of chaos. However, if I need to train again, I shall return. Reg added suddenly. Return. You will return? Reg smiled and nodded before taking Sapari and Little Trunks back to Earth. Time flew by, and 2 days had passed. Today was the day Trunks had mentioned for the emergence of androids 17 and 18. Early in the morning, Goku and the others gathered, preparing to head to the small island Trunks had indicated. On a small island south of West City, an elderly man clad in a red satin military outfit and a pale, rotund figure strolled across the land. These two were none other than Dr. Gero, the mad scientist who had transformed himself into an android, and Android 19. With a thunderous explosion, Android 19 obliterated a building, prompting the nearby crowd to flee in terror. Dr. Gero chuckled coldly, reveling in the chaos. Just then, he sensed several powerful auras approaching, including that of Goku. Though Dr. Gero had confidence in his strength, he recognized that dealing with a group would be challenging. After much contemplation, he concealed his aura. Meanwhile, Goku and the others had drawn near to the island where Dr. Gero was hiding. However, with several small islands in front of them, they were uncertain which one concealed the androids, leading them to split into teams. Piccolo and Gohan formed one group, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu another, while Goku ventured alone. After organizing, they swiftly flew toward the nearby islands. On a distant mountain peak, Reg, Sapari, and Bulma, who was cradling little Trunks, were together. Reg smiled warmly at little Trunks, saying, "Trunks, call me uncle." Little Trunks, unable to comprehend Reg's words, simply smiled and raised his hand. Reg chuckled. Bulma asked, "Reg, do you think Goku and the others will be able to defeat the androids?" "I don't know. After all, I haven't faced them myself." "Is that so? When will we reach Goku?" "Soon. They seem to have yet to engage the androids." Elsewhere, after Goku and his team had split up, they arrived at one of the small islands. Yamcha happened to reach the island where Dr. Gero and Android 19 were located. Yamcha, Dr. Gero, hidden in the shadows, stealthily approached with Android 19 behind him. Yamcha sensed something amiss and turned around. "Hey, an android," he shouted, intent on warning Goku and the others. However, before he could finish, Android 19 lunged forward, seizing him with one hand while covering his mouth and nose with the other. Yamcha attempted to resist, but Dr. Gero's hand suddenly pierced through his body from behind. Chapter 9. The heart attack of Sun Wukong. At this moment, Tien and Chaozu, not far away, seemed to have heard Yamcha's voice. However, upon contemplating the formidable strength of the androids, they decided to seek out Sun Wukong and the others. Yamcha, severely injured and weakened further by Android 19's ability to siphon his energy, found himself on the brink of death, just as he teetered on the edge of demise. Krillin and the others arrived in the nick of time. With a powerful kick, Sun Wukong struck Android 19 squarely in the face, causing the android to release Yamcha and stagger back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong scooped up the unconscious Yamcha and entrusted him to Tien, who promptly administered a Senzabine. Yamcha's injuries began to heal rapidly, and he soon regained consciousness. "Sun Wukong," exclaimed Dr. Gero. "You two are the creations intended to combat my androids?" Sun Wukong's voice turned icy. Dr. Gero was taken aback. How could he possibly know about him and the androids? "Indeed, Sun Wukong, we are the androids crafted by Dr. Gero to exact revenge upon you. If it were not for your interference, the Red Ribbon Army would have long since ruled the earth. If you seek vengeance, come at me, but leave my friends unharmed." Sun Wukong retorted angrily. "Very well, Sun Wukong. Let us choose a location for our battle, and you shall decide where it will take place," Dr. Gero sneered. "Agreed," Sun Wukong replied, leading everyone to a deserted island. Dr. Gero surveyed the surroundings and chuckled. "Is this the grave you've chosen for yourself? Who has to say whose grave it is?" With a cold laugh, Dr. Gero turned to Android 19. "Then I entrust this to you." "Understood." Android 19 nodded and positioned himself hundreds of meters away from Sun Wukong. "Let us commence," Sun Wukong declared, rushing towards Android 19 with a clenched fist. With swift movements, Android 19 evaded all of Sun Wukong's attacks. Then, with a swift lift of his right fist, he sent Sun Wukong hurtling through the air. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong collided into the mountain behind him. "Wukong, Dad." Krillin and the others watching from the sidelines gasped in alarm, while a smile crept across Dr. Gero's face. "Futile." "Sun Wukong, we have gathered all your battle data. We are well acquainted with your combat style." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong's voice echoed as he emerged from the rubble of the collapsed mountain. Krillin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Wukong, Dr. Gero," with a disdainful huff, commanded Android 19, "Eliminate him." "Yes." Android 19 prepared to attack. Yet, Sun Wukong suddenly burst into laughter. "But do you know about the Super Saiyan?" "Super Saiyan?" Dr. Gero looked bewildered. "Indeed. It seems your data collection is rather incomplete." "Humph. The information I have is limited to the battle between Vegeta and you. However, even that is sufficient, as I have calculated how much stronger you would become in these years." "What a pity. You've overlooked such crucial information." Sun Wukong chuckled. "Today, no matter what you say, you will perish here." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong replied, clenching his fists with tremendous force, releasing an astonishing aura. The very ground of the island trembled beneath him. With a mighty shout, his hair and eyebrows transformed to gold, standing upright except for his fringe. And his eyes turned a light green, surrounded by a golden aura. Dr. Gero was taken aback, although he was unaware of the true strength of a Super Saiyan. The energy emanating from Sun Wukong indicated a formidable opponent. Suddenly, Reg and Sup Ali appeared behind Krillin and the others. Bulma, how did you come here? Of course. We came to witness the battle. What else could we possibly do? But this place is very dangerous. Don't worry, Reg will protect me. Reg? Yes. He is, in a way, my brother. Who is he? Why does he resemble Vegeta so closely? And how did he suddenly appear? Damn. I should have gathered more information on them. Dr. Gero noted, now paying attention to Reg. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong charged at Android 19. With a powerful shout. Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks like lightning towards Android 19. Android 19 raised both hands, blocking all of Sun Wukong's attacks. Damn it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, unleashing a golden energy wave from his right hand. Android 19 raised his palms forward, absorbing the energy wave effortlessly. What? Just then, a sharp pain pierced Sun Wukong's chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Was this the heart condition that the boy had mentioned? Noticing Sun Wukong's troubling state, Reg spoke up immediately. Heart condition. But didn't he receive the special medicine? Krillin questioned. No, Dad has been healthy for the past 3 years, so he hasn't needed to take any medication. What? Krillin's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, a figure soared through the sky, landing not far from Sun Wukong. It was Vegeta. With a soft thud, Vegeta touched down nearby. Vegeta. Sun Wukong strained to speak. Are these two the androids the boy spoke of? Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. At this time, Reg approached Sun Wukong with Gohan and Krillin. Sun Wukong, in your current condition, you cannot defeat this android. You should let Gohan and the others take you back to treat your illness. What happened to Kakarot? Before Sun Wukong could respond, Vegeta interjected. Dad's heart condition has flared up. Gohan replied. Is that so? Then you two must hurry and take him back for treatment. I can handle these two. Just as he finished speaking, Sun Wukong clutched his chest, crying out in agony. Dad. Gohan's expression shifted in alarm. At that moment, Android 19 charged towards them from a distance. Chapter 10. Elimination of Android 19. Reg's right hand unleashed a wave of energy, striking forward. The Android 19 halted, attempting to absorb the energy. In an instant, Reg appeared on his left side. Before Android 19 could react, he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Android 19. Dr. Gero, observing from a distance, was taken aback. Go, Gohan and Krillin, take Goku back. I will handle that android. Reg commanded. Understood, Gohan replied. As he and Krillin assisted Goku away. What do you mean you'll handle it for us? Those two androids are my responsibility. Vegeta interjected from nearby. Wait, Vegeta. One of them is not an android. He is Dr. Gero himself. Bulma's voice resonated from afar. Damn it. This woman has seen through my identity. Dr. Gero's expression darkened. Not an android? Indeed. He's a renowned scientist. Bulma affirmed. I once read about him in a newspaper. That's Dr. Gero. Yamcha exclaimed. Which means there is another android. Yes. Bulma nodded. I care not if there are others. Should they dare come, I shall deal with them all. Vegeta scoffed arrogantly. Even Goku was defeated by us. How dare you be so arrogant? Dr. Gero sneered dismissively. What of it? I have completely surpassed Kakarot. Is that so? Dr. Gero retorted, directing his words to Android 19. 19, kill Vegeta. As you command, Doctor. Android 19 responded, charging at Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled lightly, clenching his fists. With a powerful roar, an astounding energy radiated from him. The ground of the island trembled once more, this time with greater intensity. The Z fighters, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta, were expressions of disbelief. With a remarkable surge of power, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, unlike the original tale, he bore a calm demeanor rather than exuberance. Reg and the others had long attained the Super Saiyan form. Thus, there was little pride in achieving it now. His ambition was to surpass Reg. Damn it. Dr. Gero grimaced. He hadn't anticipated that Vegeta could also transform into a Super Saiyan, in addition to Goku. Reg smiled, returning to Supali's side. Why aren't you dealing with that android? It should be a trivial task for you. Supali inquired. Indeed, it would be simple. However, since Vegeta wishes to fight him, I shall leave it to him. I see. At that moment, Android 19 had already reached Vegeta, launching a flurry of punches like lightning. Vegeta countered with equal speed, their fists colliding fiercely. After a fierce exchange, Vegeta accelerated, landing a powerful blow to Android 19's abdomen. With a pain cry, Android 19 staggered back. In that instant, Vegeta executed a flying kick, striking Android 19 squarely in the face. With a resounding crash, Android 19 was sent hurtling several hundred meters away. Damn it! Android 19 performed a somersault, regaining his stance, and charged at Vegeta once more. Vegeta flickered, delivering a lightning-fast punch to Android 19's face, sending him staggering backward. In a flash, Vegeta was upon Android 19 again, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Android 19. Dr. Gero's face paled at the sight. He realized that if Vegeta could overpower Android 19, then he too would be no match for him. As Dr. Gero contemplated this, Android 19 suddenly grasped Vegeta's arms tightly. Watch out! Piccolo shouted, alarmed. Vegeta, be careful. That android can absorb your energy. Absorb energy? Vegeta echoed, eyeing Android 19, who wore a smug expression. Once I drain your energy completely, that will be your end. Let go. Vegeta's expression hardened. Not a chance. Android 19 replied with a triumphant grin. Really not going to let go? Let us see what you can do. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta's foot connected with Android 19's face. By the way, Bulma, do you happen to know where Dr. Gero's lab is? Reg suddenly asked, turning to Bulma as the battle neared its climax. The lab? Bulma pondered. I believe I saw a report about a secret lab in a newspaper. A report about a secret lab? Sapali echoed. It seems its location isn't far from here. This must be that old man's lab. Damn. This woman even knows where my lab is. Dr. Gero thought, a murderous intent rising within him. Can you still find that newspaper? Reg inquired. I believe it should be no issue. Then Sapali, take her back to retrieve that newspaper. Understood. Sapali nodded, and in an instant, transported Bulma back to West City. She vanished. Dr. Gero's face shifted in surprise. Just then, Android 19 was obliterated by a wave of energy. Android 19. Dr. Gero gritted his teeth, turning to flee. Reg appeared behind him. Where do you think you're going, Dr. Gero? Damn it. I'll fight you. Dr. Gero declared, summoning an energy wave to attack Reg. Reg swiftly dodged. Appearing behind Dr. Gero. Chapter 11. Androids 17 and 18 with a golden wave of energy. Dr. Gero was vanquished. At that moment, Sapali appeared with Bulma in a flash of instant transmission. Piccolo and the others immediately flew over. Did you find the newspaper? Yes, we did. Where's that guy's lab? Upon hearing this, Bulma promptly revealed the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Within a concealed cave, a lab was situated. At that moment, a striking blonde woman emerged alongside a handsome boy wrapped in a red scarf from a glass chamber of human size. These two individuals were the androids that the Dragon Ball Z warriors sought, Android 17 and Android 18. It seems that old man is out. Android 17 glanced around and remarked. Android 18 nodded in agreement. What shall we do next? Should we wait for him to return or go find him? Let us go find him. All right. Android 17 affirmed with a nod. At that instant, Android 18 suddenly noticed another glass chamber in the lab. It appears there is another android, she exclaimed, stepping in front of the chamber to see a remarkably tall android lying quietly within. He was Android 16. Upon hearing this, Android 17 also approached. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others had arrived outside the lab, following Bulma's directions. Is this the place? Vegeta inquired of Bulma. Yes. Bulma confirmed with a nod. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately concentrated energy into a wave and directed it towards the lab's entrance. With a resounding explosion, the door of the lab was blown apart. At that moment, 3 figures flew out from the dust of the explosion. They were Android 17 and his companions. 3? Didn't we eliminate one? Bulma questioned, puzzled. I don't know. She shook her head. Tien, Vegeta, Yamcha, and 2 unfamiliar faces. Android 17 scanned Reg and remarked. Android 18 nodded. But how did they manage to find us? I believe it must be because of Bulma. Android 16 suggested. Because of her? Android 17 chuckled. Then turned to Vegeta. Where are Kakarot and Goku? Kakarot again. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. P.S. not here. Not here? That's right. My strength has now surpassed Kakarot's. I can handle all of you androids by myself. Is that so? I shall see if your claim holds true. Android 17 declared, charging towards Vegeta. Huh. Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The sounds of their fierce battle echoed as their fists and feet struck each other like lightning. Android 16 did not watch the clash, but instead focused on Reg. Aren't you going to join the fight? Or are you waiting to intervene later? 16. Have you noticed that the guy next to Bulma resembles Vegeta? Yes. Android 16 nodded. Bang. Just then, Vegeta accelerated and delivered a powerful punch that sent Android 17 flying back several dozen meters. Impressive. Huh? Android 17 proclaimed. Launching himself at Vegeta with renewed speed, Vegeta raised his hands to defend against the onslaught. Bang. After a series of exchanges, Android 17 clenched his right fist and struck Vegeta, sending him crashing into a nearby mountain. Vegeta. Piccolo's expression shifted with concern. At that moment, a purple-haired youth descended from the sky. He was Trunks, hailing from a future timeline. The mysterious boy from 3 years ago, Piccolo remarked, nodding, while casting a glance at Reg, who appeared calm and uninterested in intervening. Clang. Just then, Vegeta emerged from the rubble of the mountain. Seeing that Vegeta was unharmed, future Trunks sighed in relief and addressed Piccolo and the others. Excuse me, where's Mr. Goku? He suffered a heart attack and has been taken back by Krillin for treatment. A heart attack? Did Mr. Goku not take the medicine I provided? Future Trunks gasped. No. Yamcha shook his head. Damn it. Future Trunks gritted his teeth. Vegeta snorted coldly and charged once more at Android 17. Whoosh. Bang. 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 As their fierce combat continued, Vegeta's fist struck Android 17 with lightning speed, pushing him back. After a moment, Android 17 suddenly dodged Vegeta's attack and retreated a few steps. Vegeta shouted, swinging his right fist with all his might towards Android 17. Android 17's expression turned serious as he swiftly caught Vegeta's right fist with his own. What? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. In that instant, Android 17 swung his left fist towards Vegeta's face. Reacting quickly, Vegeta raised his left hand to catch Android 17's punch. Android 17 gritted his teeth, glaring at Vegeta. Then, the two exerted their strength against each other, struggling on the ground. Future Trunks, sensing the precarious situation, immediately turned his gaze to Reg. Goku had once informed him that Reg was Vegeta's brother and possessed strength far beyond his own. However, after 3 years, whether their power dynamics remained the same was uncertain. After contemplating for a moment, Future Trunks swiftly flew to Reg's side. Hello, Mr. Reg. I have heard from Mr. Goku that your strength is immense. May I ask why you do not assist in dealing with the androids? Are you instructing me? No. Future Trunks quickly shook his head. What I mean to say is that these two androids possess great strength, and I would like to request your help in confronting them. It is unnecessary. Even if they unite, they are still not my match. If that is the case, then why not engage them? Vegeta had trained diligently for 3 years for this battle. If I were to intervene and defeat them now, it would surely infuriate him. Furthermore, his pride is immense. Unless he is unable to overcome his opponent, he would never permit me to intervene. But, rest assured, when he can no longer endure, I will naturally step in. Just as his words fell, Vegeta's anguished scream echoed from afar. Android 17 executed a hold, twisting Vegeta's right arm until it fractured. Chapter 12. The Emergence of Cell Dad. The future Trunks' expression changed dramatically upon witnessing the scene. Dad. Bulma and the others turned to gaze at him. In truth, this young boy before them was the very child cradled in Bulma's arms. Piccolo directly revealed the identity of future Trunks. Are you saying he is the grown-up Trunks? Bulma inquired. Indeed. Piccolo nodded affirmatively. At that moment, future Trunks, disregarding the need for explanation, transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged towards Android 17. Android 17 sidestepped to the left and swiftly struck him with a hand blade, rendering him unconscious. Seeing this, Bulma urgently called out to Reg for assistance. Reg, please help me save Trunks. Of course, Reg responded, his figure swiftly appearing before Android 17. Who are you? Android 17 questioned. Reg, what is your relation to Vegeta? That is none of your concern. Oh, is that so? In that instant, Reg vanished and materialized behind Android 17. Before Android 17 could react, Reg delivered a decisive blow, knocking him out cold. 17. Upon witnessing Android 17 collapse, Android 18's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others looked at Reg in disbelief. Although they were aware of Reg's formidable strength, this was astonishing. Reg had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan and yet had effortlessly defeated Android 17, a foe who had previously bested Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta, standing not far away, gritted his teeth in anger. He could hardly believe that after 3 years of training, there remained such a considerable gap in their power levels. Moments later, Android 18 attempted to charge at Reg, but was halted by Android 16, who interjected, 18. His strength is unfathomable. You are no match for him. What about 17? I will go save him. Android 16 declared as he flew towards Reg. In response, Reg lifted the fallen Android 17 and hurled him towards Android 16, who promptly halted and caught him. What does this mean? Vegeta lost to him today. I wish for Vegeta to grow stronger before they face each other again. Vegeta. Android 16 glanced at him. What is your connection to him? He is like a brother to me, Vegeta replied with a cold snort, seeming reluctant to acknowledge this fact. Very well, Android 16 said, immediately taking Android 17 away. Android 18 cast a glance at Reg before departing alongside Android 16. After the trio left, Piccolo swiftly approached Reg. Why didn't you eliminate them? They have committed no wrongdoing. It would be unjust to kill them without cause. Humph. I didn't expect you to be as naive as Goku. While the two debated, Tien had distributed the Senzu beans to Future Trunks and Vegeta. Since Future Trunks was unconscious, Yamcha fed him the Senzu bean provided by Tien. Where are the androids? Upon awakening, Future Trunks immediately noticed that Android 16 and the others had vanished. They have already left. Left? Yes. Yamcha then recounted the events that had transpired. Reg did not even transform into a Super Saiyan and defeated Android 17 with a single strike. Indeed, Yamcha affirmed. Future Trunks then flew towards Reg. Uncle Reg, could you accompany me to the future? Help me eliminate those 2 androids in my world. Cough, cough. Reg coughed lightly. I'm not your uncle. I am your elder. Elder. Future Trunks quickly corrected himself. As soon as he spoke, Vegeta shot an annoyed glance at Future Trunks. This action undoubtedly acknowledged Reg as his brother, which displeased Vegeta. Setting aside their shared lineage, Reg's overwhelming strength was a source of frustration for him. They hailed from the same parents, yet their power disparity was immense. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta would not tolerate any other Saiyan surpassing him. Even if it was temporary, he would strive to exceed them in the future. I cannot assist you. You must resolve this yourself. Resolve it myself? Indeed. While I cannot aid you, I will help you train. Help me train? Reg glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned away. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave now. At that moment, Yamcha and the others approached. Very well, Reg nodded. In West City, at Bulma's residence. Shortly after Vegeta returned home, Future Trunks arrived with Reg. Elder, do you truly intend for me to train alongside my father? Future Trunks asked nervously. It turned out that Reg's suggestion of training was to have him train with Vegeta. Of course. What is the issue? You are father and son. Training together may even strengthen your bond. A bond between father and son. Future Trunks felt a stir in his heart and finally mustered the courage to enter the gravity chamber. How easily persuaded? Reg remarked, turning to Bulma. Bulma, could you also create a gravity chamber for me? A gravity chamber? Reg nodded. It can be done, but it will take at least half a month. Understood. A week later, in a small town south of West City, 2 men and a woman strolled down the street. This trio was none other than Android 17 and his companions. Ever since their battle with Vegeta, they had been searching for Dr. Gero. However, Dr. Gero had already been slain by Reg, leaving them unable to find him no matter how hard they looked. That old man Dr. Gero is still nowhere to be found. Do you think he might be dead? Android 17 speculated. Perhaps, Android 16 nodded. He may have been eliminated by Vegeta and the others. Vegeta. The mention of Vegeta reminded Android 17 of Reg, causing his fists to clench tightly. Just then, a creature with green skin emerged from behind them. The creature resembled an insect, its green skin adorned with black spots, and it possessed a stinger-laden tail. This creature was named Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Chapter 13, Piccolo vs. Cell Monstrous. Ack. Upon Cell's emergence, the surrounding humans were immediately stricken with terror and fled in disarray. Android 17. At last. I have found you. Cell licked his lips, eyeing Android 17 as though he were prey. Android 17 was instantly repulsed by this grotesque display. You hideous creature. If you dare to make that move again, I swear I will end you. Oh, is that so? Cell responded, licking his lips once more. Infuriated, Android 17 surged forward, disregarding the restraint from Android 16. This monster was created by Dr. Gero to absorb both of you. Android 18 interjected, absorb? This creature isn't even in his perfect form yet. He can only achieve that by absorbing both of you. That vile Dr. Gero. Android 18 exclaimed in exasperation. Hey, now that you're aware, It's time for you to become my sustenance. Not a chance. Android 17 retorted, charging at Cell despite Android 16's protests. Cell smirked, preparing to meet him head-on. With a series of resounding impacts, Android 17 unleashed his fists and feet like lightning, forcing Cell to retreat. In the other world, the Guardian of Earth stood observing the fierce battle alongside Piccolo and Bubbles. As Cell gained the upper hand, the Guardian's expression soured. That monster is currently dominating. Piccolo nodded. We must fuse quickly to halt that creature. The Guardian hesitated, knowing that once they fused, separation would be impossible. They could seek assistance from Trunks, but Piccolo feared that by the time they found him, Cell would have already absorbed them. Although Piccolo acknowledged Trunks' strength, he was uncertain of its true extent. Moreover, he feared that after absorbing the androids, even Trunks would struggle against Cell. I agree to fuse with you. After much internal deliberation, the Guardian ultimately consented. Bubbles, while I'm gone, you must ensure the stability of the other world. Understood. Bubbles nodded. At that moment, Piccolo placed his hand on the Guardian, who merged into Piccolo's form like a fleeting shadow. Is this the power of fusion? Piccolo marveled as he clenched his fists, astonished by his newfound strength. He then departed the other world without delay. In West City, Bulma's family was seated in their backyard, savoring Earth's delicacies. Reg, do you sense those two powerful energies? Reg nodded. One of them seems to belong to Android 17. Indeed, it appears so. Should we go investigate? No need. Reg shook his head. Cell's involvement in the timeline posed a risk. If he were to eliminate him now, future Trunks would struggle to comprehend the events unfolding. Thus, he planned to act after Piccolo had drawn Cell out. However, with Cell now present, it was time for future Trunks to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, as Android 17 struggled against Cell, Android 16 prepared to intervene. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Piccolo, what brings you here? Are you seeking your demise? Android 18 questioned. I don't know, but he seems different now. Different? Piccolo, what is your purpose here? Have you come to perish? Cell echoed Android 18's sentiments. Piccolo retorted coldly. I am not here to perish. I have come to annihilate you. Annihilate me? Cell burst into laughter, as if he had heard the grandest joke. Piccolo, I never knew you had such humor. You are courting death. Piccolo declared angrily, launching himself at Cell with blinding speed. Cell, taken aback, found himself struck as Piccolo collided with him, sending Cell crashing into a nearby building. Android 17 and the others looked on in disbelief. Is Piccolo's strength truly this formidable? Bang! Just then, Cell burst forth from the rubble, executing a swift strike aimed at Piccolo's head. Piccolo extended his arm, seizing Cell's wrist. With a powerful grip, Cell felt the pressure threatening to shatter his arm and swiftly broke free with his left hand. How can your strength be this overwhelming? Cell exclaimed in frustration. Piccolo merely chuckled, refusing to respond. In the other world, Rege had brought Vegeta and his son to the realm. Rege, it has been quite some time. Bubbles greeted. Indeed, I have brought them here for a reason. What is it? I would like you to guide them to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Rege smiled. The hyperbolic time chamber? Yes. Rege affirmed. All right, follow me. Future Trunks nodded, and Bubbles led them toward the chamber. Meanwhile, after being carelessly knocked away, Cell became serious. With a thunderous shout, Cell charged at Piccolo like a bolt of lightning. Piccolo met him head-on, fists clenched. The sound of fierce combat echoed as they exchanged blows with lightning speed. After a moment, Piccolo increased his pace, landing a punch that sent Cell flying. With a resounding crash, Cell collided with another building. Incredible! Android 18 gasped, her eyes wide. Indeed, Android 16 concurred. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, Cell emerged from the wreckage, hurtling toward Piccolo. Bang! The two collided, their knees crashing together with tremendous force. They grasped each other's arms, struggling for dominance. The ground beneath them split apart, shaking violently as debris flew into the air. After a brief stalemate, they pushed against each other, forcing one another back. What is happening? How have you grown so powerful? Cell gasped, panting heavily. Chapter 14. The Emperor of Shadows and the fusion with that guy, so that's how it is. No wonder your power has suddenly surged. Piccolo nodded and swiftly charged towards Cell once more. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With a series of resounding impacts. Piccolo's fists and feet struck like lightning, relentlessly pushing Cell back. Darn it! After retreating nearly 1,000 meters, Cell forcefully blocked with both hands, halting his backward momentum. However, in a mere second, Piccolo executed a lateral kick that sent him flying to the side. Damn it! Cell gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Piccolo. If it weren't for Piccolo's sudden appearance, he would have absorbed Android 17 by now. With this thought, he immediately rose from the ground and charged at Piccolo. Clenching his fists, Piccolo met the charge head-on. Just as the two were mere meters apart, Cell abruptly halted, evading Piccolo's incoming attack. What? Piccolo was taken aback. In an instant, Cell maneuvered behind him and seized his right arm. Piccolo's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to break free from Cell's grip. The long spike on Cell's tail suddenly lunged towards Piccolo's right arm. With a scream, Piccolo's arm was swiftly drained of vitality. Cell laughed triumphantly, declaring, "This is the consequence of opposing me, Piccolo." Grinding his teeth, Piccolo retreated. "Before I perish, could you tell me something? What is it? Who are you? Where do you come from?" Cell pondered for a moment. "Since you are about to die at my hands, I shall enlighten you. My name is Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero." "The ultimate android? I was cultivated from the cells of the most formidable martial artists on Earth, including yours. I hail from a world 20 years in the future." 20 years later, Cell recounted his origins in detail. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's face registered a look of astonishment. "All right. I have revealed my identity to you, so now prepare to be absorbed." Piccolo smiled, forcefully tearing off his withered arm, which regenerated into a new one. "What?" Cell's expression shifted drastically as he realized he had been deceived by Piccolo. You were just probing me for information." "Indeed. Damn it." Cell seethed with rage. "Huh." At that moment, Piccolo clenched his fists, elevating his energy. Cell's expression changed once more. Piccolo had not only deceived him, but had also concealed his true strength. Though furious, Cell understood that now was not the time for a direct confrontation with Piccolo. He needed to devise a plan to escape. Meanwhile, Piccolo had fully amplified his energy. Suddenly, Cell placed both hands on his forehead, unleashing a blinding flash of light. Solar flare. "What?" Piccolo shut his eyes. Moments later, as the brightness began to fade, Cell swiftly opened his eyes and turned to flee. However, before he could escape far, a figure blocked his path. It was Rege. Vegeta. Cell mistakenly identified Rege as Vegeta. At this moment, Piccolo and the others opened their eyes. "Rege. I am not Vegeta. I am Rege, Vegeta's brother." "Vegeta's brother?" Cell exclaimed in surprise. Rege nodded. "Enough of this chatter. Let's end this." Cell gritted his teeth, preparing to use the solar flare to escape once more. But before he could execute it, Rege struck him heavily in the abdomen. With a resounding crash and a scream, Cell spat out a mouthful of blood. Following a powerful kick, Cell was sent flying like a projectile. Rege clasped his hands behind him, gathering energy into a Kamehameha wave directed at Cell. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Cell was obliterated. Rege glanced back at Piccolo and the others before instantly teleporting back to West City. Android 17. "Didn't you mention seeking revenge on Rege?" After Rege had been gone for a while, Android 18 suddenly spoke to her brother. "Yes, I did say that. Why? When do you plan to confront Rege?" "In some time, perhaps." A day later, Vegeta and Future Trunks emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. After a year of rigorous training, their powers had surged dramatically. They were now seated in a clearing in the other world, enjoying the food prepared by Bu. Piccolo stood nearby, recounting the events involving Cell to Future Trunks. "Cell came from the future? And he killed my future self?" "Indeed." Piccolo nodded. "Additionally, Bulma found the time machine Cell used on the outskirts of West City. I've also destroyed the secret chamber Cell spoke of." Future Trunks nodded. "What do you intend to do about the androids 17 and 18 from this timeline?" Rege responded. "They have yet to cause any harm to Earth. We will decide once Goku recovers." "Goku's illness has improved?" Future Trunks inquired. "Gohan mentioned he is almost better." "That is good." In the afternoon, Future Trunks returned home and requested the time machine from Bulma. Through it, he discovered the timeline from which Cell had arrived. Rege's family was then seated at a table in Bulma's yard, savoring her recommended delicacies. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before them, none other than Goku, who had been absent for quite some time. "Goku. Uncle Goku." Upon Goku's arrival, Rege and Future Trunks immediately greeted him. Goku nodded, addressing Future Trunks. "Trunks, I heard from Piccolo that you and Vegeta have been training in the hyperbolic time chamber?" "Yes," Future Trunks replied. "Thank you, Uncle Goku. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to come from the future and become this strong. Honestly, I haven't done much. And I must also express my gratitude to my uncle. If..." Cough cough. Rege cleared his throat, interrupting Future Trunks. "Let us skip the sentimental stuff." "Yes. Regardless, I must thank you. Upon returning to the future, you must train diligently and protect it. Understood, uncle. When do you plan to return, Trunks? Goku asked. Tomorrow. I'd like to stay here for one more night. Is that so? Then I'll come to see you off tomorrow. All right. Chapter 15. The new deity. The following morning, future Trunks returned to his timeline amidst the farewells of his companions. Upon his return, he promptly dealt with the androids 17 and 18. Subsequently, he utilized the time machine to traverse back to the moment before Cell's arrival in the past, eliminating that incarnation of Cell, and thereby restoring peace to his future. In the main timeline, at Bulma's residence in West City, Vegeta suddenly challenged Goku. Now that you've recovered, Kakarot, do you dare to face me in battle? Sure, but not at this moment. Goku replied with a grin. When then? Vegeta inquired. Once I've trained for a year in the hyperbolic time chamber. Very well. Goku turned to Piccolo nearby. Piccolo, now that you've fused with Kami, are the Dragon Balls on Earth no longer functional? Piccolo nodded. What has your interest in this? I wish to resurrect those consumed by Cell. Goku exclaimed. By the way, why the fusion? Isn't there still Din? Well, Piccolo hesitated. Firstly, I'm reluctant to seek Din's assistance, and secondly, I desire to grow stronger. Ah, I see. I plan to visit Namek to find a new deity. Namek, I wish to restore the Dragon Balls. Goku stated, and in an instant, he teleported to King Kai's planet. Goku, it's been a while. King Kai greeted him with a nod. What brings you here? King Kai, do you know where the new Namek is located? New Namek? Yes. Since Piccolo merged with Kami, the Dragon Balls on Earth are now unusable. So I seek a Namek to become the new deity. I understand. Let me find the location for you. After a brief moment, King Kai located New Namek and gestured in its direction. It lies this way. Thank you, King Kai. Goku responded, immediately sensing the energy of New Namek and teleporting there. Upon his arrival, Goku found himself surrounded by the Namekians. Hello, may I inquire where your Grand Elder is? I have matters to discuss with him. Who are you? A Namekian asked. I am Goku. As soon as he spoke, the Namekians showed great enthusiasm. You are the Saiyan who defeated Frieza? Goku nodded with a smile. I shall fetch the Grand Elder. Please wait. Shortly thereafter, the new Grand Elder arrived, having learned of Goku's intent to invite a Namekian to Earth as the new deity, promptly sharing this news with the entire community. Ultimately, Din, who had fought alongside Krillin and the others, agreed to accompany Goku to Earth. Upon their arrival in the Otherworld, Din was greeted with astonishment and joy by Krillin and the others. Din, it's been ages. Indeed, Krillin. Gohan, what brings you here? Krillin asked. Goku wishes for me to become the new deity. The new deity? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Din confirmed. Can you assist in restoring the Dragon Balls? I believe that should be feasible. Din replied eagerly. Soon, Popo brought forth the dragon model. Din pointed his index finger, emitting a golden light that transformed the stone dragon into a vibrant blue dragon. The Dragon Balls have been restored, and I have increased the wishes to 3. 3. Shall we now seek the Dragon Balls? Din asked. After a short while, Goku gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon. State your wishes. Any can be granted. But only 3. Dragon, please resurrect all those slain by Cell. Goku declared. Certainly. The dragon's eyes glowed a fierce red. Your wish has been fulfilled. You have 2 wishes remaining. Does anyone else have wishes? Goku queried, glancing around. Dragon, I have a question. Rege stepped forward. What is it? I wish to know if I can cultivate powers akin to yours. That is possible, but I cannot assist you in realizing that wish. Why not? Generally, mortals cannot cultivate such powers. I merely imply that some may achieve it. Who? The dragon god Salam, as mentioned in the ancient text of Namek, is said to be omnipotent. Omnipotent. However, this is merely a legend, as even I have never encountered this deity. Rege pondered. Is there a way for you to transfer your powers to me? That is possible, but my powers are limited, and you would only be able to use them once. Then please transfer them to me. Very well. The dragon's eyes glowed once more. I have imparted my powers to you. Now, how do I utilize this power? Simply concentrate and envision the action you wish to perform with this power. I see. You have 1 wish remaining. We currently have no additional wishes, dragon. Goku replied. Very well. Until we meet again. The dragon reverted to the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the surroundings. Rege, why do you desire the dragon to grant you powers? Goku inquired with a serious tone. Because I wish to take control of my own destiny. Destiny. Indeed. No matter how strong we humans become, we remain powerless before absolute laws. Absolute laws? It refers to a force that can obliterate everything in an instant. In an instant, obliterating everything. Reg nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall return with Sapari now? Indeed, Goku affirmed. Reg departed with Sapari, leaving Goku to ponder. Din, do you comprehend the power that Reg speaks of, which can annihilate everything in an instant? I do not. Din shook his head. Chapter 16, Sun Wukong vs. Vegeta. As time swiftly passed, a week had gone by in the blink of an eye. The gravity chamber that Reg had asked Bulma to construct was finally completed. At this moment, Reg, Sapari, and Lei Xiaodian were inside the gravity chamber, listening to Bulma's introduction. These three are the controls for the gravity chamber, she explained. The switch on the left increases the gravity by tenfold, the middle one resets it to 0, and the right one decreases it by tenfold. The maximum gravity this chamber can reach is 500 times. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. If there are no further issues, I shall take this gravity chamber home. All right, Bulma replied, nodding in agreement. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Reg and the others returned to Bowsy Mountain. As Reg and his companions were currently short on funds, they, like Sun Wukong, resided on Bowsy Mountain. The area was teeming with wild beasts, which they often hunted for sustenance. Upon arriving home, Reg activated the gravity chamber's capsule and tossed it onto the empty space beside his house. With a resounding thud, the gravity chamber materialized, causing the ground around it to sink considerably. Just then, a figure appeared soaring from the distant sky. It was Vegeta. However, he had not come to seek out Reg. Rather, he sought Sun Wukong. 2 days prior, Sun Wukong had entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training. They had previously made an agreement that once Sun Wukong entered the chamber, they would engage in battle. Thus, Vegeta had come to challenge Sun Wukong. Vegeta, Sapari exclaimed, observing the figure gliding through the sky. Indeed, Reg confirmed. He has come to challenge Sun Wukong. Should we go see? Sapari suggested. After a moment's contemplation, Reg nodded. They then set off for Sun Wukong's home. At Sun Wukong's residence, he was practicing at the doorway when he caught sight of Vegeta's arrival. He paused his training and approached, calling out, Vegeta. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Kakarot, I have heard that you entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and I wish to battle you to ascertain who among us is truly stronger. Very well, Sun Wukong replied. Immediately taking to the skies, Vegeta swiftly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at a desolate mountain devoid of any onlookers. Vegeta surveyed the surroundings. Kakarot, if there are no further matters to address, shall we commence our battle? Let us begin. As their words fell, Reg and his family descended from the sky. Landing a short distance away, Reg, Sun Wukong glanced over at him. Yes, Reg affirmed. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing aura. With a surge of golden energy, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong responded in kind, also transforming into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta charged forward with a fist raised, while Sun Wukong mirrored his actions. The two clashed with a cacophony of sound, their punches and kicks striking with the speed of lightning. After a series of exchanges, they both retreated momentarily, gathering energy to unleash powerful blasts toward each other. With a thunderous explosion, their energy waves collided, sending shockwaves throughout the area. Both warriors soared into the air, fists clenched, ready to engage once more. After several rounds, Sun Wukong suddenly dodged to the left, evading Vegeta's assault. What? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. In that moment, Sun Wukong delivered a fierce kick to Vegeta's face. With a resounding impact, Vegeta was sent flying several kilometers away. Damn it, he growled, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness. Sun Wukong mirrored this newfound intensity. Vegeta clenched his fists, once again amplifying his energy. The ground trembled for miles around, dust and debris swirling into the air. As Vegeta's power escalated, Piccolo and others sensed the overwhelming force emanating from him. Sun Wukong, noticing the shift, also heightened his own energy. As their powers surged, colossal stones caught in their aura began to levitate and fall back to the ground. Vegeta's strength has become remarkably formidable, Sapari remarked, her expression turning serious. Since giving birth to Lei Xiaodian, she had scarcely trained, leaving her at her peak only at Super Saiyan 1. Seeing that Sun Wukong's energy was nearly on par with his own, Vegeta clenched his teeth. Damn it. I didn't anticipate that your strength would rise to match mine after entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong chuckled. Vegeta, I transformed into a Super Saiyan before you. So what if you did? I have surpassed you now. Vegeta retorted with a smirk. Is it not premature for you to declare victory when our battle is yet to conclude? Premature? Then let us swiftly determine the victor. Vegeta declared as he lunged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's expression hardened as he charged forward to meet him, with a flurry of strikes echoing through the air. Their fists and feet moved like lightning against one another. A thunderous crash signaled their fists colliding with great force. Sun Wukong attempted to strike Vegeta with his left fist, but Vegeta caught it with his left hand. In that instant, Sun Wukong propelled his right knee forward. Vegeta, in turn, raised his right knee to counter. With a resounding clash, their knees collided, and they pushed against each other with all their might. After a moment of stalemate, they both retreated, gasping for breath. Then, with renewed vigor, they unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward one another, filling the air with a chorus of explosive sounds. In an instant, they vanished from their original positions, appearing before each other in a flash. With the sound of a storm, their bodies collided violently upon the ground. The surrounding rocks shattered under the force of their battle. Just then, Vegeta sidestepped Sun Wukong's right punch. With a swift kick, he struck Sun Wukong under the chin, sending him staggering backward. Chapter 17. The martial arts tournament. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a rapid-fire assault on Goku, his fists and feet moving with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! 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 Goku raised his hands in defense, retreating steadily. With a fierce grip, Vegeta struck Goku squarely in the abdomen, sending him crashing into a mountain behind him with a thunderous roar. Kakarot, is that all you've got? Vegeta taunted. However, before the echoes of his words faded, Goku emerged from the mountain, shouting defiantly. A smile crept onto Vegeta's face. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two resumed their fierce battle. With a swift headbutt, Goku pushed Vegeta back several steps, a triumphant grin lighting his face. Ha! Take that. Yet, before Goku could revel in his brief victory, Vegeta retaliated with a headbutt of his own, sending Goku reeling. The two exchanged blows, each delivering punishing strikes to the other. After an intense struggle, both warriors bore numerous injuries, their stamina nearly depleted. They prepared to summon their final reserves of strength to decide the outcome. Kamehameha, Ultimate Flash. With a unified shout, they both channeled their energy into powerful waves aimed at one another. The resulting clash was explosive, sending shockwaves that sank the ground beneath them by half a meter. Gritting their teeth, they pushed against the waves with all their might. Moments later, the energy beams collided and dissipated simultaneously, leaving both fighters at their limits. Is it a tie? Sapali asked. Indeed, Rege affirmed. According to the established lore, Goku's training in the Room of Spirit and Time should have granted him an advantage over Vegeta. Yet, they found themselves evenly matched, leaving one to wonder if Goku had intentionally held back. However, Rege was merely an observer of the spectacle. Whether Goku had indeed restrained himself was of little consequence to him. Vegeta, we both exhausted our strength. Let us conclude our battle here for today, Goku proposed. Very well, Vegeta agreed. But Kakarot, I shall become stronger and defeat you. Indeed, Goku nodded in acceptance. With that, Vegeta turned and departed. Goku let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the ground. Time passed quickly, and a year slipped by. During this time, Rege's strength had grown significantly. He, along with Sapali, found themselves in West City, preparing to attend a martial arts tournament hosted by the wealthy Qian Duo in celebration of his son's 10th birthday. Since arriving on Earth, Rege and his companions had incurred substantial expenses, especially with Lei Xiaodian nearing school age. Upon hearing about the tournament from Bulma, Rege decided to bring Lei Xiaodian along to participate. Soon, the trio arrived at the tournament venue, which was teeming with people. A long queue formed at the registration desk. In the midst of this line, Rege spotted a familiar bald figure, Tianjin Han. Flanking him were Jiaozi, Krillin, Yamcha, Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo, all gathered for the tournament's prize money. Rege! Goku exclaimed upon noticing him. Rege! Krillin and the others turned in unison. Rege nodded, guiding Lei Xiaodian to the end of the line. After some time, they completed their registration and found a spot to converse. Rege, what brings you to this competition? Goku asked. We're short on funds at home, so we thought we might earn some by entering. Rege replied. Same here. Chi-Chi insisted I participate. Just then, an announcement echoed through the arena. All competitors, please proceed to the stage. The tournament is about to commence. The announcement repeated several times. The competition is starting. Let us hurry. Everyone agreed, nodding in unison. They soon found themselves in an arena surrounded by numerous circular stone pillars, with a massive pool below. The first round of the tournament was an elimination match. Any contestant who fell into the pool would be disqualified. Once all participants gathered, the referee signaled the start of the match. Goku and his friends immediately engaged the other competitors. With splashes echoing around them, many contestants were eliminated. Within a minute, aside from Goku and his companions, nearly all other competitors had been disqualified. In a nearby building designed for spectators, a man with a spectacular hairstyle was conversing with the tournament's organizer, Mr. Chien Duo. This man, known as Mr. Satan, was the champion of the last martial arts tournament. Do you think the warriors you invited can win this tournament? Mr. Satan pondered, somewhat at a loss as he observed the stage where only a handful of competitors remained, with several additional splashes. Only the Z Warriors and Rege's group were left on the stage. The referee quickly declared, all remaining contestants advance. If he delayed any longer, Goku and his friends would undoubtedly determine the victor in this first round. Are we advancing already? Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared he wouldn't make it to the second round. While losing to Rege wasn't too shameful, he preferred to exit with some dignity if he could reach the next stage. Indeed, Yamcha confirmed. After a brief intermission, the referee announced the commencement of the second round. This time, the arena was vast, scattered with dilapidated buildings and a crumbling palace. Cameras were set up around the venue to broadcast the event live. The second round devolved into chaos, the larger arena making it even more challenging to eliminate opponents. Rege stood beside Lei Xiaodian. Xiaodian, I'll handle Goku and Piccolo. You take care of the others. Okay, Dad. Lei Xiaodian replied eagerly. With a smile, Rege prepared for battle. Whoosh. Thud. As he finished speaking, Goku soared toward him from a distance. Rege, it's been ages since we last sparred. Let us take this opportunity to have a proper match. Sure. But not just yet. Not just yet. Goku responded, bewildered. In the blink of an eye, Rege used instant transmission to appear in front of Piccolo. Rege! Piccolo exclaimed, startled. In that moment, Rege unleashed a lightning-fast punch toward Piccolo, who had no time to react before being sent flying. Ha! Rege shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! Chapter 18. The gifted Lei Xiaodian. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared before him with a swift teleportation. Whoosh! As Rege's figure vanished, he materialized in front of the flying Piccolo, condensing a golden energy sphere in his right hand. How infuriating! Piccolo gritted his teeth tightly. Boom! With a violent sound, Piccolo was sent flying out of the arena by the energy sphere. Piccolo has been eliminated. The others, including Krillin, were incredulous as they listened to the referee's announcement. Among them, aside from Sun Wukong, Piccolo was deemed the strongest. No one anticipated he would be the first to be eliminated. Sun Wukong remarked, Reg, are you concerned that Piccolo might eliminate Xiaodian? Hence, you decided to take him down first. Reg replied, well, I originally did not intend to eliminate him so quickly. But since you wish to battle me, I must first remove him to prevent him from taking Xiaodian down while I contend with you. Oh, I see. But why not eliminate the others as well? On this stage, aside from you and Piccolo, no one else poses a threat to Xiaodian. Reg chuckled. What is Xiaodian's current power level? A Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaodian can transform into a Super Saiyan at merely 4 years old? Reg nodded. Reg possessed a powerful lineage, and Xiaodian was conceived after Reg had attained Super Saiyan status, endowing him with extraordinary talent. Is that so? Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists and transforming into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing this, Reg charged forward. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. Reg's punches and kicks were as swift as lightning, continuously pushing Sun Wukong back. Meanwhile, after separating from Reg, Xiaodian encountered Tien and Kairatsu. Aware that he was facing two opponents, Xiaodian did not dare to underestimate them and transformed into a Super Saiyan immediately. Super Saiyan. Both were taken aback at the sight of Xiaodian's transformation. At just 4 years old, he had already achieved Super Saiyan status. Not only were they astonished, but even Krillin and the others, standing at a distance, were taken aback, especially Son Gohan. Since Cell had been eliminated by Reg, Gohan had not entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Sun Wukong, but had instead been urged by his mother, Chi-Chi, to study. Witnessing Xiaodian, who was 7 years his junior, transform into a Super Saiyan filled him with a mix of envy and shame. If he had trained diligently like Xiaodian, perhaps he too could have become a Super Saiyan. Unfortunately, he had been too obedient to his mother's wishes. As Gohan pondered, Xiaodian had already engaged Tien in combat. Huh! With a mighty shout, Xiaodian's right fist struck Tien's face, sending him flying. Tien. Kaiatsu's expression changed as he hurriedly used his psychic abilities to halt Tien in midair. Thank you, Kaiatsu. Tien expressed his gratitude. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently behind Kaiatsu. "Watch out, Kaiatsu," Tien warned urgently. "What?" Kaiatsu turned around just as a small fish struck him unexpectedly. With a loud bang, Kaiatsu was sent flying off the stage. Kaiatsu has been eliminated. Kaiatsu. Tien grit his teeth and charged at Xiaotian in anger. Xiaotian clenched his fists and charged forward. Bang. Moments later, Tien was also sent flying off the arena. Tien has been eliminated. On another front, Sun Wukong and Reg were engaged in an intensely fierce battle. Their speed was so rapid that even the cameras struggled to capture their movements. Moreover, many cameras were damaged beyond clarity due to the ferocity of their fight, with some even exploding. "Huh!" Suddenly, Reg shouted, his energy surging dramatically. His fiery golden aura transformed into a flame-like torrent, his hair stood even more upright, and his body crackled with energy. "What incredible power!" Sun Wukong's expression shifted. Reg smiled, saying, "This transformation is known as Super Saiyan 2. If you cannot achieve this state, then our battle shall conclude here." "Is that so?" Sun Wukong replied, clenching his fists and unleashing his own energy. Soon, he too transformed into Super Saiyan 2. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, gritted his teeth upon sensing Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 2 energy. "Damn it, Kakarot has grown so strong in just a year. I cannot allow him to surpass me," Vegeta declared, intensifying his training. Meanwhile, after defeating Tien, Xiaotian quickly engaged in battle with Krillin and Yamcha. After a fierce bout, both were eliminated from the arena. Now, only Sun Wukong, Reg, Gohan, and Xiaotian remained in the competition. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Xiaotian flew before Gohan. Gohan wore a serious expression. Whoosh. Suddenly, Xiaotian's figure flickered before him. Before Gohan could react, Xiaotian struck him, sending him flying. Whoosh. Just as Gohan was about to be thrown out of the arena, he halted mid-air, recalling Sun Wukong's words about transforming into a Super Saiyan. To achieve this, one must harness their inner strength as well as the power of rage to surpass their limits. Rage, Gohan muttered to himself. He then recalled numerous events that had ignited his anger. Suddenly, Gohan clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing aura. Gohan. Krillin and the others were taken aback by this surge of energy. Unfazed, Xiaotian charged towards Gohan. At that moment, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bang! With a resounding crash, Gohan intercepted Xiaotian's impending attack. Xiaotian clenched his left fist and, like a flash of lightning, struck at Gohan. Gohan swiftly extended his left hand, catching Xiaotian's left fist. Xiaotian then lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Gohan's abdomen, causing him to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaotian broke free from Gohan's grasp, delivering rapid punches that sent Gohan retreating. These two children have transformed into golden-haired warriors. Mr. Satan exclaimed in astonishment as he watched the live broadcast of the match. Chapter 19, The Essence of Annihilation. Qian Duo nodded. He initially intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the galactic warrior arranged by Mr. Satan, but upon noticing his dollar bills, he chose to remain silent. Engrossed in the match, outside the arena, a man clad in a black chicken suit was struggling to emerge from the pool, looking quite disheveled. This man was a disciple of Mr. Satan, masquerading as the galactic warrior in an attempt to amuse Qian Duo's son. However, due to the overwhelming strength of Sun Wukong and his companions, he was swiftly tossed out of the ring and had spent quite some time floundering in the water. In the arena, Lei Xiaotian and Sun Wufan were engaged in a fierce battle, while Sun Wukong's confrontation with Lei Gu was merely Lei Ji's attempt to spar with him. Consequently, upon realizing that he could not compel Lei Gu to unleash his true powers, Sun Wukong opted to concede. Lei Gu then approached the battleground to observe Sun Wufan's fight. "Father," he acknowledged, "I shall not interfere in your contest, for I have faith that you will emerge victorious." Lei Xiaotian nodded, suddenly radiating an astonishing aura. Sun Wufan's expression shifted with surprise. In an instant, Lei Xiaotian appeared before Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan clenched his fist and swung it toward Lei Xiaotian. Swiftly, Lei Xiaotian sidestepped to the left and unleashed a punch, akin to a flash of lightning, aimed at Sun Wufan's abdomen. With a resounding crash, Sun Wufan was sent flying out of the arena. Sun Wufan is out. "Father," Lei Xiaotian exclaimed joyfully to Lei Gu. Lei Gu smiled and approached him. The two then descended from the battleground, having secured the championship and runner-up positions in the tournament. After the competition concluded, they arrived at the awards ceremony where Mr. Satan presented them with their prizes. "Congratulations on winning the championship and runner-up." Lei Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving the prize money, Rege treated Sun Wukong and his companions to a lavish meal. However, Piccolo harbored a grudge against Rege for having been the first to eliminate him, thus he declined the invitation. Uncle Rege, may I come to your home for training in the future? Sun Wufan inquired quietly on their way to the feast. Of course. Really? Thank you so much. Uncle Rege, not a problem. 2 days later, Sun Wufan secretly visited Rege's residence, where he trained alongside Lei Xiaodian in the gravity chamber. The sky was a brilliant blue on that day, as Rege took Sapari to hunt in Baozi Mountain. Suddenly, he noticed the surrounding flora withering and an ominous black mist enveloping the sky. Rege, look at the sky. Upon glancing upwards, Rege saw the heavens shrouded in a dark aura. What is this? I have no idea, Sapari replied, shaking her head. Seeing this, Rege surveyed the desolate landscape of flowers and suggested, perhaps we should consult the King of the North? Agreed. Sapari nodded. With a swift, instant transmission, Rege transported them to North Kai's planet. Rege, the king acknowledged with a nod. Have you noticed the sudden emergence of black mist on Earth? Yes, replied the North Kai. In fact, I was just about to inform you. This black mist is known as the Essence of Annihilation, produced by a machine on the dark planet that emits its energy to Earth. The dark planet? Yes, it is a planet composed entirely of abandoned machinery. Is the dark planet larger than your North Kai's planet? Rege, the North Kai growled, clearly irked by the question. Then, my lord, what is the danger posed by this Essence of Annihilation? If you do not eliminate it within 70 days, all life on Earth will perish. That is terrifying. Indeed. The North Kai affirmed gravely. With that, Rege instantly transported back to Earth, where he relayed the troubling news to Sun Wukong and the others. Where is the machine that releases the Essence of Annihilation? I do not know, Rege admitted, but we can utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to locate it. Wait, isn't it just about finding a machine? I can help you locate its position. Bulma interjected suddenly. Is that so? That would be wonderful, Krillin exclaimed with delight. Later, after half a day, Bulma utilized her computer to pinpoint the machine's location. Rege and Sun Wukong, along with their companions, set off for the designated site. Upon arriving at a towering structure, they were confronted by Frieza, King Cold, Door, Slug, and the first form of Cell, foes they had previously vanquished, now blocking their path. Frieza, Krillin gasped, recoiling in fright. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, however, approached with confident smiles. Piccolo and the others followed suit, while Rege bypassed them entirely, making a beeline for the machine. With remarkable speed, Rege evaded Frieza and the others, who could not keep up with him. As the sounds of fierce combat erupted, both sides engaged in a chaotic brawl. Ha! Sun Wukong and Vegeta shouted in unison, transforming into Super Saiyans. Their newfound speed enabled them to swiftly eliminate Frieza and Cell. However, just as they thought they could relax, Frieza and Cell re-emerged from the smoke, restored to their original forms. What? They exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, King Cold, who had been defeated by Piccolo, also returned to his former state. Suddenly, Frieza and the others vanished without a trace. They're gone. Krillin gasped in shock. Piccolo nodded knowingly, glancing towards the distance. I suspect Rege destroyed the machine, causing these illusions to dissipate. In the next instant, Rege reappeared. I have destroyed the machines, but the Essence of Annihilation still lingers in the skies. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly. Let us seek out Bulma and see if she has a solution. Indeed, they all concurred. Before long, they arrived at Bulma's residence. I currently have no means to eliminate the Essence of Annihilation, but perhaps we could ask Shenron for assistance? Sounds good. Sun Wukong agreed. Bulma then retrieved the Dragon Radar and handed it to Sun Wukong, who promptly set off to gather the Dragon Balls. After an extended period, Sun Wukong successfully summoned Shenron by collecting all 7 Dragon Balls. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only 3. Shenron, I wish for you to eliminate the Essence of Annihilation from Earth. Consider it done. With a flash of red in Shenron's eyes, the black mist enveloping the sky vanished instantly. Your wish has been fulfilled. Sun Wukong turned to Rege and inquired. Chapter 20, Hachiak Reg. Do you wish to accompany us to the Dark Planet? No, you all go ahead. All right then, Shenron, my second wish is to transport me, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Gohan to the Dark Planet. Very well. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 4 vanished instantly. You still have 1 wish remaining. Shenron addressed Krillin and the others. No, we currently have no other wishes. Then we shall meet again. With that, Shenron transformed back into the Dragon Balls, scattering across the Earth. On the Dark Planet, Goku surveyed the dim surroundings and turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, Who do you think launched the Death Wave machine towards Earth? I have no idea. Piccolo shook his head. Oh. Subsequently, Goku and Vegeta conducted a thorough search of the Dark Planet. However, apart from some abandoned machinery, there was not a soul in sight. How strange. Where could everyone be? Has that person already fled? Goku pondered, scratching his head as he leaned against a wall. Suddenly, the wall collapsed, revealing a vast hidden chamber. It turned out that the wall Goku was leaning against was a secret door. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta and the others promptly entered. The door closed slowly behind them. Inside, they encountered an old man with a grotesque appearance seated at the center. Zyphurian. Vegeta instantly recognized the identity of the old man. The old man sneered. Damn Saiyan monkeys, now that you're all here, do not think you can leave. I demand to know who you are and why you launched the Death Wave at Earth. Goku confronted the old man loudly. Who am I? The old man's eyes widened in fury. My name is Dr. Likey, a Zyphurian whose race was annihilated by your Saiyans. Dr. Likey. Indeed, when your Saiyans invaded our planet, you not only conquered it, but exterminated my entire race. Although I managed to escape to a spaceship, I later succumbed to my injuries on the grievance amplification device. Grievance amplification device? It was this very device that resurrected me as a vengeful spirit. Gohan, a vengeful spirit? In my quest for revenge, I amassed numerous spirits to create formidable undead warriors. Goku clenched his fists, seething with anger. No matter your hatred towards us, I will not allow you to destroy Earth. Huh. As Goku shouted, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged forward. Dr. Likey chuckled coldly as a green energy shield enveloped his body. Goku's right fist struck the shield forcefully, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Startled, Goku quickly retreated. Haha. Dr. Likey laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with himself. Seeing this, Goku clasped his hands behind him and shouted, Kamehameha. Piccolo and the others followed suit, unleashing their own ultimate techniques. Demon Flash Cannon, Demon Light, Power Blast. With a resounding explosion, Dr. Likey's energy shield shattered under the combined assault of the four. Boom. With a thunderous blast, Dr. Likey was obliterated, his soul absorbed by the grievance amplification device behind him. After a moment, a powerful energy surged from the device, causing Goku and the others to exchange worried glances. What an immense power! Before they could comprehend, a towering figure with red skin and adorned with blue gemstones on his chest, head, hands, and feet emerged. The figure was named Hachiak, a vengeful warrior created by Dr. Likey to exact revenge on the Saiyans. Goku asked, Who are you? Hachiak did not respond, but instead began to gather energy, launching an attack. Goku swiftly dodged. Boom. The ground erupted in a massive explosion. Seeing this, Gohan and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans and charged forward. Wish. Bang bang bang. The two engaged Hachiak in a fierce battle, but his defenses were impenetrable, rendering their attacks ineffective. Observing their plight, Goku and Piccolo joined the fray. At that moment, Hachiak crossed his arms, and the blue gems on his body emitted a green glow. Goku and Piccolo exchanged startled glances. Avengers Cannon! Hachiak shouted, unleashing the green energy towards Goku. Boom. Goku was struck by the blast and sent flying. Dad. Gohan's expression changed as he furiously charged at Hachiak. Wish. Bang bang bang. Gohan's fist struck like lightning as he battled Hachiak. After a brief skirmish, Hachiak increased his speed and delivered a powerful punch, sending Gohan tumbling away. Gohan. Piccolo shouted angrily as he rushed toward Hachiak. Wish. Bang bang bang. Hachiak dodged while countering Piccolo's attacks. Bang. After several exchanges, Hachiak landed a punch on Piccolo, sending him crashing into a nearby metal pipe. At that moment, Hachiak crossed his arms once more, with the blue gemstones radiating green light. 1, 2, 3, 4. Goku silently counted the time Hachiak required to gather energy. Avengers Cannon. Upon reaching 6, Hachiak completed his energy accumulation and directed it toward Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta swiftly evaded. Boom. The energy wave exploded upon impact, causing the entire dark planet to tremble violently. 6 seconds. His energy wave will be ready in 6 seconds. Goku shouted to the others. They nodded in understanding. Then, the four charged toward Hachiak simultaneously. Hachiak, noticing their approach, crossed his arms once more, summoning the green light from the blue gemstones. Goku and the others halted, gathering their own energy. Kamehameha. Demon Light. Demon Light. Power Blast. As Goku released his Kamehameha, Gohan and the others unleashed their energy waves in unison. Boom. With a cataclysmic explosion, Hachiak was vanquished. However, before the four could catch their breath, the dark planet suddenly erupted with a tremendous explosion. This is bad. The place is about to blow up. Quick, hold on to me. Piccolo and Gohan nodded, placing their hands on Goku's shoulders, while Vegeta silently placed his hand on Goku's back. Wish. Chapter 21. Rex. Upon sensing the aura of Reg, Sun Wukong promptly returned to Earth. In Bulma's backyard, Reg stood alongside Krillin and the others. Is everything resolved, Wukong? Krillin inquired. Yes, Sun Wukong replied with a nod. So who is behind the plan to destroy Earth this time? After hearing this, Sun Wukong recounted the events that transpired on the Dark Planet. Zyphurians? How many enemies do you Saiyans truly have? I'm not certain. You would have to ask Vegeta about that. However, Frieza likely has more adversaries than we do. He replied. Indeed, he has many more, but Frieza seldom takes action himself. Most of the time, it is his subordinates who do the fighting, Vegeta remarked with a snort. In the southern galaxy, on a planet named M78, an elderly man with pale blue skin and blue-tinted glasses had just conquered the world. This man was Dr. Mew from Dragon Ball GT, once the king of the Zyphurians. He created mutated robots and was wholly engrossed in developing the most powerful variant of these machines. At that moment, the planet M78 had been transformed into a metallic world by the mutated robots he had engineered. Once I create the most formidable mutant robots, I shall take my revenge on you Saiyans. As time passed, 5 years swiftly went by. During these years, Earth remained relatively peaceful. On Mount Bowsy, Reg was currently instructing Lei Xiaodian, Trunks, and Sun Wutian in the art of fusion. At this moment, Lei Xiaodian and Trunks pressed their fingers together, their hands symmetrically aligned, each raising one foot. Fusion. At Reg's signal, the two awkwardly approached each other like crabs. They then extended their index fingers toward one another. With a brilliant flash of white light, they fused into one entity. A plump figure clad in a black vest appeared before Reg and the others. This rotund being represented the failed fusion of Lei Xiaodian and Trunks. Is this fusion? Sun Wutian asked, somewhat speechless, directing his gaze at Reg. Ahem, Reg replied, his expression slightly embarrassed. They misaligned their fingers at the last moment. Let's try again in 30 minutes. We have to do it again? The chubby Rex protested. Yet, under Reg's stern gaze, he reluctantly agreed. 30 minutes later, after they separated, they resumed the fusion dance under Reg's command. Fusion, with another dazzling flash of light. A robust youth clad in attire reminiscent of the Metamorphs emerged. This was Rex, the successful result of their fusion. Excellent. Reg nodded in satisfaction. Now, unleash an attack on me. I wish to witness your strength. All right, father, but don't be startled. Understood, Reg acknowledged. With that, Rex lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick towards Reg. Reg raised his right hand to block the attack. Rex retracted his leg and struck out with his hands like lightning, aiming for Reg. With a swift movement, Reg dodged the assault. Rex then stepped back, gathering energy in both hands, and hurled it toward Reg. With a flash, Reg evaded the energy waves. Boom, boom. The waves exploded upon contact with the ground. Damn it. Rex clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Reg's gaze sharpened. With a mighty roar, Rex charged at Reg once more. Whoosh. Bang. 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 With a series of intense sounds, Rex relentlessly drove Reg backward. Boom. Reg found himself cornered against a towering mountain. Ha! Rex suddenly shouted, launching a full-force punch towards Reg. Bang. In that instant, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan, swiftly grasping Rex's right fist. Rex was taken aback. At that moment, Reg's knee struck Rex's abdomen with force, sending him flying. Whoosh. Bang. Rex shot through the air like a projectile, crashing into a mountain. Upon witnessing this, Reg reverted to his original state. A while later, Rex emerged from the mountain. This is the power of fusion. Once you separate, you can try fusing with Wutian. Yes. Rex nodded. Just as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky. It was Sun Wukong. Father, Sun Wutian exclaimed. Sun Wukong nodded and turned to Rex. Who is he? He is the fusion of Xiaodian and Trunks. Fusion? Indeed. Reg briefly explained the concept of fusion to Sun Wukong. I see. So if I were to fuse with Gohan, could I defeat you? You may certainly try. Reg chuckled. Hee. On second thought, perhaps I shall refrain. Subsequently, intrigued by Rex's strength, Sun Wukong engaged in a spar with him. By noon, Sun Wukong returned home with Sun Wutian, while Trunks remained at Reg's house for a meal. In the afternoon, The three reconvened to practice fusion until evening, when they each returned to their respective homes. As it was summer, darkness fell later, and after Reg's family finished dinner, the sky had not yet completely darkened. It was only after Reg went to take a shower that nightfall truly enveloped the land. Dressed in Saiyan battle attire, Reg ventured to an uninhabited mountain. Tonight marked the 15th, and the moon hung full and bright in the sky. Reg hoped to utilize the brilliance of the full moon to see if he could ascend to Super Saiyan 4. With this thought, he gazed upward, beholding the luminous orb above. Bang, bang, bang. His heart raced violently, his eyes turned crimson, and hair erupted from his body. With a resounding roar, Reg transformed into a golden great ape, unleashing a thunderous howl towards the moon. He then stomped the ground with force, clenching his hands as he struck at the surrounding trees. Boom! A line of trees fell beneath his might. No! Reg roared, gradually regaining his senses. He then embraced the moon with his arms, a fiery red aura enveloping him. Suddenly, bolts of lightning descended from the sky. With a deafening roar, Reg's body began to shrink at a visible pace. Under the weight of Reg's immense energy, the very ground of Earth trembled. At that moment, the Z warriors across the planet felt the overwhelming power radiating from Reg. Chapter 22, Super Saiyan 4. What on earth is happening? How could Reger's aura suddenly become so formidable? This, Reger's energy. Damn it. The moment Vegeta lay down to rest, he was jolted awake by the overwhelming presence of Rege. On North Kai's planet, North Kai wore a grave expression as he gazed towards Earth. How strong must Rege become to feel satisfied with his training? In the Kaioshin realm, East Kaioshin and Jebet looked at Earth in disbelief. Lord Kaioshin, did you feel that? A powerful energy has suddenly manifested on Earth. East Kaioshin nodded. Indeed. And that individual is the Saiyan we encountered on North Kai's planet. You mean that Saiyan named Rege? East Kaioshin nodded again. Babidi has now gone to Earth. If he could lend a hand, we might swiftly locate Babidi. But can we trust this individual? On Earth, Rege had transformed back into his humanoid form. His body was covered in red fur except for his head, chest, and palms. He possessed long, dark hair, red eyelids and eye sockets, and golden pupils. His upper body was bare, while he wore yellow trousers and black boots, secured with a blue belt. Is this the Super Saiyan 4? Rege clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. It was Son Goku. Goku. Goku nodded. Are you Rege? Yes, Rege confirmed. Then why do you look like this? This is Super Saiyan 4. It is a primal transformation of the Super Saiyan. And I could only achieve it due to tonight's full moon. The full moon. Goku looked up at the radiant moon. Since his tail had been removed long ago, he felt no change despite seeing the full moon. It's getting late. If you have questions, let us converse as we walk. All right. The two departed the forest. Upon returning home, Lei Xiaodian and Supari immediately inquired about Reger's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Rege briefly recounted his transformation process and demonstrated his Super Saiyan 4 form before them. Dad, I want to train to become a Super Saiyan 4 too. Rege smiled and nodded. The following morning, shortly after breakfast, two visitors arrived at Reger's home. They were East Kaioshin and Jebet. Who are you? Rege feigned ignorance. Addressing the two. Cough, cough. Jebet cleared his throat, his expression serious. Human, heed my words. This individual before you is the supreme deity, Lord Kaioshin. Jebet, do not be rude. It is Lord Kaioshin. Jebet lowered his head. Oh, what brings you both to me? We have come to seek your assistance regarding a grave matter. A grave matter? Indeed. While you humans were just learning to walk, an evil sorcerer named Babidi existed at the other end of the universe. One day, Babidi unexpectedly created a terrifying creature known as Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Yes, after his creation, under Bibidi's control, Majin Buu wreaked havoc across planets, destroying hundreds in mere months. At that time, there were 5 Kaioshins in the universe, namely the 4 major Kaioshins of the East, West, South, and North, along with the Grand Kaioshin who governed them. What were their powers like? Each one could defeat Frieza with just a finger. And what happened next? The courageous South Kaioshin, upon learning of this, immediately confronted Majin Buu, only to be absorbed by him. Later, I and the West Kaioshin joined forces against Majin Buu. But he was so powerful that the West Kaioshin sacrificed himself to protect me. As East Kaioshin recounted this, he clenched his hands tightly, gritting his teeth. Afterward, the North Kaioshin also fell to Majin Buu. Finally, the Grand Kaioshin intervened, but Majin Buu absorbed him as well. Absorbed? Majin Buu can envelop an individual with part of his body and absorb them into himself. Oh, I see. Later, for reasons unknown, Bibidi sealed Majin Buu on Earth. Seizing the opportunity, I discovered Bibidi's lair and eliminated him. I thought that was the end, but recently, something dreadful occurred. Dreadful? Yes. East Kaioshin nodded. Babidi, Bibidi's offspring, has emerged. Like his father, he is an evil sorcerer and knows the incantation to release Majin Buu from his seal. Not long ago, he secretly arrived on Earth. He's come to Earth? Yes. We seek your aid to locate Babidi and prevent him from unsealing Majin Buu. I can help, but what do I gain in return? What do you seek? East Kaioshin inquired. Who is this individual? Rege gestured towards Jebet. He is my attendant. Then I want him to serve me for a year and obey my every command. Serve you? Jebet immediately wanted to protest, but East Kaioshin preemptively intervened. If you help me stop Majin Buu's revival, Jebet shall serve you for a year and follow your orders. Lord Kaioshin. Jebet felt despondent. As a Kaioshin's attendant, he had always held a sense of pride. Now, East Kaioshin declared that if Rege helped prevent Majin Buu's resurrection, he would serve Rege for a year. Though a year is not long, the thought of obeying a human was deeply unsettling. However, Jebet believed Rege could not even locate Bibidi's hideout and doubted his capabilities. With this thought, Jebet's mood lightened considerably. And what is his name? Jebet, East Kaioshin replied. Oh, then I shall call him Little Jeb. Little Jeb. Jebet glared at Rege with fury. What's wrong, Little Jeb? Chapter 23, Babidi Humph. Jebet scoffed, turning his head away. Reg, are you joining us in the search for Babidi? Reg smiled. Isn't it just about finding someone? Trust me, I can help you locate him in no time. Very soon. Jebet was taken aback and turned around. The East Kaioshin was equally astonished. What method do you possess that will assist us in finding Babidi? Have you heard of the Dragon Balls? Dragon Balls? They are magical orbs, a total of 7. If we gather all 7, we can summon the Eternal Dragon, who will grant us any wish. Such wonders exist on Earth. Jebet's expression changed. If Reg spoke the truth, he would undoubtedly end up as Reg's subordinate. He could only pray that the Dragon Balls would fail to reveal Bibidi's whereabouts. And where are the Dragon Balls now? The East Kaioshin inquired. On Earth. On Earth? Scattered across the entire planet? What? So we must first find those orbs? Jebet exclaimed excitedly. Reg nodded. How large are the orbs? This big. Reg gestured with his hands. That's small. With the vastness of Earth, you expect us to locate such tiny spheres? Time would be better spent directly searching for Bibidi's location, wouldn't you agree, Lord Kaioshin? Jebet shouted, visibly agitated. The East Kaioshin nodded slightly. Who said the Dragon Balls are small and difficult to find? Reg, do you possess a method to swiftly locate them? The Dragon Ball radar. Reg replied. Dragon Ball radar? Reg confirmed. It is a device specifically designed to locate the Dragon Balls. Jebet's expression shifted at this revelation. East Kaioshin asked, Reg, where is the Dragon Ball radar now? It's at my sister-in-law's house. Sister-in-law? Reg nodded. Where is she now? In West City. In West City, Bulma was leisurely seated in a chair, sipping a freshly brewed cup of coffee when Reg and the others suddenly appeared, startling her and causing her to spit out the coffee she had just sipped. Reg. Recognizing him, Bulma sprang up in a flurry. Could you not just appear out of nowhere and give me a fright? Sorry. Reg chuckled apologetically. Who are these two? Bulma's anger subsided slightly. This is Jebet. And this is the Kaioshin. Kaioshin? Really? Jebet claims to be the god at the pinnacle of the universe. Jebet clenched his teeth in frustration. I am not called Jebet. I am Jebet. I understand, Little Jeb. Reg's just infuriated Jebet, who felt a surge of anger, but the East Kaioshin shot him a look that calmed him down. Oh, is that so? And you brought them here too. I would like to borrow the Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Ball radar? Has something occurred? Bulma asked. Reg nodded. It's a long story. Let us gather the 7 Dragon Balls first. All right, I will fetch the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma said, turning to enter her house. After a while, she emerged with the Dragon Ball radar and handed it to Reg. Upon receiving it, Reg immediately set off to search for the Dragon Balls. The East Kaioshin and Jebet remained in the yard. Curious, Bulma inquired about Reg's purpose for seeking the 7 Dragon Balls. Eventually, after some time, Reg returned to Bulma's yard with all 7 Dragon Balls. As the summoning incantation was recited, the Eternal Dragon swiftly appeared. State your wish. Any wish can be granted. But only 3. I wish to know where Babidi is hiding, the East Kaioshin declared. Jebet, with a tense expression, watched the Eternal Dragon, internally hoping that it would not reveal Bibidi's location. Very well, I shall ascertain that, but it will require some time. The Eternal Dragon replied, its eyes shimmering red. Understood. The East Kaishin nodded. Moments later, a map descended from the sky into the East Kaishin's hands, clearly indicating their current position in relation to Babbidi's hideout. This map marks the location of Babbidi's lair. Thank you immensely. The East Kaishin clutched the map tightly, treating it as a treasure. The Eternal Dragon nodded. You still have 2 wishes remaining. At present, we have no other wishes. Reg stated. Very well, until we meet again. With that, the Eternal Dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattered across the earth. Shall we proceed to Babbidi's hideout now? Indeed. In a secluded mountain area in the east of Earth, a short man with yellow skin was making his way towards a white house. This man was none other than Babbidi, the target of East Kaishin and his companions. Following closely behind him was a man with red skin, clad in a blue cloak named Dubra, the king of the demon realm. Babbidi had ventured into the demon realm to quickly resurrect Mage and Bu, using magic to control Dubra. Just as the two entered the house, 3 figures suddenly flew down from the sky. It was Reg and his companions. Look, there appears to be a white house beneath Lord Kaishin. The East Kaishin nodded, glancing at the map in his hand. If this map is accurate, that should be the elevator entrance to Babbidi's spaceship. An elevator? No wonder that house is so small. The East Kaishin confirmed. As they approached the elevator, they found the doors closed. How do we open it? With that, Reg focused his energy into a blade and effortlessly sliced through the elevator doors. Jebbet felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Reg's speed was so swift that he barely registered the movement, though the East Kaishin was also taken aback. He maintained a calm demeanor. The stronger Reg's abilities, the greater their chances of defeating Babbidi. Shall we enter? Yes. Inside Babbidi's spaceship, Babbidi had sensed the arrival of Reg and his companions. Damn, it's the Kaishin. Dubra, is the Kaishin formidable? Babbidi nodded. Indeed. Can they be defeated? I'm not sure. However, if he was capable of killing my father, he must possess considerable strength. Shall I go out and eliminate them, Master Babbidi? No need. I have stationed guards on the 1st and 2nd levels. It will be a perfect opportunity to test their strength. Understood. Meanwhile, Reg and his companions had reached the 1st level of Babbidi's spaceship. Chapter 24. Reg versus Dubra. It is peculiar. It seems there is no one here, Jebbet remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Just as he finished speaking, a man clad in white armor with jet-black skin materialized before them. The individual was named Pippi, a loyal subordinate of Babbidi in the cosmos. The East Kaishin's expression grew serious as he inquired, Who are you? Where is Babbidi now? My name is Pippi, a trusted aide of Lord Babbidi. If you wish to meet him, you must first surpass me, Pippi declared defiantly. Damn it. Jebbet clenched his teeth in frustration. Reg, with a calm demeanor, stepped forward. Pippi sneered, launching a sidekick aimed at Reg's head. Whoosh. However, just as Pippi's foot was about to make contact, Reg's figure faded like an afterimage. Pippi's kick struck nothing but air. Curse it. Pippi fumed, gritting his teeth as a blade of energy suddenly pierced from his chest. With a cry of anguish, he collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. The East Kaishin and Jebbet exchanged astonished glances, gazing at Reg standing behind Pippi. Reg's strength far exceeded their expectations. Since there is no one here, shall we proceed to the next floor? Reg proposed calmly. Very well. The 3 then ascended the elevator to the 2nd level. Curse it. In the control room of the spaceship, Babbidi's expression turned furious upon witnessing Pippi's demise. Lord Babbidi, that fellow's power is extraordinary. It seems I must take action myself. Patience, let us observe for now. You are my final trump card, Babbidi replied. By the way, bring over the energy collector. I wish to assess how much energy this fellow possesses. Yes, Lord Babbidi. Meanwhile, Reg and his companions arrived at the 2nd level of the spaceship. Is there no one here either? Jebbet remarked, scanning the area. No sooner had he spoken than a humanoid creature resembling an insect, entirely green, emerged. This creature was named Yego, another of Babbidi's subordinates. The monster Yego. The East Kaishin gasped. Do you recognize this creature? The East Kaishin nodded. Yego is a notorious monster in the cosmos. I never imagined Babbidi would manage to subdue him as well. At that moment, Yego grinned wickedly, drooling profusely. It may be a bit scant, but I could manage a meal. Is that so? However, I fear you may not have the appetite for it. Reg replied with a smile. Ha. Let me tell you, I've devoured countless humans like you, Yego boasted. Reg coldly smirked, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the surroundings grew exceedingly dim. Reg's eyes narrowed slightly. This is Babbidi's magic. He can manipulate the environment to favor Yego, the East Kaishin warned. Reg nodded and transformed into a Super Saiyan right there. Instantly, the area was illuminated by the golden light emanating from Reg. "What is this?" Jebet exclaimed. "A Super Saiyan," the East Kaishan remarked slowly. "Haha, what a brilliant light. I absolutely adore consuming light," Yego exclaimed, opening his mouth to inhale towards Reg. Reg merely chuckled, standing firm in place. Whoosh! A significant portion of the golden light was absorbed by Yego. "Reg, do not transform into a Super Saiyan. He is absorbing your light," the East Kaishan urged, his expression changing. Reg ignored the East Kaishan's warning, instead allowing his golden aura to intensify. "Haha, it has been ages since I've feasted so well," Yego rejoiced. "Damn it." In the control room of the spaceship, Babidi was using the energy collector brought by Dubra to measure Reg's energy. 60 million watts. Upon seeing the display on the energy collector, Babidi's complexion changed dramatically. "What?" Dubra, standing nearby, was equally shocked. "If that fellow possesses 60 million watts of energy, then Yego is no match for him." On the other side, as Yego continued to absorb Reg's energy, his stomach quickly swelled. Reg chuckled softly as the golden light around him flickered. Boom. The energy Yego had absorbed exceeded his body's limits, resulting in an explosion within him. Himself exploded. The East Kaishan and Jebet gasped in shock. Reg nodded and reverted to his normal form. "Shall we proceed to the next floor?" "Indeed." In the control room of the spaceship, Babidi stared incredulously at the crystal ball before him. Yego actually self-destructed. Dubra nodded. It seems he exploded because he reached the limit of energy he could absorb. What a fool. Babidi cursed vehemently. "Lord Babidi, it appears I must take matters into my own hands." Babidi nodded. "Be careful." "Understood, Lord Babidi," Dubra replied before swiftly departing the control room. Babidi turned to glance at the enormous egg of Majin Buu behind him. On the third floor of the spaceship, Reg and his companions were scanning the area to see if anyone was guarding it. Just then, the door to the cabin opened, revealing Dubra clad in blue attire. "The King of the Demon Realm, Dubra." The East Kaishan gasped, shocked at Dubra's approach. "Hiki." Dubra chuckled lightly, swiftly advancing toward Reg. Babidi, concerned that their battle might awaken Majin Buu, transformed their surroundings into a barren mountainous terrain. "The environment has changed," Jebet noted. "Indeed," the East Kaishan confirmed. Whoosh. Just as the two were conversing, Dubra suddenly launched an energy wave at Reg with his right hand. Reg raised his hand and effortlessly deflected the energy wave. In that instant, Dubra vanished from sight, reappearing behind Reg. Reg turned his head to glance back, delivering a powerful punch to Dubra's abdomen. "Ah!" Dubra screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Reg swiftly pivoted, striking Dubra's abdomen once more with a forceful blow. Bang! Boom! Boom! With a deafening crash, Dubra's body shot forth like a projectile, crashing through several mountains behind him. Chapter 25. The Lei family's steward in awe. The East Kaishan and Jebet gazed at Reg. Although they had previously witnessed Reg's formidable strength, they could not compare it to the likes of mere nuisances or the Demon King Dapra. After a moment, Dapra emerged from the massive rock that had overwhelmed him. With a fierce grip, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan. Dapra, witnessing this, let out a mighty roar and charged forward. Swiftly, he closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks at Reg. Reg deftly dodged Dapra's strikes with a slight shift of his body. Infuriated, Dapra spat at Reg in a fit of rage. "Watch out," the East Kaishan exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm. Reg evaded the attack effortlessly. In a fit of anger, Dapra conjured a long blade and swung it at Reg. With a swift motion, Reg raised his right hand, catching the blade mid-swing. With a crack, the blade shattered at its tip. "What?" Dapra gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Reg raised his left hand, summoning a golden energy flame. "No!" Dapra screamed in horror. With a thunderous explosion, he was reduced to ashes. Dapra has been annihilated. The East Kaishan and Jebet stared in shock at Reg. They had anticipated a grueling battle, yet Reg had dispatched Dapra with astonishing swiftness. In the control room of the spaceship, Babidi watched the scene unfold through his crystal ball, disbelief etched on his face. Dapra was his most powerful subordinate. If he could not withstand Reg and his companions, the rest would surely be no match. Realizing the impending danger, Babidi glanced at the Majin Buu egg behind him. He had originally planned to gather enough energy to revive Buu, but with Reg and his companions approaching, he feared he would meet the same fate as his father. After a moment's contemplation, Babidi began to chant the unsealing incantation, preparing to awaken the Majin Buu egg. Just then, Reg and the others burst in. Babidi. The East Kaishin shouted, instantly teleporting beside him. Babidi's expression changed as he continued the incantation. The East Kaishin, eyes blazing, emitted a brilliant white light. Boom. Babidi cried out in agony as his face was scorched. In a swift motion, the East Kaishin grasped Babidi's neck tightly. Babidi struggled, desperately pounding on the East Kaishin's arm. With a decisive twist, the East Kaishin snapped Babidi's neck. Babidi's eyes rolled back, and he fell lifeless. The East Kaishin released a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, reviving Majin Buu would have posed a great problem. Indeed, Jebet nodded. Reg inquired, what are you planning to do with the egg? The East Kaishin and Jebet turned their gazes toward the Majin Buu egg. Let us leave it for now, the East Kaishin decided after a moment's thought. Well, since I have helped you locate Babidi and thwart his revival of Majin Buu, you should honor our previous agreement, Jebet said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Had he known Reg was so powerful, he would never have dared to offend him. The East Kaishin nodded. From this day forth, Jebet, you shall be Reg's attendant. Yes, Lord Kaishin. Jebet reluctantly agreed. Little Jeb. Reg smiled at Jebet. What is it? Jebet replied, his voice tinged with tension. Come home with me. All right. Jebet quickly followed Reg. Upon returning home, Reg introduced Jebet to Sapari and Lei Xiaotian. This is Little Jeb, our steward for the coming year. Steward? Sapari queried. But Reg, our finances are barely sufficient for ourselves. How can we afford a steward? He works for free. Reg chuckled. Free? Sapari looked at Jebet. Indeed, Jebet affirmed. Little Jeb. In addition to assisting around the house, you'll also train with Xiaotian. Train? Jebet was taken aback. At that moment, Lei Xiaotian, only 8 years old, interjected. Dad, this person seems weak. Can he really train with me? As Jebet pondered this, Lei Xiaotian's voice rang out again. Jebet realized he must establish his authority before this young boy. Don't underestimate me, Xiaotian. I am, after all, the attendant of the Lord Kaishin. What is the Lord Kaishin? Lei Xiaotian inquired. The Lord Kaishin is a deity at the pinnacle of the universe. Is he powerful? Extremely powerful. More powerful than Dad? Well, the Lord Kaishin is certainly very strong within the universe. Really? Lei Xiaotian shrugged, losing interest. Now, Little Jeb, you should train with Xiaotian. All right. The two exited the house and made their way outside. Little Jeb, shall we begin? Though slightly displeased by the title, Jebet nodded. Ha! Lei Xiaotian shouted, charging forward. Such speed. Jebet was taken aback, quickly raising his hands to defend against the onslaught. Bang! 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 Jebet was pushed back by Lei Xiaotian's relentless attacks. Suddenly, Lei Xiaotian shouted, launching a powerful punch at Jebet. Bang! With a violent crash, Jebet was sent hurtling into the mountains behind him, creating a spider web-like crater around him. Ouch! That hurts. Jebet yelped. It dawned on him then that Lei Xiaotian's earlier bravado was not mere arrogance. He had truly underestimated his opponent. Are you all right, Uncle Jeb? I am fine. Jebet replied as he slowly crawled out from the mountains. Xiaotian, can I ask you something? What is it? Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Of course. Jebet's face paled. What kind of creature could transform into a Super Saiyan at such a young age? He was grateful he had asked beforehand. Otherwise, he might not have survived the encounter. So, Xiaotian, when I train with you, could you refrain from transforming into a Super Saiyan? Chapter 26. The Kaishin Sword Excellent. Lei Xiaotian exclaimed with a beaming smile. Jebet let out a sigh of relief. Shortly after, the two resumed their battle. Due to Jebet's significantly weaker strength, he found himself predominantly on the receiving end of the blows. After a while, Lei Xiaotian abruptly halted his attacks. How dull. Little J's uncle is far too weak. He is no match for me. Pathetically weak. Jebet felt as though a dagger had pierced his heart upon hearing Lei Xiaotian's words. After speaking, Lei Xiaotian soared off towards Sun Wutin's residence. Seeing this, Jebet immediately employed his healing technique to mend his wounds. Noon arrived, and Jebet found himself dining at the Reg family's home. Noticing the iron utensils on the table, he inquired with curiosity, Madam Reg. Do you exclusively use iron utensils in your household? Sapari nodded. The stone bowls are too fragile and easily damaged during washing. Is that so? Jebet responded, intrigued. Just then, Lei Gu and Lei Xiaotian swiftly grabbed food from the table, beginning to eat with fervor. Jebet was taken aback. Don't mind them. They usually behave this way. Sapari chuckled. Jebet nodded slightly. In the afternoon, Lei Gu requested Jebet's assistance in tidying up the house. Over the following days, Jebet found himself burdened with numerous tasks assigned by Lei Gu. Although he harbored resentment toward Lego, he dared not voice it. A week later, Lego approached Jibet, expressing a desire to learn the divine instant transmission technique. You wish to learn instant transmission? But Haven T, you already mastered it? My instant transmission necessitates the perception of energy, while yours appears to require none, Jibet affirmed. Nodding, Jibet continued, this technique was imparted to me by Lord Kaioshin. If I am to teach you, I must first seek his permission. Lega nodded in agreement. If you are willing to teach me this technique, I shall allow you to return early. Jibet felt a surge of excitement, instantly teleporting back to the Kaioshin realm. He then relayed Lego's request to the East Kaioshin. Instant transmission? The East Kaioshin inquired. But hasn't he already mastered it? Lego's instant transmission requires energy perception. Perhaps he seeks to explore some uninhabited planets, hence his desire to learn our technique. Then you shall teach him instant transmission. The East Kaioshin decided. Understood, Lord Kaioshin. Jibet replied. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well. Jibet promptly teleported back to Earth. In the days that followed, Jibet diligently instructed Lei Gu in the art of instant transmission. As time swiftly passed, October arrived. Under Jibet's tutelage, Lei Gu successfully mastered the divine instant transmission technique. True to his word, he concluded his time as Lei Gu's attendant and departed from Earth. In the Kaioshin realm, Jibet sat beside a fire, roasting a wild fowl he had just captured. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Lei Gu. Lei Gu, Jibet exclaimed, startled by the sudden arrival. The East Kaioshin, hearing the commotion, glanced over. Lei Gu nodded and gestured toward a pond in front of the East Kaioshin. In the center of the pond stood a towering stone pillar, atop which rested a sword hilt. This hilt belonged to the Kaioshin sword. The very sword that sealed the old Kaioshin. Lei Gu, how did you arrive here? The East Kaioshin asked as he approached. I have come to draw the Kaioshin sword. Lei Gu declared. The Kaioshin sword? Lei Gu confirmed. That sword above the pond must be the Kaioshin sword, correct? The East Kaioshin nodded. Legend has it that whoever draws the Kaioshin sword shall gain immense power. Lei Gu, do you seek to draw this sword in hopes of acquiring such power? With a light chuckle, Lei Gu nodded and then soared toward the pond. Whoosh thud, he quickly landed atop the stone pillar. The East Kaioshin and Jibet watched anxiously as Lei Gu approached the sword. They had previously attempted to draw it but found it immovable, regardless of their efforts. Whoosh, at that moment, Lei Gu grasped the hilt of the Kaioshin sword. Boom. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered like a spider's web, splintering outward. Lei Gu exerted force, effortlessly pulling the Kaioshin sword free, sending it soaring into the air. Boom. The ground below collapsed. The Kaioshin sword has been drawn. Jibet exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. The East Kaioshin confirmed, nodding. Whoosh thud, holding the Kaioshin sword, Lei Gu landed on the grass before the East Kaioshin. The sword was heavy. Yet Lei Gu wielded it with ease. Have you acquired immense power? The East Kaioshin asked curiously. Not at all. Aside from its weight, it seems rather ordinary. Ordinary? Indeed. Why don't you give it a try? Very well. The East Kaioshin replied, eager to test its weight. Seeing this, Lei Gu promptly presented the sword upright. The East Kaioshin grasped the hilt with both hands. Shall I release it now? The East Kaioshin nodded, only to find the sword exceedingly heavy. Boom. As soon as Lei Gu released his grip, the East Kaioshin lost control of the sword, falling to the ground along with it. Jibet gasped, rushing to assist. Lord Kaioshin, are you all right? I'm fine. The East Kaioshin stammered, raising his swollen hands to blow on them. Lei Gu chuckled, effortlessly retrieving the sword from the ground. Now you understand how heavy this sword truly is, don't you? The East Kaioshin nodded in agreement. Lord Kaioshin, you must surely believe this sword is exceptionally sharp? Of course. Then shall we test it? How would you like to test it? The East Kaioshin inquired. I wish to see if this sword can sever the hardest material in the universe. Very well. The East Kaioshin raised his right hand, conjuring a black cube that materialized in midair. This is the hardest material in the universe, Kashin steel. Upon witnessing this, Lei Gu quickly retreated several hundred meters. The East Kaioshin waved his hand, directing the Kashin steel toward Lei Gu. Raising the Kaioshin sword, Lei Gu swung it at the Kashin steel. Clang. The Kaioshin sword collided with the Kashin steel. Crack with a sharp sound, the Kaioshin sword suddenly shattered. Lei Gu swiftly evaded the debris. Boom. The Kashin steel crashed heavily to the ground. The Kaioshin sword is broken. The East Kaioshin and Jibet exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the sword now in two pieces. It appears this sword is not as formidable as you claimed, Lei Gu remarked, casually tossing aside the shattered half of the Kaioshin sword. Chapter 27, The Mysterious Rege versus Dragoness, the God Sword of the King. Upon witnessing this, Jebbet hurriedly retrieved the god sword of the king that Rege had discarded. Even if the sword were to break into two pieces, it would still be a treasure of their divine realm. In truth, the sword's might does not stem from the sword itself, but from me. At that moment, a foreign voice echoed behind the East King God. Startled, the East King God swiftly turned around, only to behold an elderly figure clad in the attire of a king god. This elder was none other than the old king god. "Who are you, old man?" he inquired. Cough, cough. The old king god cleared his throat and replied, "I am the king god from 15 generations ago." 15 generations ago? The East King God and Jebbet gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the old king god responded calmly. "Moreover, what you have heard about drawing the god sword of the king to gain unparalleled power was actually propagated by me." "You propagated it?" "Yes. I initially thought it would be a king god from some generation who would draw this sword, but to my surprise, each generation was weaker than the last, culminating in a mere human pulling it out." The old king god squinted, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I am truly sorry." The East King God blushed with embarrassment. The old king god snorted derisively and turned his gaze towards Rege. "Was it you who drew the god sword of the king?" "Yes." Rege nodded. "Since it was you who drew the sword, as a token of gratitude, I can assist you in elevating your power to its peak." "To its peak?" "Indeed. However, it will require a considerable amount of time." "How long?" "The ritual will take 5 hours, and enhancing your power will require an additional 20 hours. "Such a long time." "Yes. So, would you like my assistance in boosting your power?" "Yes." Rege consented with a nod. Although the old king god's method of enhancement was time-consuming, it was undoubtedly quicker than Rege's own training. Observing this, the old king god raised his hands and began the ritual beside Rege. 5 hours later, the old king god completed the ritual. Since the enhancement of Rege's power still required 20 more hours, he had to remain in the realm of the king gods. 20 hours later, the enhancement was complete. Rege clenched his fists, an astonishing aura radiating from his entire being. What? An incredibly powerful aura. The East King God and Jebbet were taken aback. On Earth, the overwhelming energy emanating from Rege was felt by Son Goku and his companions. What? An astonishing aura. Just how powerful is Rege now? In the realm of the King Gods, after sensing his newfound strength, Rege was preparing to inquire with the old King God about how to utilize instant transmission to travel to other universes when a woman, with skin as white as snow and adorned in a silvery robe, descended from the sky. The woman was tall, with exquisite features and long, glossy black hair cascading down like a waterfall. How did she arrive here? The old King God exclaimed in surprise. "Do you know her, esteemed ancestor?" the East King God asked, immediately turning his gaze towards the old King God. "She is the daughter of the dragon god, Salama." "The dragon god Salama? The creator of the Super Dragon Balls?" "Indeed. Long time no see, old King God." The woman greeted him warmly. "It has been quite a while." She then turned her attention to Rege. "Was that powerful aura you just emitted?" Rege nodded. "And who might you be?" "My name is Salis." "Salis. I happened to be near the divine realm and felt your energy, so I became curious and came to take a look." "Oh. Furthermore, how come you possess the magical energy of our dragon clan?" Salis narrowed her eyes. "That is a bit of energy I requested from the dragon." "The dragon? Does the realm of the king gods have dragon balls?" "No. I asked the dragon for some energy while I was on Earth." "I see. However, more than the dragon balls, I am now more intrigued about your strength." "My strength?" "As expected." The old King God sighed. "What do you mean by that, esteemed ancestor?" "You will find out shortly." "Shortly?" The East King God immediately looked at Salis. "I wish to have a battle with you," Salis said with a smile. "A battle with me?" "Yes." "Do you dare?" "If it's a fight, then I have nothing to fear." As Salis laughed, she prepared to engage in combat with Rege. Suddenly, the old King God stepped forward and intervened. "Salis, I have no objections to your duel, but could you possibly choose another location to fight?" Salis glanced at the old King God with a playful smile. "No." The old King God, left speechless, had no choice but to take the East King God and the others to the lower realm for refuge. Seeing this, Salis turned to Rege. "Then let us begin." "All right." Rege nodded and transformed into a beam of white light, charging upward. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Rege moved like a flash, continuously pushing Salis back. Bang. With a powerful punch, Rege sent Salis flying into a mountain. Curse it. Salis raised her right hand, causing the mountain to float effortlessly in the air. Psychic abilities? Rege was taken aback and launched an energy wave toward the mountain. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the entire mountain was obliterated. The smoke and dust from the explosion enveloped Salus, obscuring her surroundings. Rege's eyes narrowed slightly as a silvery figure suddenly appeared behind him. He swiftly shifted forward and turned. Just as Salus leaped and delivered a spinning kick aimed at his face. Bang! Rege raised his right hand to block the strike. Salus quickly retracted her foot, launching a flurry of punches and kicks towards Rege. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Rege was repeatedly forced back, and wherever they battled, the surrounding boulders were shattered into pieces. In the lower realm on a distant planet, the East King God and the others were currently observing the situation in the realm of the King Gods through a crystal ball presented by the Old King God. What? A terrifying battle. The Old King God nodded in agreement. I just wonder how much destruction their fight will wreak upon the realm of the King Gods. Meanwhile, in the realm of the King Gods, Rege and Salus were gathering immense energy waves in their hands, preparing to unleash them upon one another. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the area around them was filled with the sounds of violent explosions. Since mortals cannot perceive the energy of the divine, Son Goku and his companions on Earth were unaware of the battle between Rege and the Dragoness. Whoosh. After a fierce struggle, Salus suddenly conjured 10 duplicates of herself. Chapter 28. The tenfold Namekian Reg, unable to sense the divine aura, found it difficult to discern which of the figures was the true Salus. Thus, he resorted to the prince's technique as taught by Vegeta, unleashing a flurry of strikes against Salus's doppelganger. The air filled with thick smoke from the explosive energy waves. Taking a deep breath, Reg gazed at the billowing clouds. Suddenly, several blue energy waves shot forth from the smoke, prompting Reg to evade immediately. At that moment, a graceful silhouette appeared in mid-air behind him. Before Reg could react, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, Reg's body struck the nearby mountain like a projectile. Moments later, he emerged from the rubble. Salus and her 10 clones stood before him, smiling. Is this all you can do? Reg wiped the blood from his mouth. Your doppelgangers are mere illusions, aren't they? Without responding, Salus and her clones charged at him. Reg clenched his fists tightly, emanating an aura far surpassing that of a Super Saiyan 4. Salus, taken aback, still pressed forward with her clones. In an instant, Reg appeared before the true Salus. Startled, she raised her right fist to strike. Reg swiftly shifted his body, delivering a heavy blow to Salus's abdomen. With a resounding impact, Salus was sent crashing to the ground, her clones dissipating into thin air. Gasping for breath, she rose from the earth. Reg shouted triumphantly, launching himself like a beam of light towards her. The two exchanged powerful blows, with Salus being pushed back repeatedly. Damn it, she exclaimed, blocking Reg's attack with both hands before swiftly ascending into the air. Reg pursued her without hesitation. As they battled mid-air, their movements were a blur, each strike resonating with immense force. The very fabric of space around them warped from the collision of their energies. The space is distorting, exclaimed East Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin nodded in agreement, noting that at this rate, their battle could very well tear the fabric of reality itself. Space could be torn apart. The East Kaioshin added, concerned that the Kaioshin realm might be consumed by an alternate dimension. Shouldn't we intervene? Do you think you can stop them? The East Kaioshin was rendered speechless by the question. In the Kaioshin realm, the two fighters continued their fierce engagement, their fists and feet clashing in a dazzling display. Their blinding speed made them appear as two tumultuous storms colliding in the distance. With a powerful strike, their right fists met, releasing an astonishing energy that echoed through the air. They both staggered back, gasping for breath. By the way, I forgot to ask your name, Salus inquired. Raising her gaze to Reg. He replied. Salus took note of the name. Your strength is formidable, but you will never defeat me. Is that so? Reg responded, determination gleaming in his eyes as Salus charged at him once more. He met her advance with clenched fists. Reg's punch whiffed through Salus's illusion, startling him. Just then, he was struck in the abdomen, his body flying back like a projectile. With a thunderous crash, a nearby mountain was obliterated, clouds of dust engulfing Reg suddenly. A multitude of blue energy orbs surrounded Salus, raining down upon Reg's position like a barrage of cannon fire. The mountain that had shielded Reg was swiftly reduced to dust under the relentless assault. After a moment, Salus ceased her onslaught, observing the dissipating clouds of dust. Reg stood amidst the chaos, panting heavily. I know you're concealing your true power. Unleash it all. How do you know? Salus queried. I can read minds. Oh, I see. Then I shall reveal my full strength as you request. Salus nodded in agreement. With renewed vigor, Reg clenched his fists, radiating an overwhelming red aura. The ground of the Kaioshin realm trembled under the pressure of Reg's energy. Reg, he has hidden strength. The East Kaioshin exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, the old Kaioshin affirmed. Who exactly is this Reg? How can his power be so immense? This is a long story. Meanwhile, on North Kaioshin's planet, he sensed the battle unfolding in the Kaioshin realm. Reg is reckless, using Kaioken in such a formidable state. The strain on his body makes it increasingly difficult to control. In the Kaioshin realm, Salus gazed at Reg with a hint of surprise. This is the first time I've encountered such a powerful human. 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. Tenfold Kaioken. Reg roared, transforming into a blur of crimson light as he charged at Salus. How swift! Salus gasped, taken aback. Reg unleashed his right fist with all his might. At that moment, the space around Salus shattered, revealing her true form. Realizing the danger too late, Salus's expression changed as she attempted to evade. With a forceful crash, Salus was propelled back like a beam, colliding violently with the mountain behind her. Kamehameha. Reg cupped his hands, gathering a deep blue energy wave and launching it towards the mountain. With an earth-shattering explosion, a colossal white mushroom cloud ascended from the ground. Reg, breathless and fatigued, watched as the dust and smoke began to settle. Moments later, Salus emerged from the debris, disheveled yet resolute. Shall we call it a day? His body was nearing its limit. If they continued to fight, it would yield no favorable outcome for him. Chapter 29. The Super Saiyan God thinking you can take advantage and simply flee? How naive. Saras scoffed. With that, Reg stepped forward, his hands clenching tightly as he emanated an overwhelming aura of crimson energy. 20 times Kaioken. In an instant, Reg transformed into a streak of red light, hurtling toward Saras. Startled, Saras quickly dodged to the side. Reg pivoted mid-air, changing his trajectory and charging back. Bang. Boom. Boom. Reg's incredible speed left Saras no time to react. A single punch sent him flying as if propelled by a laser, shattering several mountains in his wake. Panting heavily, Reg reached his limit. Clang. Moments later, Saras emerged from the rubble of the mountains. Unbelievable. You still stand. Saras exclaimed, snorting disdainfully. I've endured far fiercer attacks than yours. Is that so? Reg replied, mustering the last of his strength to charge at Saras once more. Saras mirrored his movement, rushing toward Reg. Ha! Reg shouted, unleashing his full power through his right fist aimed at Saras. Bang! Saras swiftly extended his right hand, gripping Reg's fist. What? Reg gasped in shock. In the next moment, Saras's left fist struck Reg's abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! Boom! Boom! Reg was sent hurtling backward, crashing through multiple mountains. His injuries too severe for him to remain conscious. Saras exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. This fellow is truly formidable. I never imagined such a powerful opponent existed in the universe. Master Ancestor, it seems their battle has concluded. Shall we return to the Kaioshin realm now? Asked the East Kaioshin, observing the aftermath of the fight. Just a moment. Very well. In the Kaioshin realm, seeing Reg still trapped beneath the mountains, Saras utilized her powers to lift the debris off him. Then, employing a healing spell, she mended his wounds. As Reg slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by Saras's warm smile. You're awake. Indeed. Your strength is quite impressive. How about becoming my sparring partner? Sparring partner? Why not? Reg replied, though hesitantly. But only when I have the time. And when might that be? Well, I should have most of the time available. Do you reside in the Kaioshin realm? Saras inquired. No, I live on Earth. Earth. Saras pondered for a moment. Well, it's getting late. Next time I have the chance, I'll seek you out for a battle. Wait, I have something I wish to ask you. What is it? I heard from the old Kaioshin that you are the daughter of the dragon god Salama. Do you know if mortals can cultivate magical powers? You wish to cultivate magic? Saras asked, her curiosity piqued. Reg nodded. I was born with magical powers, so I'm unsure if mortals can cultivate them. However, I can inquire with my father. Then I'll leave it to you. Saras nodded and departed the Kaioshin realm. Whoosh. Shortly thereafter, the old Kaioshin and the others returned from the lower realm. The once serene and picturesque Kaioshin realm now lay in ruins. The three turned their gazes toward Reg. Cough. Reg cleared his throat, his expression somewhat unnatural. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Whoosh. With that, Reg vanished in an instant. Sighing, the old Kaioshin addressed the other two. Well then, the restoration of the Kaioshin realm falls to you both. Us too. What about you, Master Ancestor? The East Kaioshin asked. Cough. The old Kaioshin replied, I am but an old man. Do you truly expect me to assist in the restoration of the realm? Very well then. Time flew by, and 3 days swiftly passed. Since his battle with Saras, Reg's power had significantly increased. He now stood at his doorstep, accompanied by Son Goku, Son Gohan, Son Goten, and his own family. Although Reg had grown tremendously powerful, he struggled to harness divine energy. Thus, he intended to rely on Goku and the others to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Following the methods outlined in Dragon Ball Super, Reg instructed the five to hold hands and channel their energy into him. Boom. Simultaneously, all six transformed into Super Saiyan forms, engulfed in golden flames. Suddenly, the golden flames shifted to blue, intertwining and merging into Reg's being. Reg ascended into the air, emanating a brilliant white light, causing the others to shield their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Reg's black hair had transformed into a vibrant red, his physique slimmed and enveloped in an aura akin to solar flames. His eyes appeared larger with distinct pupils, his skin fairer, and his visage youthful. "Is this the Super Saiyan God?" Son Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Reg nodded affirmatively. With a powerful surge, Reg shot upward, resembling a flaming comet, soaring to great heights. Is the speed of the Super Saiyan God greater than that of Super Saiyan 4 because they derive from different powers? Reg mused aloud. Super Saiyan 4 is the power attained through Saiyan ancestry, while Super Saiyan God is achieved by elevating one's inner energy to transcend into the divine realm, the divine aura. After a moment of contemplation, Reg tested the might of the Super Saiyan God before descending back to the ground. "Dad, you look so cool transformed into a Super Saiyan God," exclaimed Lei Xiaodian, his eyes filled with admiration as he approached Reg. Reg smiled warmly. "If you train diligently, you too shall one day transform into a Super Saiyan God." Lei Xiaodian nodded enthusiastically. "If you have no further matters, I'll go train with Lord Kai." Reg nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Son Goku teleported away from Earth. Son Gohan remarked, "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave as well, Uncle Reg?" Reg nodded once more. Son Gohan departed with Son Goten. In West City, at Bulma's residence, she lay reclining on a lounge chair in her backyard when a figure suddenly appeared. It was Reg. "Reg!" Bulma exclaimed, sitting upright. Reg nodded. "Bulma, what brings you here today?" Reg, much like Goku, seldom visited without reason. "I wish to create something with you." "What is it?" "The Super Dragon Ball Radar." "The Super Dragon Ball Radar? I seek to locate the Super Dragon Balls." Chapter 30. The Quest for the Super Dragon Balls. What are the Super Dragon Balls? They are enormous Dragon Balls, as large as planets, capable of granting any wish. Any wish can be fulfilled? Indeed. But why should I assist you in this endeavor? Bulma crossed her arms. "I am Vegeta's brother, which makes me akin to your elder brother. You must help me. Assisting you is feasible, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "If we gather the Super Dragon Balls, I too wish to make a wish." "Agreed, but the first wish must belong to me." "Very well. However, if you claim they are as large as planets, how do you intend to move these Dragon Balls?" "Instant transmission will suffice." "Can instant transmission transport an entire planet?" "The Super Dragon Balls are merely small planets, and as physical objects, they can be moved. However, true planets would pose a challenge." "I see. How long do you expect this to take?" "I'm uncertain, but if all goes well, perhaps within a week. When the time comes, I will have Trunks inform you. Furthermore, the Super Dragon Balls are located in the cosmos, so I require your assistance in preparing a spacesuit. In a vacuum, nitrogen in the human bloodstream turns into gas, causing the body to swell. Without a pressurized, airtight spacesuit, one would face life-threatening dangers due to the pressure disparity." "Understood." Reg returned home instantly. "This instant transmission is indeed convenient. I should have Trunks learn it as well." A week later, Bulma completed the Super Dragon Ball Radar. Reg examined it. The Super Dragon Ball Radar was significantly larger than the regular Dragon Ball Radar. "Bulma, can this Super Dragon Ball Radar truly locate the Super Dragon Balls? Are you questioning my capabilities?" A hint of displeasure arose in Bulma's heart. "If you doubt me, then return the Super Dragon Ball Radar." "No, I was merely inquiring." Reg chuckled. Upon seeing this, Bulma gestured toward the spacesuit set aside. "This is the spacesuit prepared for you, with oxygen fully supplied. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave?" Bulma nodded. Whoosh. Reg vanished from Bulma's residence. Once home, Reg immediately donned the spacesuit and activated the Super Dragon Ball Radar to search for the Super Dragon Balls. The universe is vast, and despite his mastery of divine instant transmission, it took several jumps before he located a Super Dragon Ball. 2 days later, Reg had gathered all the Super Dragon Balls scattered across the 7th universe and prepared to venture to the 6th universe to retrieve the remaining 3. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, although Reg had been discreet in his search for the Super Dragon Balls over the past 2 days, he nonetheless caught the attention of the East Kai. Great Ancestor, what do you suppose Reg is gathering the Super Dragon Balls for? One inquired. How should I know? However, he must have a wish he intends to fulfill. What could that wish be? I cannot say. As long as he does not wish for something that endangers the universe. I am indifferent to his desires. The East Kai nodded in agreement. In the 6th universe, on a lifeless planet, a solitary figure stood, Reg. The desolate planet was the Earth of the 6th universe, which, due to human conflicts and strife, had ultimately succumbed to extinction. After a brief glance at the Earth, Reg swiftly employed instant transmission to arrive on a planet abundant in oxygen. Beep. Upon opening the Super Dragon Ball radar, Reg checked the location of the Super Dragon Balls. Whoosh. After confirming the location, he departed from this planet and materialized in the West Galaxy. On an uninhabited planet, Reg glanced down at the Super Dragon Ball radar in his hand. It's nearby, he exclaimed, immediately using instant transmission to reach the outer space of this planet. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, a resplendent golden 5-star Super Dragon Ball floated serenely in the cosmos. The Super Dragon Ball. Reg felt a surge of joy and promptly utilized instant transmission to approach it. Just then, a white figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Zareth. Zareth. Due to the spacesuit, Reg's voice did not carry. Zareth smiled slightly and began to communicate with him telepathically. I heard from the Supreme Kai that you were searching for the Super Dragon Balls, so I came early to wait for you. Waiting for me. Reg had learned the art of mental communication from the North Kai. Indeed, you wouldn't have forgotten your promise to fight me, would you? Of course not. But I am currently occupied. Let me gather the Super Dragon Balls first before discussing our battle. Oh, I had intended to teach you how mortals cultivate power. Since you're busy, I shall let it pass. I'm free. Compared to the Super Dragon Balls, the prospect of battling you is far more important. Reg's eyes lit up at this. Oh, men. Zareth scoffed, her words unspoken, thus Reg remained oblivious to them. Shall we find a planet to discuss how mortals can cultivate power? Zareth nodded in agreement. Reg then used instant transmission, bringing Zareth to a life-filled planet. Reg. What is that you're wearing? A spacesuit. Reg replied, opening the visor of his spacesuit. What is a spacesuit? We Saiyans cannot survive in the cosmos. This suit allows us to do so. Ah, I see. Zareth's eyes suddenly glowed red. Reg was startled and stepped back. Fear not. I merely used my power to enable you to survive in space. Survive in space? Really? How can I trust you? You needn't doubt. I merely find it fascinating. By the way, what is your purpose in seeking the Super Dragon Balls? I wish to make a wish to the Eternal Dragon for immortality. Reg, a traveler from another realm, shared the common desire of becoming the strongest in the Dragon Ball universe, however, lacking a system or golden finger. He aimed to find ways to survive in this world. After all, the future is uncertain. His wish for immortality serves as a safeguard for his future. One must live to possess everything that belongs to them. Immortality? So you fear death? Zareth laughed. Aren't you afraid of death? Not at all. Even if I were to die, my father has the means to resurrect me, and I cannot possibly perish. Indeed, you have a wonderful father. Now, let us discuss how mortals should cultivate their powers. I can tell you, but afterward, you must agree to battle me. Absolutely. Reg readily accepted. To cultivate power as a mortal is indeed a formidable challenge. The only way is to allow the eternal dragon to merge with your being, transforming you into the new dragon god. Merge with the eternal dragon? Chapter 31. The wish for immortality indeed. How can I integrate the dragon into my being? Within all the Dragon Balls, 7 malevolent dragons are sealed, representing the dark counterpart of the dragon. If you vanquish these 7, you will earn the dragon's recognition and ascend to become the dragon god. As there are various types of Dragon Balls, the stronger the evil dragons you defeat, the more formidable your powers will be upon becoming the new dragon god. Do the Super Dragon Balls also conceal evil dragons? Reg thought for a moment. Salas nodded. The evil dragons contained within are exceptionally powerful. Even my father may not guarantee a victory against them. So formidable. Our dragon clan primarily cultivates magical prowess and is not particularly strong. Not particularly strong? Reg grimaced. If they can defeat her in a mysterious state, what would happen if she were to unleash her full strength? How do people today relish in such ostentation? What must I do to release the evil dragons from the Dragon Balls? A wish. Salas responded. A wish? Yes. Each wish granted by the Dragon Balls generates a modicum of negative energy, but if it's only a small amount, the Dragon Balls can swiftly purify it. Thus, you must frequently gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make wishes, just as it is in the setting of Dragon Ball GT. Reg mused inwardly. I see. You mentioned that you desire to gather the Super Dragon Balls to attain immortality, correct? Reg nodded. I have suddenly changed my mind. Let us postpone the battle and focus on gathering the Super Dragon Balls so that you may achieve immortality. You wish to help me attain immortality? Indeed. If you become immortal, I can act without reserve. Do you intend to use me as a punching bag? Your body is capable of movement. How could you possibly be a punching bag? Salas chuckled. Reg paused momentarily. I forgot to ask, how did you locate the Super Dragon Balls? The Super Dragon Balls were created by my father, and they contain his divine power. By merely sensing, I can discern the location of each orb. Now it makes sense. Shall we proceed to find the Super Dragon Balls? Reg nodded. Subsequently, the two departed from the planet. With Salas's assistance, Reg swiftly gathered the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe and returned them to the 7th universe, placing them alongside the other 4 Super Dragon Balls. Salas, I do not possess the language of the gods. Could you make the wish on my behalf? After a moment's contemplation, Salas nodded. Buzz. Under Salas's invocation of the divine language, the 7 Super Dragon Balls radiated brilliant light. A magnificent golden dragon, adorned with wings, emerged. The dragon's body was as vast as 100 planets, rendering Reg and Salas mere ants in its gaze. My lady. Upon opening its eyes, the super dragon quickly spotted Salas standing before it, displaying a hint of astonishment. Since the super dragon spoke in the divine tongue, Reg was oblivious to its words. Salas nodded. My lady, how did you summon me? Is it possible that Lord Salama is in peril? No, the one who gathered you is this fellow beside me. He desires me to grant him a wish for immortality. I understand. I shall fulfill his wish at once. Very well. Salas nodded affirmatively. Whoosh. The super dragon's eyes glowed crimson. My lady, I have granted that person's wish. Excellent. The super dragon, having accomplished its task, transformed back into the Super Dragon Balls, scattering across the 2 universes. Now that you possess immortality, you ought to serve as my sparring partner, correct? Reg nodded. They then instantaneously relocated to a nearby planet. Fortunately, these 2 did not choose to battle in our Supreme Kai realm. Otherwise, even with our rapid repairs, we could not keep pace with their destruction. In the Supreme Kai realm, the old Supreme Kai, who had been monitoring the situation, exhaled a sigh of relief upon realizing the 2 had not come to battle there. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the nearby planet, Reg and Salas quickly transformed into Super Saiyan gods. This is the aura of a deity, Salas exclaimed. Slightly taken aback, Reg nodded. Boom. He then surged forward as a streak of red light. Salas chuckled lightly as she met his charge. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Amidst the fierce collisions, their forms clashed like flashes of light in the sky. The air resonated with the sounds of their violent encounters. It has only been 10 days, yet your strength appears to have increased significantly. Reg scoffed, remaining silent. Though his power had indeed grown somewhat, he was still no match for Salas. Noticing this, Salas smiled and vanished, reappearing in the air behind Reg gone. As Reg turned, a heavy blow landed on his shoulder. Reg let out a shout as he plummeted earthward in a straight line. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Reg struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Curse be it. Reg growled in frustration, quickly rising from the ground. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, Salas unleashed a barrage of energy waves toward Reg. Reg shouted, his hair transforming into a vibrant blue, his fiery red aura shifting to blue. This was Super Saiyan Blue. Boom, boom, boom. After transforming, Reg swiftly dodged to the side, evading the incoming energy waves. What is this transformation? Salas halted her barrage, morphing into a streak of white light as she charged at Reg. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet collided like flashes of light in the sky. Due to the significant disparity in their powers, Reg was nearly overwhelmed in the ensuing battle. After some time, having exhausted much of his energy, Reg decided to conclude the fight with Salas. It is getting late, and if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. I shall visit you on Earth when I have the opportunity. You intend to go to Earth? Indeed. Is there a problem? No. I am merely a tad surprised. Oh, is that so? Reg nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. With that, Reg instantaneously transported back to Earth. Chapter 32, The 6th Universe GT World, Dragon Realm. A remarkably handsome man clad in white stands beneath a towering tree. This man is none other than Salam, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Above the Dragon Realm, a white light streaks through the sky, approaching the realm. Salam slowly raises his gaze to the heavens. Moments later, the light descends, gradually revealing the form of a woman. This is Salas. Father. Salam acknowledges her with a nod. Have you informed him of the method to become a dragon god? I have. Father, do you truly believe he is the destined one? I cannot say for certain. But it is clear that he possesses an extraordinary fortune. If he is not the chosen one, he must surely be the child of fate. Indeed. Salas responds with a nod. Has there been any movement from the king? In the timeline where Reg resides, the king has yet to take any action. However, in other timelines, the god of destruction is in close proximity to Son Goku. Son Goku? Yes. Moreover, this Son Goku's fortune is not at all inferior to Reg's. Is that so? In that case, find a way to draw him into our ranks. Salas nods in agreement. By the way, Father, I have observed that the Dragon Balls on Earth seem to have absorbed a considerable amount of negative energy. Son Goku, currently in this timeline, is right there on Earth, and Reg resides there as well. Earth. Salam ponders deeply. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, upon returning home, Reg immediately contemplates the matter of the evil dragons. Although the Dragon Balls on Earth are frequently utilized, it is improbable to summon numerous wishes at once to release the evil dragons. The most crucial aspect remains whether or not he can eradicate all the evil dragons. In Dragon Ball GT, even after surpassing the limits of Super Saiyan 4, Son Goku could not defeat the Super One-Star Dragon. It is not that surpassing Super Saiyan 4 is insufficient to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. Rather, the Super One-Star Dragon possesses the technique of the 5-Star Dragon's electrical slime, which has the additional effect of allowing its body to reconstitute itself from shattered fragments, similar to Boo's regeneration ability. Though not as rapid, it is precisely due to this technique that the Super One-Star Dragon becomes exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Throughout his journey, he has maintained a cautious disposition, never engaging in actions without confidence. After considerable reflection, he ultimately resolves to enhance his strength, for the Dragon Balls on Earth will not release the evil dragons anytime soon. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. Bored during his stay on Earth, Reg decides to explore the 6th universe alone. The positions of planets in the 6th universe are quite similar to those in the 7th universe. Upon his arrival, the first planet he encounters is planet Sadala. Through communication with the inhabitants of planet Sadala, he learns of the location of planet Sadala in the 6th universe. In the 7th universe, there was once a planet Sadala, but due to certain circumstances, it was destroyed, and all Saiyans from the 7th universe were located to planet Vegeta. Reg, having been exiled to planet Bimpik shortly after birth, is unaware of the whereabouts of planet Sadala. Upon learning the general location of planet Sadala, Reg immediately teleports to a city on the planet. Observing the outdated Saiyan battle attire worn by those around him, Reg quickly confirms that he is indeed on planet Sadala. At that moment, a girl with black hair styled in a spiky fashion, dressed in a delinquent girl outfit, approaches him. This girl is none other than Caulifla from Dragon Ball Super. Hey, old man. It seemed like you just appeared out of thin air. Indeed. Is there a problem? That was instantaneous movement, right? You learned it from the Yardrat people? Reg nods. Could you teach me that technique? Absolutely not. Besides, I don't even know who you are. Caulifla chuckles. My name is Caulifla. What's yours, old man? Reg. Well then, Reg the old man, now that we are acquainted, will you teach me that technique? Still no. Why not? This technique is quite challenging to master. To truly learn it, you'd need at least a year, and I don't have that time to spare. Also, I dislike being called old man. You can just call me by my name or Uncle Reg. What's the difference? I prefer it. All right, Uncle Reg. What has to deal with that tail behind you? Are you not a Saiyan? At a loss for words, Reg decides to explain his origins from the 7th universe. The 7th universe? Reg nods. Do you know the number 1 assassin in the 6th universe hit? The number 1 assassin hit? Yes, I wish to challenge him. I hadn't heard of that, but I'll ask my brother when I return. He should know. Your brother? My brother was once the captain of the laser defense team but retired due to a foot ailment that hindered his mobility. I see. Caulifla nods. You just mentioned wanting to challenge the number 1 assassin in our universe. That means your strength must be considerable, right? How about we spar? You? Yes. Don't underestimate me. There are few who can defeat me at my school. All right. However, I have a condition. What condition? I want you to hire Hit to kill me. Reg, now possessing immortality, realizes that aside from the god of destruction and the king, There is essentially no one who can eliminate him. The idea of hiring an assassin to kill oneself is something he has never encountered before. How intriguing. Caulifla laughs. So, will you agree? Fine. If you manage to defeat me, I will have my brother assist with that. Great. Let us find a more secluded place to battle, shall we? Caulifla nods in agreement. Whoosh. They then leave the city and venture to a quiet suburban area. Shall we begin? Caulifla nods, shouting as she charges towards Reg. Reg remains motionless, waiting until Caulifla is nearly upon him, at which point his figure abruptly vanishes. Caulifla gasps, quickly halting her advance. At that moment, Reg's voice resonates from behind her. You have lost. Caulifla spins around to find Reg's right hand, gathering a golden energy wave aimed directly at her. That doesn't count. I was ready. Very well, I shall grant you another chance. However, if you lose this time, you cannot claim foul. Whoever claims foul is a puppy. Upon hearing this, Reg swiftly shifts his position, creating several hundred meters of distance between them. Chapter 33. Majin Buu upon witnessing the scene. Kale clenched her fists tightly and swiftly charged towards Reg. In no time, she stood before him, her fists moving like the wind, launching an attack. Reg deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading her strike. Damn it! Kale fumed, unleashing her full power in another assault. Reg's figure flickered, and he reappeared behind her. Kale quickly spun around, only to find Reg's right hand gathering an energy wave directed at her. Gritting her teeth, she begrudgingly thought, I've lost. Reg chuckled lightly, dispersing the energy wave in his hand. What about the commission? I must consult my brother. If he cannot assist, then I am even more powerless. Reg nodded. By the way, where are you residing now? Since the commission is for an assassin to kill you, he must know your whereabouts. I am still residing in Universe 7. But during the time you commissioned hit to kill me, I will be on Planet Salad during the day. Really? That's splendid. During your time on Planet Salad, could you teach me how to cultivate? Of course. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days flew by. Kale's brother, Limo, initially opposed Reg's request. But after Reg demonstrated his strength during a visit, he agreed to assist him in commissioning Hit to eliminate him. At this moment, Reg was on a desolate mountain on Planet Salad, instructing Kale in her training. Boom. With an overwhelming aura, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan form. So this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan. It appears incredibly powerful. Reg nodded. Beyond the Super Saiyan, there exist Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3. On Earth and Universe 7, the summer heat enveloped the land, with most people seeking refuge in shopping malls, office buildings, or air-conditioned spaces, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Suddenly, a dark vortex appeared in the skies above a certain ocean. Shortly after its emergence, a man of pink hue, neither stout nor thin, stepped forth from it. He was clad in white pants and dark brown shoes, with his upper body bare, adorned with wrist guards, and possessing robust hands. He was none other than Majin Buu from Dragon Ball Z. However, he was not the Buu from Reg's current timeline, but rather a version from an alternate timeline. Is this another timeline's Earth? Majin Buu slowly surveyed his surroundings before soaring forward with astonishing speed. As Majin Buu appeared, the East Kaioshin, far away in the Kaioshin realm, quickly sensed his presence, his expression shifting dramatically. The Majin Buu has been resurrected. But we already eliminated Babidi, right? I am unsure. The East Kaioshin shook his head. Hearing this, Jebet's face also changed drastically. Who is Majin Buu to frighten you both so? The East Kaioshin then recounted the tale of Majin Buu to the old Kaioshin. On Earth, Majin Buu had reached a city and began wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the Dragon Ball Z warriors present on Earth also sensed the overwhelming and malevolent aura emanating from him. As Buu's destruction escalated, the news rapidly spread through television and radio broadcasts. On Kame House, Krillin soon learned of the situation from Master Roshi. Boom. With a force comparable to an atomic bomb, the city where Majin Buu resided was utterly obliterated. Haha. Majin Buu cackled, preparing to proceed to the next city to continue his destruction. Suddenly, a figure shot toward him at high speed. It was Vegeta. Vegeta. Upon recognizing him, a playful expression crossed Majin Buu's face. He had traversed to this timeline because in his own, no one posed a challenge. Thus, he sought powerful opponents here to pass the time. What can I say? Everyone in this world is simply too weak. And who might you be? After a moment, Vegeta halted before Majin Buu and inquired. My name is Majin Buu. Majin Buu? Is that so? By the way, is Goku still in the afterlife? You know Kakarot? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Majin Buu chuckled. I not only know Goku, but also everyone associated with him, including you, Vegeta. In the Kaishin realm, the East Kaishin had just finished explaining the situation regarding Majin Buu to the old Kaishin. The old Kaishin's expression turned grave. I never anticipated that this being, Majin Buu, would be so terrifying. The East Kaishin nodded. However, I recall that before he was sealed, he did not appear as he does now. Not as he appears now. Indeed. Each time Majin Buu absorbs someone, his appearance alters somewhat. I remember after he absorbed the Grand Kaishin, he became notably plumper. Is it possible that upon his resurrection, he absorbed others? I do not know. By the way, where is Reg? He does not seem to be on Earth. I am unsure. Jebit. Quickly head to Earth and ask Saparli where Reg currently is. Understood, Kaishin. Indeed, I have eradicated all of you. Majin Buu laughed. You have killed us all. Are you from the future? No, I am not from the future. I hail from an alternate timeline. An alternate timeline. Majin Buu nodded. Where is Goku now? I do not know, but why do you keep asking about Kakarot? Because his strength is considerable. Majin Buu chuckled. What did you say? Vegeta gritted his teeth, an overwhelming fury rising within him. He detested hearing that Goku was stronger than he. With that thought, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Majin Buu nearly smiled, not regarding Vegeta as a threat. Damn it! Vegeta shouted in rage, charging towards Majin Buu like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to land a punch on Buu's face, the latter vanished without a trace. Vegeta halted abruptly, scanning his surroundings. Just as he turned, a pink energy wave surged toward him in an attack. Chapter 34. Sun Wukong battles Majin Buu. Vegeta sought to evade, but it was already too late. With a resounding explosion, his energy wave collided, engulfing him in a thick cloud of smoke. At that moment, a figure appeared out of thin air behind him. It was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Upon seeing the newcomer, Majin Buu greeted him with a smile. You know me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded. Not only do I know you, but I am also familiar with everyone by your side. Everyone? Indeed. I hail from a different timeline, and in that existence, all of you perished at my hands. We all died by your hand? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Yes. However, in my timeline, you met your demise due to cell self-detonation, only to be resurrected for reasons unknown. Cell self-detonation? Yes. But judging by your current state, you seem to be alive and well. Just then, as the smoke dissipated around him, Vegeta gasped for breath. Kakarot, do not intervene. Leave this foe to me. But Vegeta, his power is astonishing. It seems unwise for you to face him alone. Majin Buu coldly interjected with a smirk. Vegeta, I suggest you both join forces. It would prolong my enjoyment. How infuriating. Vegeta shouted, unleashing an overwhelming aura as he ascended in power. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled violently beneath him, sending rocks and dust flying. The nearby mountains crumbled under the weight of Vegeta's formidable energy. Vegeta, Sun Wukong exclaimed, alarmed. Moments later, Vegeta reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. Are you ready? Majin Buu yawned, inquiring with a hint of boredom. You scoundrel! Vegeta roared, charging at Majin Buu. Whoosh! Majin Buu swiftly dodged, appearing behind Vegeta. Watch out, Vegeta! Sun Wukong warned urgently. Vegeta turned, but before he could react, Majin Buu delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing into a nearby mountain. Vegeta! Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically. Majin Buu chuckled menacingly, turning his gaze towards Sun Wukong. How dare you? Sun Wukong seethed, clenching his fists. With a mighty shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Like Vegeta, he ascended in strength, causing the ground to quake violently under his newfound power, while the clouds in the sky began to race. At that moment, Sun Wukong's energy surpassed that of Vegeta. The entire earth shuddered with his might. Tsunamis erupted across the seas, and volcanoes erupted worldwide. This is Wukong's energy. The Z fighters on Earth sensed the surge of power, hastening towards Sun Wukong's location. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, his golden hair extending down to his waist, his eyebrows disappearing, and deep blue pupils emerging in his once light green irises. The golden aura surrounding him transformed into radiant light, solidifying into the third level of Super Saiyan. How infuriating! Vegeta, having just risen from the rubble, gritted his teeth upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation. For years, he had tirelessly trained to surpass Sun Wukong, yet despite his relentless efforts, he remained in his shadow. Whoosh! Majin Buu soared to face Sun Wukong. My apologies for the wait. I have yet to fully master this transformation. Not to worry. I was merely bored in my timeline, which is why I came to eliminate you. Majin Buu replied with a grin. Is that so? However, I shall not fall so easily, Sun Wukong declared as he launched an attack toward Majin Buu. Whoosh. Majin Buu swiftly evaded, positioning himself behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong turned rapidly, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Majin Buu. Majin Buu extended his right hand forward, grasping Sun Wukong's fist with ease. In the Kaioshin realm, East Kaioshin, who had been monitoring Earth's situation, was filled with dread upon learning that Majin Buu originated from another timeline. So, Majin Buu was never resurrected. The one on Earth is a Majin Buu from a different timeline. Indeed, the old Kaioshin nodded. He traversed to our timeline using the time ring he wears. The time ring, East Kaioshin observed, finally noting the emerald green time ring adorning Majin Buu's right hand. I hope your subordinate can swiftly bring Reg back. That young man possesses immense strength and should be capable of defeating this foe. East Kaioshin nodded solemnly. In the 6th universe, on planet Salad, Reg awaited Hit's arrival when a figure soared toward him from the distance. It was Jebet, sent by East Kaioshin to find Reg. Jebet, Reg exclaimed, slightly startled upon seeing him. Before he could finish, Jebet landed before him. Jebet nodded, urgency in his voice. Reg, we have a grave situation. Majin Buu has been resurrected. We must return to the 7th universe immediately. Majin Buu has been resurrected? Yes. Before Reg could inquire further, Jebet utilized instant transmission, whisking him away. On Earth in the 7th universe, Sun Wukong and Majin Buu were locked in fierce combat high above the ground. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong was violently kicked down to the earth below. How infuriating. Sun Wukong growled, quickly rising from the ground. Majin Buu chuckled lightly, unleashing a barrage of energy waves directed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged. Majin Buu adjusted his aim, targeting the places where Sun Wukong sought refuge. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession as the energy waves chased Sun Wukong, creating a maelstrom of smoke and fire around him. Meanwhile, Jebet had successfully transported Reg back to the Kaioshin realm. Lord Kaioshin, how can Majin Buu return if Babidi was defeated? Reg, we were mistaken. The Majin Buu on Earth is not the sealed one, but rather a Majin Buu from another timeline. A Majin Buu from another timeline? Chapter 35, Reg vs. Majin Buu indeed. The East Kai nodded. Goku and his companions are currently engaged in battle with him. I believe with your strength, you should be able to defeat him. However, even so, exercise caution. Reg nodded in agreement. Then, with a swift motion, Reg teleported away from the Kai's realm. Master Ancestor, do you think Reg can defeat Majin Buu? I believe it should not be a problem. Whoosh. Bang. 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 On Earth, Son Goku and Majin Buu were locked in an intense aerial battle. Due to Majin Buu's overwhelming power, Goku found himself on the receiving end of the assault. Boom. With a heavy blow, Goku was once again sent crashing to the ground. Whoosh. At that moment, Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Reg arrived on the scene. Who is that child with Gohan and Goten? I have never seen him before. Majin Buu muttered to himself, turning around. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Majin Buu. It was Reg. Who are you? You bear such a resemblance to Vegeta. My name is Reg, and I am Vegeta's elder brother. Vegeta's brother? Is that so? Surprised. Are you? Not really. It's just that in my timeline, I have never encountered you. Whoosh. While the two were conversing, Krillin and the others arrived as well. Is that so? Before we commence battle, I have a question for you. What question? Actually, it's nothing significant. I merely wish to know how you possess such intimate knowledge of Son Goku and his friends. Majin Buu chuckled softly. I thought it was something substantial. It's no secret, in my timeline, I absorbed Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Gotenks, who were all very close to Son Goku. Their memories are ingrained in my mind. By merely accessing the memory of any one of them, I can glean everything about all of you. Reg inquired, what about Son Goku and Vegeta? Did you kill them? Or did you absorb them? I killed them. Majin Buu replied with a smile. I see. Well then, if there are no further questions, shall we begin? Reg nodded, clenching his fists tightly. Ha! With a loud shout, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Majin Buu was taken aback, realizing that Reg's energy now surpassed his own. Reg smirked, extending his right hand forward, unleashing a wind-like blade that sliced across Majin Buu's face. Majin Buu touched the wound, his expression quickly morphing into one of rage. Whoosh. At that moment, Reg flashed in front of Majin Buu. Startled, Majin Buu prepared to strike, but he was met with Reg's knee, which struck his face with lightning speed. The suddenness of the attack left Majin Buu no time to react, causing his face to cave in from the impact. With a loud wail, the world around him faded to black. Whoosh! Reg swiftly withdrew his right leg, delivering a rapid punch to Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu's eyes flew open, releasing an even more agonizing scream. In quick succession, Reg unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Majin Buu with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! 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 Under the relentless assault, Majin Buu's body twisted grotesquely, his eyes bulging in despair. However, Majin Buu's regenerative abilities were formidable. He was rapidly recovering. Reg chuckled softly, his palm emitting a golden energy blast. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Majin Buu's form was reduced to ashes by the searing energy. Is he truly defeated? In the Kai's realm, the East Kai and Jebbet gazed in disbelief at the Chapter 36. Unknown time and space. The creature was drawn into the vortex and vanished. Klin remarked after a moment of astonishment. Indeed. Tien Shinhan nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Son Goku immediately soared forward and inquired. Reg, what is the meaning of this? Who exactly is that creature? This matter is rather intricate. First, accompany me to the Kaishin realm, and I shall explain. The Kaishin realm? Reg nodded and, with a swift movement, transported Son Goku to the Kaishin realm. In the first time zone of the 7th universe, a mass of pink clay was expanding at a visible rate. This was none other than Majin Buu, who had narrowly escaped annihilation at Reg's hands. After a short while, Majin Buu's form returned to normal. Damn, who is this Reg? He almost obliterated me. Majin Buu clenched his fists in fury. Had it not been for the time ring, he would have perished at Reg's hands. Given Reg's presence in that time zone, it stands to reason that he must also exist in my current time zone. After a moment of rage, Majin Buu quickly regained his composure. He then waved his right hand, unleashing a dazzling beam of light. If Sorrel were present, she would surely sense the immense power emanating from Majin Buu's hand. In addition to absorbing Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, Majin Buu had also absorbed the dragon from this time zone, acquiring its magical energy. Ordinarily, with Piccolo's demise, the dragon would also cease to exist. However, Majin Buu had managed to retain the dragon's power. After a while, utilizing the dragon's energy, Majin Buu deduced Reg's whereabouts. Meanwhile, in the main time zone, within the Kaishin realm, Reg had conveyed the situation regarding Majin Buu to Son Goku. At that moment, Reg was engaged in a discussion with the East Kaishin, urging him to use the time ring to transport him to the time zone where Majin Buu resided. Although Reg had defeated Majin Buu, the fiend was not dead. In possessing a time ring, he could very well return to their time zone. To prevent future troubles, Reg resolved to have the East Kaishin escort him to Majin Buu's time zone. However, due to divine regulations, Kaishins were prohibited from using the time ring to alter other time zones, leading to a heated debate. Each time zone has its own development, even because of Majin Buu. We cannot indiscriminately change the history of other time zones. The old Kaishin admonished sternly. That may be so, but this time, it is Majin Buu who has crossed into our time zone. The East Kaishin argued. Matters of time do not concern us. And wasn't it Reg who nearly obliterated that creature? Surely, he would not dare return to our time zone. Indeed, I nearly destroyed him, but should he reappear, I cannot guarantee I will still be in the 7th universe. The old Kaishin's expression shifted at this revelation. If Majin Buu were to return and Reg were absent from the 7th universe, there would be no one to thwart him. As for the slumbering Beerus, the god of destruction would not intervene in mortal affairs, at most sending Wiz to provide some protection. Realizing this, the old Kaishin smiled at Reg. Reg, do not be upset. I shall have the Kaishin lend you the time ring. Lend. Indeed. While we cannot contravene divine regulations to take you to Majin Buu's time zone, we can feign ignorance of you taking the time ring. Reg chuckled upon hearing this. The old Kaishin was indeed crafty. Then why not hand over the time ring? The old Kaishin turned to the East Kaishin. I shall retrieve it now. The East Kaishin promptly dashed forward. Moments later, he returned with a box containing the time rings. Upon opening it, they found 6 rings, 1 silver and the other 5 a vibrant green. With so many time rings, which one corresponds to Majin Buu's time zone? Uncertain. The old Kaishin shook his head. Uncertain? Indeed. The silver ring is for traversing to the future, while the other 5 correspond to different parallel time zones. Since Majin Buu wears a green ring, you should try these 5. He seems to have mentioned destroying Earth. Thus, among these 5 time zones, the one without Earth should be where Majin Buu resides. Understood. Back in the first time zone of the 7th universe, Majin Buu had now arrived on planet Bumpy and, sensing Reg's aura, located the Reg of the first time zone. Who are you? The Reg of the first time zone regarded the suddenly appearing Majin Buu with a serious expression. Majin Buu grinned. My name is Majin Buu. Majin Buu? What brings you here? Majin Buu replied with a smile. Oh, not much. Just seeking a battle with you. Boom. Is that so? The Reg of the first time zone. Upon hearing this, charged at Majin Buu. Majin Buu chuckled, swiftly appearing before the Reg of the first time zone. The latter was taken aback as Majin Buu's right foot shot toward him like lightning. The Reg of the first time zone raised both hands, his body hurtling backward like a projectile, crashing into a nearby mountain. Damn. The Reg of the first time zone growled, clenching his fist in anger. Ha! With a fierce shout, the Reg of the first time zone transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 3rd level. At that moment, a figure flew in from the distance. It was Supari from the first time zone. The Reg of the first time zone was oblivious to Supari's arrival as he charged toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu, too, sprang forward. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Soon, the two confronted each other, their fists and feet striking like lightning. Bang. After a fierce exchange, Majin Buu increased his speed and sent the Reg of the first time zone flying. Is this all you are capable of? The Reg of the first time zone snorted and quickly regained his footing. Reg. Supari, watching from a distance, felt a twinge of concern. Meanwhile, Reg was traversing through various time zones using the time ring. By now, he had visited 2 time zones, one from Dragon Ball GT and another from the future of Dragon Ball. He was now preparing to grasp the 3rd time ring, eager to ascertain if it belonged to Majin Buu's time zone. With a brilliant flash, Reg once more traversed time to Earth. However, this time, the Earth he arrived at was merely a speck of dust in the vast universe. Chapter 37. Spirit Wave. Could this be the realm where Majin Buu resides? Yet, if this is indeed his domain, where could he be at this moment? As Reg contemplated, a thought struck him. Planet Benbi. Majin Buu is, without a doubt, the most vile of all Majin Buus. It is quite possible that he would seek out his counterpart in this realm to absorb him. With that in mind, Reg swiftly teleported to planet Benbi. Upon his arrival, Reg found Majin Buu looking despondently at the fallen figure of the first-dimensional Reg. Just as Reg had surmised, Buu had intended to absorb this version of Reg before venturing to the primary dimension for vengeance. Unfortunately for him, the strength of the first-dimensional Reg paled in comparison to that of the mysterious Gohan he had previously absorbed. Thus, his ambition to eliminate the primary Reg by consuming the first-dimensional Reg was destined to fail. In that moment of reflection, a figure materialized before Majin Buu. It was Reg, exclaimed the first-dimensional Supari, startled by the resemblance to the fallen Reg. Majin Buu, equally astonished, exclaimed, You have followed me here. There was no choice. You fled to this realm, Reg retorted, glancing at the incapacitated first-dimensional Reg. Are you here to absorb me? Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? The first-dimensional Reg gasped, seeking answers. He is you, but from another dimension. Majin Buu chuckled. Another dimension of me? The first-dimensional Reg gasped in disbelief. Huh. At that moment, Reg clenched his fists, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What? What is this? The first-dimensional Reg and Supari gazed in shock at Reg's new form. Curse it. Majin Buu ground his teeth, charging at Reg. Reg deftly sidestepped Buu's attack, evading his strike. Seeing this, Buu gathered a massive amount of energy in his hands and unleashed it towards Reg. Reg's figure flickered, appearing behind Buu. He has vanished. Buu's forehead beaded with sweat as he halted his energy assault. Boom. Just then, Reg unleashed a golden energy wave from his palm. Buu screamed in agony as the energy tore through him, creating a gaping hole in his body. Curse you. Majin Buu seethed, swiftly turning around. A golden energy wave surged toward him, and with a thunderous explosion, Buu's head was obliterated. However, it quickly regenerated, and he glared furiously at Reg. Reg chuckled lightly, holding a vibrant green time ring in his hand. Buu looked at his own hand in shock, realizing the time ring he wore had vanished. My time ring. This ring belongs to the Kaioshin. When did it become yours? If it is in my possession, it rightfully belongs to me. If you desire it back, you shall have to take it from me. Buu roared, his body swelling with rage. Upon seeing this, Reg's expression shifted, and he promptly utilized instant transmission to escape to the vastness of space. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, Majin Buu detonated himself in the cosmos. Reg's figure was quickly enveloped by the explosion smoke. After a brief moment, as the smoke cleared, Buu's body lay shattered into pink fragments. while Reg stood unscathed in the cosmic void. Reg glanced at the writhing pieces of Boo's form and reverted to his normal state, raising his hands skyward. The energy from surrounding planets surged toward him from all directions, coalescing in his palms. At that moment, Boo's form began to mend. Upon seeing the energy ball forming in Reg's hands, his expression shifted alarmingly. He prepared to intervene and halt Reg's energy accumulation. "Ha!" Reg suddenly bellowed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 once more. He infused the energy ball with his own power, causing its color to shift from blue to crimson, and it rapidly grew larger than Reg himself. This technique, known as Spirit Wave, was a new move Reg had devised, building upon the foundation of the energy ball. The strength of the energy ball lay in its ability to harness the natural energies around it, but to utilize human energy, one must raise their hands. If humans do not cooperate, the attack's potency diminishes significantly. Reg's Spirit Wave, although it gathered energy from the planets, primarily relied on Reg's own strength. The greater Reg's power, the more formidable the Spirit Wave became. "Damn it!" Bu snarled, gathering a massive amount of energy in his hands to retaliate against Reg. Whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. With a barrage of explosive sounds, Reg was struck by numerous energy blasts, engulfed in a cloud of smoke. Gritting his teeth, Reg remained silent. With his immortal body, these attacks posed no threat to him. "Damn it." You noticed the Spirit Wave above Reg growing ever larger. Raising his index finger, he swiftly condensed a colossal energy blast aimed at Reg. Whoosh. Just then, Reg unleashed a deafening cry, radiating an astonishing energy that dispersed the surrounding smoke. Bu was taken aback as Reg directed the amassed Spirit Wave toward him. Bang! Bu's energy blast collided with the Spirit Wave, shattering like an egg against a stone. Bu's complexion paled as he raised his hands to shield himself from the oncoming Spirit Wave. Bang! The Spirit Wave propelled Bu backward several hundred meters. With a thunderous explosion, the Spirit Wave detonated. "Ah!" Bu screamed, obliterated by the force of the Spirit Wave. Reg exhaled deeply, reverting to his normal state. Just as he thought the ordeal had concluded, 7 blue Dragon Balls emerged from the explosion's remnants. "Dragon Balls!" Reg exclaimed in surprise. He then observed the 7 Dragon Balls soaring toward a nearby planet. Could it be? Reg pondered. His intuition peaked as he swiftly pursued the Dragon Balls. After some time, Reg arrived at the planet where the Dragon Balls had landed. This planet was known as Planet Kaze, inhabited by many Kazeans. Reg found himself amidst a dense jungle on Kaze. Surveying his surroundings, Reg suddenly realized he did not possess a dragon radar. It appeared he would need to return to his original dimension first. No sooner had he thought this than a dark cloud enveloped the entire planet Kaze. Chapter 38. The 4-star dragon Reg frowned slightly, promptly activating the time ring to return to the primary timeline. Simultaneously, the 7 blue Dragon Balls that had fallen on the planet Kaze transformed into 7 evil dragons. Following the demise of Majin Bu, the Dragon Balls he had absorbed unleashed their accumulated negative energy, resulting in the awakening of the evil dragons due to Bu's frequent usage of them over the years, compounded by the death of Piccolo. In a city on Kaze, an evil dragon resembling a mole with purple skin was harnessing the power of the earth to create earthquakes. This dragon was the 7-star dragon. As the tremors intensified, buildings began to collapse one after another, sending the inhabitants of Kaze into a panic-stricken flight. Ha! The 7-star dragon reveled in the chaos, watching the Kazeans flee like ants. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from behind him. "Do you find pleasure in killing? Is it truly amusing?" The 7-star dragon halted his laughter and turned to see a man with chestnut hair, adorned with golden earrings. Wearing several sets of armor on his shoulders and arms, a massive X-shaped scar across his chest, slightly pointed ears, and green goggles, standing before him with arms crossed. This man was Haz, the principal antagonist from Dragon Ball Heroes. "Who are you?" The 7-star dragon squinted, inquiring. "Haz. Haz? Indeed. I ask you, who are you? Why are you destroying this city?" "I am the 7-star dragon, born from the excessive use of the Dragon Balls by Earthlings." "Earthlings? Dragon Balls?" "Precisely. And why do you wish to annihilate our Kaze?" "Because Earth has long been destroyed. Since we evil dragons are a product of your humanity, it is only fitting that we eradicate you. How many evil dragons are there in total?" 7. "I see." No sooner had he spoken than Has vanished from sight, appearing behind the 7-star dragon. "No, he's gone." The 7-star dragon's expression shifted in alarm. "Farewell," Has declared, gathering a wave of energy in his right hand directed at the 7-star dragon. With a resounding explosion, the 7-star dragon was obliterated. reverting to a standard Dragon Ball that fell to the ground. What is this? Has picked up the 7-star Dragon Ball, a realization dawning upon him. Only 6 remain. Meanwhile, upon returning to the primary timeline, Reg swiftly borrowed the Dragon Balls from Bulma and, using the time ring, returned to Kaze. He was now flying towards the location of the evil dragons with the Dragon Ball radar. After a brief flight, he arrived above a stretch of ocean, where a woman with pale blue skin and long blue hair stood serenely on the water's surface, a blue 6-star Dragon Ball adorning her forehead. This woman was the 6-star dragon. As Reg approached, the 6-star dragon immediately sensed his presence, surrounding herself with numerous translucent energy spheres. Reg, noticing this, concentrated and instantaneously teleported above her. What? The 6-star dragon gasped, rapidly directing the surrounding energy spheres to attack Reg. However, Reg was quicker, launching a wave of energy towards the 6-star dragon. No, she cried, but was swiftly vanquished by Reg's blast, transforming into a standard Dragon Ball that plummeted into the sea. Reg quickly flew forward, catching the 6-star Dragon Ball, before proceeding to the location of the next Dragon Ball. Simultaneously, sensing the powerful aura emitted by another evil dragon, tracked down a red-skinned creature resembling a birdman. This was the 5-star dragon from Dragon Ball GT. He was currently generating a pink slime, siphoning the energy from surrounding objects, which was then absorbed into his body to bolster his strength. Who are you? The 5-star dragon inquired, detecting the Dragon Ball's resonance from Has. A person who is about to eliminate you. How audacious. The 5-star dragon retorted, manipulating the pink slime to launch an attack on Has. Has deftly dodged to the side. Meanwhile, Reg, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, arrived at a polluted river. An evil dragon with green skin and long black spikes on its back was using its power to create a humid mist. This was the 2-star dragon, also known as the smog dragon, a manifestation of pollution. The 2-star dragon was relatively weak. Had Reg not possessed the Dragon Ball radar, he might have taken longer to find it. So, this is the 2-star dragon? Reg remarked, immediately gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand, launching it at the dragon. With a tremendous explosion, the 2-star dragon was obliterated before it even realized Reg's presence, reverting to a standard Dragon Ball that landed on the ground. Reg picked up the 2-star Dragon Ball and utilized the time ring to return the 2 Dragon Balls to his home in the primary timeline. He then returned to Kaze. Having acquired 2 Dragon Balls, 5 remain. Reg stated, opening the Dragon Ball radar to discover 2 more Dragon Balls located nearby, albeit at a distance. After some contemplation, he resolved to eliminate one of the evil dragons first. Once determined, Reg soared forward. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a city reduced to ruins. Reg surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any inhabitants. Suddenly, an evil dragon with crimson skin and a pair of wings descended from the air. As it landed, Reg felt the temperature rise significantly. This dragon was the 4-star dragon from Dragon Ball GT, Vegeta. Upon seeing Reg's visage, the 4-star dragon immediately mistook him for Vegeta. I am not Vegeta, I am his brother, Reg. Vegeta's brother? The 4-star dragon exclaimed in surprise. Reg nodded affirmatively. Did you eliminate the 6-star dragon and the others? Indeed. The 4-star dragon's expression grew serious. In that case, I must avenge them. Reg chuckled lightly. If you possess the ability, by all means, unleash it. Huh. With that, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What? The 4-star dragon's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the overwhelming energy of Super Saiyan 4. Is this your transformation into a Super Saiyan? Reg nodded. This is known as Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 39. Reg vs. 4-star dragon. Very well. If there are no objections, shall we commence? Wait. What is it? Since you are unleashing your true power, I shall likewise exhibit my full strength in this battle. True power? The 4-star dragon nodded. In an instant, he clenched his hands tightly and roared loudly. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light emanated from his body, and numerous fissures appeared on his scarlet skin. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the crimson skin of the 4-star dragon peeled away, revealing his golden hide beneath. Is this your true form? Indeed. The reason I encase my body in a layer is to maintain the temperature of my heat dissipation. I see. Then shall we officially begin? Reg nodded in agreement. Swish. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 4-star dragon vanished from sight. Reg chuckled softly and also disappeared from his position. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 figures darted swiftly across the ground and sky, their speed so remarkable that their attacks continually missed one another. Such incredible speed. Reg felt a twinge of astonishment. Although he had witnessed the four-star dragon's velocity in Dragon Ball GT, experiencing it firsthand left him somewhat astounded. After a brief exchange of probing attacks, they both charged forward with clenched fists. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists collided in a brilliant display of light in the sky. Due to Reg's superior strength, the four-star dragon was forced to retreat. Cursed be this! The four-star dragon exclaimed in anger, suddenly radiating a formidable aura that pushed Reg back a few steps. However, in the next moment, Reg's figure vanished again, reappearing above the four-star dragon. This is bad. Just as the four-star dragon attempted to move, Reg's right foot came crashing down towards him. Boom! With a resounding impact, the four-star dragon shot like a projectile, crashing into an intact skyscraper. The building soon crumbled under the force of the impact, sending clouds of dust into the air. Reg stood with arms crossed, nonchalantly hovering in midair. Moments later, the four-star dragon emerged from the debris, gasping for breath. At that instant, Reg thrust his hands forward, unleashing a flurry of energy waves aimed at the four-star dragon. Upon seeing the barrage of energy waves, the four-star dragon swiftly maneuvered forward, evading the incoming attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The ground around him was pockmarked with deep craters from the explosions. Just then, Reg's figure suddenly vanished from the air. Despite dodging, the four-star dragon kept his gaze fixed on Reg, and as soon as he disappeared, he halted, bracing himself. I am behind you. Reg's voice rang out suddenly. What? The four-star dragon turned in shock, finding Reg's right hand pointed directly at him. I have lost. The four-star dragon thought begrudgingly. Reg nodded, preparing to eliminate the four-star dragon when a chilling blast of ice shot in from the distance. Reg retreated to evade it. The ice struck the ground, instantly freezing the surrounding area. As Reg turned, he saw a figure with icy skin, strikingly similar to the four-star dragon, standing in the distance. This was the four-star dragon's elder brother, the three-star dragon. Brother, the four-star dragon called out. The three-star dragon scoffed, seemingly displeased with his younger sibling. Since you are no match for him, let us unite against this foe. Unite against him. The four-star dragon hesitated. Although he was an evil dragon like the three-star dragon, he held his own principles. He detested overwhelming an opponent with numbers and preferred to battle honorably. Seeing the hesitation in the four-star dragon, the three-star dragon scolded him sharply. At this point, what are you still hesitating for? Do you wish for us all to perish at his hands? No, brother. I merely do not wish to resort to unfair tactics. The four-star dragon replied softly, enraged by this response. The three-star dragon prepared to unleash a tirade when Reg intervened from afar. Why not join forces? After all, even combined, you two are no match for me. What did you say? The three-star dragon clenched his fists, seething with anger. I said, even together you are still. Whoosh! Before Reg could finish, the three-star dragon coalesced ice in his hands and launched an attack at him. Reg vanished, darting towards the three-star dragon with blinding speed. The three-star dragon's expression shifted, and he summoned ice with all 10 fingers to counter Reg's advance. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of ice struck the ground, encasing the area around Reg in frost. Whoosh! At that moment, Reg's figure vanished again, appearing on the three-star dragon's left. The three-star dragon was startled, hastily raising his hands to defend himself. However, Reg's right fist was already aimed at his abdomen. Bang! With a tremendous crash and a cry of anguish, the three-star dragon shot backwards like a missile, toppling several buildings in his wake. Brother, the four-star dragon, witnessing this from a distance, turned pale and rushed towards Reg. Reg pivoted, ready to retaliate. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two figures clashed fiercely, battling like strings entwined on the ground. Boom! 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 The surrounding buildings crumbled rapidly under the force of their combat. Bang! The two opponents pressed their knees against one another, their feet emanating an astonishing force. Subsequently, they both concentrated energy waves in their hands and unleashed them towards each other. Boom! With a resounding explosion, their energy waves detonated simultaneously. Reg and the four-star dragon were both thrown back several thousand meters from the blast. In the distance, the three-star dragon had emerged from the rubble. His countenance filled with fury as he glared at Reg. Reg seemed to sense the wrathful gaze of the three-star dragon and turned to smile at him. Curse be this! The three-star dragon shouted, charging at Reg. Reg smirked slightly, performing a swift teleportation to position himself behind the three-star dragon. Brother, be careful, the four-star dragon urgently warned. What? The three-star dragon turned, only to see a golden energy wave hurtling toward him. Boom! With a violent explosion, the three-star dragon was obliterated. Brother, The four-star dragon cried out in anguish, feeling a pang of sorrow. Although he harbored disdain for the three-star dragon, he was, after all, his elder brother. Chapter 40. The Battle for the Five-Star Dragon Ball. Now, it is your turn. Huh. The four-star dragon bellowed, charging towards Reg. Meanwhile, has found himself at a disadvantage against the five-star dragon, which had created a colossal version of itself using electric slime, rendering his attacks futile. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the five-star dragon unleashed a torrent of lightning upon Has. Although Has was formidable, his stamina waned, making it increasingly difficult to evade the onslaught of electricity. I cannot continue fighting like this, otherwise I shall inevitably perish at his hands. On Reg's side, he had already brought the four-star dragon to the ground and was poised to annihilate him when a golden energy wave soared from a distance, striking the four-star dragon. With a piercing scream, the four-star dragon turned to see an ominous figure, a dragon with white skin and numerous black spikes protruding from its back. It was the one-star dragon from Dragon Ball GT. The one-star dragon. Upon realizing that his demise would come at the hands of the one-star dragon, the four-star dragon's face contorted with rage. He had never anticipated that he would fall not to an outsider, but to one of his own kind. The one-star dragon snorted disdainfully and approached with icy indifference. Before he could utter another word, the four-star dragon self-destructed on the spot. Reg, witnessing this, swiftly collected the now normal four-star Dragon Ball and used the time ring to return to the primary timeline. No, it's gone. The one-star dragon's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened towards the location of the five-star dragon. Meanwhile, Has, having been struck by the electric slime of the five-star dragon, lay scorched on the ground. Damn it, am I truly destined to perish here today? Has glared defiantly at the five-star dragon. Hey, it appears you have acknowledged your inability to defeat me. Had you not sought me out for battle, you might have lived a little longer. But now it is far too late. The five-star dragon sneered, preparing to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a figure materialized in midair. It was Reg. The five-star dragon's expression shifted to one of surprise. Who are you? The one who is about to defeat you. Such arrogance. As Reg spoke, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged forward. The five-star dragon scoffed, gathering a massive amount of lightning in his hands to attack Reg. In response, Reg swiftly dodged and flew backwards. Ha ha ha. The five-star dragon laughed triumphantly while manipulating the lightning to assault Reg, pursuing him relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning struck around Reg, causing several buildings to collapse under the pressure. As they approached an intersection, Reg suddenly pivoted and charged towards the five-star dragon. Dragon Ball Lightning. The five-star dragon scoffed, launching bolts of electricity from the electric slime construct towards Reg. Reg deftly sidestepped and positioned himself behind the five-star dragon, shattering a nearby fire hydrant. Water gushed forth, drenching the five-star dragon. Oh no. The five-star dragon's face paled at this realization. Although his electric slime was formidable, it had a critical weakness. It was vulnerable to water. Boom, boom, boom. As the words left his mouth, the five-star dragon's body erupted in a series of explosions. So, this creature fears water. From a distance, Has, witnessing the self-detonation of the electric slime construct, rose to his feet. Could it be that this guy is Has? At that moment, Reg noticed Has in the distance, but quickly shifted his focus back to the five-star dragon. Kamehameha wave. Reg clasped his hands behind him, gathering a deep blue energy wave to unleash upon the five-star dragon. The five-star dragon, now severely weakened from his own self-destruction, lacked the strength to evade or defend against the attack. The Kamehameha wave struck him directly, obliterating him. Just then, the one-star dragon arrived on the scene. Your objective is indeed the Dragon Balls, but this one shall not fall into your hands. Is that so? Reg chuckled lightly, using instant transmission to reach the spot where the five-star dragon had been vanquished. Just as Reg was about to seize the restored five-star Dragon Ball, the one-star dragon inhaled sharply, drawing the Dragon Ball towards him. Oh no. Reg's expression shifted as he instantly appeared before the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon's demeanor changed as Reg swiftly kicked him away. Boom. The one-star dragon soared through the air, crashing into a building behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Reg grabbed the five-star Dragon Ball and, using the time ring, transported it back to the primary timeline. Damn it. The one-star dragon angrily rose from the ground, his gaze fixed on Has in the distance. Although Reg had acquired the majority of the Dragon Balls, one remained with Has. While a single Dragon Ball may not significantly enhance strength, it was better than nothing. The one-star dragon declared, charging towards Has. Has gritted his teeth and prepared to confront him. Despite his grievous injuries, Haz was swiftly overpowered by the one-star dragon, who seized the 7-star Dragon Ball from him. Upon acquiring the 7-star Dragon Ball, the one-star dragon swallowed it, gaining the abilities of the 7-star dragon and experiencing a surge in power. At that moment, Reg reappeared once more. Who are you? Why do you resemble Vegeta so closely? My name is Reg, and I am Vegeta's brother. Vegeta's brother? Indeed. Where have you taken the restored Dragon Balls? Why can I sense none of them? Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? You, the one-star dragon. Filled with rage, charged at Reg. In response, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and met the charge head-on. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two figures clashed fiercely in the sky. Boom! With a sound akin to a tempest, their right fists collided, emanating a formidable aura. Subsequently, both retracted their fists, channeling energy waves to strike one another. Boom! 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 After exchanging blows for a time, they both retreated, panting heavily. At that moment, a female figure appeared out of thin air. It was Salus. Salus, Lady Dragon. Salus smiled and nodded. Do not mind me. I merely came to observe the battle. Very well. The one-star dragon acknowledged, turning his gaze back to Reg. The two then resumed their fierce confrontation. Chapter 41. The elimination of the one-star dragon. It was peculiar. Why did the one-star dragon not absorb the other Dragon Balls and confront Reg? As Salus pondered, she immediately utilized her magical powers to sense the other Dragon Balls on this planet. However, she could not detect any other Dragon Balls on the planet Cass. How strange. This planet seems to lack any other Dragon Balls. Could they have been destroyed by Reg? No, that is impossible. If Reg aspired to become the Dragon God, he would never destroy the Dragon Balls. Suddenly, she recalled the time ring that Reg wore, and a smile graced her lips. How intriguing. Boom. At that moment, Reg accelerated, delivering a punch that sent the one-star dragon plummeting from the sky. Crash! The one-star dragon fell like a meteor, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Reg gasped for breath, clasping his hands behind him. Kamehameha wave, 10 times. Whoosh! Upon uttering these words, Reg conjured a deep blue energy wave that surged toward the one-star dragon. Bang! The one-star dragon was struck by the tenfold Kamehameha and sent flying. Damn it! The one-star dragon growled in fury, exerting all his strength to resist. Yet, even then, it was challenging to halt his momentum. Boom! At that moment, the tenfold Kamehameha erupted, blasting the one-star dragon away. The explosion stirred up a cloud of dust and thick smoke. After a while, as the smoke cleared, a massive crater appeared in the ground, with the one-star dragon lying at the bottom. He is still alive, Reg remarked, once again clasping his hands behind him. Kamehameha wave. Damn it! The one-star dragon roared, scrambling to his feet. If he were struck by the tenfold Kamehameha again, he might truly be vanquished by Reg. So, you have risen. Upon witnessing this, Reg immediately dissipated the energy wave in his hands. Since the one-star dragon was already standing, he might very well evade his Kamehameha. Damn it. If it weren't for you hiding the other Dragon Balls, you would be no match for me. Reg chuckled. You claim I hid the Dragon Balls. Yet cannot I find them? Humph. They are no longer on this planet. Who knows where you concealed them? Then be prepared to be injured. Reg ceased his jesting, his expression suddenly turning serious. The one-star dragon assumed a fighting stance, a grave look adorning his face. Huh. Observing this, Reg clenched his hands tightly, emanating a red aura. Is he finally going to use that move? Salus narrowed her eyes slightly. What? The one-star dragon gasped. Though unaware of Reg's intentions, he could feel the overwhelming power radiating from him. Bang! At that moment, Reg withdrew the aura surrounding his body. Tenfold King Kai Fist. Just as he finished speaking, Reg transformed into a streak of red light, appearing before the one-star dragon in the blink of an eye. Bang! The one-star dragon had no time to react before being sent flying by Reg. Then, Reg became a flash of light once more, reappearing before the airborne one-star dragon, swiftly lifting his right leg to deliver a powerful kick to the dragon's jaw. Bang! The one-star dragon screamed in agony. His body propelled into the air like a projectile. In that moment, still in the King Kai Fist state, Reg swiftly clasped his hands behind him. Kamehameha wave. Whoosh! Reg declared, immediately unleashing the Kamehameha wave. The one-star dragon had no time to react and was struck by Reg's Kamehameha, soaring into the sky. Moments later, with a thunderous explosion, the one-star dragon was obliterated. The one-star dragon and the 7-star Dragon Balls he had absorbed returned to their original state, descending from the heights. Reg, seeing this, flickered and caught the 2 Dragon Balls. In the distance, Salas rushed over. Congratulations, Reg. You are now a member of our Dragon God tribe. Reg nodded. A sense of unease brewing within him regarding Salas's knowledge of his use of the time ring to bring the 7 Dragon Balls into the primary timeline. Salas had always been extraordinary since her initial appearance, and now knowing that Reg had cunningly defeated the evil dragon could lead to numerous suspicions. How strange. Why can I not use telepathy to discern her thoughts? Could it be that she has utilized the magic within her? Just as Reg contemplated this, Salas stealthily employed telepathy to uncover Reg's current thoughts, harboring many doubts about the evil dragon matter. How did Reg know that the one-star dragon would absorb the other Dragon Balls and bring them into the primary timeline? Could he possibly possess foresight? Salas, I have defeated all the evil dragons, but I feel as though nothing has changed. At that moment, Reg abruptly interrupted Salas's musings. Salas snapped back to reality at his words. You have now vanquished all the evil dragons, gaining their acknowledgement. Next, you must summon the dragon from the 7 Dragon Balls, allowing them to enter your body. You will then acquire the magic of the 7 Dragon Balls and officially become the Dragon God. So that is how it is. Reg mused, glancing at Haze in the distance. He then used the time ring to depart from this timeline. Salas followed suit. In the primary timeline, in the realm of the King Kai. Reg, have you dealt with Majin Buu? Reg nodded, removing the time ring from his hand and returning it to East Kaishin. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Good, Reg responded, instantly teleporting back home. Sapali Reg. Yes. Sapali, where are the Dragon Balls I entrusted to you? I'm in the room. I'll fetch them right away. All right. Reg nodded. Just then, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Salas. After Reg became the Dragon God, he would undoubtedly visit the Dragon Realm. She could conveniently accompany him back. Salas. Salas nodded. Once you become the Dragon God, I will return to the Dragon Realm with you. Very well. Reg replied with a slight nod. After a while, Sapali emerged with the Dragon Balls, noticing Salas beside Reg. Who is this? Reg? This is Salas, daughter of Dragon God Salama. Dragon God Salama? He is the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Hello. I am Sapali, Reg's wife. Hello. Salas greeted with a smile. Sapali, please hand me the Dragon Balls. Oh, of course. Sapali passed the Dragon Balls to Reg. As soon as Reg received the Dragon Balls, he arranged the 7 together. With a radiant red light, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into the Shinron without any summoning. Upon Shinron's appearance, he quickly noticed Salas beside Reg and was taken aback. Miss, how did you end up here? Chapter 42, Reg versus Hit Reg is my friend. Sarath stated calmly. Is that so? In that case, you can sit on my back alongside Reg. Sarath nodded and swiftly flew atop the Shenlong's head. Reg, where are you headed? To a place. We shall return shortly. Will you be back for lunch? Reg nodded and also took his place on the Shenlong's head. Can we depart now? The Shenlong inquired. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the Shenlong immediately ascended with Reg and Sapari. The Dragon Balls within the Shenlong surged forth, one after another, entering Reg's body. Soon, the Shenlong whisked them away from Earth. After a brief flight, a translucent vortex materialized before the Shenlong. Through this vortex, the Shenlong transported them to a vast expanse of grassland. This was the realm of the Shenlong. Come down. Sarath leaped off the Shenlong's head and landed on the grass below. All right. Reg nodded and followed suit. This is the abode of our Dragon God, the Shenlong realm. Does your father reside here as well? Yes. The Shenlong realm is immense, likely hundreds of times larger than your Earth. Hundreds of times. Indeed. Did you not encounter the Super Shenlong before? He was created in the likeness of my father. Is your father as large as the Super Shenlong? While my father is rarely seen in his true form. I see. Can you transform to such a size? Sarath nodded. The Shenlong realm is divided into 4 regions, east, west, south, and north. We are currently in the southern part. Besides my father and me, there are also 4 great dragon gods from the other regions. For millions of years, you are the first human to become a dragon god by defeating the evil dragons. Just me for millions of years. Yes, the evil dragons possess formidable strength, and only planets with Dragon Balls can spawn them. Over the past few millennia, human technology has advanced rapidly, and it is thanks to the Dragon Ball radar that you can locate them swiftly. Indeed, Reg nodded. Upon becoming a dragon god, you may choose to stay in the Shenlong realm to cultivate, although you may also leave. However, it is advisable to remain here, as the Shenlong realm is rich in spiritual energy, making it the ideal place for magical training. Can I bring my family over? Sarath nodded. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. Upon seeing this, Sarath immediately took flight. Shenlong, take me back to Earth. Understood. Reg soared to the top of the Shenlong. Departing from the Shenlong realm. Not long after, Reg returned to Earth and relayed to Sapari his intentions of bringing her and Reg Xiaodian to the Shenlong realm for training. You want us to join you in the Shenlong realm? Can we return afterward? Of course. If you do not enjoy your time there, I can bring you back at any moment. When shall we go to the Shenlong realm? It should be within the next few days. In the afternoon. After lunch, Reg instantaneously transported himself to the planet Salad in Universe 6. There, he sensed Caulifla's energy and located her. Reg gave a slight nod. At that moment, a figure with purple skin clad in a black coat appeared. This individual was Hit, the foremost assassin of Universe 6. This fellow is. Caulifla's eyes narrowed, her expression turning wary as she regarded the sudden appearance of Hit. Though he had concealed his energy, the unique aura he exuded as an assassin was difficult to mask. Observing this, Reg instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Hit regarded Reg with an unperturbed gaze. With a mighty shout, Reg charged at Hit. It remained motionless, and before long, Reg stood before him, fist clenched, and struck forward. In a swift motion, Hit raised his hand, and time around them momentarily froze. By the time Reg realized, Hit's fist had already landed heavily in his abdomen. With a pained cry, Reg staggered back, clutching his stomach. Hit's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the time skip technique? As Reg spoke, he charged at Hit once more. It raised both hands, one for defense, the other for offense. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Hit activated the time skip again, his fist crashing into Reg's abdomen once more. With a cry of anguish, Reg covered his stomach. At that moment, Hit swiftly conjured a purple energy blade, aiming to stab Reg. Reg's expression shifted, and he quickly retreated. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, Hit pursued him. Damn it! Reg seethed, radiating a crimson energy. Hit, taken aback, still charged forward. Tenfold Kaioken. Suddenly, Reg bellowed, and his body surged forward like a flash towards Hit. Due to Reg's incredible speed, Hit was unable to execute the time skip in time and was struck hard by Reg's fist. Boom. With a deafening crash, Hit was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a mountain behind him. Reg took a moment to catch his breath, his gaze fixed intently on Hit. While Hit's power might not be overwhelmingly strong, his mastery of the time skip and the time-space manipulation made him a troublesome opponent. As Reg pondered this, Hit emerged from the mountain and charged at him once more. In no time, Hit was face to face with Reg again. Reg unleashed the tenfold Kaioken once more, aiming to strike Hit. Foreseeing this, Hit had already preemptively activated the time skip, evading Reg's punch. Although Hit dodged, he failed to retaliate against Reg. After an exchange of missed attacks, both fighters raised their left fists to strike each other. Bang, 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 with a series of intense clashes. Their fists and feet collided like flashes of light against each other's bodies. The ferocity of their battle drew the attention of numerous Saiyans. How formidable! Who are these two? They are astonishingly powerful. As the crowd murmured in awe, Reg's right fist suddenly swung and missed. In that instant, he was struck by an unseen force, sent crashing to the ground like a ray of light. Reg, Caulifla exclaimed, a flicker of concern rising within her. After a moment, Reg gasped for breath and slowly rose from the ground. Chapter 43. The unprofessional assassin Reg, upon seeing Caulifla unharmed, felt a flicker of joy cross her face. Is this the dimension of space? Reg looked up to see it hovering in midair. At that moment, it also glanced down, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. With a light chuckle, Reg swiftly ascended from the ground to stand before Hit. Hit clenched his fists and launched an attack at Reg. Reg nimbly sidestepped, evading Hit's strike. In the next instant, an invisible force struck Reg's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain as he staggered backward, clutching his midsection. Hit, sensing an opportunity, charged forward. In response, Reg tightened his fists, a crimson aura radiating from his body. Boom. The ground trembled violently under the pressure of Reg's energy. Just then, Hit appeared before him, poised to strike. 20-fold Kaioken. Reg shouted, as his energy surged dramatically. With a crack reminiscent of shattering glass, the space Hit had conjured collapsed, revealing his true form. Bang! The two warriors' fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing an awe-inspiring aura. After a brief standoff, both retreated, gasping for breath. Reg quickly surged forward again, his speed akin to light, relentlessly pushing Hit back. Boom! Moments later, Hit exerted his strength, forcing Reg back once more. Reg, undeterred, charged again, only to find Hit's figure had vanished. Surveying his surroundings, Reg concluded that Hit had truly departed, reverting to his normal demeanor. This assassin truly lacks professionalism. As soon as the words left his mouth, Karlafla flew over from a distance. Reg, that technique you used, the Kaioken, seemed powerful. Could you teach it to me? Absolutely not. Why not? Mastering the Kaioken requires considerable time, and I do not intend to return to Universe 6 anytime soon. Not going to Universe 6? Reg nodded. Your brother's request to hit. Have him cancel it. Cancel? Indeed. Reg confirmed. If your brother agrees, I could take you to Universe 7. Wonderful. I'll go find my brother right away. Karlafla exclaimed before darting off. Reg shook his head and followed her. I just remembered. That man in the black coat was the universe's top assassin. Hit. Not long after they left, a Saiyan man suddenly exclaimed. The universe's top assassin. At Karlafla's home. She had returned and discussed her desire to travel to Universe 7 with her brother, Linso. Having only met Reg a few times, Linso felt a twinge of concern, but ultimately relented to his sister's insistence. So, Karlafla, how long will you be in Universe 6? I don't know. As soon as I master the Kaioken, I will return. Linso nodded, turning to Reg. Then I entrust my sister to your care. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief period, Karlafla prepared her belongings, and together they departed Universe 6, arriving at North Kai's planet in Universe 7. Reg. North Kai was startled by the sudden arrival of Reg and Karlafla. It's been a while, North Kai. Reg greeted with a smile. North Kai nodded, glancing at Karlafla. And who might this be? This is Karlafla, a Saiyan from Universe 6. A Saiyan from Universe 6? She appears quite small, and it seems she lacks a tail. Saiyans from Universe 6 do not possess tails. Reg explained with a grin. No tail? North Kai was taken aback. So, what brings you here? Karlafla spoke up. I wish to learn your Kaioken, and Reg brought me here to ask for your guidance. Reg, this isn't a dojo for imparting martial arts. Besides, you already know the Kaioken. Why not teach her yourself? I'm currently focused on my training. Since you're free, why not assist her? I refuse. North Kai crossed his arms, huffing in defiance. Are you truly unwilling to teach? Indeed. In that case, I shall have to discuss this with the Supreme Kai? At the mention of the Supreme Kai, North Kai's expression shifted. The Supreme Kai was his superior, and he could not afford to ignore him. Reg, please do not involve the Supreme Kai. I will teach her. Reg chuckled upon hearing this. Then I shall leave her in your capable hands. North Kai nodded in agreement. In an instant, Reg teleported back to Earth. 2 days later, Reg's family bid farewell to Goku and his companions, embarking on a journey to the Dragon Realm via Shinran. It was uncertain how much time had passed when Shinran guided them through a translucent vortex, arriving in the expansive Dragon Realm. Is this the Dragon Realm? Subari surveyed the boundless fields before her. Reg nodded slightly. Subsequently, Subari produced a capsule from Earth and tossed it onto the grass. Boom. A house materialized amidst a cloud of white smoke. Reg waved his hand, and 7 beams of light shot forth, transforming into 7 figures. These were the evil dragons Reg had previously vanquished. Although they had been defeated, they were not truly dead, merely sealed within the Dragon Balls. Now, with Reg as the dragon god, they had become his subordinates. Greetings, Lord Reg. The 7 bowed respectfully upon their emergence. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. From this day forth, you shall obey Subari and assist her with cooking. As you command, Lord Reg. Additionally, you are to aid them in their training. As you command, Lord Reg. Reg nodded once more, settling onto the grass to absorb the surrounding energy. Though the Dragon Ball world is a realm of martial arts, power is not the sole measure of strength. In Dragon Ball Super, Zamasu utilized the Super Dragon Balls to exchange bodies with Goku, seizing everything from him. Lacking a golden finger or a system, Reg was not inclined to become a second Goku. Thus, becoming the Dragon God was a fitting choice for him. Chapter 44. A year in the 6th universe following Hit's unsuccessful assassination attempt on Reg, the news swiftly circulated throughout the 6th universe. As the most formidable assassin of this realm, Hit rarely encountered failure. However, this time, he did not succeed. In a CAF on a distant planet, numerous patrons engaged in spirited discussions regarding the incident. In a secluded corner, a man clad in a black coat leisurely savored his coffee. This man was none other than Hit. He was not overly concerned about the failed assassination. Rather, he was troubled by the fact that Caliph's brother, Linso, had rescinded the commission. The failure itself was inconsequential, but the mockery he felt stung his pride. As time flew by, a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Reg not only honed his magical prowess, but also learned the art of creating Dragon Balls. Reg's companion, Lei Xiaodian, often returned to Earth via Shenron, finding the monotony of training rather tedious. At this moment, Reg was engaged in combat with Supali. Although Supali's strength was somewhat inferior, he was still a Saiyan. With a resounding crash, Supali was sent plummeting from the sky. Reg quickly descended to the ground. "Are you all right, Supali?" he inquired. "I'm fine," Supali responded, shaking his head as he rose to his feet. Reg intended to end the sparring session there, but he noticed Supali's fists were clenched, emanating an overwhelming aura. The ground trembled under the influence of Supali's energy. "Ha!" Supali shouted, his aura transforming into a jet-like force, his hair standing on end as lightning crackled around him. This was the manifestation of Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? Reg mused, a smile creeping onto his face. Suddenly, two figures soared through the sky. One was Salus, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man with a shock of white hair. This man was named Rege, the dragon god overseeing the West. Upon their arrival, Reg and Supali promptly ceased their battle. Moments later, they approached Reg and his companions. Supali greeted Salus with a warm smile. "Sister Salus." Salus nodded slightly. "Who is this?" she inquired. "This is Rege, the dragon god of the Western realm," Reg introduced. "Rege?" Salus acknowledged, turning to the young man. "Rege, this is the new dragon god, Reg, I mentioned to you. Greetings. I am the dragon god of the Western realm," Rege said, bowing respectfully. "Hello," Reg replied in kind. "Salus, what brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, a hint of displeasure crossed Salus's face. "Are you not welcoming me?" "That's not it. I'm merely curious," Reg stammered. "Humph." Salus scoffed. "It's nothing serious. Rege was curious about your ascension to dragon god, so he wished to meet you." "Rege, I heard the new dragon god is quite youthful, which is why I asked Salus to bring me to meet you," Rege explained with a smile. "Oh, since you've just become the new dragon god, feel free to visit me in the Western Dragon Realm if you have any questions." "Thank you. I actually have a question for you," Reg responded eagerly. "What is your inquiry?" Rege smiled. "Are you familiar with the gods of destruction?" "I've heard of them. They seem to serve Lord Zeno," Rege replied. "What about the Ultra Instinct technique?" Reg pressed. "Ultra Instinct?" Rege pondered. "I haven't heard of that, but I am familiar with the Autonomous Ultra Instinct." "Autonomous Ultra Instinct?" Reg echoed, nodding. "Lord Dragon God Salama possesses this ability." Reg immediately turned to Salus. "My father indeed possesses the Autonomous Ultra Instinct. It is a divine technique, not easily mastered," Reg confirmed. "Then, do you also know the Autonomous Ultra Instinct?" "Yes," Salus replied. "But our previous battle, that was merely me toying with you," she added with a smile. "Would you be willing to teach me the Autonomous Ultra Instinct?" Reg asked. Though slightly irked by the previous jest, he understood that enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. "Of course. However, I cannot guarantee that you will master the Autonomous Ultra Instinct," Salus cautioned. "Understood." Reg nodded. After sharing more conversation, the two bid their farewells and departed. In the Dragon Realm, beneath the Dragon Tree, Dragon God Salama was conversing with the recently returned Salus. "Salus, you're not getting any younger. It's time to find someone to marry." "Father, I'm only 700,000 years old. I'm not ready for marriage. Our dragon race ages 1 year for every 100. If we were to consider human years, you would be 70 million. So what if I'm 70 million? Our lifespans are virtually endless. Then, if I were to allow you to choose one of the 4 dragon gods as your husband, who would you select?" "None of them. Their powers are too weak. I would only consider someone stronger than myself." Salama fell silent, contemplating her words. Due to Salus's promise to teach Reg the Autonomous Ultra Instinct, she frequently visited him to guide his training. As time passed, a year had swiftly elapsed. Although Reg's strength had significantly increased over the year, he still had not grasped the Autonomous Ultra Instinct. A year prior, he had made a promise to Bulma. If she crafted the Super Dragon Ball radar for him, he would assist her in locating the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Now, Reg was utilizing the Super Dragon Ball radar to search for the remaining Dragon Balls in the 6th universe. In the South Galaxy of the 6th universe, a tall woman with azure green skin and long white hair tied in a high ponytail stood in the cosmos. She wore a flowing green robe adorned with 3 circular designs, 2 white and 1 orange, over a black bodysuit, secured at the waist with a red belt, and donned white high-heeled shoes with green stockings. Beside her stood a stout, upright purple cat clad in tattered red attire, the uniform of a god of destruction. They were none other than the god of destruction and angel of the 6th universe, Kappa and Vados. Before them floated a Dragon Ball the size of a planet. This was the Super Dragon Ball. Vados, is this the wish-granting ball you mentioned? Kampa inquired. Indeed, Lord Kampa. However, one must collect all 7 to fulfill a wish. 7? Kampa echoed, visibly intrigued. Chapter 45, Vados, where are the other 6 now? I'm not certain. They are likely scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. The 7th universe? Indeed. Lord Kampa. Then the wish orbs can truly grant any desire, correct? Yes, Vados affirmed with a nod. The 6th universe is my territory. So searching for the wish orbs poses no issue. However, the 7th universe belongs to Beerus, which complicates matters. Suddenly, a figure appeared before them. It was Reg. Both Kampa and Vados were momentarily taken aback by his abrupt appearance. Reg, too, was surprised to encounter them. Who are you? Kampa inquired. Reg ignored him and, in an instant, vanished from sight. Although he bore no fear of Kampa, he recognized that confronting him head-on was unwise given his current strength. He's gone, Kampa exclaimed, his surprise quickly turning to rage. This scoundrel dares to disregard me. Vados, bring him back at once. Lord Kampa, he utilized instant transmission. Even I cannot pursue him. What do you mean by instant transmission? Isn't that a technique exclusive to the Kaioshin? I'm not entirely certain, but there is a way to capture him, however. You must ensure he cannot use instant transmission to escape. Understood. Kampa nodded gravely. Vados then pointed her staff into the void. The surrounding time reverted to the moment before Reg's arrival. After a brief wait, Reg reappeared as before. Before he could react, Kampa transformed into a purple streak of light, swiftly reaching Reg's side and seizing his shoulder. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Feeling the grip on his shoulder, Reg's heart raced with caution. My name is Reg. I just practiced instant transmission and somehow ended up here. Kampa scrutinized him with suspicion. At that moment, Vados, standing a short distance away, spoke up. Lord Kampa, what he just said may not be true. It seems he hails from another universe, and his purpose for coming here appears to involve the wish orbs. What? Kampa's anger flared instantly. No, I was merely passing through. Oh, is that so? Then what do you have in your hands? In my hands? Kampa's gaze shifted to Reg's hands, which were concealed behind his back. Yet, he found nothing. Vados, he clearly has nothing in his hands. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Vados often teased him, so it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Immediately, Vados flew over and handed her staff to Kampa. Through the crystal orb of the staff, Kampa indeed saw Reg holding a device. You scoundrel! Kampa's fury intensified as he glared at Reg. With a light chuckle, Reg performed instant transmission, transporting himself to the 7th universe. Lord Kampa. Vados stared in shock at the spot where Kampa had vanished alongside Reg. She had just used time reversal and could not employ it again so soon. Lowering her gaze, she examined her staff to ascertain where Kampa had been taken. Meanwhile, Kampa found himself in the southern galaxy of the 7th universe. Where is this? Reg did not respond, instead exerting force to free himself from Kampa's grip. Damn it! Kampa shouted in anger, transforming into a purple light and charging at Reg. In an instant, Reg vanished again. Not again, Kampa exclaimed, his initial surprise rapidly giving way to fury. Curse be he. Should I catch you, I will surely obliterate you. On Earth, in West City, Reg arrived at Bulma's home. Reg, have you gathered all the Super Dragon Balls? Bulma approached him as he entered the yard. No, none at all? Reg nodded. Moreover, I've encountered a significant problem. A problem? With your strength? What sort of trouble could you possibly face? I came across a god of destruction. A god of destruction? Yes. A god of destruction is on par with the Kaioshin in terms of power. At my current strength, I cannot defeat him. But the Super Dragon Balls do not belong to him. Just avoid him and don't engage. The issue is, I have angered him. Angered him? 3 of the Super Dragon Balls are in the 6th universe. I encountered him there, and it seems he is also searching for the Super Dragon Balls. He is searching as well? In the 7th universe, Southern Galaxy, Vados had swiftly made her way to Kampa's side. Lord Kampa, are you unharmed? I'm fine. I merely let that brat escape. Vados, find out who he is. We must capture and eliminate him. Lord Kampa, he is not from our universe. So I cannot trace him. Not from our universe? Indeed, Lord Kampa. We are currently within Lord Beerus's universe. Beerus? Yes. No matter. You must find a way to locate that individual. Then I shall consult Whis. Kampa nodded. Vados then promptly used her staff to contact Whis. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis had just finished tidying up and was about to sit down for a rest when his staff suddenly glowed. He glanced at it and answered, Long time no see, sister. What brings you to contact me today? Vados, looking at Kampa beside her, replied, Lord Kampa just encountered someone capable of the Kaioshin's instant transmission and brought him into your universe. The Kaioshin's instant transmission? Indeed. Lord Kampa is quite furious with this individual and wishes for your assistance in investigating him. Oh, then please show me what this person looks like. Vados immediately used her staff to transmit Reg's appearance to Whis. It's him. Whis, do you know him? Whis nodded. Sister, I can inform you of his location. But you must promise me not to disrupt the planets of the 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Vados turned to Kampa. Chapter 46. The 4-year agreement. Very well. We shall accept your terms. Contemplated Kampa. He introduced himself as a Saiyan named Reg, residing on a planet called Earth, located at the edge of the North Galaxy in the 7th universe. Earth? Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Vados immediately began searching for the location of Earth in the 6th universe. The 6th and 7th universes are twin realms, possessing similar celestial bodies and positions. I found it. After a brief examination, Vados quickly discerned the general location of Earth. How long will it take to get there? 20 minutes. Is it really going to take that long? Well, if Lord Kampa finds it too distant, we can certainly dismiss the matter. After all, it is not of great significance. No way. This scoundrel not only deceived me, but also brought me to the 7th universe. I must teach him a proper lesson. All right then, Vados remarked, promptly maneuvering her staff and accelerating to speeds beyond light, carrying the two forward. On Earth, Reg was worried that Kampa might seek vengeance. So he returned to the Dragon Realm and summoned Saralise. At that moment, he and Saralise were in Bulma's backyard, savoring the delicacies she had just ordered. To think that your planet, though not large, boasts such a variety of exquisite cuisine. Saralise praised the culinary delights as she indulged. Reg nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the voice of the old Kai echoed in Reg's ear. Reg, a god of destruction, has unexpectedly appeared in our universe, and it seems they are approaching your Earth. You must not provoke them if they arrive. So they have indeed come. Reg thought to himself, then replied to the old Kai, understood. The old Kai sighed in relief. Although Kampa was not the god of destruction of the 7th universe, all such deities are formidable foes, and it is wise to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Old ancestor. What exactly is a god of destruction? Why such a strong reaction? What? You do not know what a god of destruction is? How could you possibly assume the role of Kai? The old Kai glared at the East Kai. The East Kai, like a junior receiving a reprimand from a senior, lowered his head. The old Kai, resigned, proceeded to explain the nature of the gods of destruction to him. Back on Earth. After Reg informed Saralise about Kampa's impending arrival, he continued to relish the meals laid before him. Moments later, a brilliant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, landing in Bulma's backyard. As the radiance faded, two figures gradually materialized, Kampa and Vados. You despicable fiend. I knew you would be here. Kampa exclaimed furiously upon spotting Reg, who was still enjoying his food. Reg turned to Kampa and asked, What brings you here? Humph. Kampa scoffed. Do not play coy with me? Why did you run upon seeing me? And why did you refuse to show me what you were holding, instead dragging me to the 7th universe? You're a god of destruction. I cannot defeat you, so why would I not flee? Even so, why would you not show me what you have, and instead bring me to the 7th universe? That device is a machine for locating the Super Dragon Balls. If I show it to you, you will surely try to seize it. Besides, you were also searching for the Super Dragon Balls, were you not? A machine for locating the Super Dragon Balls? Kampa pondered. Then give me that machine, or I shall annihilate you. Reg smiled. Why would I inform you of something I know I cannot win against? Why? Because I have brought someone stronger than you. Stronger than me. Kampa erupted in laughter. In your universe, aside from your god of destruction, Beerus, I truly do not regard anyone else as a threat. Oh, is that so? As soon as Reg spoke, Saralise stood up from her chair. Vados narrowed her eyes slightly. You are. How do you know her, Vados? Vados nodded and replied, Lord Kampa. She is the daughter of Dragon God Salama. The daughter of Dragon God Salama? Indeed. Dragon God Salama is the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Oh, really? So what if she is Salama's daughter? Her father once contested the throne against the Omni King but failed. Contested the throne against the Omni King? Kampa was taken aback. Reg was equally astonished. Before traversing into this world, he had perused some fanfictions about Dragon God Salama's rivalry with the Omni King, but he had never imagined it was true. So now, alongside Saralise, does that not make them adversaries of the Omni King? Indeed. However, there is no need for you to overthink it. Their competition for the throne is merely normal. Is that so? Vados nodded, teasingly adding, Lord Kampa, why do you suddenly seem to be sweating profusely? Are you not afraid? Are you? Afraid? Who's afraid? I merely feel a tad warm. Oh, is that so? Vados chuckled. Of course, Compa retorted, suddenly beginning to cough. Vados, I suddenly feel unwell. Perhaps you could take my place? Unwell? Let me use my staff to assist you. Vados offered with a smile. Compa was at a loss for words. Vados was clearly relishing his discomfort. However, since Salama was the one who vied for the throne, perhaps his daughter, lacked formidable strength? But what if? How could the illustrious god of destruction of the sixth universe fear engaging with me? At that moment, Cerelise interjected, Why do you hesitate, Compa? Compa clenched his teeth. If it comes to fighting, then let it be so. I fear no one. Cerelise let out a soft laugh, preparing to engage Compa, when Reg suddenly interjected, Cerelise. Can you not leave this scoundrel to me? Leave him to you? Cerelise questioned, a hint of doubt creeping in. Reg, can you truly defeat him? I cannot. But I wish to make an agreement with him. What agreement? In 4 years, I shall battle him, and at that time, I will personally defeat him. 4 years. Compa burst into laughter. Do not speak of 4 years. Even if you were given 40 years, you would still not prevail against me. Is that so? If so, then you shall depart from Earth, and after 4 years, I shall naturally come to find you. You think I would leave just because you say so? That would be quite embarrassing. Since you have issued a challenge, shall we make a wager? A wager? Indeed. If you lose in 4 years, you must surrender the machine you possess for locating the Super Dragon Balls. And if I win, I see no possibility of your victory. Compa declared confidently. What if you lose? If I were to lose, I would relinquish my position as God of Destruction to you. Chapter 47 I have no interest in the position of the God of Destruction, but if you lose, how about singing a song for me? It would surely be amusing to hear Lord Compa sing, considering his lack of musical talent. Bardos chuckled at the side. Be quiet. Compa glared at Bardos in fury. All right. I accept your challenge. After all, you stand no chance against me. Reg laughed lightly, remaining silent otherwise. Bardos, let us depart. Compa commanded. Yes, Lord Compa. With a flick of her staff, Bardos transformed them into a radiant streak of colors, departing from Earth. Seeing this, Salus turned to Reg and inquired, Reg, are you truly confident that you can defeat that god of destruction in 4 years? Reg nodded gently. Have you heard of the hyperbolic time chamber? No. Salus shook her head. What is that? Simply put, it is a time chamber. 1 day outside equals a year inside. I see. So when you say 4 years, it's actually much more than that. Isn't it? Indeed. I was merely trying to intimidate him. If I were truly that powerful, I could just train in the hyperbolic time chamber for a week, rather than wait 4 years. Salus giggled, remarking, I was just thinking how suddenly brave you've become today. I have always been brave. Then why did you summon me here and wish for immortality from the eternal dragon? Cough, cough. Reg cleared his throat. The food on the table has grown cold. We should eat quickly before it loses its flavor. Salus chuckled softly and returned to her seat. In the 7th universe, Compa and Bardos were currently en route back to the 6th universe. Bardos, please investigate Reg's current strength. Bardos smiled knowingly. Lord Compa, are you perhaps afraid that this human might defeat you, prompting me to investigate him? Who says I fear that human? I am merely curious about his capabilities. Bardos covered her mouth with a smile, clearly skeptical of Compa's words. Enough, Bardos. Seeing her amusement, Compa became irate. Bardos quickly composed herself. Reg is not from our universe. To ascertain his strength, we will likely need to seek Whis' assistance. Whis. By the way, isn't Beerus still asleep? Yes, Lord Compa. It seems he will remain in slumber for another 4 years. 4 years? That brat has challenged me to a duel in 4 years? Is it mere coincidence? Or is he intentionally scheduling it for that time? Who knows? Bardos shook her head. 2 days later, Lei Xiaodian and Sapari, feeling somewhat out of place in the Dragon Realm, returned to Earth aboard the Eternal Dragon. Meanwhile, Reg continued his training in the Dragon Realm, returning to Earth at night. In West City, on Baozi Mountain, Lei Xiaodian, shortly after arriving home, went to visit Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian. Brother Xiaodian. Sun Wutian's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Lei Xiaodian. Lei Xiaodian nodded. It's been a while, Wutian. Sun Wutian responded eagerly, Brother Xiaodian. How long will you be staying on Earth this time? I'm not sure, but I think it will be quite a while. Really? That is wonderful, Sun Wutian exclaimed, leading Lei Xiaodian outside to play. As they had not seen each other in a long time, they chatted animatedly. Brother Xiaodian, my brother has a girlfriend now. He spends his weekends with her and hardly plays with me. A girlfriend? Yes. Initially, Mom disapproved of their relationship. But once she learned that the girl comes from a wealthy family, she consented. I see. Lei Xiaodian chuckled. What about Trunks? How is he doing? Uncle Vegeta has heard that you are training in the divine realm, so he makes Trunks train with him every day. Training together? Yes. Uncle Vegeta is very competitive. He probably hopes for Trunks to surpass you. By the way, Brother Xiaodian, what is your current strength? Super Saiyan 2. Still Super Saiyan 2? Yes. In West City, at Bulma's residence, Trunks was currently training in the gravity chamber with Vegeta. Dad, I've been training in the gravity chamber for 6 hours today. Can I take a break? Trunks said, doing one-handed push-ups. Not until you achieve Super Saiyan 2. Then I will allow you to rest. Super Saiyan 2? That's exceedingly difficult. Trunks exclaimed, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Vegeta snorted dismissively and continued training. In the 6th universe. In the realm of the gods of destruction, Bardos was reporting the intelligence she had gathered about Reg to Kampa. Just a year ago, Reg was attacked by the 6th universe's foremost assassin, Hit, but the assassination attempt failed. The foremost assassin of the 6th universe? Yes, Lord Kampa. Moreover, this assassination was orchestrated by Reg himself, as he wanted Hit to attempt to kill him. To hire an assassin to kill oneself? Indeed. Bardos nodded. And what of this Hit's abilities? Very powerful. He is one of the few formidable opponents in the entire 6th universe. Time passed swiftly. And a month had gone by. Above a city on Earth, a man with pink skin and a black diamond-shaped mark on his forehead was floating in the air. Dressed in a black vest and white trousers, with a golden belt shaped like the letter M around his waist, his name was Araki, the former demon king before Dubra. And Dubra's former master. After being betrayed by Dubra, Araki was imprisoned by powerful spells and rituals until recently, when he finally escaped. So this is the human realm. It has changed so much. Araki grinned wickedly, gathering energy waves in his hands and unleashing them on the city before him. Boom, 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 with violent explosions. Numerous buildings crumbled. Many humans perished in the sudden collapse of the structures, and the city was engulfed in cries, wails, and pleas for help, resembling a hell on earth. In West City, on Baozi Mountain, Sun Wukong was practicing on the back mountain when he suddenly sensed a powerful and malevolent energy. This energy belonged to Araki. What an overwhelming energy. Has another formidable foe appeared on Earth? Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Following the energy signature of Araki, he instantaneously teleported to stand before him. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong suddenly appear after obliterating a city, Araki frowned slightly. Instantaneous movement, huh? Sun Wukong's gaze was fixed on the city that had been destroyed. Did you do this? He asked, his tone laced with anger. Yes, and what of it? Araki replied, tilting his head dismissively, not regarding Sun Wukong as a threat. Despicable! Sun Wukong yelled in fury, launching a punch towards Araki. Whoosh! Araki sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike. Chapter 48. The seizure of Sun Wukong's body with a swift motion. Sun Wukong lifted his right foot to deliver a kick towards Araki. Bang! Araki extended his right hand forward, seizing Wukong's right foot. Startled, Wukong attempted to retract his foot, but Araki exerted force, spinning Wukong in midair a full 360 degrees before hurling him away. Wukong quickly regained his composure, halting his descent with both hands. Araki, with a cold smirk, materialized behind Wukong. Before Wukong could react, Araki's right fist struck him. Bang! Wukong let out an agonizing scream as his body plummeted like a projectile towards the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Wukong, feeling pain, touched the back of his head and swiftly rose to his feet. He clenched his fists, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. A powerful aura emanated from him. Araki, taken aback, watched in astonishment as Wukong's figure suddenly vanished. Araki spun around just in time to see Wukong preparing to throw a punch. Instantly, Araki raised both hands to defend. In the next moment, Wukong's right fist collided with Araki. Bang! With a resounding impact, Wukong sent Araki flying hundreds of meters away. Furious, Araki gritted his teeth and charged at Wukong. Wukong reciprocated the charge, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, their movements as swift as lightning. Bang! 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 After a brief but intense battle, Wukong surged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Araki. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Araki was propelled away like a missile. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong clasped his hands together and shouted, Kamehameha. Instantly, a deep blue energy wave coalesced in his hands, aimed at Araki. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the Kamehameha struck Araki, igniting a massive detonation in the sky. Moments later, as the smoke began to clear, a disheveled Araki stood before Wukong, infuriated. Curse you. Alaki clenched his fists and charged at Wukong once more. Just then, Wukong, gathering his strength, roared as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Alaki, shocked, nonetheless continued his charge. Wukong sidestepped, driving his right knee powerfully into Alaki's abdomen. Bang! Alaki screamed in agony. Clutching his stomach, Wukong seized the moment, striking Alaki's back with a forceful punch. Bang! Alaki's body was sent crashing to the ground. Wukong, with hands raised, unleashed a barrage of energy waves upon Alaki. The ground trembled as explosions erupted, enveloping Alaki in a cloud of smoke, with his cries echoing through the chaos. After a moment, Wukong ceased his attack. As the dust settled, numerous deep craters marked the landscape, revealing Alaki lying in one of them. Still alive? Just then, two figures approached from a distance, Vegeta and Trunks. Vegeta. Wukong turned to greet them. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, glancing at the ground. Kakarot, were you just fighting this guy? Wukong nodded. While they conversed, Alaki rose from the ground and soared toward them. Wukong pivoted to face him. Suddenly, Alaki halted, radiating a dark aura. Dark, demon flame bomb. Alaki bellowed, conjuring a torrential wave of black energy to assault the trio. Vegeta, Trunks, get out of the way. The two swiftly retreated. Wukong, gathering his own energy waves, retaliated against Alaki's attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with the sound of their colliding energies. After a moment, Wukong flashed behind Alaki, who had not yet reacted. Wukong unleashed a golden energy wave. Boom. A tremendous explosion engulfed Alaki, shrouding him in a thick cloud of smoke. At that moment, a massive dark silhouette emerged before Wukong. Realizing the danger, he swiftly retreated, but the shadow moved with astonishing speed, consuming him in an instant. Wukong screamed in terror as an overwhelming malevolent energy enveloped him, leaving him suspended in midair. Wukong uncle, Kakarot, Vegeta and Trunks' expressions shifted in alarm. In a realm unseen by them, Wukong slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. Where's that guy? Where are Vegeta and Trunks? He pondered, propelling himself forward. Soon, he stumbled upon a city reduced to ruins, with Vegeta and Trunks lying amidst the devastation. Trunks. Vegeta. Wukong's rage ignited. At that moment, a dark figure emerged. It was Alaki. You killed Vegeta and the others? Wukong demanded. Alaki chuckled. Indeed, it was I. Are you seeking revenge? Damn you. Wukong roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Alaki smirked, morphing into a likeness of Wukong. Huh. Wukong charged at Alaki. Alaki lightly laughed as he summoned numerous shadowy clones resembling Wukong. What? Wukong gasped. In the real world. Daddy, what's happened to Uncle Wukong? I don't know, but stay away from him for now. Vegeta warned gravely. Just then, Krillin and others, sensing the energy from their battle, arrived on the scene. Uncle Krillin, Trunks shouted, racing towards them. What happened, Trunks? Why is Wukong standing there motionless? Trunks quickly recounted the events to Krillin and the others. In the realm of illusions, Wukong found himself overwhelmed by Alaki's myriad of shadowy clones, embroiled in a desperate struggle. With an astonishing surge of power, Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, his very shadow repelling all that sought to grasp him. Gasping for breath, he observed the shadows that had been flung aside reverting to their dark forms, coalescing in midair into a colossal phantom. This apparition was reminiscent of the vision Sun Wukong had encountered when Alaki wielded dark magic. Accompanied by a sinister cackle, the black specter darted forward with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing this, Sun Wukong recoiled. The dark figure abruptly vanished from its original position, swiftly encircling Sun Wukong from behind, ensnaring him completely. With a cry of alarm, Sun Wukong felt his body overtaken by Alaki. In the realm of reality, Krillin and the others had just learned from Trunks about the recent events. So, it appears that Wukong may have fallen under the control of that fiend. No sooner had the thought crossed their minds than Sun Wukong's eyes transformed to a crimson hue. Surrounded by an abyssal blackness, a symbol appeared on his forehead, mirroring that of Alaki's. Wukong. Uncle Wukong. The group gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the controlled Sun Wukong clenched his fist with great force, emanating an overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the East Kaioshin had also taken note of the calamity unfolding on Earth. Alaki, he stuttered, gazing at the possessed Sun Wukong. Alaki? The old Kaioshin looked at the East Kaioshin in confusion. Indeed, my venerable ancestor. Alaki is the former ruler of the demon realm, the source of all evil and negativity, as well as the origin of dark magic. Dark magic? Queried the old Kaioshin. Precisely. His dark sorcery is exceptionally formidable. with Sun Wukong now under his control. The situation has escalated significantly. On Earth, after seizing control of Sun Wukong's body, Alaki erupted into laughter. Who are you? Why are you invading Wukong's body? Krillin trembled as he confronted Alaki. Upon hearing this, Alaki ceased his mirth, declaring, My name is Alaki, the master of the former Demon King, Dubra. The master of the Demon King Dubra? Krillin inquired incredulously. Indeed, but that traitor later usurped my throne and imprisoned my soul. 2 years ago, he inexplicably met his demise, which allowed my spirit to escape from confinement. I came to Earth intending to conquer it. But I did not anticipate this fool's sudden emergence. His power surpasses mine, compelling me to utilize magic to take possession of his body. Chapter 49. Rex vs. Araki Humph. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed coldly. I advise you to extricate yourself from Kakarot's body. Otherwise, I shall annihilate both Kakarot and you. Is that so? Then I shall see if you truly possess such ability. With that, Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards Araki. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, Vegeta was upon Araki, his fists and feet striking like lightning in fierce combat. Little Tian, where is your father now? Piccolo inquired. Turning to Lei Xiaotian. Dad is in the Dragon Realm. Lei Xiaotian replied. Is there a way to contact him? To bring him back to Earth? I can summon the dragon to the Dragon Realm and have Dad return. Where is the dragon now? At my home. Then quickly return and inform the dragon of the situation here, urging it to summon your father back. Okay. Just as they conversed, Vegeta was struck from the air by Araki and fell to the ground. Go. Piccolo shouted urgently to Lei Xiaotian. Lei Xiaotian nodded and vanished in an instant. Instant transmission? Piccolo mused, glancing towards the ground. At that moment, Vegeta was awkwardly standing in a deep pit, while Araki, controlling Goku's body, hovered in the air with an air of ease. Vegeta, is this all you can do? Having taken control of Goku's body, Araki also acquired Goku's memories. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenching his fists with tremendous force. With a loud roar, an overwhelming aura surged from Vegeta, quickly escalating. The ground around him trembled violently under the force of his energy. What? Such powerful energy! Krillin exclaimed in shock. Moments later, Vegeta maximized his energy output. Is it not possible to elevate further? Piccolo felt a hint of disappointment. Though the power of Super Saiyan 2 at full capacity and Super Saiyan 3 is merely a thin line apart, the difference is profound. Whoosh! At that moment, Lei Xiaotian and Subari appeared out of thin air. Xiaotian, why have you returned? Did you send the dragon to find Reg? Lei Xiaotian nodded. I've informed the dragon to seek out my father. I worry that Trunks' father may not be able to defeat that fiend, so I came back. How long will it take for your father to return from the Dragon Realm? A few minutes. Let us hope Vegeta can endure until then. As they conversed, Araki and Vegeta re-engaged in battle. Bang! With a powerful kick, Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground like a projectile. Dad! Trunks' expression shifted, and he rushed to assist, but was restrained by Piccolo. Trunks, do not act rashly. That creature has possessed Goku's body, and with our current strength, we are no match for him. Are we to let my father be killed? Piccolo hung his head in silence. At that moment, Lei Xiaotian suddenly spoke. Trunks, shall we fuse? Fuse? Yes. My strength has significantly increased compared to before. If we fuse now, our power will be greatly amplified. All right, let us fuse. Trunks agreed. Fuse? Krillin and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Gohan, what is fusion? Krillin asked curiously. Fusion is when two individuals become one. Become one? Indeed. After fusion, they become a single entity, and their strength is vastly enhanced. Now I understand. Fusion. While they conversed, Lei Xiaotian and Trunks began to dance the Metamoran dance, slowly approaching one another. With a brilliant flash of white light, they fused into Rex. What? Such incredible energy is this fusion? Krillin gasped in astonishment. Gohan nodded. At that moment, Araki, preparing to strike down Vegeta, was drawn by the immense aura emanating from the newly formed Rex. As everyone watched in amazement, Rex clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan. Araki, seeing this, scoffed, facing Rex. Whoosh! Suddenly, Rex executed instant transmission, appearing directly before Araki. Caught off guard, Araki was kicked in the face by Rex, sent reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Rex unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Araki. Bang! 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 Araki was forced to retreat under Rex's relentless assault. Whoosh! Rex delivered a powerful sidekick, aiming to send Araki flying. In that moment, Araki swiftly caught Rex's incoming kick. Rex was startled and attempted to retract his foot, but Araki's left hand grasped Rex's other foot, spinning him in midair before hurling him downwards. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Rex plummeted to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it. After a moment, as the dust settled, Rex rose slowly, glaring angrily at Araki. Kid, is this all you can do? Araki sneered. Humph. In response, Rex snorted and clenched his fist tightly, roaring loudly. With an astonishing surge of energy, Rex transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Araki's eyes narrowed at the sight. Yeah, Rex shouted, charging at Araki. Araki clenched his fists and prepared to meet the assault. Whoosh. Bang. 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 With the sounds of their fierce battle echoing. Their fists and feet struck like lightning against each other. In the Supreme Kai's realm, East Supreme Kai was troubled by Araki's dark magic. Though Araki was powerful, Reg's strength should suffice, yet Araki's dark magic posed a significant challenge. The potency of dark magic lies in its ability to control individuals harboring negative emotions. Goku was controlled by Araki due to his anger. Great Ancestor, do you have any means to counter Araki's dark magic? I do, but it cannot be executed. Cannot be executed? What is the method? Chapter 50. Dark Magic of Reg. The method is to harness the destructive energy of the God of Destruction. Destructive energy? Indeed. The God of Destruction's energy is the nemesis of all that exists. However, the God of Destruction typically refrains from interfering in human affairs. If that is the case, does it mean we have no means to combat dark magic? Thus, I assert that while it exists, it is beyond our reach. In the Dragon Realm, Reg is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Sarath on a grassy field. With a resounding impact, Sarath delivers a powerful punch that sends Reg soaring through the air. At that moment, the Earth Dragon suddenly descends from the sky. Dragon, my lady. The dragon bows respectfully. Sarath nods in acknowledgement. Dragon, weren't you on Earth? What brings you back so suddenly? Returning, my lady. A formidable foe has appeared on Earth, controlling Sun Wukong, and is currently battling Vegeta and the others. The young master summoned me to find Lord Reg and bring him back. A formidable foe? It seems to originate from the demon realm. Just then, Reg teleports beside the dragon. Dragon, what has transpired on Earth? Lord Reg, Sun Wukong has been captured by a being from the demon realm. And Vegeta and the others are engaged in combat. Sun Wukong captured? Reg gasps. Yes. Quickly, take me back to Earth. Reg exclaims, leaping onto the dragon's head. Understood. Lord Reg. On Earth, Rex and Araki are locked in a fierce aerial battle. After a prolonged clash, Araki swiftly strikes with both hands, sending Rex flying. Curse it. Rex growls, quickly stabilizing himself in midair. Araki chuckles lightly, darting towards Rex with lightning speed. Solar Fist. Rex raises his hands, emitting a blinding beam of light. Araki immediately shuts his eyes. As the brilliance fades, Araki opens his eyes to see a golden energy wave approaching. With the distance too short to evade, Araki is struck by the wave. With a tremendous explosion, Araki glares at Rex, seething with rage. You have thoroughly provoked me, little brat. I will no longer toy with you. I shall end this. Rex's expression turns serious at the words. Araki grins wickedly, suddenly appearing behind Rex. Watch out, Rex. Gohan shouts, warning him. Rex instantly spins around, but Araki's right fist is already upon him. With a thunderous impact, Rex is sent crashing into a mountain behind him. Trunks. A wounded Vegeta rises from the ground. Seeing this, Araki smirks, gathering a dark energy sphere in his right hand and launching it at Rex. Curse it, Piccolo exclaims. But it is too late to intervene. Just as the energy wave is about to strike Rex, Reg's figure appears before him. Rex raises his right hand, swatting the energy sphere away. With a deafening explosion, the energy sphere detonates. Dad. Rex shouts towards Reg. What? Araki exclaims in shock, his demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. Reg nods, waving his hand to summon the one-star dragon. Lord Reg. The one-star dragon responds. Defeat him. But do not kill him. Understood, Lord Reg. The one-star dragon charges toward Araki. Araki coldly chuckles, preparing to confront the one-star dragon, but unexpectedly, the one-star dragon appears behind him. How fast? The onlookers gasp. Araki seems to sense something and quickly turns. With a resounding thud, the one-star dragon delivers a swift kick to his face. The impact sends Araki crashing violently to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The one-star dragon, with a cold smile, channels a massive wave of energy, directing it toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Araki screams as he is bombarded by the energy waves. How? How powerful? Witnessing Araki's overwhelming defeat, Krillin and the others display expressions of shock. After a moment, the one-star dragon ceases its assault, and as the smoke clears, Araki lies injured on the ground. Dad, Gohan and Goten feel a pang of sympathy for him. Araki, occupying Sun Wukong's body, slowly rises from the ground, coldly stating, "This body belongs to Sun Wukong. If you wish to kill me, you must eliminate him as well." Do you think I fear that? Reg's expression suddenly turns icy. Araki inwardly sneers, gathering dark energy in both hands to attack Reg. Reg, unfazed, retaliates by condensing energy in his own hands. Boom, boom, boom. The two energies clash violently. Vegeta's expression shifts. This is bad. He intends to use the same trick. Reg, that fellow is employing dark magic. Withdraw immediately. Vegeta shouts urgently. Dark magic. Araki suddenly bursts into laughter. Haha. It is too late. As his laughter fades, a massive shadowy figure materializes before Reg attempts to teleport away. But the figure's speed is overwhelming. Before he can escape, he is consumed by the shadow. In the Supreme Kai realm, East Supreme Kai's expression shifts dramatically upon witnessing Reg fall victim to Araki's dark magic. This is disastrous. Even Reg has succumbed to that fiend's magic. The Elder Supreme Kai remains silent, deep in thought. On Earth, Krillin and the others are rendered speechless, their anxiety palpable as they witness Reg ensnared by Araki's magic. Reg, now immobile like Sun Wukong before him, stands frozen in place. Chapter 51. Reg's Enlightenment of Destruction. Reg. Pick shouted, attempting to rouse him from the clutches of illusion. Damn it. If that fiend has taken control of you, I shall never call you brother. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice strained. Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta. The others exclaimed, astonished by Vegeta's unexpected words. They could hardly believe that the once proud prince would utter such a sentiment for Reg. Vegeta's face flushed, and he averted his gaze. By the way, since Araki is using magic to control Reg, what has become of Goku? At that moment, Krillin spoke up. Goku. The group immediately turned their eyes to the ground where Goku lay. I apologize for worrying you all. Goku had regained consciousness, but due to his severe injuries, walking was a daunting task. The East Kai, witnessing this, promptly dispatched Jebit to Earth to tend to Goku's wounds. If Reg were indeed under Araki's control, Goku was their sole hope. In the realm of illusion, Reg surveyed his surroundings. The fabricated world mirrored the battlefield where they had just fought, yet it was devoid of the spectators who had once stood in the distance. Are you searching for your friends? Araki's voice echoed suddenly. Reg turned to see Araki, now resembling himself. Where is this place? Reg inquired. Where else could it be? It is the very site of our recent battle, Araki replied with a smirk. And Vegeta and the others? They have been eliminated by my hand. Araki laughed. Is that so? Reg felt a surge of anger at Araki's words. Observing Reg's fury, Araki conjured 6 shadow clones that mirrored Reg's form. In response, Reg clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Araki waved his hand, sending the 6 shadow clones charging at Reg. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The air filled with the sounds of intense combat as Reg clashed with the 6 clones. However, the overwhelming numbers soon placed Reg at a disadvantage. Damn it! Reg shouted in frustration, transforming into Super Saiyan 3, sending the 6 clones flying. Araki sneered and summoned another 6 shadow clones, bringing the total to 12 that charged at Reg simultaneously. Reg gathered energy in his hands and unleashed it toward the oncoming clones. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of energy blasts erupted around the 12 clones, with one being struck while the others deftly evaded. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Recognizing that his energy waves were ineffective, Reg charged forward to engage the remaining 11 clones in hand-to-hand combat. Bang. 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 Through sheer strength, Reg overcame the 11 clones, yet he felt his stamina waning. To think you could last this long. It seems you are indeed stronger than that fellow named Goku. Araki chuckled. Reg scoffed and charged at Araki. Hey. Araki sneered, summoning 12 shadow clones once more. Damn it. Reg roared, his hands clenching tightly as an astonishing aura radiated from his body. With a mighty shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Seeing Reg unleash his full power, Araki erupted into laughter, his form morphing into a colossal black shadow. Reg's expression shifted to one of alarm, his heart racing with trepidation. Whoosh. In an instant, the shadow enveloped Reg like smoke. He screamed in agony as memories began to fade from his mind, including those of his past life. He refused to accept that all his hard work would be taken from him by Araki. No. Reg bellowed defiantly, summoning all his magical strength to resist Alaki's influence. What? Alaki gasped, astonished that Reg's magical prowess could contend with his own. Damn it. Just then, Reg's hair turned violet and stood on end, a purple aura emanating from him. Alaki felt a searing sensation as the purple energy enveloped him. Ah! Alaki shrieked, retreating from Reg's form. What is this? Reg observed the purple aura surrounding him. Suddenly, everything faded from his vision, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the real world. He saw his friends and the fallen form of Alaki before him. Reg, Dad. Upon witnessing Reg's awakening, Krillin and the others expressed their relief. Reg nodded and focused on Alaki's motionless body. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kai and others gazed in astonishment at Reg's revival. Master Ancestor, you said only the destruction energy of a god of destruction could counter Alaki's dark magic, correct? How then did Reg overcome it? How should I know? Perhaps he utilized methods unknown to me. Methods unknown to you? Indeed. Reg is now a dragon god. It's possible he employed other means to dispel Alaki's dark magic. The old Kai had not considered that the destruction energy was exclusive to the gods of destruction, and Reg, lacking their guidance, could not wield such power. On Earth, Alaki lay trembling on the ground, never having anticipated that a mere human would bring about his downfall after millions of years of existence. Reg let out a cold snort, conjuring a golden energy wave in his right hand to obliterate Alaki. Reg, Goku and the others rushed over from a distance. Yes, Reg affirmed. Goku asked, Reg, how did you manage to break that fiend's dark magic? Honestly, I'm not entirely certain, but when he attempted to consume me, I suddenly grasped the concept of the destruction of a god. The destruction of a god. Yes, the energy of destruction is the bane of all in this realm. Now I see. Reg nodded. Since the matter is resolved, shall we return? Krillin and the others nodded in agreement. They then bid farewell and departed. Having returned to Earth, Reg chose not to return to the Dragon Realm, but instead accompanied Suppa and the others home. Chapter 52, The Flavor of Beauty, Father. Uncle Vegeta mentioned during his magical incantation today that if you were to be controlled by Araki, he would never call you brother for the rest of his life. Upon returning home, Lei Xiaodian suddenly brought up Vegeta's words to Lei Gu. Vegeta? Lei Gu glanced at Suppali beside him. Yes, Suppali replied with a smile. Though Vegeta often appears haughty, he must hold you in high regard as his brother. Is that so? Lei Gu chuckled at her words. Vegeta was his brother from another world. Despite his lack of fondness for Vegeta, they were indeed siblings sharing a striking resemblance. The following morning, after having breakfast at home, Lei Gu visited Bulma's residence. Lei Gu, Bulma, who was strolling in the backyard, greeted him upon his sudden arrival. Lei Gu nodded, inquiring, Where's Vegeta? That guy ran off to the gravity chamber early this morning. Bulma replied, her expression filled with annoyance. Lei Gu, I must ask you, do all Saiyans do nothing but train? Of course not. Lei Gu smiled slightly. Aside from training, we also enjoy destroying planets. Bulma fell silent, regretting her question. Amused by her reaction, Lei Gu proceeded towards the gravity chamber. After a while, he arrived at the gravity chamber. Vegeta was training under 500 times the normal gravity. Lei Gu, what brings you here? Vegeta slowed his fists and looked at Lei Gu. Actually, it's nothing much. I just heard from Xiaodian that you referred to me as brother during your magical spell yesterday. Vegeta's face flushed at this remark. No. I merely stated that if you were controlled by Araki, I would never call you brother. But since I wasn't controlled, you secretly wish to call me brother. Don't you? Xiaodian, that blabbermouth. Vegeta muttered under his breath before changing the subject. Now, tell me, what is it that you truly want? Lei Gu's expression grew serious. Vegeta, your goal is to surpass Son Goku, right? My goal is to surpass both you and Kakarot. Vegeta retorted with a snort. Surpass me? Lei Gu chuckled lightly. Regardless of your ambitions, yesterday's battle should have made it clear to you the gap between you and Son Goku. Thus, I have come to inquire if you wish to train with me in the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm? Yes. I can have the one-star dragon accompany you in your training. One-star dragon? You mean that all-white fellow? Indeed. Lei Gu confirmed with a nod. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Lei Gu instructed Vegeta to inform Bulma before departing Earth with him. Shortly thereafter, Lei Gu brought Vegeta to the Dragon Realm. Is this truly the Dragon Realm? Vegeta gazed at the vast expanse of grass before him. Lei Gu nodded and summoned all the evil dragons. Greetings, Lord Lei Gu. The evil dragons immediately addressed him upon their arrival. Lei Gu nodded. This is my brother Vegeta. From today onward, Your task is to assist him in his training. Yes, Lord Rege. Pleased, Rege replied. Then take him to train now. Yes, Lord Rege. With that, the 7 dragons led Vegeta away for training. Whoosh. After Vegeta departed, a figure descended from the sky. It was Salus. Salus. She nodded. Rege. What transpired on Earth yesterday? Why did you return today? I went back to deal with a fellow who practiced dark magic. Due to certain matters, I only returned today. Dark magic? Yes. That fellow's dark magic was quite formidable. I nearly fell under his control. Is that so? Salus, do you know how to use the Ultra Instinct? Ultra Instinct? Isn't that a technique mastered by the god of destruction? Indeed. Rege nodded. My father did teach me. But since I can use the autonomous Ultra Instinct, I didn't focus on it much. Your father? Yes. Didn't you mention wanting to learn autonomous Ultra Instinct? Why are you suddenly interested in Ultra Instinct? Rege scratched his nose. I was afflicted by dark magic, and somehow, I suddenly entered the state of Ultra Instinct. By the way, how did you know about Ultra Instinct? I heard it from someone. Who? Salus's gaze drilled into Rege. An old man. Rege replied. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. An old man? Salus, could you possibly have your father teach me autonomous Ultra Instinct? Rege shifted the topic. My father typically does not teach outsiders. Not teach outsiders? Correct. However, if you were to marry me, you would not be considered an outsider. Salus teased. Then I'll seek someone else for guidance. Rege decisively declined. Salus's eyes widened in surprise. Am I that unattractive? Originally, she intended to jest with Rege, but was taken aback by his resolute rejection. Did he not care for his pride? And no. Then why did you refuse so quickly? I am already married. And between me and Supali, who is more beautiful? Upon hearing this, Salus huffed, not ready to let Rege go off the hook. Can I opt not to answer? If you refuse to answer, then you shan't expect me to teach you autonomous Ultra Instinct. You're beautiful. That is more like it. Indeed. This woman was quite inscrutable, Rege mused inwardly. Although I cannot teach you Ultra Instinct, I can find someone who can. Who? Since Ultra Instinct is a divine technique mastered by the god of destruction, it is only fitting to seek the god of destruction. Can you have the god of destruction teach me? Salus nodded. Which universe's god of destruction? The god of destruction from Universe 11. In Universe 11. Within the realm of the god of destruction, a man resembling a clown, dressed in the attire of a god of destruction, lounged leisurely beneath a great tree. This man was the god of destruction named Vermouth from Universe 11. Before Vermouth stood a tall woman, her skin a shade of blue-green. Clad in the garb of an angel, with twin ponytails adorning her head. She was none other than the angel of Universe 11, Margarita. Chapter 53. Rege's initial mastery of self-extreme intent technique. How utterly tedious it is, Margarita. Upon hearing this, Margarita was about to nod when the staff in her hand suddenly began to flicker. Upon inspecting her staff, Margarita saw Rege and Salus outside the realm of destruction. Master Waymeda, Salus has arrived. Salus? How could she possibly come here? I don't know, but it seems she has brought along a human. Hearing this, Waymeda immediately stood up. Outside the realm of destruction, Rege was inquiring of Salus why she knew Waymeda. The reason I am acquainted with Waymeda is due to a human. A human? Indeed. His name is Jiren, an extraordinarily powerful human. My relationship with him is akin to yours. It all began when I sensed his overwhelming aura and engaged him in battle. It was only when Waymeda appeared that we ceased our conflict. And who do you think is stronger between us? Salus pondered for a moment before responding, Jiren. However, should you master the self-extreme intent technique, you might surpass him. Then, Salus, which is stronger, the free extreme intent technique or the self-extreme intent technique? The free extreme intent technique excels in speed, while the self-extreme intent technique is superior in strength. Yet, no matter how powerful your strength may be, it is futile if you cannot strike your opponent. Of course, this is merely my perspective, as I have yet to master the self-extreme intent technique. Rege nodded. As they conversed, the two had already arrived at the realm of destruction. They descended gracefully and soon stood before Waymeda. Long time no see, Waymeda. Salus greeted with a smile. Waymeda nodded and turned to Rege beside Salus. Salus, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Surely, it's not to challenge Jiren again. Not at all. I merely wish for you to teach this individual the self-extreme intent technique. The self-extreme intent technique. Waymeda exclaimed, looking at Rege. You cannot be suggesting I teach this lad the self-extreme intent technique? Salus nodded with a smile. Salus, you must understand that the self-extreme intent technique is not something just anyone can learn. And why on earth would I teach it to him? Waymeda said, crossing her arms. Salas chuckled lightly. Reg entered the state of self-extreme intent due to dark magic yesterday. He undoubtedly possesses that kind of potential. As for why you should teach him, just let me finish, and you might find it intriguing. 1 month ago, Reg encountered the god of destruction, Kampa, from Universe 6, and angered him. Reg sought refuge with me, while Kampa came looking for a fight. Suddenly, Reg proposed a wager, claiming he would defeat Kampa in 4 years. Challenging Kampa? Waymeda and Margarita were taken aback. They had never heard of a human issuing a challenge to a god of destruction. Indeed, do you not wish to witness such an exhilarating battle? Waymeda considered this. After all, Kampa and I are both gods of destruction. If he discovers I am teaching Reg the self-extreme intent technique, he might very well come after me. Salas laughed. Are you afraid of him? Who is afraid? I simply wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Waymeda retorted loudly. Then you are indeed afraid. Waymeda clenched her jaw tightly. Fine, I will teach him. But if he fails to grasp it, do not blame me. Excellent. Salas beamed. Reg, you shall remain here to cultivate. Reg nodded slightly. After Salas departed the realm of destruction, Waymeda's gaze fixed on Reg. What is your relationship with Salas? Friends. Friends? Yet you challenged Kampa. What is that all about? Reg promptly recounted the events of a month prior to Waymeda, carefully omitting details about the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls that can grant any wish? Reg nodded. How did you ascertain the location of the Super Dragon Balls? I consulted the fortune-telling old lady, who revealed their whereabouts. The fortune-telling old lady? She is remarkably skilled. Is that so? Waymeda did not pursue the topic further. You mentioned entering the state of self-extreme intent. Do you recall the sensation? Powerful. Reg reflected. And there was an overwhelming force within me that felt uncontrollable. Do you know what destruction is? What is destruction? Indeed, Waymeda said, picking up a stone from the ground. She pointed her right index finger at the stone, which promptly exploded, turning to dust. Destruction is the act of nullifying everything. When an object explodes, it releases immense energy. Upon hearing this, Reg picked up a stone. Attempting to replicate Waymeda's feat, he gathered a substantial number of stones, yet after practicing all morning, he had no success. By noon, Reg produced a staff from which he extracted a plethora of delicious earth delicacies. This staff, known as the Dragon God Staff, was usually shrunk and kept with him due to his infrequent use of it. Master Waymeda, Sister Margarita, I have brought an abundance of food. Would you care to join me? Reg inquired eagerly as he unveiled the food. Waymeda and Margarita gazed at the unfamiliar array of dishes, curiosity piqued, and accepted Reg's invitation. Reg smiled as he handed a slice of pizza to both. What is this? Margarita asked with intrigue. This is called pizza. Pizza? Margarita said, taking a bite, her expression transforming into one of surprise. This food called pizza is quite delightful. Reg chuckled. The food from our earth is marvelous. You should all try it. Waymeda also took a slice of pizza, exclaiming, this pizza is indeed delicious. They continued to sample various dishes, each revealing delightful surprises, prompting inquiries about their favorites. After their lunch, Margarita took a break while Reg rested on a patch of grass. As afternoon approached, Reg resumed his stone practice. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Under Waymeda's guidance, Reg finally began to grasp the self-extreme intent technique. However, this was merely a preliminary understanding. To truly unleash its power, he would require considerable time and effort to refine his skills. At present, Reg was engaged in combat with Margarita, embodying the state of self-extreme intent. Chapter 54. Reg versus Topo in a verdant expanse of the god of destruction's realm, Reg, enveloped in a violet aura, unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Margarita, moving with the swiftness of light. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of destructive energy struck the ground, creating immense craters. Yet, like a phantom, Margarita evaded every blast. Curse it! Reg exclaimed angrily, swinging his right fist with all his might towards Margarita. Whoosh! Margarita raised her staff, blocking Reg's strike, though she was forced to retreat. As Reg prepared to charge again, he noticed Margarita lifting her staff forward. That's enough for today, Reg. Upon hearing her words, Reg let out a sigh and returned to his normal state. Observing from a distance, Waymeda immediately flew over. Reg, would you be interested in becoming the god of destruction of Universe 11? The god of destruction of Universe 11? Indeed, now that you've mastered the Ultra Instinct, you could easily inherit my position if you desired. But I have no wish to be a god of destruction. Why not? because I do not relish the thought of obliterating planets. I felt the same when I first became a god of destruction, but I gradually adapted. Perhaps not for me. Reg replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Margarita's staff began to shimmer. She glanced at Waymede and said, Lord Waymede, Jiren and Topo have completed their mission and are now preparing to train in the divine realm. Then go fetch them. Yes, Lord Waymede. With that, Margarita waved her staff, and a radiant spectrum of light appeared beneath her feet, whisking her away from the god of destruction's domain. After her departure, Reg found a patch of grass to rest. Moments later, Margarita returned with two men clad in red and gray bodysuits, Jiren and Topo from Dragon Ball Super. Lord Waymede. The two greeted him immediately upon arrival. Waymede nodded. It's been a month since we last met. It seems your powers have significantly improved. Topo acknowledged this and turned to Reg, who sat on the grass in the distance. Lord Waymede, who is he? His name is Reg. Like you, he is training under my guidance. Is that so? Indeed, Waymede affirmed. Topo then approached Reg. Hello. My name is Topo, the captain of the Pride Troopers. Greetings, I am Reg. Reg replied politely. I heard from Lord Waymede that you are also training here. When did you arrive? 1 month ago. A month ago? Which planet do you hail from? I am a Saiyan from Universe 7. Saiyan? While the two conversed, Jiren had settled down to train on a nearby patch of grass. Is that your companion? Yes, his name is Jiren. He is not one for many words. Oh, you must be quite powerful to train here. How about we spar a little? What do you think? Sure. Reg readily agreed, eager to gauge his own strength. Whoosh. Thud. Topo quickly retreated to establish a distance for battle. They're starting to fight already? Waymede murmured to himself. Jiren paused his training, intrigued by Reg's prowess. Shall we begin? Reg nodded, gripping his hands tightly, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What incredible energy. No wonder he is able to train under Lord Waymede. Topo remarked, slightly taken aback. Huh. At that moment, Reg shouted and in the blink of an eye, appeared before Topo. Startled, Topo raised his fist to retaliate. Whoosh. Reg vanished again, appearing at Topo's side, his right fist striking like lightning. Topo was sent flying, crashing into a massive boulder and shattering it into fragments. How infuriating. Topo shouted, quickly regaining his footing and charging at Reg. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Topo assaulted Reg with rapid punches and kicks, pushing him towards a mountain. Just as Reg seemed cornered, his figure abruptly vanished. Topo's right fist smashed into the mountain, creating a fissure at its base, causing it to topple towards him. Reacting swiftly, Topo leaped back. In that instant, Reg reappeared behind him, hands brimming with energy, launching an attack. What? Topo exclaimed, hastily darting forward. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous energy blasts erupted around Topo. As he dodged, he closed in on Reg. Just then, Reg vanished once more. Topo spun around, spotting Reg's right hand gathering energy. Aimed directly at him. I concede. Reg nodded, dispersing the energy in his hand. With the battle concluded, Jiren resumed his training. Impressive. Aside from Jiren and Dispo, you are the first to defeat me. Dispo? Yes. He is my teammate. We often spar together. I lost to him the first time we fought. I see. Can you defeat him now? Topo shook his head. No. Reg, your strength is remarkable. Why not join our Pride Troopers? Pride Troopers? The Pride Troopers are the guardians of justice in our universe, dedicated to eradicating evil forces. I see. But I am not particularly interested in fighting evil. Not interested? Does your heart not harbor any sense of justice? Topo asked earnestly. Indeed. But my primary desire is to train and grow stronger. Very well. The Pride Troopers will always welcome you. All right. Reg replied with a smile. By the way, Reg, what was that transformation you just used? I just transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 55. Reg vs. Jiren. Reg nodded. You haven't truly revealed your strength yet, have you? Torpo inquired with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Reg nodded once more. Then how much of your power did you actually display? Half. Half? Torpo exclaimed in astonishment. Although he was aware that Reg had concealed his strength, he had not anticipated such a significant reserve. At that moment, Makalita, who was standing a short distance away, spoke up. Torpo, Reg has now mastered the self-extreme technique. Self-extreme technique? Although Torpo was currently being trained as a candidate for God of Destruction, he had yet to encounter the self-extreme technique. Makalita nodded. The self-extreme technique is a divine skill that is the forte of the God of Destruction. God of Destruction. Torpo gasped. Does this mean that Lord Whis intends for Reg to become a God of Destruction? Indeed, Lord Whis has such plans. But Reg does not wish to take on that role. Makalita replied with a smile. Doesn't wish to? Torpo felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Yes, Reg. Why do you not wish to become a god of destruction? Torpo asked, his curiosity piqued. I am accustomed to my freedom and do not desire to be a god of destruction. I see. Torpo, upon hearing this, refrained from further questioning. Not far away. Makalita waved her staff, and a stone lock appeared before Torpo. This stone lock was intended for Torpo's training today. Seeing the stone lock, Torpo immediately placed his hands inside and lifted it, walking forward. Observing this, Makalita quickly flew to Jiren's side, waved her staff, and conjured a stone lock identical to Torpo's, but with several times its weight. Jiren slightly crouched and swiftly lifted the stone lock, moving forward. Witnessing this, Reg donned the weighted training suit prepared by Makalita. At noon, Torpo and Jiren did not return, but chose to remain in the divine realm for a meal. Reg retrieved the food he had brought from Earth from his staff. Torpo, you have missed out on a plethora of delicacies during your absence. Makalita suddenly remarked as she watched Reg unpack the food. Delicacies? Indeed. The planet Reg hails from is a place brimming with culinary delights. A place brimming with delicacies? Makalita chuckled. Once you sample these dishes, you will understand. Torpo glanced at the food before him and picked up a spicy crayfish, taking a bite. Torpo, you need to peel the crayfish before eating it. Makalita reminded him when she saw him munching on the head of the crayfish. Peel it? Yes. Makalita said as she sat beside Reg, skillfully peeling a crayfish. This is how you must peel it. All right, Torpo exclaimed and proceeded to mimic Makalita's demonstration. Jiren, finding the peeling tedious, opted for other dishes instead. After peeling several crayfish, Torpo picked up a sushi from the table and inquired, What is this food? This is called sushi. Sushi. Jiren quietly noted the name in his mind. Sushi. Yes. Subsequently, Torpo began sampling other dishes, asking Makalita for the names of those he enjoyed. Meanwhile, Jiren silently finished all the food before him. After lunch, the three retreated to Lord Whiss's palace for a brief rest. In the afternoon, after their nap, they resumed their training. Thus, after half a month of rigorous practice in the realm of the gods of destruction, Reg, curious about Jiren's strength, proposed a sparring match. Jiren agreed. At this moment, the two stood upon a grassy expanse in the realm of the gods of destruction. Whiss and the others watched from a distance. Lord Whiss, who do you think will emerge victorious? Jiren. Whiss pondered before responding. Why is that? Because Jiren cannot be defeated. Is that so? I beg to differ. Do you believe Reg will triumph? Makalita nodded slightly. Shall we begin? Just as the two conversed, Reg suddenly spoke up. Yes. Jiren nodded. Ha! With a mighty roar, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Jiren. Jiren stood motionless, waiting. Whoosh! Just as Reg was about to reach Jiren, Jiren clenched his fists and struck at Reg with the speed of light. How fast? Reg gasped, hastily raising his hands to defend. Bang! With a deafening sound, Reg was sent flying. In that instant, Jiren forcefully stomped the ground and appeared before Reg in the blink of an eye. Before Reg could react, Jiren's right fist struck his abdomen with tremendous force. Reg let out a pained cry as he was propelled like a projectile, crashing into a nearby mountain. Testing Jiren's strength? Torpo murmured to himself. Crash. No sooner had he spoken than Reg emerged from the mountain, exhaling deeply. He reverted to his normal state, only to have his hair turn purple and stand upright, his eyes transforming to gold as he radiated an immense purple aura. This is the self-extreme technique? Torpo exclaimed in surprise. Makalita nodded. Huh. At this moment, Reg let out a thunderous roar, transforming into a beam of purple light as he charged towards Jiren. Seeing this, Jiren narrowed his eyes and became a streak of white light, dashing upwards. Whoosh! Bang bang bang. The two swiftly reached each other, exchanging blows like flashes of light. Whoosh! Bang bang bang. After a brief skirmish on the ground, they ascended into the air to continue their battle. Due to the incredible speed at which they moved, Torpo could only discern their fight when their pace slowed. Otherwise, he could only gauge their positions by the sounds of their clashes. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, both fighters collided their right fists, unleashing a fierce gale. Boom! After a brief standoff, they both exerted their strength and pushed each other back, panting heavily. Whoosh! Once their breathing steadied, they charged at each other once more. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Chapter 56. Fierce battle. The two figures danced like shadows in the sky, engaged in a fierce combat. With a swift sound, Jillian deftly evaded Reg's attack. Before Reg could react, Jillian's right fist, as quick as lightning, struck Reg squarely in the face. bang. Reg was sent crashing to the ground like a meteor, stirring up a cloud of dust around him. Just as the dust began to settle, Reg surged forward like a purple flash, charging at Jillian. At that moment, Jillian let out a fierce shout, unleashing a barrage of red energy waves towards Reg. Whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves cascaded upon Reg like a torrential storm. As Reg dodged, he concentrated his destructive energy to counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces collided, creating a series of earth-shattering explosions. Seeing Reg only a few meters away, Jillian abruptly halted his energy wave, clenched his fists, and launched another strike at Reg. Bang. With an explosive sound, both of their fists connected with each other's faces simultaneously, causing their heads to jerk back. However, they quickly turned their heads back and resumed their rapid exchange of punches. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The speed of their punches was so astonishing that, from a distance, it appeared as though dozens of hands were relentlessly attacking one another. Whoosh. Bang. After a brief moment, both combatants seized each other's hands and pushed back. As they grappled, veins bulged on their foreheads, and they emanated red and purple auras. At that moment, both shouted in unison and exerted force to push against each other. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not budge one another. Reluctantly, they released their grip and retreated. Whoosh. Thud. They descended from the air, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, Jillian narrowed his eyes and spoke. You are strong, but I will not be defeated. I feel the same. Reg replied with a grin. A smile crept onto Jillian's face, a rare sight indeed. Jillian is smiling? Torpo exclaimed from a distance, surprised. Jillian was known for his aloofness, and Torpo had scarcely witnessed him smile since their acquaintance. Indeed, Makalita nodded in agreement. Wei Mei also smiled at this unexpected display. Whoosh. Boom. 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 In that instant, the two transformed into red and purple lights, resuming their battle on the ground. Boom. 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 They moved swiftly, unleashing a torrent of energy waves at one another, enveloping the ground in smoke and flames. Whoosh. Bang. 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 They charged toward each other amidst the explosive chaos. Whoosh. Their figures flickered, and they soared into the air. Bang. Suddenly, Jillian's gaze intensified, emanating a red light. Reg raised his hands defensively, taking a few steps back. Seizing the opportunity, Jillian darted behind Reg and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Reg hit the earth, sending dust swirling around him. Gasping for breath, Reg quickly ascended back into the air. Jillian, observing this, narrowed his eyes. Reg, with a fierce glare, projected an overwhelming aura. In response, Jillian summoned a semicircular red barrier to shield against Reg's assault. Reg's figure flickered, and he appeared before Jillian, shattering the barrier with a single punch. Jillian raised his hands to block Reg's blow. Reg then took a step back and clenched his fists tightly. With a mighty roar, Reg's aura surged dramatically. Reg hasn't even unleashed his full power yet, Torpo exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Makalita nodded slightly. As soon as the words left her lips, Reg elevated his aura to its peak. Jillian scoffed and charged at Reg. Whoosh. Reg sidestepped, evading Jillian's strike. What? Before Jillian could react, Reg's right hand coalesced a purple destructive energy aimed directly at Jillian's abdomen. With a resounding explosion, Jillian was sent flying thousands of meters away. Jillian! Torpo shouted in alarm. Though Jillian was powerful, the might of Reg's destructive energy was formidable and not to be underestimated. Damn it! Jillian growled, rising from the ground, visibly disheveled. He clenched his fists tightly, radiating a fiery red aura. Even from a distance, Torpo and the others could feel the intense heat emanating from Jillian. Wei Mei smiled. Finally, Jillian is willing to showcase his true strength. Whoosh. Boom. 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 As soon as the words were spoken, the two figures dashed like flashes of light, igniting specks of energy in midair. Though small, the explosions rivaled those of conventional energy blasts. With their powers elevated, their speed and strength surged dramatically. Truly, the disciple has surpassed the master, Wei Mei mused, reflecting on Reg's remarkable growth. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. Boom. Just then, Jillian emitted a massive burst of red energy aimed at Reg, noticing this, quickly swung his fists forward. His punches transformed into purple flashes, colliding with Jillian's assault. Boom. 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 The entire realm of destruction trembled under their overwhelming forces. Such tremendous power. Torpo gasped in astonishment. Moments later, both combatants withdrew their fists, swiftly closing the distance between them. Whoosh, swoosh, bang, bang, bang. As they dodged and counterattacked, Wei Mei and the others watched intently, fully absorbed in the battle. Suddenly, Reg's strength began to wane due to exhaustion. Bang. With a deafening impact, Jillian landed a decisive blow, knocking Reg to the ground, causing him to revert from his heightened state. Jillian chuckled. It seems that I am the stronger one after all. Panting, Reg rose wearily from the ground. Reg clenched his fist once more, re-entering his heightened state. Chapter 57. GT Time and Space, are you still unwilling to concede defeat? Reg smiled and remarked. In the lexicon of us Saiyans, the concept of surrender has never existed. Is that so? With that exclamation, Jiren transformed into a flash of light, appearing before Reg in the blink of an eye. Reg swiftly retreated to evade Jiren's strike. However, in the next moment, Jiren's left fist shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Reg clenched his left hand tightly, meeting Jiren's punch with equal force. Boom. With a deafening sound, Reg was sent reeling backward from the impact. Gasping for breath, he prepared to charge at Jiren once more, only to find that Jiren had suddenly vanished from sight. Reg was taken aback. By the time he located his opponent, Jiren had already arrived at his side. Bang! Jiren lifted his right leg and it delivered a powerful kick, sending Reg flying. Damn it! Reg exclaimed in anger, as destructive energy surged around him. What? The Supreme Kai, Waymede? Gasped in astonishment. He had initially believed Reg was running low on stamina. Yet he was astonished to witness Reg channeling such an immense amount of destructive energy in an instant. Just then, nearly 100 bursts of destructive energy rained down upon Jiren's location. Boom, boom, boom. One explosion after another erupted around Jiren. As he dodged, he advanced towards Reg. Reg roared, a wave of destructive energy emanating from him, spreading outward. The surrounding grass was reduced to ashes in an instant. This is... Waymede's eyes widened in disbelief. Makarita, observing this, pointed her staff towards the ground, halting the spread of that energy. What is it, Waymede? Reg. He has completely mastered the Ultra Instinct. Fully mastered. Topo was taken aback. Waymede nodded. Moreover, he achieved this in just a month and a half. While the two were engaged in conversation, Reg, moving with extraordinary speed, appeared before Jiren once more. Jiren's eyes narrowed slightly as he unleashed a flurry of punches at Reg. Moving at the speed of light. Swish. Bang. 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 With earth-shattering sounds, the two moved rapidly, exchanging blows at blinding speeds. Bang. With a forceful crack. Reg thrust his right knee into Jiren's abdomen. Jiren let out a pained cry, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Jiren. Topo's expression changed in alarm. Just then, despite the agony in his abdomen, Jiren seized Reg's right arm. Before Reg, Chapter 58, GT Time Space, Son Goku, and Vegeta from this moment forth. The Dragon Balls shall no longer be wielded by humanity, nor shall I. The Dragon Balls are to be forsaken. In the GT Time Space, Bulma gasped in astonishment. The Eternal Dragon nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Dragon, but could you grant me one final request? Son Goku of the GT Time Space inquired. What is it? The dragon asked. In the aftermath of this calamity, the people of Earth have perished, yet the cause lies with the Dragon Balls. They are innocent. Thus, could you resurrect them? For the last time, assist this unworthy Earth. Very well, I comprehend. This shall be the final time, the dragon proclaimed. His crimson eyes flashing as he resurrected the slain inhabitants of Earth. Suddenly, the planet brimmed with vibrant life. Thank you, dragon. Your wish has been fulfilled. Now let us depart, Goku. The others appeared solemn upon hearing this. Has the time truly arrived? Come forth, Son Goku. The dragon lowered his head before Son Goku of the GT Time Space. Then I shall take my leave for a while. Son Goku of the GT Time Space glanced back at the group, then stepped onto the dragon's head. Wait, Kakarot, are you going to train? Vegeta of the GT Time Space immediately flew to inquire. Kakarot, could it be that you? Vegeta of the GT Time Space suddenly had a realization but did not voice it. Son Goku of the GT Time Space gestured for silence. Farewell, Vegeta. The dragon slowly raised his head as Son Goku addressed the group. Farewell, everyone. Hey, Goku, you must tell us where you are headed. Chi-Chi of the GT Time Space rushed forward to ask. At that moment, the dragon had already soared through the clouds to a higher altitude. Dragon. I have a few places I wish to visit. Sitting atop the dragon's head, Son Goku of the GT Time Space suddenly spoke. Very well. Upon hearing this, Son Goku leaned forward. One by one, the Dragon Balls surrounding the dragon entered Son Goku's being. Afterwards, he went to bid farewell to Master Roshi, Krillin, and Piccolo. In the Dragon Realm, Vegeta, having undergone 6 months of rigorous training under Salus, had successfully attained the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Kakarot, just you wait. I shall surely surpass you, Vegeta declared, swinging his fist with determination. No sooner had he spoken than a cerulean dragon descended from the heavens, carrying a child upon its back. Is that you, Vegeta? Upon noticing Vegeta engaged in training, Son Goku of the GT Timespace could not help but show a hint of surprise. At the same time, Vegeta recognized Son Goku of the GT Timespace. However, given that Goku appeared as a child, Vegeta was uncertain whether this truly was Goku. Moments later, the dragon hovered before Vegeta. Son Goku of the GT Timespace leapt down from the dragon's head. You are Vegeta? Vegeta of the GT Timespace, though similar in appearance, was younger and distinctly dressed differently. Vegeta nodded. You are Kakarot? Son Goku of the GT Timespace smiled and nodded in reply. I never imagined I would encounter you here. Vegeta, somewhat speechless, remarked that his words bore the tone of one addressing a departed soul. Kakarot, how is it that you have reverted to childhood? Son Goku of the GT Timespace chuckled. Vegeta, you must be the Vegeta of the past timespace, correct? What do you mean by past timespace? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Are you suggesting that you are Kakarot from the past timespace? I am already over 50 years old. 50? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Yet you appear to be no more than a teenager. I was transformed back to childhood by Pilaf and his cohorts using the Black Dragon Balls. Who is Pilaf? They are a group that once sought to dominate the world by seizing the Dragon Balls. Then how did you arrive here, Vegeta? Reg brought me here. Who is Reg? My brother. What? Vegeta, you have a brother. Son Goku of the GT Timespace exclaimed in surprise. Vegeta nodded slightly. Then, Kakarot, how did you come to be here? Son Goku of the GT Timespace promptly recounted the tale of the evil dragon. Super One-Star Dragon? Vegeta had spent over half a year in the Dragon Realm without encountering the One-Star Dragon absorbing the other Dragon Balls to transform into the Super One-Star Dragon. However, with his current strength, he could not even defeat the 4-Star Dragon, let alone prevent the One-Star Dragon from absorbing all the Dragon Balls to confront him. Indeed, what transpired afterward? Vegeta asked. Subsequently, you sought to fuse with me. But due to the unexpected brevity of Super Saiyan 4's fusion, merely 10 minutes, we overextended ourselves and failed to vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon. Fusion? Are you referring to that rather embarrassing pose executed by Trunks and Reg, and it was I who sought to fuse with you? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed. Son Goku of the GT Timespace chuckled. By the way, who is Reg? Shouldn't it be Goten and Trunks who fuse? Reg is my brother's son. Oh. So he is the son of your brother. Vegeta scoffed. What happened next? Afterward, we found ourselves too drained to transform into Super Saiyan 4 again and fell into a fierce battle. I was struck into a deep pit by the Super One-Star Dragon, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, for the sake of Earth, I surpassed the boundaries of life and death, fueled by the conviction in my heart. However, despite transcending life and death, I had already lost all my strength when the dragon's voice suddenly resounded, and we reached an accord. An accord? Indeed. The dragon stated that he could lend me some power, but upon defeating the evil dragon, I would become the dragon god and would not return to Earth for another century. How did you ultimately triumph over the Super One-Star Dragon? With a spirit bomb. I had King Kai assist in gathering spirit energy from across the universe, and ultimately, I used the spirit bomb to obliterate the Super One-Star Dragon. I see. Son Goku of the GT Timespace nodded. Vegeta, I am quite curious about your brother. Could you share more about him? Upon hearing this, Vegeta nodded and began recounting the tale of Reg bringing Subari to Earth. After a considerable time, Vegeta revealed all he knew to Son Goku of the GT Timespace. So that is how it is. It seems you possess a profound understanding of your brother, Vegeta. Vegeta scoffed in response. All of this was merely Bulma chattering incessantly beside me. Son Goku of the GT Timespace chuckled at this. It appears that no matter the timespace, Vegeta remains unchanged. Unchanged? Son Goku of the GT Timespace chuckled again but offered no reply. Kakarot, what do you mean by that? Seeing Son Goku of the GT Timespace silent, Vegeta pressed for an explanation. It's nothing. Simply that both of you share the same disposition. Vegeta scoffed at this. Not the same. I would absolutely never consider fusing with you. Chapter 59. Reg vs. GT Timeline. Sun Wukong in the Dragon Realm, beneath the Dragon God Tree. Two figures stood. Sarath and Salama. Father, as you instructed, I have brought that individual named Sun Wukong into our fold. Salama nodded slightly. And how has Reg mastered his self-extreme technique? He has indeed mastered it. Is that so? In the eastern part of the Dragon Realm, Vegeta had just concluded his conversation with GT Timeline Sun Wukong and was preparing to continue his training when a cerulean dragon descended from the sky. Perched upon its head was Reg V. Vegeta, could he be your brother? GT Timeline Sun Wukong inquired upon seeing Reg. Vegeta nodded slightly. Sun Wukong? At that moment, Reg, seated atop the dragon, noticed GT Timeline Sun Wukong. With a swoosh, the dragon landed, and Reg leapt down, positioning himself in front of the two. You are Sun Wukong? Reg inquired, observing GT Timeline Sun Wukong. He smiled and nodded. Greetings, I am Sun Wukong from the future. Future? Reg chuckled. Indeed, I am over 50 years old, while Vegeta is just in his 30s. Are you not from the past? No, I do not hail from the past. I merely exist in an alternate parallel timeline. Parallel timeline? GT Timeline Sun Wukong looked puzzled. A parallel timeline refers to two timelines that may have identical individuals. Yet their developments diverge due to various factors. For instance, the future of Trunks. Ah, I see. GT Timeline Sun Wukong exclaimed, enlightened. You are Vegeta's brother, Reg, correct? Reg glanced at Vegeta and nodded. May I ask you something, Reg? Speak. I heard from Vegeta that you are also a dragon god. And you can travel freely to Earth? Indeed, Reg affirmed. How did you become a dragon god? By defeating the evil dragons. Did you vanquish the Super One-Star Dragon? No. Reg shook his head. No. Why not? Because I never allowed that fiend to absorb all the Dragon Balls. He did not absorb all the Dragon Balls. Did you swallow them? No. I utilized the Time Ring to bring back the restored Dragon Balls to my timeline. Time Ring? It is a ring capable of traversing timelines. Typically overseen by the Kaioshin. Is that so? The old Kaioshin never mentioned such a thing to me. Reg chuckled at this. Subsequently, GT Timeline Sun Wukong posed numerous questions to Reg while Vegeta listened attentively. After a while, intrigued by Reg's prowess, GT Timeline Sun Wukong expressed his desire to spar. Reg readily agreed. With a swift motion, GT Timeline Sun Wukong retreated several dozen meters. Reg, if there are no objections, shall we commence? He declared, assuming a battle stance. Very well, Reg nodded slightly. Huh. GT Timeline Sun Wukong shouted. Charging at Reg firmly planted his feet and surged forward as well. Boom. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their fists clashing with lightning speed. At that moment, Sarath, adorned in a white chi pao, descended gracefully. Miss, exclaimed GT Timeline Sun Wukong's dragon, bowing respectfully. Ceasing their battle, he inquired, who is she? She is Sarath, daughter of Dragon God Salama. Dragon God Salama? He is the mightiest among the Dragon God lineage. Is that so? Just then, Sarath flew between them and looked at the childlike GT Timeline Sun Wukong. Greetings. My name is Sarath, daughter of Dragon God Salama. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. He replied with a smile. Did the Dragon Balls transform your body into that of a child? Indeed, he answered in his youthful voice. Sarath waved her hand, and instantly, Sun Wukong reverted to his original form. There we go. I have restored you to your true self. Thank you. However, I am indifferent to my appearance. Is that so? What if I transformed you into the form of an evil dragon? Sarath teased with a smile. Imagining himself as an evil dragon, GT Timeline Sun Wukong shook his head. No, I prefer my own appearance. Sarath laughed. I was merely jesting. I came to greet you. You two may continue your battle. With that, she turned and flew back to her original position. GT Timeline Sun Wukong clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Observing this, Reg too transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Huh. With a mighty shout, GT Timeline Sun Wukong charged at Reg. Boom. The air crackled as they engaged in an intense battle, their bodies darting through the sky. Sarath smiled at the spectacle. After a fierce exchange, both warriors unleashed a barrage of energy waves, launching them at one another. The eastern part of the Dragon Realm echoed with the sounds of their explosive clashes. Boom. Moments later, they both appeared before each other, their right fists colliding with immense force, releasing an astonishing aura. With a powerful push, they repelled each other. At this juncture, GT Timeline Sun Wukong suddenly laughed. Reg, I know you are concealing your full strength. I wish for you to unleash your true power in our battle. Very well, Reg chuckled lightly, reverting to his normal state. GT Timeline Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened at this. Suddenly, a vast purple aura enveloped Reg, and his hair transformed into an upright purple mane, his eyes shifting to golden orbs. Vegeta was taken aback. Though he had heard Sarath mention the self-extreme technique, this was his first glimpse of Reg wielding it. Chapter 60. Vegeta's secret training discovered. What is this? Goku from GT Timeline exclaimed, slightly startled. This technique is called self-extreme skill. Self-extreme skill? Reg nodded in affirmation. It is a divine technique mastered by the God of Destruction. God of Destruction? I will explain more after the battle. Alright. With that, Reg transformed into a streak of purple light and charged towards Goku from the GT Timeline. How fast? Goku was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Reg appeared right in front of him, launching a flurry of punches and kicks that forced Goku to retreat. Bang! With a heavy blow, Goku was sent flying thousands of meters away. Boom! With a deafening explosion, he crashed into a mountain, reducing it to rubble. At that moment, Reg concentrated a surge of destructive energy in his right hand and directed it at Goku. The boulders surrounding Goku disintegrated into powder upon contact with Reg's destructive energy. Ultimately, the destructive energy enveloped Goku's body. Goku screamed in agony, exerting all his strength to dissipate the energy surrounding him. Panting heavily, Goku gasped, "The gap is so vast?" Vegeta was astonished. Whoosh. At that moment, Reg's figure appeared behind Goku. "I have lost." Reg nodded and reverted to his normal form. Goku also transformed back, inquiring about the God of Destruction. Reg shared everything he knew about the situation with Goku. 12 universes, along with gods of destruction and angels? Reg nodded. "By the way, Reg, there's something I've always wanted to ask you." "What is it? Did you bring Vegeta here to train because you want to surpass me from your timeline?" Vegeta, overhearing this, felt guilty, but as the Prince of Saiyans, he would never admit it. "Absolutely not. Kakarot is merely training on Earth, which is why he hasn't come." "Is that so?" Goku replied, somewhat skeptical. "Is that the case?" "Reg? I do not know. He has not sought me out." In the main timeline, on North Kai's planet, Goku was training alongside Caulifla. Since Reg brought her to the 7th universe, Caulifla had hardly returned home, spending most of her time training on North Kai's planet. Due to their training, North Kai had not enjoyed a moment of peace in recent years. Achoo! While training, Goku suddenly sneezed for some unknown reason. However, he paid it little mind and continued with his training. Suddenly, he realized he hadn't seen Reg in quite a while and decided to ask North Kai. "Lord Kai, do you know where the Dragon Realm is?" "The Dragon Realm?" North Kai pondered. "I don't think I've heard of such a place." "Really?" "No." North Kai shook his head. "Goku, why are you asking about this all of a sudden?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just realized I haven't seen Reg in a long time. I heard from Gohan and the others that Reg is currently in the Dragon Realm." As Goku spoke, he suddenly noticed that Vegeta's energy was absent from Earth. "I'm not sure where that is. How about I ask Lord Supreme Kai for you?" "Lord Supreme Kai?" "Yes, Lord Supreme Kai is a deity 2 levels above me. He should know where the Dragon Realm is. That would be much appreciated." North Kai nodded. He then used telepathy to contact East Supreme Kai. "Lord Supreme Kai, I have a friend here named Goku. He is a friend of Reg." "A friend of Reg?" "Yes. He has something to ask you." "What is it?" "Lord Supreme Kai, do you know of a place called the Dragon Realm?" "I do. It belongs to another timeline, and humans cannot reach it." "I understand. Lord Supreme Kai. I will relay your message to him." "Thank you." East Supreme Kai nodded slightly. North Kai then conveyed the conversation he had with East Supreme Kai to Goku. "Humans cannot go to that place?" North Kai confirmed. "That is what Lord Supreme Kai said. However, Goku, even though Reg is not on Earth, isn't Supali and the others there? You can ask them when Reg will return and have him take you to the Dragon Realm." Goku nodded in agreement and instantly teleported away from North Kai's planet. On Earth, in West City, Bulma was leisurely sitting in a chair, sipping freshly squeezed juice when a figure suddenly appeared, startling her and causing her to spit out her drink. It was Goku. "Long time no see, Bulma." Goku greeted with a smile. Bulma glared at him angrily. "Goku, don't just appear out of nowhere. It's quite frightening, you know." Sorry. Goku quickly apologized with a grin. Bulma, still fuming, replied, "By the way, where is Vegeta? I haven't seen him in ages." "He is training in the Dragon Realm." "The Dragon Realm?" Goku exclaimed in shock. Vegeta actually snuck off to train in the Dragon Realm behind his back. "Yes. Didn't you know?" "I had no idea. I have been training with Lord Kai for the past year, so..." Bulma snorted. "You Saiyans are all the same, only knowing how to train all day." Goku chuckled. "So, how long has Vegeta been training in the Dragon Realm?" "More than half a year, I believe." Bulma thought for a moment. "That long?" Yes. How often does he come back? Sometimes he returns in a day, sometimes in 2. Will he be back today? Goku continued to inquire. I don't know. If he returns tonight, I will call Gohan and have him tell you. Or you could wait at Reg's house. They usually come back together at night. Thank you, Bulma. You're welcome. Whoosh. Goku instantly teleported away from Bulma's house. At 7 in the evening, Vegeta and Reg returned to Earth aboard Shinron. Reg. As soon as they arrived home, they saw Sapali and Goku standing there. Goku. Goku smiled and nodded. Reg, I heard that Vegeta is currently training in the Dragon Realm. Could you take me there as well? Chapter 61. Super Saiyan 3 Goku vs. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta in the Dragon Realm. Indeed. Could you take me along to train in the Dragon Realm? Goku inquired. Does Chi-Chi know about this? Upon hearing this, Goku's expression shifted dramatically. I haven't told her yet, but I believe it should be fine. Reg glanced at Goku skeptically. If he believes that, then there is something amiss. I think it's better to wait until Chi-Chi agrees. Reg contemplated. No way, Reg. If I asked Chi-Chi, she would definitely refuse. Goku said. His face immediately filled with panic. Reg chuckled in response. Didn't you just say it would be fine? Well, I'm just worried you want to take me to train in the Dragon Realm. Reg, please take me with you. Goku clasped his hands together in earnest. All right. Splendid. When shall we go to the Dragon Realm tomorrow? Goku exclaimed joyfully. At 7 in the morning. Great. I will definitely be there on time. After saying this, Goku turned and left. In West City, at Bulma's house, Vegeta had just returned home and was preparing to take a bath when Bulma approached him. Vegeta. Goku came by today. Kakarot? Yes. He doesn't seem to know you were training in the Dragon Realm. What did he come for? He just wanted to know where you were, so I told him about your training in the Dragon Realm. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. I merely mentioned that you were there. Why are you so agitated? Bulma blinked innocently. And then? Then he expressed his desire to train in the Dragon Realm as well. Just as I suspected. Vegeta clenched his fists. Kakarot, even if you come to the Dragon Realm, I will not allow you to surpass me. The next morning, Goku arrived at Reg's house bright and early. After breakfast, Reg took Goku to Vegeta's home. Long time no see, Vegeta. Goku greeted cheerfully upon seeing him. Vegeta merely snorted in response, ignoring him. Observing this, Reg instantaneously transported them back to his home, and the three boarded Shinron to journey to the Dragon Realm. In the Dragon Realm, GT Timeline Goku was sparring with the 4-star dragon when he sensed the presence of Reg and the others. He paused the battle, turned around, and saw a dragon descending from the sky. It was the very dragon that Reg and the others were riding. Goku. GT Timeline Goku immediately spotted Goku perched atop the dragon. Moments later, the dragon landed, and the three jumped off its head. Upon seeing GT Timeline Goku, Goku's face lit up with surprise. Who are you? I am you from another timeline. You from another timeline? How did you end up here? That's a long story. By the way, what brings you here? I heard from Bulma that Vegeta was training here, so I came with Reg. Vegeta. As GT Timeline Goku spoke, he glanced at Vegeta standing a short distance away, arms crossed and looking somewhat tense. Yes, Vegeta is secretly training in the Dragon Realm without informing me. GT Timeline Goku chuckled. Upon hearing this, Vegeta scoffed, Kakarot, since you are already here, how about we have a sparring match? Goku immediately grinned. Sure. I'm eager to see how much you've improved over the past 6 months. Huh. Vegeta tightened his fists and roared loudly. With the release of Vegeta's astonishing energy, fierce winds swept toward Reg and the others, causing the ground within a radius of millions of miles to tremble violently. In no time, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Vegeta leaned forward, gripping his fists tightly. As Vegeta continued to roar, his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. His eyebrows vanished, and his once single light green irises transformed into deep blue pupils, his golden aura turning into a radiant glow. This was the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Super Saiyan 3rd level? Vegeta, you've actually mastered the Super Saiyan 3rd level. Goku remarked, astonished. Vegeta smirked. Kakarot, what does the Super Saiyan 3rd level even mean? I will attain Super Saiyan 4 before you. Is that so? But I won't let you take the lead. Goku responded, clenching his fist and quickly transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd level. Vegeta gritted his teeth at this sight. Although he too could transform into Super Saiyan 3rd level, Goku's transformation seemed far more effortless. With that thought, Vegeta charged at Goku. Goku chuckled softly and met him head-on. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows at lightning speed, striking each other with precision. Whoosh! Boom! boom, boom. After a brief skirmish, they fought fiercely in midair. Observing the battle, GT Timeline Goku smiled. Just like the current Vegeta, GT Timeline Vegeta also relished the thrill of competition. While GT Timeline Goku reminisced, Vegeta knocked Goku to the ground, gathering a barrage of energy waves to unleash upon him. This technique was none other than the renowned Prince's technique from the Dragon Ball universe. Boom, boom, boom. As Vegeta relentlessly bombarded, the ground was engulfed in swirling dust. After a while, Vegeta suddenly ceased his energy waves, gasping for breath. Whoosh. A deep blue energy wave erupted from the billowing smoke. Vegeta quickly dodged. Whoosh. Just as Vegeta evaded, Goku's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Before Vegeta could react, Goku delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Vegeta's body plummeted like a projectile, creating a deep crater upon impact. Damn it! Vegeta seethed, quickly rising to charge at Goku once more. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce, rapid-fire exchange of blows amidst the sky. Chapter 62, A Taste of Earthbang. The two fighters collided their right fists together, unleashing an intense gust of wind. After a moment of tension, they simultaneously withdrew their fists, preparing for another assault. Bang! Sun Wukong forcefully thrust his right knee into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a loud cry, spewing forth bitter fluid. Yet, in the very next moment, despite the pain, Vegeta retaliated with a punch aimed at Sun Wukong's midsection. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was hit squarely, and he too expelled a mouthful of bitter liquid. The two of them staggered back, clutching their abdomens and gasping for breath. Once more, they charged at each other. Bang! With a deafening sound, their fists met forcefully against each other's faces. In an instant, they spun around and resumed their fierce battle. Bang! Moments later, Sun Wukong suddenly crashed his forehead into Vegeta's, causing Vegeta to reel back, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong executed a sweeping kick, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground. Vegeta braced himself with his right hand, quickly flipping back onto his feet. But just then, Sun Wukong brought both hands down with tremendous force towards Vegeta's abdomen. Bang! With a resounding impact, Vegeta was sent crashing back to the earth once more. Infuriated, he quickly scrambled back to his feet. Sun Wukong retreated slightly, launching several energy blasts towards Vegeta. In response, Vegeta concentrated his energy into multiple blasts, countering Sun Wukong's assault. Boom, boom, boom. The blasts collided violently, erupting into chaos on the ground. Whoosh. At that moment, Sun Wukong's figure soared into the air. Vegeta, not to be outdone, swiftly ascended from the ground. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. Boom. The two figures danced through the sky, engaged in a relentless battle. Although their strength did not match that of the likes of Reg, the intensity of their clash was undeniable. After a prolonged struggle, both fighters found themselves on the ground, panting heavily. At this sight, Sun Wukong called upon the dragon to heal their wounds. Thus, he remained in the realm of the dragon for training. Time passed swiftly, and a month rolled by. One evening, as Reg was returning home, he unexpectedly received a message from Margarita, announcing her visit to Earth the following day. Upon returning, Reg promptly called Bulma, requesting her assistance in preparing a feast for their guests. The next morning, after enjoying breakfast, Reg awaited the arrival of Margarita and her companions. At 10 o'clock, sensing their energy, he instantaneously transported himself and Sapali to Bulma's residence. Upon seeing them in the yard, Bulma greeted, "Reg, Sapali, you've arrived." They nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a curious Reg Xiaodian inquired, "Where's Trunks?" "He's inside. You can go find him," Bulma replied. Reg Xiaodian nodded and dashed into the house. Just then, a vibrant flash of light descended from the sky, landing in Bulma's backyard. As the brilliance faded, three figures emerged before them. The esteemed Margarita, along with her companions, Tuapa and Wei Maida. "Long time no see, Reg." Margarita greeted with a smile. Reg responded, "It has indeed been a while, Sister Margarita." "Reg." Tuapa chimed in, acknowledging him as well. Reg nodded and asked, "Where's Jiren? Why didn't he come?" "He mentioned he needed to train, so he stayed behind," Tuapa replied. "I see." Tuapa then turned to Sun Wukong and the others. "And who might they be?" "This is my wife, Sapali. This is my sister-in-law, Bulma. And this is my friend, Sun Wukong." Reg introduced. "Hello, my name is Tuapa, captain of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11, he said cheerfully. "Hello." Sapali and the others responded with smiles. "I've asked Bulma to prepare Earth's delicacies for you. You may sit down whenever you wish." Reg beamed at Tuapa and his companions. Waymeda nodded slightly. Soon, Reg led them to a grand table in the yard, laden with a variety of dishes, some of which were unfamiliar to them. There is so much food. Reg, can we dig in now? Tuop exclaimed. Yes, Reg affirmed with a nod. Margarita, eager to taste, immediately began to enjoy the feast alongside Waymeda and Tuapa. Reg, you mentioned before that your universe possesses a super Dragon Ball capable of granting any wish. Correct? Margarita inquired while savoring the food. Reg nodded. What if we wish to relocate your Earth to our Universe 11? This way, it would be much more convenient for us to enjoy your culinary delights. Reg chuckled, but this Earth is not mine to command. Margarita smiled in response, choosing not to press further. In Universe 7, at the God of Destruction's realm, was had since the arrival of Waymeda and her companions. Observing from his staff, he mused, how curious that Margarita and the others from Universe 11 would come here, and they seemed to know Reg. An hour later, Waymeda and her companions finished the feast prepared by Bulma. Overwhelmed by the abundance, they sat for a while before slowly rising from their seats. Tuop approached Reg, saying, Reg, I'd like to take some of Earth's delicacies back for my teammates to taste. Could you assist me with that? Certainly. What would you like? Reg inquired. Sushi, rice balls, pizza. Tuop listed a multitude of dishes. Reg noted down Tuop's requests and instructed Bulma to arrange for their delivery. After some time, Bulma had all the requested dishes sent over. Margarita, with a wave of her staff, magically stored Tuop's selections within it. After bidding farewell to Reg and the others, the trio departed from Earth. Not long after their departure, a white figure descended onto the planet, Whis. Having observed their visit, he was intrigued by their quest for Earth's culinary delights. Filled with curiosity, he had decided to venture from the realm of the God of Destruction to discover what made Earth's cuisine so special. Have they left? Whis looked up at the sky before strolling over to a barbecue stall run by a middle-aged man. Fancy some barbecue? We have every kind you could desire. Chapter 63. 3 years barbecue? Indeed. What would you like to eat? After hearing this, Whis found himself uncertain about his order, so he casually chose some chives, grilled fish, oysters, and beef kidney. He then found a place to sit and awaited the completion of his meal. Shortly thereafter, the barbecue was ready, and the proprietor presented it before Whis. Here is your barbecue. Excellent. Whis nodded slightly and picked up a skewer of grilled fish to taste. The fish was quite well prepared, and the flavor was delightful. It seems I must savor the delicacies here and ascertain whether Margarita and the others journeyed here solely for the exquisite cuisine of Earth. Whis mused, before taking a skewer of grilled beef kidney. Meanwhile, in West City, Bulma was surprised by the unexpected arrival of Whis. Who are you? Greetings. My name is Whis, the attendant of Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. God of Destruction? Bulma echoed, astonished. Indeed, Whis confirmed with a nod. I hope my intrusion is not unwelcome. I have come to seek your friend, Reg? Precisely. No sooner had Whis spoken than Reg emerged from Bulma's home. Upon seeing this, Whis swiftly approached Reg and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Whis, the attendant of Lord Beerus from Universe 7. Greetings. Is there something you require? Reg inquired. Not particularly. I heard some matters concerning you from Bardos, and I happened to be in the vicinity of Earth for other reasons. So I thought to pay you a visit. A visit to me? Reg raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Is it not worthy to visit a mortal who dares to confront a God of destruction? Whis smiled. Reg chuckled in response. Mr. Whis, should you require any assistance while on Earth, feel free to seek me out. Very well. Whis nodded with a smile. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Understood. Whis acknowledged, pointing his staff to the ground before swiftly departing from Bulma's home. The following day, Reg and the others resumed their training in the Dragon Realm, just as before. Goku and Vegeta were eager to learn Reg's Ultra Instinct technique. However, due to their current power levels not reaching the realm of the gods, they were temporarily unable to do so. Although Reg had mastered Ultra Instinct, he remained unsatisfied and sought to learn Autonomous Ultra Instinct. At that moment, Reg was engaged in battle with Salus on a grassy field. However, Reg refrained from employing Ultra Instinct, opting instead to fight in his Super Saiyan 4 form. He aimed to unlock his potential through combat with Salus. As time passed, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Throughout these days, Whis visited Earth daily to indulge in its culinary delights. The exquisite nature of Earth's cuisine left him in a quandary about whether to awaken Beerus. Lord Beerus would surely be incensed if he discovered I indulged in such delectable food while he slumbered, yet should I rouse him, he may become even more irate. Perhaps it is best not to disturb him, Whis concluded, taking a bite of the ice cream in his hand. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Reg and the others continued their training in the Dragon Realm. Just days prior, Goku successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 by harnessing the full moon's power. At present, Goku was engaged in combat with his counterpart from the GT timeline. Damn it. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration upon witnessing Goku once again surpass him. Reg, noticing this, patted Vegeta on the shoulder. Fear not, Vegeta. Goku has merely outpaced you for the moment. With further training, you too may attain the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Vegeta remained silent, turning away to continue his training. Boom. Just then, the GT timeline Goku knocked Goku to the ground, concluding their battle. Reg glanced upward at the sky. He had fought against Kappa for a considerable duration. Yet he still had not mastered autonomous Ultra Instinct. At his current strength, he could only hope for a stalemate. It seemed a trip to the hyperbolic time chamber was in order. The following morning, after breakfast, Reg did not accompany Goku and the others to the Dragon Realm, but instead ventured alone to the heavenly realm of Earth. Reg. The ever-watchful Kai of the North called out upon seeing Reg. Yes, Reg nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you to the heavenly realm today? I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. The hyperbolic time chamber? Indeed. And how long do you intend to stay? I am uncertain. Perhaps a few days? At that moment, Bubbles interjected. Reg, you should know that one cannot remain in the hyperbolic time chamber for more than 2 days. Otherwise, you risk being trapped there indefinitely. I understand. Then what do you mean by a few days? I know the limit, yet I possess a method to exit. What method? You shall find out in due time. Reg replied with a smile. By the way, how much food and water are available inside? 3 years. 3 years? Reg contemplated for a moment. That should suffice. Bubbles, can you guide me to the hyperbolic time chamber? Certainly, follow me. Bubbles led Reg to a vast expanse, where a colossal hourglass and clock stood. Reg, this is the hyperbolic time chamber. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Understood. Reg nodded. Bubbles walked away. And as Reg advanced, he suddenly felt his body grow heavier upon reaching a lower area. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his staff. He then retrieved a gravity suit he had prepared beforehand and donned it, commencing his training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 64, Super Saiyan 5. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber had long since closed due to Reg's prolonged stay exceeding 2 days. Outside the realm of the gods, Sapari and Son Goku awaited Reg's emergence. Boom. Suddenly, a radiant golden light burst forth from the sealed entrance of the time chamber, accompanied by a tremendous roar from within. As the light began to dissipate, a sizable humanoid aperture appeared where the exit once stood. Out of this opening stepped a figure with a mane of white fur, hair cascading to his waist, and eyes glowing a fierce red. Reg had emerged. The moment he stepped out, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the surroundings. You are Reg? Krillin stammered, trembling slightly. Indeed. Reg affirmed with a nod. Reg, what transformation is this? Super Saiyan 5. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. He had yet to master Super Saiyan 4, while Reg had already ascended to Super Saiyan 5. After a brief pause, Reg reverted to his normal form, only for a conspicuous growl from his stomach to interrupt the moment. Baba, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Yes, I'll fetch something right away, Baba replied. Moments later, Baba placed a generous spread of food upon a tablecloth laid on the ground. Reg eagerly devoured the meal. How did you manage to come out? Vegeta inquired, curiosity piqued. I utilized the power of Super Saiyan 5 to carve an exit from within. So, it necessitates Super Saiyan 5 strength to create an exit? Not exactly. I merely happened to break through to Super Saiyan 5 while I was inside, which allowed me to forge an exit. In truth, the power of Super Saiyan 3 suffices to create an opening. Super Saiyan 3's power? Reg nodded in confirmation. Additionally, one must utilize the power of a roar to open an exit. A roar? At that moment, Son Goku chimed in. Vegeta, why do you ask? Are you contemplating re-entering the time chamber for training? And what if I am? Vegeta retorted with a scoff. Vegeta, you're so cunning. I too wish to train in the time chamber. After a considerable time, Reg concluded his meal, bid farewell to his companions, and returned home with Sapari. Goku and Vegeta remained behind to inquire with Baba about how long it would take to repair the time chamber. In Universe 7, on the realm of the Destroyers, was sensed the formidable aura emanating from Reg's transformation into Super Saiyan 5. He hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Beerus of this development. The stronger Reg became, the wider the implications of his battle with Kappa would reach. As Whis pondered, the slumbering oracle fish suddenly murmured in its dreams, "The universe's strongest warrior has emerged. The strongest in the universe." Whis murmured, subsequently relaying the news of Reg's newfound strength to Beerus. In Universe 6, on the realm of the Destroyers, Kampa reclined leisurely beneath a great tree, indulging in freshly washed strawberries prepared by Beerus. Suddenly, Beerus approached him with urgency. "My lord Kampa, Whis has just informed me of something that may not bode well for you." "Not bode well? What could possibly be disadvantageous for a destroyer?" Kampa rose from his reclining position. "My lord, have you forgotten? You are to face Reg from Universe 7. Reg? It seems he has entered a place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, where a day outside equates to a year inside. Whis mentioned he has spent several days within and has now become the strongest in Universe 7. What?" Kampa instantly stood upright. "That despicable fiend has taken refuge in such a chamber. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge me. He had a plan all along." Beerus chuckled lightly. With over 4 months remaining until the designated time, if Reg continues training in that chamber, he could potentially train for over 120 years. 120 years. This is unacceptable. Beerus, we must act swiftly to thwart this impudent child. Otherwise, I shall refuse to battle him. Beerus chuckled again. "My lord Kampa, are you frightened?" "Who fears him? I merely detest his underhanded tactics." "Is that so? By the way, Beerus, I've noticed I've gained a bit of weight recently. I wish to shed some pounds." With a chuckle, Beerus replied, "Very well, my lord Kampa." Back in Universe 7, on Earth, Reg returned home, enjoyed a hot shower, and donned casual attire before taking Sapari out for a stroll in West City. Since arriving in this world, Reg had devoted most of his time to training. Now, having achieved the transformation of Super Saiyan 5, he found few rivals besides Beerus and the Angels. Thus, he resolved to take a well-deserved break and pursue activities that brought him joy. In West City, the two meandered through various shopping centers, purchasing garments. Afterward, they watched a film and enjoyed dinner. Meanwhile, Reg had arranged for Lei Xiaodian to stay at Bulma's residence. On their way back, the two reminisced about their past adventures on planet Benbi. "Reg, why don't we purchase a house in West City?" "West City? Indeed. The night views here are splendid. And we could enjoy evening strolls, though perhaps not on full moon nights." "Agreed," Reg replied with a smile. The following morning, after breakfast, Reg accompanied Sapari to explore houses near Bulma's home. Since they intended to buy in West City, proximity to Bulma's residence was ideal. After a morning of house hunting, Reg ultimately purchased a grand villa located just a kilometer from Bulma's home. In the afternoon, Reg's family moved into the villa. Upon hearing of Reg's new acquisition, Bulma and the others came to visit. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were already deep in training within the time chamber. One day later, Goku and Vegeta managed to break through the sealed entrance of the time chamber. Boom! The very ground of the celestial realm shook with the force of their emergence. Both appeared disheveled, clearly having gone some time without bathing. Baba and the others, upon witnessing their state, instinctively recoiled from the odor emanating from the two. Chapter 65. Android 21 Goku and Vegeta, how long have you two been cooped up without bathing? Tien asked, pinching his nose. Hearing this, Goku chuckled and scratched his head. Apologies, we were so engrossed in our training that we lost track of time. Tien, in response, turned to Bubbles. Bubbles, please prepare some bathing water for them. Sure. And Bubbles, we are quite famished. Could you also prepare some food for us? Bubbles nodded and promptly headed towards the heavenly palace. After a while, Bubbles prepared the bathing water, and Goku and Vegeta made their way to the heavenly bathroom. Following their refreshing bath, the two savored a hearty meal in the heavenly realm before departing. That evening, Vegeta, having ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, arrived at a desolate mountain outside West City. He gazed up at the full moon, and soon his body reacted, transforming into a golden giant ape. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta stomped his feet into the ground, bellowing at the full moon. Suddenly, a crimson light emanated from him, and his form began to shrink. He transformed into a figure draped in a red fur covering all but his head, chest, and palms, with thick hair now tinged with red, green eyes, and red eyelids. As Vegeta successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4 under the full moon's influence, Reg and the others instantaneously appeared before him. Congratulations, Vegeta. Is this the form Dad takes when he transforms into Super Saiyan 4? So cool, Dad. Trunks exclaimed in admiration. Vegeta huffed dismissively. At that moment, Goku fixed his gaze on Vegeta. It's peculiar, Vegeta. Why are Reg and I's eyes golden when we transform into Super Saiyan 4, yet yours are green? How should I know? It could be due to our bloodlines. Bloodlines? Indeed. Let us not forget, I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Goku chuckled. Regardless. Congratulations are in order. How about we gather at my home tomorrow? It's been ages since we all met. Bulma chimed in with a smile. Reg and the others nodded in agreement. Since everyone concurs, let's South meet at my place tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Hey, Bulma, I haven't agreed yet. Vegeta, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Bulma, however, disregarded his remark. All right, everyone, it's getting late. Shall we head back? Reg nodded. Then, with a swift instant transmission, they returned to Bulma's home, while Vegeta flew back alone. The following morning, everyone gathered at Bulma's house. Krillin and Tien, who had not been present the previous night, were brought along by Goku. Gohan's newlywed wife, Videl, was also in attendance. The group reunited, with Goku and Krillin enjoying freshly grilled barbecue while reminiscing about the past. Goku, can you believe over 20 years have flown by? I still remember the days when we first became students. Indeed, over these 2 decades, not only have I failed to catch up with you, but the gap between us has widened. And now, Gohan is already married, while I haven't even found a girlfriend yet. It's all right, Krillin. I believe you will surely find a girlfriend. Goku reassured him. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles east of West City, there lies a secluded island. Deep within this island is a hidden laboratory. At this moment, within that laboratory, a woman with disheveled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing black-rimmed glasses and large earrings, adorned in a white lab coat, was present. This woman is known as Android 21, a researcher employed by the Red Ribbon Army. She possesses a genius intellect akin to that of Dr. Gero. After being defeated by Goku, she had concealed herself on this island, striving to develop an android capable of defeating him. Once an ordinary human, she transformed herself into Android 21 5 years ago by integrating the cells of Majin Buu. However, the process of merging Buu's cells and modifying herself into an android was a monumental task, which she only recently completed. Now, as Android 21, she not only possesses Buu's remarkable regenerative abilities but also the capacity to absorb all forms of energy. At this moment, she was utilizing a supercomputer to calculate her odds of defeating Goku. The results indicated a 70 chance of victory. Only 70. Android 21 gazed at the supercomputer's output with discontent. Suddenly, a throbbing headache struck her, accompanied by an overwhelming desire to obliterate everything. Get out of my head. Android 21 shouted, expelling a dark, malevolent energy from her mouth, which slowly manifested into a pink-skinned, white-haired woman with red eyes and a long tail. Clad in a black corset and white pants, adorned with golden bracelets, she was the embodiment of Android 21's dark thoughts, evil Android 21. Upon materializing, evil Android 21 glared fiercely at her counterpart. Her malevolent intent mirrored that of Majin Buu, seeking to consume the original and fully replace her. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laughter erupted from evil Android 21, reminiscent of a ghostly wail, sending shivers down one's spine. Recognizing the threat, Android 21 swiftly fled the laboratory. This place was her life's work. She could not allow a battle with evil Android 21 to unfold within its confines. Evil Android 21 pursued her, both departing the laboratory. After flying for a while, Android 21 halted above the sea in front of the island. With a wicked grin, evil Android 21 clenched her fists and charged at Android 21, who mirrored her intent and surged forward. Chapter 66, Son Goku vs. Evil Android 21. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The two combatants, as nimble as arrows, engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Bang. After exchanging dozens of blows, Android 21 was struck down to the ground due to her inferior strength. Damn it. Android 21 seethed, transforming into her Majin form. Whoosh. At that moment, the evil Android 21 sprang into action, charging towards Android 21's position. Clenching her fists, Android 21 prepared to meet the attack. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Soon, they stood face to face, their fists and feet striking like lightning. Bang. After a brief struggle, evil Android 21 lifted her right leg and sent Android 21 hurtling away. How infuriating! Android 21 shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy waves towards her opponent. The evil Android 21, however, opened her arms wide to absorb all incoming energy waves. Meanwhile, in West City at Bulma's house, during a gathering, Son Goku and his friends suddenly sensed the overwhelming energy of the two fighters. Such powerful energy, reminiscent of Majin Buu. Son Goku remarked, furrowing his brow. Krillin nodded in agreement. Goku, should we go take a look? Yes, Goku replied. Just then, Yamcha and the others approached. Goku, is something happening? I don't know. Krillin and I were just about to check it out. How about we all go together? Yamcha suggested. All right. Son Goku thought for a moment before agreeing. Yamcha and the others immediately moved to Goku's side, placing a hand on his back. Wait, where are you all going? Bulma, unaware of the situation, suddenly ran over. It's nothing, Bulma. We'll be back soon. Whoosh. Goku said, placing his right index finger to his forehead, and vanished with Krillin and the others. Bulma turned to ask Vegeta what was happening, but saw him suddenly flying into the sky. Reg and Leixia had also disappeared at some point, leaving only Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Bulla, and Master Roshi behind. Gohan, what is happening? I'm not quite sure either. But there are two incredibly powerful energies suddenly appearing on Earth. Incredibly powerful energies? Just then, Goten and Trunks shot into the sky. They had intended to follow Goku, but were a moment too late due to Goku's instant transmission. In the sky above the deserted island, Android 21 and evil Android 21 were locked in a fierce confrontation. Son Goku and his friends suddenly materialized around them. Goku. Upon seeing him, Android 21 quickly retreated, creating distance between herself and evil Android 21. Son Goku, I didn't expect you to come to me. Evil Android 21's face twisted into a sinister smile. You know me? Goku asked, surprised. Indeed, I not only know you but all of your companions. Evil Android 21 laughed. Who exactly are you? I am Android 21, a creation of the Red Ribbon Army that you once defeated. After their defeat, I have been hiding on this island, observing you all. I am fully aware of both Dr. Gero and the androids he created. To defeat you, I transformed myself into an android using the cells of Majin Buu. And she is? Goku inquired, glancing at Android 21 from a distance. I am her true self. She is merely an embodiment of the evil thoughts within me. At that moment, Android 21 spoke up. Evil embodiment. Evil Android 21 grinned mischievously. Once I consume you, I shall become the true form. Whoosh. With that, evil Android 21 charged towards Android 21. Seeing this, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and rushed at evil Android 21. Are you meddling in my affairs, son Goku? Evil Android 21 suddenly halted, turning to face Goku. If I consume her, you will have one less opponent, won't you? I don't need that. Besides, since you are the embodiment of her evil thoughts, without those thoughts, she might just turn to the side of good. Goku declared. A good person. Evil Android 21 laughed heartily. She modified herself into Android 21 with the sole purpose of killing you and destroying the Earth, regardless of your reasoning. I am determined to eliminate you. Very well, son Goku, if you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Whoosh. With that, evil Android 21 vanished and reappeared behind Goku. Such speed. Goku gasped in astonishment. In the next instant, Goku felt a tremendous force as evil Android 21's right fist struck him hard in the abdomen. Goku cried out in pain, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Goku. Android 21 rushed towards evil Android 21. Humph. Evil Android 21 sidestepped, retracting her fist from Goku's abdomen and disappearing from view. Damn it. Goku exclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Android 21 and the others were taken aback. According to their research, they believed Goku's strongest form was Super Saiyan 3. However, the form he had just transformed into was something they had never encountered before. After transforming, Goku charged at evil Android 21. She too clenched her fists and charged back at him. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Their fists and feet collided with explosive force. Bang. After a fierce exchange, Goku accelerated, delivering a powerful punch that sent evil Android 21 flying. Bang. She quickly regained her footing with a firm grip. At that moment, Vegeta and the others arrived. Chapter 67, Vanquishing the Malevolent Android 21. Upon sighting Vegeta, the malevolent Android 21 swiftly pivoted and charged towards him. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Vegeta's strength was notably inferior to that of Son Goku. Be careful, Vegeta, Son Goku urged anxiously. With determination, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What? Android 21 gasped in astonishment but continued her advance. With a mighty roar, Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch aimed at her. Android 21 raised her hands defensively and managed to block the blow. Yet she was still sent hurtling nearly 1,000 meters away. How infuriating. She seethed, propelling herself at full speed back towards Vegeta. Just as she was about to reach him, Vegeta unexpectedly launched an energy wave from his right hand. Android 21 deftly evaded the attack. In a sudden turn of events, Vegeta's form vanished from sight. No. Where has he gone? Android 21 exclaimed, scanning her surroundings in alarm. At that moment, Vegeta reappeared behind her, moving with astonishing swiftness. What? Incredible speed! Android 21 gasped. Before she could react, Vegeta brought his hands together and struck, sending her crashing onto the island. With a resounding explosion, the ground erupted in a cloud of dust. Vegeta then gathered a barrage of energy waves in his hands, unleashing them upon the island, a technique known as the Prince's Battle Style. Observing from a distance, Android 21 shouted in urgency, "Do not use energy attacks. She can absorb all of it." Upon hearing this, Son Goku immediately called out to Vegeta, "Vegeta, do not use energy waves?" What? Vegeta halted his assault, noticing a swirling vortex on the island absorbing his energy waves. Moments later, as the dust settled, Android 21 emerged unscathed, smiling at Vegeta. "Thank you for the energy, Vegeta." "Is that so?" Vegeta retorted coldly. "Then let me show you my own technique." He positioned his hands at his chest and began to gather energy. Suddenly, bolts of golden lightning crackled around his hands. Could it be? Gasped the onlookers. Android 21 smirked, patiently awaiting the completion of Vegeta's technique. After a brief moment, a deep blue energy wave coalesced in Vegeta's hands. "Ultimate Flash!" He bellowed, launching the finished attack towards Android 21. The energy wave swelled in size, propelled by the wind. Android 21 scoffed, raising her hands to intercept the ultimate flash. How infuriating! Vegeta growled, exerting all his strength to push downwards. Under the immense pressure from Vegeta, Android 21's hands began to falter, and she was forcefully pinned to the ground by the ultimate flash. With a cataclysmic explosion, the ultimate flash detonated, shaking the very ground of the deserted island, causing the sea beyond to churn violently. Clouds of dust were sent soaring into the sky. Android 21 screamed, her form obliterated by the blast. Is she vanquished? I do not know. After a moment, as the smoke cleared, a massive crater several kilometers in diameter appeared on the island, with pink fragments floating in the air. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Is she like that Majin Buu creature, capable of regenerating unless completely annihilated? As if answering his thoughts, Android 21's form began to reassemble. It appears I must take action. At that moment, a figure observing from the sidelines, Reg, transformed as his hair turned purple and his eyes glimmered golden. Reg. Father. In an instant, Reg activated his Ultra Instinct, appearing before Android 21. Reg chuckled lightly, gathering a violet destructive energy in his right hand. Destruction. Android 21 let out a horrified scream as her body disintegrated at a visible pace. No. She howled in desperation, yet was powerless to halt her demise. Observers watched in terror as Android 21's fate unfolded. Previously, the supercomputer had calculated a 70% chance of victory against Son Goku, and she was relieved she had not confronted him. Even if she could defeat him, she stood no chance against Reg. Just as Android 21's fear mounted, Reg turned to her with a smile. This only intensified her terror. Reg, do not kill her, Son Goku implored on her behalf. Reg, however, remained silent, swiftly positioning himself before Android 21. I had intended to eliminate you, but since Son Goku has interceded, you must divulge the location of your laboratory in Seiya Chapter 68. The awakening of Beerus in West City, at Bulma's residence. Vegeta returned home, intrigued by the destructive technique recently demonstrated by Reg. He approached Reg and inquired, Reg, what was that move you just executed? That move? Are you referring to the one that annihilated Android 21? Reg responded. Indeed. Vegeta affirmed with a nod. That technique is called destruction. Destruction? Is it truly a technique of the gods of destruction? They possess the power to obliterate anything in this world. Even spirits are not exempt. Could you teach me this technique? Vegeta asked earnestly. I can, but it requires a significant amount of time. Are you certain you wish to learn it? Absolutely. Vegeta nodded emphatically. Very well then. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, over 4 months had elapsed, leaving only one day until the 4-year agreement with Reg was to be fulfilled. In the realm of the gods of destruction, a chamber filled with floating stones housed a purple feline figure, who lay asleep on a floating stone draped with sheets and blankets. This feline was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. Boom. Just as Beerus was deep in slumber, a series of explosive alarms detonated nearby. The blast jolted Beerus awake, singeing his face. Yet he remained groggy and reluctant to arise. At that moment, Whis entered the room and announced, Lord Beerus, it is time to awaken. All right, I know, Beerus mumbled, finally stirring a bit in response to Whis' voice, although he continued to roll over in bed, resisting the urge to rise. At that juncture, another set of explosive alarms detonated beside him. With a yawn, Beerus slowly rolled off the floating stone and onto the ground, finally opening his eyes to survey his surroundings. Lord Beerus, why have you awakened so soon this time? Whis inquired. Beerus yawned again and replied, a prophetic dream. I dreamed of someone who is my equal in strength. Someone who matches the god of destruction in strength? Whis asked. Yes, but I can't quite recall the name. I must have forgotten it due to just waking up. Perhaps after a shower, I will remember. Oh, really? Whis chuckled. However, your prophetic dreams have often proven inaccurate. For instance, you once dreamed that a pop idol would move in next door, yet we waited for over half a year without any sign. This time, my prophetic dream is undoubtedly true. Beerus retorted angrily, recalling Whis' previous jibes. You said the same thing before. He huffed, temporarily setting aside any further argument with Whis. I will take a shower now. Perhaps I will recall the name of the person from my dream afterward. Very well, Lord Beerus. With that, Beerus departed the chamber, soaring towards the palace's bathhouse. A short while later, Beerus arrived at the bathhouse, settling into the water to soak. Whis stood nearby, assisting in heating the water. How's the water temperature, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Acceptable, but do not heat it further. Understood, Lord Beerus. By the way, during my slumber, did Frieza carry out my orders to eliminate all the Saiyans? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Frieza has exterminated the vast majority of the Saiyans as you commanded. However, a small number managed to escape the destruction of planet Vegeta and survived. Oh, is that so? Where are these surviving Saiyans now? They currently reside on a planet called Earth. Interesting. However, what is surprising is that 20 years after Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, he was defeated by a Saiyan named Goku. What? Frieza was defeated by a Saiyan? Beerus exclaimed, instantly rising from the bath. Correct, Whis stated, pointing downwards. Beerus instinctively blocked with his hands and quickly crouched back into the bath. My apologies. Nevertheless, it truly astonishes me that a Saiyan could defeat Frieza. Whis nodded. The Saiyans have now mastered a new transformation. A transformation? Yes. They refer to this transformation as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? Indeed. And the Saiyan known as Goku is not even the strongest among them. Not the strongest? Beerus gasped in disbelief. The Saiyan who defeated Frieza is not the strongest? Are the Saiyans truly that powerful now? Yes. The mightiest among them is a Saiyan named Reg. Reg? Yes. Reg is the son of King Vegeta. His immense power at birth led King Vegeta to fear he would be uncontrollable as he matured, so he exiled him to planet Benbi. Oh, I see. Furthermore, this Reg has even challenged Lord Kampa. He challenged Kampa? Beerus was taken aback. A Saiyan dares to challenge a god of destruction? This is unprecedented. Indeed. But what was the outcome? Beerus pressed. Doesn't that mean he's courting death? They have yet to fight. Whis chuckled. They haven't fought yet? Beerus queried, puzzled. A Saiyan challenges Kampa, yet Kampa didn't obliterate him immediately? When did Kampa become so lenient? Indeed. Whis then recounted the events leading up to Reg's challenge to Kampa. Tomorrow marks the day of Reg's battle with Lord Kampa. Tomorrow? Yes. Lord Beerus, you have awakened today, so you can witness their battle tomorrow. What interest is there in a battle devoid of suspense? Beerus scoffed. Lord Beerus, do you believe their battle lacks intrigue? Whis inquired with a smile. Isn't it so? How could a Saiyan possibly surpass a god of destruction, regardless of their strength? I do not share that view, Whis replied. Is it possible that this Saiyan named Reg is exceptionally powerful? Where is this Reg now? Beerus inquired. On Earth. How long will it take us to reach Earth? Approximately 20 minutes. Chapter 69. Bulma's birthday celebration, is it so far? We could have watched an entire episode of animation. Indeed. Whis nodded. Lord Beerus. Do you wish to travel to Earth? Yes. Since there is such an intriguing individual on Earth, I certainly wish to meet him. I want to ascertain if he is truly as formidable as you claim. Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flickered in Whis' eyes. At that moment, Beerus emerged from the hot spring, wrapped in a towel. After swiftly donning his destroyer uniform, he followed Whis to the palace for a meal. Whis had already prepared an array of dishes, most of which were delicacies he had brought back from Earth. Beerus surveyed the table laden with a variety of foods. Whis, what are these dishes? I don't recall ever seeing you prepare these. Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus, these are not my creations. They are exquisite delicacies I brought from Earth. Earth? Delicacies? Indeed, Lord Beerus. Earth is a planet brimming with culinary delights. Oh, is that so? Beerus, still skeptical. picked up a slice of pizza with his fork and knife. As he tasted it, astonishment washed over his face. Whis, what is this food? It's delectable. That, Lord Beerus, is called pizza. Pizza? Yes, Lord Beerus. These are all dishes from Earth. You should sample them. Whis encouraged with a smile. Very well, Beerus exclaimed, eagerly trying the other foods. What is this dish called? That is sushi. And this one? That is a wrap. As Beerus savored each dish, he continuously inquired about their names. After a while, he finished all the food with a loud belch. Suddenly, he turned to Whis, irked. Whis, with such delicious food. Why didn't you wake me sooner? Lord Beerus, I was merely concerned that waking you might disturb your slumber. Humph. Spare me your excuses. Tell me honestly, how did you come to know of Earth's cuisine? Recently, Whis replied, somewhat sheepishly. Beerus fixed a piercing gaze on him, clearly unconvinced. A year ago. What? You have been feasting on Earth's cuisine for a year without waking me? Beerus grasped Whis in anger. Lord Beerus, I just said I was worried about disturbing your sleep. Humph. Beerus released him with a scoff. What about the prophecy fish? Lord Beerus, you summoned me. As his voice faded, a fishbowl staff slowly emerged from the palace. Beerus glanced at the fish, noticing it had grown considerably since his last slumber. Then he turned to Whis, as if a thought struck him. Prophecy fish, when did Whis travel to Earth? Whis. The prophecy fish looked at Whis, who attempted to signal with his finger, but Beerus suddenly obstructed the fish's line of sight. Speak. Otherwise, I shall have Whis reduce your food rations by half. 2 years ago. The prophecy fish replied after a moment of contemplation. Whis. Beerus glared at him with renewed anger. Whis chuckled nervously. By the way, Lord Beerus, I just remembered, Bulma invited me to her birthday today. Who is Bulma? Bulma is Vegeta's wife. She is currently the wealthiest person on Earth. The wealthiest on Earth? Then why are you not taking me there? But, Lord Beerus, you just finished eating. That little bit will digest in no time. Very well. The two soon departed the palace. Whis pointed his staff to the ground, and a radiant rainbow light appeared beneath their feet, whisking them away from the realm of destruction. Having not destroyed planets in quite some time, Beerus took the opportunity to obliterate a few along the way. In the 7th universe, the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin sensed Beerus's awakening and sighed towards the East Kaioshin beside him. Lord Beerus has awakened. It seems numerous planets will soon vanish from the cosmos. Is Lord Beerus truly as terrifying as you say? Absolutely. The last destroyer to visit Earth was from the 6th universe, and he lacked the authority to destroy planets in other universes. But this time, the one awakened is our 7th universe's destroyer. He has full authority to annihilate planets in our universe. As they spoke, the East Kaioshin suddenly noticed numerous planets being destroyed. The speed of their destruction far surpassed that of Majin Buu's rampage. At that moment, he genuinely grasped the terror of Beerus. Moreover, I was sealed within the Kaioshin sword by Lord Beerus. You were sealed by Lord Beerus into the Divine Sword? The old Kaioshin nodded. I had a dispute with Lord Beerus, which led to my sealing within the sword. Is that so? Suddenly, the old Kaioshin noted that Beerus and Whis were flying towards the northern galaxy, where the likes of Reg were located. Could it be that Lord Beerus's target is Reg? The old Kaioshin quickly turned to the East Kaioshin. You must rush to Earth immediately. It is imperative that Reg and Lord Beerus do not cross paths. Why must they not meet, Ancestor? Are you foolish? If Reg encounters Lord Beerus, a battle will surely ensue, and it may escalate into a cosmic crisis. A cosmic crisis. The East Kaioshin gasped in shock. Is it truly that severe, Ancestor? If they engage in battle, the universe itself could be at risk of annihilation. Then I shall head to Earth to find Sapari. Reg cannot be reasoned with, so I must seek someone who can persuade him. Sapari is Reg's wife. Perhaps he will heed her words. On a vast ocean outside West City, a grand luxury cruise ship floated. The ship boasted a sprawling lawn, a swimming pool, and an array of culinary stalls. Today is Bulma's birthday, and she has invited Goku and his friends to her celebratory feast. Chapter 70. A gathering of friends. At this moment, Bulma was seated at a table on the deck, engaged in conversation with Sapari and Chi-Chi. Can you believe it? Vegeta is still training on my birthday, and Goku is no different. His life revolves around training. Even my Reg is rather similar. As soon as she finished speaking, both women turned their gazes to Sapari. Though your Reg trains all day, he occasionally indulges in romantic pursuits. But as for ours, he only ever mentions being hungry. That's about it. Sapari chuckled nervously, momentarily at a loss for words. Being a Saiyan, she admired strength, thus supporting Reg's dedication to training. Just then, A figure suddenly appeared before the three. It was the East Kaioshin. Who are you? Upon seeing the unexpected arrival, Sappari felt a flicker of familiarity. Greetings, Sappari. I am the Kaioshin responsible for overseeing the universe. I previously visited your home with Jebit. Jebit. Oh, I remember now. What brings you here? This matter pertains to a cosmic crisis. If a being known as Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, arrives, you must ensure he does not encounter Reg. God of destruction? Indeed. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of our seventh universe, and he has awakened, heading towards Earth. I fear that if they meet, a confrontation could ensue. And with their current powers, it could threaten the very existence of the universe. Understood. I will do my utmost to prevent their battle. The East Kaioshin nodded slightly. Then I leave everything to you. Indeed, Sappari affirmed. The East Kaioshin, seeing this, instantaneously teleported back to the Kaioshin realm, wishing to avoid a meeting with Beerus. As the East Kaioshin departed, Sappari began to ponder deeply. At that moment, Chi-Chi, intrigued by the mention of Beerus, turned to Sappari and inquired, Sappari, what exactly is a god of destruction? Are they formidable? Sappari snapped back to attention. Extremely formidable. Ah, I recall hearing Whis mention Lord Beerus. Bulma. Do you know anything about him? Chi-Chi directed her gaze towards Bulma. Yes. However, I have only heard fragments of tales regarding him. He is reputed to be a deity who destroys planets. A deity who destroys planets? Chi-Chi's eyes widened as she stood up from her chair. Indeed. Does that not pose a danger to Earth? I believe it should be fine. If he truly intends to destroy Earth, there is still Reg, right? Reg dares to challenge even the gods of destruction from other universes. Surely, he would not fear Beerus. By the way, Sappari, where is Reg? He is still at home. He should be arriving shortly. Is that so? On the mountain of Bowsy. In the rear hills, Reg was seated upon a large rock, immersed in meditation. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, causing Reg to open his eyes. It was his son, little Tion. Dad, it's getting late. We should head to Annie's birthday party. All right. Reg replied with a light chuckle. Jumping down to the ground, the two then simultaneously executed a teleportation, arriving at Bulma's luxurious yacht. Long time no see, Reg. Krillin, who had just arrived, greeted him warmly. Indeed. Has Goku come yet? He seems to still be training with the Kaioshin. Reg responded with a smile, causing Krillin to express slight disappointment. At that moment, Yamcha approached from a distance, holding a skewer of barbecue. Krillin, you're here. You took your sweet time. I, along with Poir, have been here for quite a while. Tien and the others arrived before you. Yamcha remarked, offering a skewer of lamb to Krillin, who nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, Reg, along with little Tien, moved forward. Reg. You made it. Sappari, who was enjoying juice with Bulma, noticed Reg and his son and immediately walked over. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Goten and Trunks rushed over. Tien, why did you take so long to arrive? We've been here forever. I wanted to wait for Dad to come along, so I was a bit delayed. Little Tien replied with a smile. Is that so? Then hurry and join us to play with me and Goten. All right. Little Tien nodded eagerly. On North Kaioshin's planet, Swish. Bang bang bang. Goku and Caulifla were currently engaged in a fierce battle. As their combat intensified, much of the grass on North Kaioshin's planet was torn up and the ground cracked beneath their feet. Meanwhile, the North Kaioshin leisurely sat at a table outside his home, sipping tea, accustomed to such scenes. Suddenly, the North Kaioshin frowned as he sensed Beerus's energy approaching. On the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kaioshin, who had been monitoring Beerus's movements, realized that Beerus was heading towards North Kaioshin's planet. Could it be that Lord Beerus's target is not solely Reg, but also Goku? Upon this realization, the Elder Kaioshin quickly transmitted a message to North Kaioshin. North Kaioshin, this is the Kaioshin. Yes, Kaioshin. What is it? North Kaioshin, you must have sensed it too, right? Lord Beerus is currently flying towards your location. If my assumptions are correct, his purpose there is Goku. Goku. Indeed. To avoid inciting the wrath of Lord Beerus, I advise you to ensure Goku and his allies hide. Hide? Yes. I trust you are aware of the consequences of angering Lord Beerus. North Kaioshin glanced down at his planet, understanding the gravity of the situation. I understand, Kaioshin. I will ensure Goku hides. Very well. The Elder Kaioshin nodded. By the way, who is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? At that moment, Goku, who had been engaged in battle, suddenly appeared beside North Kaioshin. Gee, Goku, when did you arrive? Startled by Goku's sudden appearance, North Kaioshin instinctively took a step back. Swish. Caulifla, still in midair, flew down beside them. Just now, Goku replied, Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is an extraordinarily powerful deity. With your current strength, you would stand no chance against him. When he arrives, you must hide immediately. Is he even stronger than Reg? Caulifla curiously inquired. Chapter 71. Sun Wukong vs. Beerus. The North Kai nodded and said, Hurry, quickly hide inside. You must not let Lord Beerus see you. As he spoke, he ushered the two into the house. After a deep sigh, the North Kai prepared for the imminent arrival of Beerus. Moments later, Whis accompanied Beerus to the North Kai's planet. Long time no see, Lord Beerus. The North Kai greeted with a bow. Beerus nodded, surveying his surroundings. Where are the Saiyans you have here? What Saiyans? There are no Saiyans here, the North Kai replied, his expression tense. Beerus smirked, glancing at the North Kai's planet beneath him. North Kai, I seem to recall your planet was not this small before, correct? The North Kai was immediately alarmed. Why yes, Lord Beerus. It was you who made it, so small. His voice trailed off. Do you still wish to keep this planet? Beerus narrowed his eyes, threateningly. The North Kai's complexion changed drastically. Lord Beerus, I will bring Wukong out right now. He turned to enter the house, only to see Sun Wukong and Caulifla emerging from inside. Hello, Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong greeted with a cheerful smile. Oh, you are the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong who defeated Frieza? Yes, Lord Beerus. I have heard from the North Kai that you are formidable. I wonder if I might challenge you? Wukong. The North Kai's face turned pale, and he quickly turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, he is just joking. Please do not take it seriously. Beerus, however, paid no attention to the North Kai and suddenly smiled. In all my time as a god of destruction, this is the first time I have heard such amusing words. Really? Sun Wukong chuckled. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin saw Sun Wukong about to engage Beerus and scolded the North Kai. What a foolish Kai. Why doesn't he just teleport Wukong back to Earth? But, Ancestor, even if Wukong returns to Earth, he will still encounter Lord Beerus, won't he? That's true. Forget it. With our current power, even if we wanted to stop them, we couldn't. Worrying now is futile. Let it all be destroyed. Back on the North Kai's planet, Beerus scrutinized Sun Wukong. You appear rather weak. You don't seem like someone who has defeated Frieza. Sun Wukong smiled. Lord Beerus, that's because I haven't transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. A Super Saiyan? Yes, Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists, quickly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Beerus looked at the shimmering Sun Wukong, a hint of surprise crossing his face. So this is a Super Saiyan. Now, Lord Beerus, I'm coming to attack you. Beerus yawned and gestured with his right hand for Wukong to come at him. Ha! Sun Wukong charged at Beerus, fist clenched. Swish. Beerus merely shifted his body slightly and effortlessly dodged all of Sun Wukong's attacks. Damn it! Sun Wukong retreated, clenching his fists once more. Ha! With a loud shout, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Oh, Beerus was mildly surprised. Your power seems to have increased significantly. Sun Wukong nodded. This is called Super Saiyan 2, a transformation that surpasses the first. Super Saiyan 2? Beerus chuckled. Let me see just how much stronger you have become. All right, Sun Wukong said, charging at Beerus again with fist ready. On Earth, Reg felt the presence of Whis and Beerus. God of destruction Beerus. He murmured. Back on the North Kai's planet, even after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong still struggled to land a hit on Beerus. Damn it, even in Super Saiyan 2. I can't touch him at all. It seems Lord Beerus is indeed as formidable as the North Kai said. Just then, while Sun Wukong pondered this, Beerus suddenly appeared right in front of him, his right hand still behind his back. Before Sun Wukong could react, Beerus lifted his foot and kicked him away. Sun Wukong dug his feet into the ground, leaving long marks as he finally came to a stop. Hee. Beerus chuckled lightly. Sun Wukong, I know you are hiding your true power. I advise you to reveal your full strength, otherwise you cannot hope to defeat me. All right, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists and radiating an astonishing aura. The ground of the North Kai's planet trembled violently under this overwhelming energy. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom. At that moment, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4. What is this? This is called Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? I originally intended to fight you in Super Saiyan 3, but since I heard from the North Kai that you were so powerful, I decided to hold nothing back. Beerus's expression turned slightly displeased. So you look down on me? No. Sun Wukong waved his hands frantically. I just wanted to see if Super Saiyan 3 could defeat you. Beerus snorted. Let's begin. I will soon show you the terror of a god of destruction. Beerus's eyes narrowed. Very well, Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong said and immediately charged at Beerus. What? Caught off guard by the unexpected speed of Super Saiyan 4. Beerus had no time to react as Sun Wukong landed a powerful punch to his abdomen. Damn it, Beerus growled, his previously relaxed demeanor shifting to seriousness as he brought his right hand from behind his back to the front. Suddenly, an incredible aura erupted from Beerus, sending Sun Wukong flying backward. Lord Beerus, the North Kai, standing not far away, changed expression. If Sun Wukong truly angered Beerus, it would not be a laughing matter. Swish. At that moment, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and charged at Beerus once more. Chapter 72, The Battle on North Kaiashan Planet with a Fierce Determination. Beerus clenched his fists and charged forward. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Amidst the sounds of intense combat, the two figures darted across the North Kaiashan planet like beams of light. After exchanging blows for a while, Goku clasped his hands behind him, gathering a deep blue energy wave, which he hurled at Beerus. In a flash, Beerus evaded the attack. Boom. The Kamehameha missed its target, erupting in the empty space behind Beerus. At that moment, Beerus swiftly appeared behind Goku, delivering a kick that sent him flying off the North Kaiashan planet. Goku tightened his fists and quickly stabilized himself in the air above the planet. Whoosh. Observing the battle through the crystal ball atop the Dragon God staff, Reg was engrossed in the clash. Krillin and the others, equally fascinated, were watching the fight through Reg's staff. Just as the onlookers were captivated by the duel, a figure suddenly descended from above. It was Vegeta. Upon seeing Vegeta approach, Bulma's face lit up with joy. Vegeta, you've come. Trunks, who was playing nearby, called out excitedly. Vegeta nodded slightly and approached Reg. What has happened? Who is Kakarot fighting? The god of destruction, Beerus, came the reply. Vegeta's mind raced back to his childhood when Beerus had visited planet Vegeta, trampling King Vegeta underfoot, a haunting memory from his past. How is the battle progressing? He inquired, gradually calming himself. Though Beerus is immensely powerful, he is no longer the same as before. This is not good. Reg, as a time traveler, understood that Beerus was merely toying with Goku, not revealing his true strength. Even the weakest god of destruction is beyond what a Super Saiyan 4 can handle. Can you defeat Beerus? Hard to say. I haven't fought him yet, so it's uncertain. Is that so? On North Kaiashan planet, Goku and Beerus were now colliding as radiant crimson and violet energies in the sky. After a series of exchanges, they both tightened their fists and struck at one another. Bang! With a resounding impact, their fists collided, emanating a powerful aura. The surrounding space trembled, generating a formidable shockwave that rippled across nearby planets. The old Kaiashan, witnessing this from the Kaiashan realm, turned pale. This is bad. The shockwaves from their battle are spreading to surrounding planets. Not even the entire universe can withstand such waves. How many times can the universe bear such shockwaves? Perhaps about 3 times. 3. The East Kaiashan gasped in disbelief. They had only just begun their fight, yet already such devastating waves were being produced. If they continued, the universe might soon face annihilation. On North Kaiashan planet, both warriors had retreated momentarily. Goku, I have something to ask you. What is it, Lord Beerus? I heard from Whis that the strongest Saiyan is someone named Reg. Yes. Goku nodded. How much stronger is he than you? I'm not entirely certain, but it should be by dozens of times. Dozens of times. Beerus felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. He had merely taken a short nap, yet upon awakening, the Saiyans had become this formidable. His greater concern was whether Reg, as the Saiyan prince, would seek vengeance upon learning that Frieza had been sent to annihilate the Saiyans under his orders. Indeed. What is Vegeta's strength now? I believe it should be about the same as mine. Is that so? Goku nodded. Then, Lord Beerus, shall we continue our battle? Very well. Beerus agreed. Huh. With that, Goku shouted and charged at Beerus. Beerus responded with a scoff, grasping Goku's incoming right fist. Alarmed, Goku quickly lifted his right leg to kick Beerus. However, Beerus sidestepped, evading the attack. What? Goku exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, Beerus's left hand gathered destructive energy, launching it at Goku. With his right fist in Beerus's grip, evasion was nearly impossible. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing Goku in a cloud of thick smoke. Meanwhile, Beerus had already ascended above Goku before the destructive energy detonated. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Goku stood in the air, looking disheveled. Beerus, observing this, chuckled lightly as he created 10 clones to surround Goku. Goku narrowed his eyes, focusing intently. At that moment, Beerus and his clones simultaneously concentrated destructive energy in their right hands, aimed at Goku. Damn it! Goku shouted in frustration, trying to discern Beerus's true form. Whoosh! At that instant, Beerus and his clones unleashed their gathered destructive energy at Goku. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, enveloping Goku in the smoke produced by the 10 blasts. Beerus laughed heartily, dispersing all his clones. However, before Beerus could revel in his triumph, Goku's figure suddenly reappeared behind him. Startled, Beerus quickly turned around, just in time to see Goku's right fist barreling towards his face. Bang! With a deafening crash, Beerus was sent hurtling towards North Kaishan planet like a shooting star. Whoosh! Just as he was about to crash to the ground, Beerus halted in midair, glaring angrily at Goku above. In a flash, he transformed into a purple streak, charging towards Goku. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With the force of his assault, Beerus sent Goku reeling backward. Chapter 73, 20-fold King Fist. As the earth trembled under the impact of the fierce battle between Goku and his adversary, the underworld was not spared from the chaos. Experiencing a series of earthquakes, King Enma, preoccupied with his duties, found it difficult to maintain his focus. Alas, Goku, that rascal, insists on fighting up north with the North Kai. While he grumbled, he and his subordinates watched the clash unfold. At that moment, the two mischievous spirits, Red and Blue, were startled to see the crystal ball conjured by the fortune teller. Isn't that the fellow who fell into the underworld? I believe his name is Goku, right? One speculated. Indeed, that's him. The fortune teller confirmed with a smile. On North Kai's planet, Goku had just been sent soaring into the clouds by a fierce kick from Beerus. Damn it! Goku shouted, preparing to dive back down when a violet light ascended towards him. It was Beerus. With a swift transformation, Goku surged upward in a streak of red light. The two combatants exchanged blows, their fists colliding with blinding speed. A thunderous crack echoed as their right fists met, sending them both staggering back momentarily before they charged at each other again. Beerus's right fist struck first, landing heavily in Goku's abdomen, causing him to howl in pain as he clutched his midsection. Beerus chuckled lightly, ready to withdraw his fist to unleash another attack, when Goku seized it with his left hand, catching Beerus off guard. Without allowing a moment for reaction, Goku propelled himself forward, sending Beerus flying. Gasping for breath, Goku unleashed a barrage of energy waves towards Beerus, who narrowly evaded them, his gaze sharpening. Is this all the power of Super Saiyan 4? Goku remained silent, charging at Beerus once more. The two figures, like ripples on water, danced through the sky in an intense struggle, their movements too swift for the North Kai and others to discern, only perceiving the radiant red and violet auras surrounding them. Moments later, Beerus clasped his hands together before delivering a crushing blow that sent Goku crashing into North Kai's planet. With a resounding explosion, Goku created a gaping hole in the ground. My North Kai's planet, lamented the North Kai, heartbroken at the sight. Once their duel concluded, it would require significant effort to restore. As Beerus landed, he concentrated a massive sphere of destructive energy in his right hand and aimed it at Goku. Alarmed, Goku quickly raised his hands to defend against the impending attack. The energy pressed down on him forcefully, prompting a fierce roar from Goku as he unleashed an overwhelming aura that obliterated the destructive sphere. What? Beerus exclaimed, astonished. Goku took several deep breaths, clearly fatigued. You are impressive, but I have gauged your strength, and there is no need to continue this battle, Beerus stated as he descended from the crater in North Kai's planet. Goku felt a surge of indignation at the dismissal. Indeed, your power is formidable, yet I wish to test my strength against that Saiyan named Reg. The mere mention of Reg elicited surprise from both the Supreme Kai and King Enma, who watched the fight unfold. The intensity of the conflict between Goku and Beerus had been significant, and the notion of pitting Beerus against Reg was unsettling. Despite the gravity of the situation, there was little they could do to avert the clash. If Beerus sought a battle with Reg, none could intervene. Understood, Lord Beerus. But might you indulge me for a brief time before we conclude? Goku implored. Why? Beerus inquired. I wish to ascertain the extent of my disparity in strength compared to you. Very well, but only for a short while. Beerus conceded. Goku nodded, clenching his fists as an extraordinary aura enveloped him, rapidly escalating his power. What could this be? The North Kai realized what Goku was about to unleash. Do you recognize the technique Goku is employing? He asked Whis. The North Kai nodded. He is utilizing my self-created King Fist. The King Fist? Whis confirmed. Indeed. This technique can amplify one's strength exponentially, even to dozens of times. However, it bears a heavy toll on the body. The transformation into Super Saiyan itself is taxing. And now Goku's use of the King Fist is a desperate gamble. At that moment, Goku's aura surged to 10 times its original strength. Tenfold King Fist, he proclaimed, transforming into a streak of red light as he charged at Beerus. What incredible speed! Beerus thought, momentarily taken aback as Goku's punch sent him flying. With a mighty roar, Goku transformed once more into a flash of red light, swiftly appearing behind Beerus. Just then, Beerus halted and soared into the air. Alarmed, Goku elevated his power again. 20-fold King Fist, he shouted, accelerating towards Beerus with newfound vigor. Beerus dodged the strike with a swift movement, leaving Goku stunned. The 20-fold King Fist was Goku's peak technique. Yet even this was evaded by Beerus. Nevertheless, Goku was not one to concede easily. He continued to press the attack despite the setback. With the enhancement of the 20-fold King Fist, Goku's speed became astonishingly rapid, prompting Beerus to grasp Goku's right fist as he attempted to evade. Chapter 74, Super Saiyan 5. Upon witnessing this, Son Goku clenched his teeth, exerting all his strength to push forward with his right hand, causing Beerus to stagger back a few steps. Gasping for breath, Son Goku retracted his aura and admitted, "I concede, Lord Beerus." Beerus nodded, releasing his grip on Goku's right hand. On Earth, Krillin and the others watched Son Goku's defeat with expressions of disbelief. Initially, they believed that in his Super Saiyan 4 state, using the 20-fold Kaioken, Goku might stand a chance against Beerus. However, they were astonished to see how effortlessly Beerus countered Goku's 20-fold Kaioken. On North Kaio's planet, after Goku's concession, Beerus turned towards Whis and declared, "Whis, let us depart." "Certainly, Lord Beerus." Whis responded, swiftly flying to Beerus's side. With a flick of his staff towards the ground, the two soon vanished from North Kaio's planet. Finally, they were gone. North Kaio sighed in relief. "Lord Beerus, what do you think of this Son Goku?" was suddenly inquired during their journey to Earth. "An intriguing individual," Beerus replied. "Oh, really? I had no idea he would earn such high praise from you, Lord Beerus." Whis nodded. "If it weren't for my desire to meet Kampa, I would have liked to engage with him a bit longer." "Is that so?" On Earth, the Z fighters had learned of Beerus's imminent arrival, and his target was none other than the mightiest among them, Reg. "Do you believe you can defeat this so-called god of destruction, Beerus?" "I don't know," Reg replied. "You don't know? But weren't you the one who wanted to challenge a god of destruction?" At that moment, Bulma approached from a distance. "The strength of this god of destruction surpasses that of the previous one. I can't be certain I can defeat him." "Ah, what should we do?" "He isn't coming to destroy Earth, is he?" Bulma said, her heart filled with worry. "He's a glutton. I doubt he's here to annihilate Earth." Reg remarked. "A glutton? You mean he shares a fondness for Earth's cuisine like Whis?" "Indeed." Reg nodded slightly. Just then, a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, landing on the deck of the cruise ship. As the light dissipated, two figures, one tall and one short, gradually became visible. They were Beerus and Whis. "Whis." Bulma greeted him. "It's been a while, Miss Bulma. Happy birthday." "Oh, thank you," Bulma exclaimed. "This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. You must have gathered that from watching the battle earlier?" Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. "So, did you and Lord Beerus come to attend my birthday party?" "Yes," Whis replied with a slight nod. "Then I warmly welcome both of you to my birthday celebration. Feel free to help yourselves to whatever you desire." Bulma smiled. "Lord Beerus." Whis immediately glanced at Beerus, aware that Bulma wished to prevent a confrontation between Reg and Beerus, but as merely Beerus's attendant, he lacked the authority to decide for him. After a moment of silence, Beerus finally spoke. "Miss Bulma, thank you for your generous invitation, but before attending your birthday party, I would like to engage in a battle with a Saiyan named Reg." "Another battle?" Bulma said, glancing at Reg standing nearby. "You two can fight, but I hope your battle won't disturb the others." "Agreed," Beerus affirmed, then turned his gaze towards Reg, who stood before Krillin and the others. "You must be Reg. Am I correct?" Reg nodded slightly. "You heard what she said, so let us find a more suitable location for our duel." "Very well." With that, both soared thousands of meters away over the sea. Suddenly, on the luxurious cruise ship, two figures appeared out of thin air: Son Goku and Caulifla. "Goku, Dad, Kakarot," the group exclaimed in unison. Goku nodded in response. "Goku, weren't you with King Kai? What brings you back so abruptly?" Krillin inquired. "I wanted to observe the battle up close." As everyone focused on the impending clash, Whis indulged in an array of delicacies aboard the luxurious vessel. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Above the sea, Beerus and Reg exchanged glances. I heard from Whis that you will challenge Compa tomorrow. Reg nodded. Do you feel confident about defeating that fellow Compa? I should be. Should be. Have you ever faced other gods of destruction? No. Then how can you be so sure you can win? It's a guess. A guess? Well, if I lose, I merely gift Compa a Super Dragon Radar. A Super Dragon Radar? What is that? It's a device used to locate Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls? They are colossal orbs capable of granting any wish. There are 7 Super Dragon Balls, primarily distributed across the 6th and 7th universes. The 6th and 7th universes? Beerus pondered, seemingly recalling something. Could it be that Compa intended to search for the Super Dragon Balls in my 7th universe while I was asleep? Reg nodded in affirmation. Never mind. I'll settle that score later. For now, I wish to ascertain the extent of your power. With a light chuckle, Reg clenched his hands, and as his aura surged forth, the ocean's surface began to churn violently, creating a whirlwind of waves that enveloped him. The very earth trembled under Reg's formidable energy. The clouds, previously drifting lazily, began to race across the sky. On the Kaioshin realm, although Reg had only just begun to amplify his power, the intensity of his aura now far exceeded that of Super Saiyan 4. Such incredible energy! I have never felt anything so potent. Jepter exclaimed in terror. The East Kaioshin and the Old Kai remained silent. Back on Earth, Beerus regarded Reg with a grave expression. Before arriving, he had anticipated Reg's strength, but he realized he had underestimated him. Suddenly, Reg unleashed a powerful roar, and his body, save for his head and palms, was enveloped in white fur. His previously short hair extended to his waist, his eyes transformed into a vivid red, and bolts of lightning surged from his entire being. Chapter 75, Reg vs. Beerus. With a resounding shout, Reg unleashed the energy he had gathered around his body, causing the surrounding seawater to fall back into the ocean like rain. What transformation is this? Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. Very well. If there are no other issues, shall we commence? Indeed. Beerus nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, Reg appeared before Beerus, delivering a powerful knee strike aimed at Beerus's face. Before Beerus could react, he was sent soaring by the force of Reg's attack. Incredible speed! Exclaimed Goku in astonishment. Vados, who had been enjoying a snack, suddenly turned to observe the battle unfolding on the ocean's surface. Swish. By now, Beerus had regained his footing on the water. Damn it! I underestimated you earlier. From here on, I shall engage you seriously. Seriously? Upon uttering these words, a tremendous amount of purple energy emanated from Beerus. Lord Beerus has become serious. In the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kaioshin's expression shifted upon sensing the overwhelming destructive energy radiating from Beerus. Goku battled with Beerus for quite some time, yet he did not exhibit such potent destructive energy. Now, after merely a brief exchange, Beerus is already showcasing such formidable power. Reg's strength is enough to warrant the god of destruction's full attention. With a light chuckle, Reg transformed into a streak of white light and surged forward. Swish, bang, boom, boom. As the earth-shattering sounds of their fierce combat echoed, the two figures clashed in the sky. Bang! Their right fists collided with tremendous force, creating a colossal wave that surged across the ocean's surface. After a brief exchange, both combatants quickly retracted their fists, launching a flurry of strikes at each other's bodies. Bang! 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 Their fists and feet moved with such speed that Goku and the others could scarcely follow their movements. Bang! After a moment of combat, both fighters landed simultaneous punches to each other's faces, sending them reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, they took a moment to steady their breaths. With a powerful shout, Beerus transformed into a purple flash and charged at Reg. Without hesitation, Reg met his advance head-on. Swish! As they were about to collide, both warriors concentrated their energy, unleashing waves of power toward one another. Thunderous explosions resonated as their energy blasts collided, illuminating the sky with blinding light and producing a sound that dwarfed even the loudest thunder. The ocean surged violently in response, while Reg and Beerus's figures had already retreated to a distance far from the explosion. With a light chuckle, Beerus gathered a massive amount of destructive energy around himself and attacked Reg. In response, Reg immediately concentrated his own energy to counter the assault. Swish. Boom. 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 Their energy blasts clashed in midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion that filled the sky with smoke and fire. Beerus found himself obscured by the thick smoke, unable to see Reg's form. Swish. Just as Beerus prepared to cease his assault, Reg burst forth from the cloud of smoke. What? Beerus exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, Reg was before him, delivering a powerful right hook. Bang! Beerus extended his right hand to intercept the blow, but the impact forced him back. Damn it! Beerus gritted his teeth and retaliated with a powerful punch of his own. Bang! Reg raised his right hand to block Beerus's attack, and immediately followed with a left punch from Beerus, which Reg also managed to deflect. In a fit of rage, Beerus pushed forward with both hands, and Reg matched his effort, resulting in a clash of their energies. The white and purple auras of both warriors collided in the sky, creating an invisible shockwave that rippled through the surrounding planets. The second shockwave, the Elder Kaioshin declared, panic evident in his voice. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, both warriors exerted their strength simultaneously, sending each other reeling backward. They both gasped for breath before charging at one another once more. Swish! Bang! 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 Their bodies moved like ripples on the surface of water as they continued their fierce battle. Swish! After a period of intense combat, Beerus's tail suddenly ensnared Reg, binding him like a rope. Beerus laughed triumphantly, preparing to unleash a brutal assault on Reg. However, Reg swiftly bit down on Beerus's tail. Crack! With a sharp sound, Reg left a noticeable bite mark on Beerus's tail. Beerus let out a loud yelp of pain, quickly retracting his tail and delivering a punch to Reg's face. You rascal! You can't blame me. You were the one who tied me up with your tail. Beerus scoffed. You do possess some skill, but do you truly believe you can defeat Kampa this way? Is that not possible? Reg countered. It should be impossible. But perhaps we could reach a stalemate. Beerus pondered aloud. What if I add Ultra Instinct into the mix? Reg suggested with a smile. Ultra Instinct. Beerus's expression shifted in surprise. Vados, standing on the deck, narrowed her eyes slightly. Indeed. Who taught you that? Are you perhaps a candidate for the role of a god of destruction from some universe? Or did that Vados teach you? Vados knows Ultra Instinct? Angels are indeed the masters of gods of destruction. They are well versed in Ultra Instinct, though they excel more in the autonomous Ultra Instinct. As Beerus spoke, he began to withdraw the destructive energy surrounding him. No more fighting? The Z warriors exclaimed in shock. No more fighting? Reg echoed, equally astonished. Beerus chuckled lightly. No more fighting. I came to Earth to challenge you because I wanted to know if you could face Kampa tomorrow. Kampa? Indeed. I have never gotten along with that fellow, and I wish to see if you can teach him a lesson tomorrow. Teach him a lesson? Indeed. Battles between gods of destruction are not permitted. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson long ago. Ah, I see. Beerus nodded, flying toward the luxurious cruise ship. Reg, witnessing this, reverted to his normal form. Swish. Thud. Beerus landed on the deck of the cruise ship and chastised Vados, who was still enjoying pastries. Vados, you wretch, you didn't wait for me to eat. Vados smiled in response. There are plenty of pastries left, so feel free to indulge. If you find it insufficient, I shall order more. Bulma, observing the scene, chuckled softly. Chapter 76. The Lottery Event. Thank you, Miss Bulma. Happy birthday. Thank you. Upon hearing Beerus's blessing, Bulma instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. The fact that even the god of destruction, Beerus, wished her a happy birthday brought her immense pride. If she were to share this with others, her status would surely elevate. At that moment, Reg appeared, descending from a distance. Yamcha, noticing this, immediately engaged in cheerful banter with Krillin, enlivening the previously subdued atmosphere. By the way, Reg, you haven't answered me yet. Who taught you the self-mastery technique? To Lord Beerus. It was Master Whis who instructed me. Whis. Beerus pondered, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Meanwhile, as the festivities continued, 3 children, akin in age to Trunks, silently observed from within a cluster of bushes. These 3 were Pilaf, Shu, and Mai, despite their ages being greater than that of Goku. A miscommunication during a wish to the dragon resulted in their transformation back into children. Their presence here was prompted by Bulma's collection of the Dragon Balls for her birthday celebration, which she designated as the grand prize for a game during the party. King Pilaf, I don't seem to see the Dragon Balls, Shu exclaimed, peering through a telescope in a somewhat foolish manner. You fool. Do you think Bulma would carelessly place the Dragon Balls in plain sight? Pilaf scolded, tapping Shu on the head. After over 30 years of following him, he still found Shu's wit lacking. What are they hiding for? Playing hide and seek? Just then, Trunks, playing with Goten, spotted the trio. King Pilaf, Mai exclaimed, turning to Pilaf. No, we just wanted to surprise you. Oh, and who are you? I'm Pilaf, he is Shu, and she is Mai. Mai? Very well. How about we all play together? Okay. Pilaf reluctantly agreed, not entirely enthusiastic about entertaining a few kids. At that moment, Reg's gaze fell upon them. His thoughts wandered. Since arriving in this world, he had altered many events and initially believed Pilaf and his companions would not appear. Yet, it seemed history was following its original course after all. Reg, what troubles you? Sapali approached, breaking his reverie. Nothing. Reg quickly responded. Do you feel confident about tomorrow's battle with the God of Destruction from Universe 6? I should be fine. That's good to hear. Nearby, Beerus indulged in the delicacies laid out before him, completely disregarding the decorum expected of a God of Destruction. Lord Beerus, didn't you just eat half an hour ago? Whis remarked, unable to contain his observation. Perhaps it was due to battling them. The food I consumed was digested almost immediately. Is that so? Whis replied, somewhat skeptical. Half an hour later, sensing the atmosphere had reached a suitable point, Bulma announced the main event of her birthday celebration, the lottery. The grand prize was a wish with the Dragon Balls, with a luxurious castle for second place and a high-end sports car for third. The lottery system utilized numbered balls, where drawing 1, 2, or 3 would indicate first, second, or third prize. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my birthday celebration. We will now commence the lottery. The grand prize is a wish with the Dragon Balls, second place wins a luxurious castle, and third place, a brand new sports car. Each of you will have one chance to draw. Bulma stepped onto the stage, addressing the crowd. If I draw the castle or the car, can I exchange them for cash? I wish to buy CDs or magazines. Master Roshi interjected. Absolutely not. Bulma retorted emphatically. Why so loud? Master Roshi grumbled, somewhat displeased. You old pervert. Oolong chimed in, unable to resist the urge to mock. Bulma huffed and ignored him, instructing everyone to line up for the draw. Whis turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, would you like to participate? Participate in what? There is nothing edible as a prize. Understood, Lord Beerus. Yamcha and the others promptly formed an orderly line. King Pilaf, should we join the lottery? Shu asked. Yes. Pilaf nodded slightly. Soon, the crowd lined up for their turn. Goku, Vegeta, Reg, and Piccolo displayed little interest and wandered over to draw their numbers. Seeing Goku and Vegeta standing idly, Bulma approached them. Goku, Vegeta, why aren't you participating in the lottery? Bulma, I'm not particularly interested in this lottery, so, Goku explained. Bulma scoffed. The essence of the lottery is participation. Today is my birthday, and you all must comply. Hurry and draw your numbers. Fine then. Goku scratched his head. Vegeta remained silent but began walking towards the lengthy queue. Satisfied, Bulma nodded approvingly. From a distance, Beerus chuckled at the scene. This woman is indeed formidable. She can make Goku and the others comply so easily. As if sensing his thoughts, Bulma suddenly turned her gaze towards him. Beerus promptly sealed his lips. Whis couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, everyone had drawn their numbers. The lucky draws of 1, 2, and 3 went to Trunks, Sapali, and Goten respectively. Trunks, not having any immediate wishes, refrained from making a request. At that moment, having eaten his fill, Beerus and Whis bid farewell to the gathering and departed from Earth. Lord Beerus, how much of your strength did you use during the battle with Reg? Whis inquired during their journey home. 80%. Beerus replied with a serious expression. If you continued to fight him, do you believe you could secure a victory? Uncertain. Oh, what do you think about Reg becoming a god of destruction? Reg? Yes. Reg is still young. He has substantial potential for growth. Chapter 77. Kappa confronts Vados very well, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Though merely 2 simple words, they conveyed his recognition of Reg. By the way, Reg mentioned that his Ultra Instinct was taught to him by Vados. How is that possible? I'm not entirely certain. He continued. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, Reg is not only human but also a dragon god. What is a dragon god? Kappa inquired. Have you heard of the dragon god Salam? Beerus shook his head in response. The dragon god Salam is the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. And Reg is one of his subordinates. Why do you ask about him when he is now a destroyer god? Whis chuckled. Being a dragon god is quite a leisurely role. They have little to do aside from training. Is that so? By the way, Whis, I was just thinking. You should inform Kappa about what transpired here. Inform Lord Kappa? Whis looked at Beerus quizzically. Of course, to give that fellow a fright. Beerus laughed. It would be best to send him the footage of our recent battle. Very well, Lord Beerus. Upon our return, I shall relay the events to Bardos. On Earth, shortly after the two departed, Bulma's birthday banquet was drawing to a close, and the guests began to take their leave, leaving only Pilaf and his companions behind. Trunks observed the lingering Mai, a flicker of joy rising within him. Mai, why haven't you gone home yet? I want to. Play for a bit longer. My contemplated before responding. Really? I collected the Dragon Balls today, but I'm unsure what wish to make. Do you have any desires? My intended to voice her wish, but was abruptly pulled aside by Pilaf and Shu. It seems this lad wants to help you fulfill your wish. Why not ask him for a fortune? After years of experience, Pilaf had long abandoned his ambitions of world domination. Money? With enough of it, one can acquire anything. And how much should we wish for from the dragon? Certainly an endless amount. As soon as he finished speaking, Trunks approached. What are you three discussing? And nothing. Pilaf and Shu replied, grinning. Oh, then what is your wish? All three turned their gazes toward Mai. I wish for 10 million, Mai said. A hint of nervousness in her voice. 10 million? Is that not a bit modest? My family could easily provide that. Pilaf and Shu exchanged glances at Trunks. Trunks, now the richest person in the world, was the perfect candidate to request a sum from. Realizing this, the two immediately began to flatter Trunks. Before pushing Mai into his embrace, having lived for decades, they could see clearly that Trunks had feelings for Mai. As she was thrust into his arms, Mai's face turned crimson, and Trunks blushed in response. In the sixth universe, the realm of the destroyers, Kampa was reclining lazily on a chair, enjoying slices of watermelon cut by Vados when she suddenly flew in from the distance. Vados, Lord Kampa. Kampa nodded. What brings you here? Lord Kampa. Wish just contacted me with some news. What news? Kampa continued to eat his watermelon, curious. Wish informed me that Lord Beerus awakened today and had a battle with Reg. Who challenged you on Earth? Beerus. Kampa squinted at the mention. What was the outcome? There was no clear victor. No victor. Indeed. Whis mentioned that Lord Beerus fought him to ascertain whether Reg could defeat you. Once he confirmed Reg's capabilities, he ceased the fight. Kampa scoffed. I knew that Beerus had ulterior motives in having Whis relay this to you. Vados chuckled softly. Moreover, Whis shared the footage of their battle with me. That Beerus. Kampa's fury intensified, causing him to crush the watermelon in his hand. After a moment, he gradually calmed. Show me what was sent. As you wish, Lord Kampa. Vados replied, pointing her staff to the ground, causing a crystal ball to display the previous battle. Within the crystal ball, Reg engaged in an intense battle with Beerus, showcasing his Super Saiyan blue form. Initially, Kampa found their clash unremarkable, but his expression changed when Reg revealed his mastery of Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. How did he come to possess such a skill? Whis said it was taught by Lord Vados. Vados. Indeed. Vados nodded. How infuriating. Vados secretly taught him Ultra Instinct behind my back. Vados, take me to the 11th universe at once. Lord Kampa, are you certain you wish to go to the 11th universe? Absolutely. But Lord Kampa, even if you go there, it won't change anything. Even so, I must confront Vados. Kampa declared angrily. Lord Kampa, have you forgotten? Destroyers are forbidden from battling one another. Humph. Kampa scoffed. I care not. If I do not confront him, my rage will remain unquenched. Very well. Upon hearing Vados' agreement, Kampa rose from his seat. With that, Vados pointed her staff to the ground, whisking Kampa away from the realm of the destroyers. In the 11th universe, the realm of the destroyers, Vados sat idly on a patch of grass. Boredom etched on her face when a radiant seven-colored light suddenly descended from the heavens. As the light dissipated, two figures gradually emerged, Kampa and Vados. Kampa. It has been quite some time. Vados greeted him. Kampa approached, a hint of anger in his demeanor. Sensing the hostility, Vados' expression turned serious. Kampa, what brings you here? Humph. I have come to express my gratitude. Gratitude? Vados pondered, realizing something. Indeed. Tell me, did you teach Reg Ultra Instinct? And if so? Vados replied. Don't you realize that he has challenged me? Kampa interrogated. Chapter 78. Journey to the 6th Universe, Uncertain. Waimide feigned ignorance with a delightful smile. You. Xiangpa gritted his teeth in anger, gathering a surge of destructive energy in his right hand, launching an attack toward Waimide. With a cold laugh, Waimide swiftly evaded. Boom. The destructive energy struck the ground behind Waimide, causing a massive explosion that sent a cloud of dust swirling into the air. In response, Waimide conjured energy in both hands and retaliated against Xiangpa. As Xiangpa dodged into the air, Waimide followed suit, both soaring into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists, like beams of light, collided with each other's faces. The sheer speed of their attacks created a whirlwind around them, while the destructive energy emanating from their bodies expanded rapidly outward. Observing this, Vados intervened, positioning himself between the two and absorbing their attacks with his hands. Both combatants grimaced in frustration. Xiangpa, Lam-Z, combat between deities of destruction is strictly prohibited. You must understand the implications of two gods engaging in battle. Bados admonished. It was Xiangpa who initiated the attack. Lam-Z retorted with a cold huff. You knew that Reg would fight me, yet you taught him self-mastery techniques. I did. If you have the capability, defeat him. Xiangpa snapped back, clenching his teeth as a wave of purple energy radiated from him. Lam-Z, matching his intensity, unleashed his own aura, and they charged at each other once more. If you continue this fight, I will report it to the Omni King. Upon hearing the mention of the Omni King, both warriors immediately lowered their hands, though their glares remained fierce. After a moment, Xiangpa gradually regained his composure. Bados, we shall depart. As you wish, Lord Xiangpa. Bados responded. No need to see us off. Lam-Z coldly remarked. Bados, with a gesture of his staff, transported Xiangpa from the realm of destruction in Universe 11. Lord Xiangpa, I told you, seeking out Lam-Z is futile. If I don't confront him, my anger will only fester. Bados sighed, feeling helpless. Indeed, as Xiangpa said, if he harbored anger without releasing it, it would only grow more intense. Moreover, Xiangpa was a god of destruction. Has your anger subsided? Not entirely. But it's significantly better now. Is that so? A swift day passed, and soon it was the second day, the day of battle between Reg and Xiangpa. Knowing this, Salus arrived at Reg's residence bright and early. Salus, why are you here so early? I had nothing to do in the Dragon Realm, so I came over. I see. What time do you plan to begin the fight? I was hoping for 8 o'clock, but I'm unsure if that rascal is even awake. Why not just ask? Salus smiled, using her Dragon God staff to contact Bados. Lord Xiangpa is still asleep. He likely won't awaken until 9. It's only 7. Reg glanced at the clock in his home. No worries, 2 hours will pass quickly. Indeed. Reg nodded slightly. At 8 o'clock, Beerus and Whis arrived at Reg's home. Lord Beerus. Goku greeted as they entered. Beerus nodded, glancing at Reg. Why haven't you gone to find Xiangpa? He is still asleep. Beerus chuckled. If he is still asleep, then wake him. Wake him? Yes. Why hesitate? No, I simply wish to wait until he awakens before challenging him. No need. We can go find him directly, Beerus said with a grin. Very well, Reg replied, leading Goku and the others out. Are you all going to watch the fight too? Whis inquired, eyeing the group. Yes, Reg affirmed with a slight nod. In that case, I shall use a transference cube to take you to the 6th universe, Whis declared, raising his staff toward the ground. A purple cube emerged from the staff, landing on the floor. What is this? This is a transference cube. It will transport us to the 6th universe. Upon hearing this, Goku and the others promptly stepped inside. Is everyone present? Whis asked. Yes. All right, we shall depart now. With a wave of his staff, Whis guided the transference cube skyward. In the 6th universe, within the realm of destruction, Xiangpa lay sleeping in his chamber when Bados entered abruptly. Lord Xiangpa, awaken. Reg and his companions have arrived in the 6th universe. Reg? Xiangpa mumbled drowsily. Indeed. Lord Beerus is also here. The mention of Beerus jolted Xiangpa awake. Beerus has come? Yes, Lord Xiangpa. Just then, Bados' staff began to glow. Lord Lam-Z has also arrived. Lam-Z? Yes. He seems to have brought along 2 humans. Humans. Xiangpa fumed, clenching his teeth in irritation. Those 2 troublemakers. Bados chuckled lightly. Lord Xiangpa, I suggest you rise quickly to prepare for your battle with Reg. With a cold snort, Xiangpa climbed out of bed. Outside the realm of destruction, Whis' transference cube had landed before the grand entrance. Is this where the gods of destruction reside? Goku asked curiously as he surveyed the surroundings. Whis nodded. Shall we enter? Yes. Goku replied, and the group promptly stepped inside. Before long, they beheld a magnificent purple tree, its branches housing a grand palace, Xiangpa's palace. Just as they entered, a graceful figure descended from the skies. It was Bados. Lord Beerus, Reg, Lord Xiangpa is still dining. If you wish to battle him, you may need to wait a moment. Understood. Reg nodded. At that moment, Lam-Z and Margarita entered, accompanied by Jiren and Topo. Long time no see, Reg. Topo greeted with a smile. Indeed, it's been a while. Good to see you again, Reg. Margarita added warmly. It's been too long, Sister Margarita. She replied with a smile. Reg, do you have confidence in defeating Lord Xiangpa? Lord Lam-Z fought him yesterday on your behalf. Chapter 79, Super Saiyan 5 and the Ultra Instinct for me? Don't listen to her nonsense. That guy Kappa is just looking for trouble, stated Vegeta with a cold huff. Long time no see, Vegeta. At that moment, Beerus unexpectedly greeted her. Beerus. Vegeta responded, nodding slightly. Reg, who is that guy? Goku inquired about Jiren, looking towards Reg. He is Jiren. Jiren? Really? He is the strongest warrior of Universe 11. The strongest warrior? Goku's expression shifted in surprise. Stronger than you? Not quite, but he is significantly stronger than both of you. Much stronger than me and Vegeta? Indeed. After a considerable time, Kampa finally finished his breakfast and flew out from the palace. Kampa. Beerus called out to him. Kampa snorted. Casting a glance at Reg, kid, are you really going to fight me? Reg chuckled in response. What? Are you scared? If you're truly afraid, you can just sing. Who is afraid? I'm just worried that I might lose control and kill you. By then, it would be too late for regrets. Then you are indeed afraid. Reg laughed. In Kampa's eyes, Reg was merely an insignificant insect he could crush at any moment, without a care for his life. Humph. Kampa scoffed. Since you insist on disappearing, I shall oblige you. As he spoke, a powerful aura of destruction radiated from him. Reg remained unfazed. Yet his own energy surged upward at an astonishing pace. The ground trembled violently under the influence of their combined auras. Seeing this, Goku and the others quickly retreated. With a mighty shout, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Reg, why aren't you using Ultra Instinct? Kampa coldly remarked. If I use Ultra Instinct, is there still a need for this battle? Reg replied with a smile. You. Kampa, furious, clenched his fists and charged at Reg. Reg sidestepped, also clenching his fists and countering Kampa's attack. Swish. Bang. 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 Their fists collided at lightning speed, creating a massive whirlwind around them. Goku and the others gaped in astonishment. They anticipated an intense battle, yet the ferocity of their clash was beyond their expectations. ZZZ. Suddenly, golden lightning flashed amidst the whirlwind surrounding them, emanating from their fighting forms. How formidable! Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, the enormous whirlwind dissipated. Reg and Kampa both retreated, breathing heavily. Then, they clasped their fists and resumed their aerial battle. Swish. Boom. 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 With thunderous sounds, their figures became a blur of white and purple as they clashed in the sky, just as they were about to collide once more. Kampa suddenly darted behind Reg, caught off guard. Reg was kicked down to the ground by Kampa. Boom. Reg's body created a deep crater upon impact. Damn it! Reg exclaimed in anger, quickly rising from the ground. At that moment, Kampa gathered a rain of destructive energy in his hands and launched an assault. Seeing this, Reg shot forward. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens, if not hundreds, of destructive energy blasts struck the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. However, none of these blasts hit Reg. Damn it! Kampa shouted in frustration, halting his barrage and charging at Reg. Swish. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies moved like light as they battled on the ground, obliterating every boulder they touched. Bang. With an incredibly forceful strike. Chapter 80. The dismissal of Kampa. Is it true? Upon finishing his words, Reg transformed into a flash of purple light and charged towards Kampa. With clenched fists, Kampa met the charge. Whoosh. Bang bang bang. Empowered by his mastery of self-enhancement, Reg's strength and speed surged, quickly forcing Kampa to retreat repeatedly. Damn it! Kampa exclaimed in anger, launching a powerful right punch forward. Bang! With an explosive sound, Kampa's punch was caught, unleashing a colossal shockwave that rippled throughout the universe. In an instant, the planets of the sixth universe began to face annihilation. At that moment, Beerus pointed his staff to the ground, and their battle was instantly reverted to 3 minutes prior. Beerus then swiftly exited the realm of destruction, intercepting Kampa's attack with one hand while using his staff to block Reg's strike. Beerus. Kampa gasped in astonishment, unaware that they had nearly brought ruin to the sixth universe. Lord Kampa, your battle must cease here. Cease? But I have yet to determine the victor. Lord Kampa, do you truly believe your conflict takes precedence over the fate of the sixth universe? Beerus's voice turned icy. The sixth universe? Indeed. As he spoke, Beerus retrieved his staff and showed Kampa the catastrophic imagery of their near destruction of the sixth universe. The sixth universe? Kampa stammered, realizing that had it not been for Beerus reverting time, the sixth universe would have been lost. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Enough. Your battle ends here, Beerus declared, casting a glance back at Reg. So, who is the victor of this encounter? Reg inquired, equally astonished by the near obliteration of their universe. A draw. Your strength has reached the level of a god of destruction. and the sixth universe simply cannot withstand your clash. Reg intended to respond, but suddenly a colorful vortex materialized in the cosmic expanse before him. Emerging from it was a man with pale blue skin, a striking white pompadour, purple eyes and lips, a light blue halo hovering behind his head, and a large belt around his waist. This man was the Grand Priest. Grand Priest. The gods of destruction, including Beerus, immediately took flight upon seeing him. Grand Priest. Kampa's face turned pale with fear. Father. At that moment, Whis and the others also approached the Grand Priest. Grand Priest. Father. The Grand Priest nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Kampa. Kampa, are you aware of your transgressions? Transgressions? The Grand Priest nodded slightly. While there is no decree forbidding a god of destruction from engaging with mortals, you have nonetheless come perilously close to annihilating the sixth universe. What punishment shall I face? Grand Priest? Your title as God of Destruction is hereby suspended for reflection. And for how long must I be suspended? That depends on your introspection. Very well, I understand. Grand Priest. The Grand Priest nodded once more, glanced at Reg, and departed. With a sigh of relief, Kampa exhaled deeply. Reg, returning to his normal form, asked, Sister Margarita, what is the difference between being a god of destruction and being suspended? Once suspended, a god of destruction cannot destroy planets, and the angels are no longer responsible for their sustenance. Margarita replied with a smile. Isn't that rather pleasant? No work to do, exclaimed Vemid. Vemid. Hearing Vemid's teasing remark, Kampa clenched his teeth in frustration. He preferred a life of ease, where everything was taken care of. Though he was momentarily relieved from duties, once his suspension ended, he might find himself buried under a mountain of unfinished tasks. Beerus chuckled. Buried under a mountain? Indeed. Kampa has spent years indulging in feasting, and there is a considerable backlog of duties yet to be addressed. Kampa huffed indignantly. Being a god of destruction or not, I can go wherever I please now. Beerus merely smiled and remained silent. Generally, gods of destruction are accompanied by angels as they traverse the universe. Now, with Kampa's suspension, he would have to travel alone, expending much energy and time. Since my battle with him has concluded, shall we all return? Reg suggested with a smile. Beerus and the others nodded in agreement. They then returned to the realm of destruction, collecting Goku and the others. Reg, who emerged victorious from your battle with Kampa? Goku inquired curiously on their journey back. A draw. A draw? The sixth universe nearly faced annihilation, and it ends in a draw? Indeed. Nonetheless, Lord Kampa has been suspended. Whis added. Suspended? Upon returning to the seventh universe, Beerus and Whis celebrated their victory with a grand feast on Earth. Reg, having exhausted much energy in the battle, joined them in their indulgence. Reg, would you consider becoming a god of destruction? Your power has already reached that level, and you could easily take my place. As they dined, Beerus suddenly proposed. Salas shot a glare at Beerus, recognizing his intention to recruit Reg in her presence. I have no such intentions at the moment. Oh, is that so? Beerus replied, taking a hearty bite of roasted lamb. After a considerable time, once they had satisfied their appetites, Beerus requested Bulma to pack some delicacies before departing Earth. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction of the sixth universe, Kampa, now stripped of his title, found himself unable to command Beerus and thus had no one to prepare his meals. Beerus, I'm hungry. Hearing this, Beerus chuckled. Lord Kampa, have you forgotten? You are suspended now. From this day forth, you must fend for yourself. But Beerus, I am truly starving. The kitchen is stocked with ingredients. If you wish to eat, you must prepare it yourself. Infuriated, Kampa retorted, I shall leave the realm of destruction at once. I refuse to believe I cannot survive without you. By all means. Lord Kampa. Beerus smiled. With a huff, Kampa stormed out of the realm of destruction, seething, how dare they? Once I reclaim my title, I will ensure Beerus pays dearly. As time passed, a month slipped by. Kampa had been suspended for a month, during which he resided on a planet within the sixth universe. The king of this planet, fearing Kampa, ensured his every need was met. However, due to his distaste for the local cuisine and dissatisfaction with his accommodations, Kampa's month was far from enjoyable. Chapter 81. Encounter with Android 18 in the 7th universe. On Earth, Bardos finds herself at Bulma's residence, enjoying a barbecue alongside Whis and others. Her presence here is due to a rendezvous with Whis a fortnight ago, during which she discovered he was savoring the culinary delights of Earth. Intrigued, she decided to indulge in the earthly cuisine herself, which instantly captivated her palate. In the subsequent 2 weeks, she has frequented the 7th universe nearly every day to relish its gastronomic offerings. Whis, sister, How much longer must we endure Kampa's punishment? Bardos, I'm uncertain. My father hasn't disclosed any details. I estimate it may last at least 6 months. Oh, however, this could work in my favor, as I can enjoy a 6-month respite. It's a pity that the battle between Reg and Lord Kampa remains unresolved. Otherwise, I might have had the pleasure of hearing Lord Kampa sing. Lord Kampa sings? Indeed. Reg has a wager with Lord Kampa. Should Lord Kampa lose, he must serenade Reg. Lord Kampa is tone-deaf and possesses a voice akin to that of a quacking duck. His singing would surely be amusing. Wish chuckled at the thought. Lord Beerus seems to be no different. At this, Beerus shot an angry glance at Whis, perturbed that he would mock him in the presence of so many. Meanwhile, Reg, who had been quietly enjoying the barbecue, suddenly interjected, Whis. If two beings of destruction level engage in battle, does it pose a risk of universal annihilation? Not necessarily, Whis replied, shaking his head. The reason you and Lord Kampa nearly brought about the destruction of the 6th universe was not merely due to your powers being on par with that of gods of destruction, but due to the destructive energy. This energy is inherently more potent than ordinary energy. When you two fought, it further compressed this energy, leading to the potential for universal obliteration. Further compression? Yes. When two streams of destructive energy collide, they compress even more, significantly amplifying their original potency. Now I understand. If my opponent were someone of your caliber, Whis, would the 6th universe be spared from destruction? Reg, now possessing god-level strength, set his sights on surpassing the angels. Of course, but it is impossible for you to defeat me, Whis replied with a grin. Then, between you and Sister Bardos, who is more formidable? Reg inquired with a laugh. My sister possesses slightly greater strength. Upon hearing Whis's honest assessment, a smile graced Bardos's face. Reg, at such a young age. You've already attained god-level strength. Is your next ambition to surpass us angels? I do have such aspirations. Reg beamed. Then you must strive diligently to surpass your sister. Bardos encouraged. Indeed. Reg nodded earnestly. At that moment, after having his fill of barbecue, Goku piped up, Whis, could you possibly mentor me in my training? Me too. Vegeta chimed in. Mentor you in training? Whis glanced at Reg, inquiring, is this your idea, or did Reg suggest it? This is my idea. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Seated beside Whis, Beerus exhibited a flicker of displeasure. One Reg was already formidable enough. If Whis were to elevate them to the level of gods of destruction, what would become of his own authority? Sensing Beerus's discontent, Whis asked, Lord Beerus, do you think I should teach these two? Do as you wish. As long as they don't disturb my slumber. Beerus replied, albeit a bit begrudgingly, recognizing that even without Whis' instruction, Goku and Vegeta would continue their ascension. Understood. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed joyfully. Beerus took a hearty bite of a roasted lamb chop. In the afternoon, Goku and Vegeta returned to the realm of destruction with Beerus to continue their training. Meanwhile, Reg, having a leisurely day, strolled through West City. While wandering into a clothing store, he spotted a familiar figure, Android 18, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade, though years had passed. Android 18 had not changed significantly in appearance. Rather, she exuded a newfound tranquility. Years ago, she had been captured and transformed into an android by Dr. Gero, harboring profound resentment towards him. However, after Reg eliminated Dr. Gero, she had long since let go of that animosity. Reg, just as Reg recognized her. Android 18's eyes met his. She felt a deep gratitude for Reg, who had avenged her by slaying Dr. Gero. It's been a while, 18. Reg responded with a smile as she greeted him. Reg, what brings you here? I currently reside in West City. Today, I had a free moment and decided to take a stroll. And you? I also live in West City. Thank you for what you did back then. Thank me? If it weren't for you, Cell would have nearly escaped. Had he done so, we would surely have been his targets. It was nothing. At that time, I was primarily motivated by the desire to protect Earth. And what of 17? Since Cell's defeat, we parted ways. He seems to be working as a forest ranger on an island now. Oh, I see. Android 18 nodded slightly. Where do you reside now? Upon hearing this, Android 18's gaze sharpened. Don't misunderstand. I'm merely curious. Afterward, Android 18 shared her address, revealing that she lived near Bulma's house. How fortuitous that we are neighbors, she remarked. Indeed, it is getting late. If you ever have the time, you and your wife are welcome to visit my home. Certainly. With that, Android 18 picked up her purchased clothing and departed. Reg turned to leave as well. Time flew by, and a month had passed. Following Goku and Vegeta's departure from Earth, Reg left as well, journeying to the Dragon Realm for training. In the seventh universe, aboard a colossal circular spacecraft traversing the cosmos, a diminutive blue-skinned alien engaged in discussion with two towering warriors. This alien, known as Sorb, serves as the chief strategist for Frieza's army. The two warriors before him were Dagoma and Sami. Chapter 82, The Resurrection of Frieza. Both of them were formidable warriors within Frieza's army. Since Frieza's demise, his forces had dwindled significantly over the past 2 decades due to internal strife and external threats. Sorbet summoned the two of them to discuss strategies. Ever since the death of King Frieza, our army has been in a steady decline. I have called you both here to deliberate on the resurrection of King Frieza. The two were taken aback. Indeed, if we gather the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth, we can harness their power to bring King Frieza back to life. Dagoma inquired. But isn't the Super Saiyan who defeated King Frieza also on this planet? Sorbet nodded. Thus, we must proceed with utmost caution during our mission to Earth. I have already dispatched someone to gather intelligence, and all 7 Dragon Balls are currently in the possession of a woman on Earth. A woman? Yes. It seems she is acquainted with Son Goku. Therefore, our plan is to stealthily infiltrate her home and procure the Dragon Balls. Sorbet declared. I understand, Lord Sorbet. Zasami nodded slightly. 3 days later, Sorbet and Zasami stealthily infiltrated Bulma's residence, successfully bypassing her infrared security to steal the 7 Dragon Balls. We have them, Sorbet exclaimed with unrestrained joy. However, just as they were about to leave Bulma's home, they were inadvertently spotted by the diminutive Mai. Upon seeing the Dragon Balls in Dagoma's possession, promptly informed Pilaf and stealthily followed the 3 of them. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a desolate area outside West City. Lord Sorbet, we have successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. What is our next step to summon the Eternal Dragon? Zasami inquired. Sorbet stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, it is, come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. As soon as he uttered the words, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground began to shimmer brightly, and the sky above grew dark. Suddenly, a bolt of golden lightning erupted from the Dragon Balls, transforming into Shenron. Sorbet was taken aback. Why, you are Shenron? Shenron nodded slightly. You may make 3 wishes. Any wish can be fulfilled. 3 wishes. Sorbet's expression brightened. Then I wish for the resurrection of King Frieza. Frieza? Shenron frowned. That is not feasible. While I can summon his soul, you must understand that his body was shattered into countless pieces. Shattered pieces. Sorbet pondered. At that moment, Zasami interjected, Lord Sorbet. If we utilize the regeneration device recently developed by our Frieza force, even if his body is in fragments, it can be restored. Indeed, with King Frieza's formidable vitality, he should certainly be able to recover, Sorbet exclaimed, turning to Shenron to state his wish. Then, I request that you provide us with the fragments of King Frieza's body. Very well. Shenron's red eyes flashed, and an array of Frieza's body fragments rained down from the sky. Although they were mere fragments, each piece exhibited movement. Particularly one shard that bore Frieza's eye, which was particularly chilling. Sorbet immediately instructed Dagoma and Zasami to gather the fragments. What is that? Mai and her companions, hiding behind a large rock, rushed out to express their own wishes. Sorbet, startled by their sudden appearance, realized it was too late to intervene. Shenron declared, understood. In an instant, a beautifully packaged outfit and cake descended from the heavens. Asu and Mai rejoiced at the sight. Sorbet, witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. Your wishes have been granted. Until we meet again, Shenron proclaimed, transforming back into the Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. Lord Sorbet. At that moment, Zasami and Dagoma approached. Having gathered the fragments of Frieza's body, Lord Sorbet, we have secured all the fragments of King Frieza's body. Sorbet glared at Mai and her friends in anger before departing Earth with Dagoma and the others. Phew. Relieved that Sorbet did not pursue them. Mai and her companions sighed, and then looked at the outfit and cake in their hands with delight. Pilaf, who had not made a wish, snatched the cake from Asu. King Pilaf, that is my cake. In West City, at Bulma's residence, the sudden darkness triggered her suspicion of the Dragon Balls. She soon realized that the Dragon Balls had been stolen by Sorbet and his companions. Currently, she was on the phone with Supali, informing her of the situation. Reg, who returned from the Dragon Realm every night, would surely investigate the theft of the Dragon Balls by Frieza's forces. In the 7th universe, Sorbet and his companions had returned to Frieza's spaceship and placed the fragments of Frieza's body into the regeneration device. With its assistance, Frieza's body swiftly restored. Boom. With a loud explosion, Frieza emerged from the regeneration device, awakened. All hail King Frieza. The trio bowed deeply. It is truly wonderful that you have returned to life. King Frieza, Sorbet said, his face a mask of obsequiousness. And you are? Frieza inquired. I am Sorbet, the chief of staff of Frieza's army. Oh. I seem to recall something vaguely. Frieza responded indifferently. King Frieza, your revival is thanks to Zasami and Tagoma. Upon hearing Sorbet's praise, a flicker of displeasure crossed Frieza's face. Why did it take so long for my resurrection? Do you have any idea how much I suffered in that wretched place called Earth Hell? I sincerely apologize, King Frieza. It was due to the presence of Son Goku on Earth. Sorbet lowered his head. What about my father? Have you resurrected him? No. We originally intended to revive King Cold as well, but a minor issue arose, so do not resurrect him just yet. He was insufferably nagging during our time in Hell. Yes. Is it true that you resurrected me because Frieza's army is now significantly weaker than before? Why yes, King Frieza. You are indeed astute. Frieza snorted coldly. By the way, what is the current status of Son Goku? Chapter 83. Frieza encased in ice sculpture returning to King Frieza. We have not received any news regarding Son Goku over the years. Oh, is that so? I intend to cultivate for a period and then seek out Son Goku on Earth for revenge. Revenge on Son Goku. The three of them were taken aback. Suddenly, Tagma, who stood between the two, stepped forward. King Frieza, I believe this is a grave mistake. Son Goku has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Before Tagma could finish his words, he felt his body becoming weightless. It was then he realized Frieza had raised his hand. Before he could react, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the ship's glass. Crack! With a sound of shattering, the glass at the front of the spaceship fractured, and a powerful suction force surged from space, pulling several soldiers into the void. Upon witnessing this, Sorb and Zasami immediately grasped onto nearby objects. Quick! Activate the protective shield. Hearing Sorb's command, the soldiers in the control room promptly engaged the ship's defense system. A semi-transparent, circular shield enveloped the entire spaceship, instantly nullifying the cosmic suction, rescuing the soldiers who had been pulled into space. Tagma was also saved by one of the soldiers. Frieza snorted coldly, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. The Frieza army has become what it is today because of you incompetent fools. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Sorb immediately knelt in fright. Tagma maintained a stoic expression, though fear of Frieza consumed him internally. Suddenly, Frieza pointed at Tagma. You, from this day forth, you shall be my sparring partner. I want to understand the true meaning of hell. Tagma trembled in fear but nodded in compliance. Yes. That evening, Reg returned to Earth after training in the Dragon Realm. As soon as he arrived home, Sapali greeted him with a warm smile. Reg, you're back. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Bulma mentioned today that members of the Frieza Force stole the Dragon Balls and made some wish with them. Members of the Frieza Force? Yes. Reg replied. I see. He then went inside to fetch some clothes for a bath. The following day, Reg learned about Frieza's resurrection through the Dragon God Staff. Frieza, planet M555. Frieza was presently training in an immensely spacious room, where the gravity was 300 times that of Earth. Accompanying him in training was Tagma, who was crawling on the ground like a reptile. Within the mere half-day that had passed, Frieza had broken Tagma's limbs countless times. Each time Tagma's hands and feet were shattered, he emitted heart-wrenching cries. When Tagma could no longer move, soldiers would carry him to the regeneration device to heal his injuries. A relentless cycle. During this time, Tagma pleaded for mercy several times, but each time, he was met with even fiercer attacks from Frieza. Thus, as the sessions progressed, no matter how powerful Frieza's assaults became, Tagma ceased to beg for mercy. Son Goku. While Frieza was lost in thoughts of the humiliations endured over the past 20 years, the door to the gravity chamber suddenly swung open, and a soldier clad in Saiyan battle armor rushed in, breathlessly addressing Frieza. King Frieza, there is trouble. Two individuals, radiating both heat and cold, have intruded. Heat and cold? Upon hearing this, Frieza exited the gravity chamber promptly. Indeed, many of our soldiers have either been burned or frozen by them. No sooner had the soldier finished speaking than a shard of ice appeared behind him, instantly encasing his body in frost. Frieza narrowed his eyes and gazed ahead, spotting a man entirely clad in icy blue. This man was Sang Long, followed closely by a figure with yellow skin, the Four-Star Dragon. Four-Star Dragon, do not come so close. You're melting the ice beneath me. Sang Long turned to his brother, admonishing him. Understood, brother. Four-Star Dragon slowed his pace once more. Who are you? Frieza inquired, his gaze steely. Sang Long chuckled, responding, I am Sang Long. Sang Long. Indeed. I am here under Lord Reg's orders to assist you in your training. Reg, you are subordinates of Reg. Precisely. As Sangxinglong spoke, a beam of ice shot from his eyes. Frieza, seeing this, quickly retreated. The ice struck the wall behind him, freezing a portion of it instantly. How dare you? Frieza seethed, raising his right index finger to unleash a barrage of death beams towards Sangxinglong. Hiki. Sangxinglong smirked, nimbly evading the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza's death beams impacted the mechanized walls on either side, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Humph. Frieza scoffed arrogantly. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat behind him. Oh no. Frieza's instincts kicked in. He swiftly turned around, only to see 4-star Dragon approaching with outstretched arms. Ah! The searing heat emanating from 4-star Dragon caused Frieza to scream in agony as his flesh began to sear. Damn it! Frieza gritted his teeth in fury. 4-star Dragon, witnessing this, released his grip. At that moment, Sangxinglong laughed. Fear not, Frieza. I shall soon make you feel cool again. With that, he shot another beam of ice, freezing one of Frieza's hands. My hand. Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. Sangxinglong swiftly shot another icy beam, freezing his foot as well. Damn it! Frieza growled angrily. Attempting to shift to the side, Sangxinglong chuckled lightly and fired several more icy beams, encasing Frieza entirely in ice. Frieza transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Lord Reg has sent us to remind you. Should you wish to avoid demise, behave yourself. Otherwise, you will certainly come to regret it. Sangxinglong's expression turned serious as he delivered the warning. With that, he cast one last glance at Frieza before departing the planet with 4-star Dragon. Frieza. King Frieza. Once the two had retreated, a soldier who had been hiding nearby rushed forward, raising his firearm to take aim at Frieza's ice sculpture. Buzz. A burst of flames erupted from the gun, roasting the ice, encasing Frieza. Chapter 84. The Assault of Frieza Ineffectual. The soldier had spent an eternity attempting to melt the ice, yet to no avail, prompting him to seek assistance from others. Shortly thereafter, Sorb arrived with Shirsami in tow. The two were taken aback upon witnessing Frieza transformed into an ice sculpture. Subsequently, Shirsami lifted the frozen Frieza and proceeded towards a high-temperature chamber. Sorb commanded the temperature of the chamber to be elevated to several thousand degrees. At that moment, the icy prison encasing Frieza began to melt gradually. Eventually, the ice fully dissipated, and Frieza inhaled deeply, preparing to exit the chamber. Just then, an intense heat surged beneath his feet. Frieza screamed, swiftly propelling himself into the air. Observing this from the control room, Sorb immediately ordered a reduction in the chamber's temperature and set off with Shirsami to greet Frieza. As the door to the high-temperature chamber swung open, Sorb and Shirsami knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We have witnessed the great King Frieza." Frieza nodded slightly, his heart seething with rage towards the actions of the 3-star Dragon and 4-star Dragon. These detestable foes shall pay dearly for their transgressions once I have completed my training. Who exactly are these two? Sorb inquired. They are the subordinates of my brother, Vegeta. Frieza responded. Vegeta's brother? Indeed. It seems that King Vegeta concealed my father's whereabouts to protect him. What is his strength? I have never battled him, so I cannot say for certain. But he should be on par with Son Goku. Son Goku. Sorb exclaimed, alarmed. Frieza snorted disdainfully. Once my training is complete, not only will I deal with Son Goku, but I shall also confront Reg. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Realm, the 3-star Dragon and 4-star Dragon had returned to report to Reg. Greetings, Lord Reg. We have followed your instructions and taught Frieza a lesson. Excellent, Reg responded. However, I am puzzled. Since you are aware of Frieza's resurrection, why not simply eliminate him? Though killing him would be a simple task, I wish for Son Goku and the others to settle their past grievances with him. Past grievances? Are you suggesting he will return to Earth? Indeed, Reg nodded slightly. In the 7th universe, at the Destroyer God Realm, Whis had received news of Frieza's revival and relayed the information to Son Goku and Vegeta, who were training. What? Frieza has been resurrected? Vegeta exclaimed, shocked. Yes. I must admit, I have a certain nostalgia for that fellow. Without him, I would never have achieved Super Saiyan status. Son Goku remarked nonchalantly. Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot. How can you possibly reminisce about our adversary? Son Goku chuckled. It's been over 20 years since that guy perished. One cannot help but reflect. Speaking of which, weren't you once our enemy too, Vegeta? Vegeta snorted again. Do not dare to compare me to that scoundrel Frieza. Time passed swiftly, and 4 months had elapsed. Frieza, having completed his rigorous training, was now leading his formidable army towards Earth. Although Sorb was filled with trepidation regarding this venture to Earth, he dared not oppose Frieza's will. On Earth, in West City at Bulma's residence, Trunks and Goten were playing on the grassy expanse of their backyard when a small red spacecraft suddenly descended. Curiosity piqued. Trunks and his companions approached the vessel. From the spacecraft emerged a man whose skin, save for his face, was entirely purple, with an azure visage and eyes resembling egg yolks. Dressed in a uniform of the Galactic Patrol, he was named Gak, an officer responsible for the Northern Galaxy. Ultraman? Trunks inquired, eyeing Gak's appearance curiously as he approached to remove the mask atop his head. I am not Ultraman. This is simply how my face appears. Gak retorted angrily. Trunks released his grip upon hearing this. It is not your face. Then what about your clothing? This is not clothing. This is my skin. Gak fumed. You are not wearing any clothes. Trunks gasped in astonishment. Gak was rendered speechless. His upper body was not clothing, but rather his skin. By the way, is this where Bulma resides? Gak inquired, attempting to regain his composure. What do you want with my mother? Trunks asked. You are Bulma's son? Gak queried, to which Trunks nodded slightly. Ahem. Gak cleared his throat. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Gak, an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. An elite member of the Galactic Patrol? What does that entail? I do not have time to explain now. I am a friend of your mother's sister, and I bear urgent news for her. Mom is inside the house. Trunks pointed towards the dwelling. Thank you. Gak replied before hastily dashing towards the house. Trunks, intrigued, turned his attention to Gak's spacecraft. Inside, Gak quickly located Bulma. Gak. It has been ages. Bulma exclaimed. Gak, what brings you here so suddenly? Bulma inquired, recognizing Gak from his previous visits to Earth. Bad news. Frieza has been resurrected. And in half an hour, he and his army will arrive on your planet. Frieza? Bulma echoed, alarmed. By the way, I heard from your sister that you were friends with the Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza? Indeed. I know Goku. Where is he now? If he is here, perhaps he can thwart Frieza. He is training with Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus? Isn't he a legendary figure? What legendary figure? He is very much real. I do not believe it unless you can summon him. Summon him? If I were to summon him, what would you do? If you truly summon him. Then, Gak's voice trailed off as he faltered, realizing the implications. Bulma, disdainful, shot him a glance. Enough. The most pressing matter is Frieza's return. With that, Bulma exited the house, and Gak followed suit, soon spotting Trunks and his friends playing aboard their spacecraft. Chapter 85. The Reunion of Sun Wukong and Frieza. Hey, you few. Do not mess around on my spaceship. Gak shouted sternly at the group. Upon hearing this, Trunks and the others promptly exited the spacecraft. Bulma approached the three and spoke to Lei Xiaodian, who stood next to Trunks. Xiaodian, Frieza has been resurrected, and he is now racing towards Earth with his army. You must hurry to the Dragon Realm and inform your father. Return from the Dragon Realm? And who is Frieza? Lei Xiaodian inquired. Frieza is a very wicked villain. In any case, you need to go to the Dragon Realm and tell him about this. Dad, didn't he go to the Dragon Realm today? He is at home. At home? That is truly wonderful. In that case, even if Wukong and the others do not return, we can easily deal with Frieza. Gak then asked, Bulma. Whose child is this? He is the son of Rege. Rege, my husband's brother. Your husband? Yes. My husband is Vegeta. Vegeta, Gak exclaimed, turning to Trunks. So, who are these others? This is my son Trunks, that is son Wukong's son Goten, and he is Rege's son Lei Xiaodian. What about Rege's strength? My father is the most powerful Saiyan in the universe. Before Bulma could respond, Lei Xiaodian interjected. Gak looked at Bulma, as children's words are often not entirely reliable. Rege is indeed the strongest Saiyan in our universe. Even Wukong is not his match. Not even the Super Saiyan son Wukong, who defeated Frieza? Bulma nodded slightly. Gak, upon hearing this, sighed in relief. If that is the case, then there should be no problem. Where is this Saiyan named Rege now? He is at home, not far from mine. Is that so? In that case, I will also stay and assist you in combating Frieza. Upon hearing this, Bulma shot a glance at Gak. Are you saying you were planning to escape? Gak felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Bulma snorted coldly and immediately returned indoors to make a phone call to Subari. Frieza has been resurrected and is heading to Earth? Yes, you must quickly inform Rege. Understood. Subari replied, hanging up the phone to relay the message to Rege. In the 7th universe, the god of destruction's realm, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were training when a figure suddenly appeared before them. This individual was the East Kaishin. Who are you? Hello, my name is Shin. The Kaishin of the 7th universe. Kaishin-sama? The East Kaishin nodded slightly. Kaishin-sama, what brings you to us? Frieza has been resurrected, and he is on his way to Earth to seek revenge on both of you. It is Rege who sent me to bring you back. Frieza, indeed. The East Kaishin confirmed. Standing not far from them, was glanced at his staff upon hearing this. Frieza is currently en route to Earth. Then Vegeta, shall we return quickly? Yes. Vegeta nodded. Kaishin-sama, how will you take us back? Instant transmission. Instant transmission? Is it the kind that can transport us to any planet? Indeed. The East Kaishin nodded slightly. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately bid farewell to Whis, and together with Vegeta, they returned to Earth with the East Kaishin. Wukong, Bulma, who was in her backyard, was startled by the sudden appearance of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Kaishin. Bulma then looked at the East Kaishin. Bulma. Do you know him? Yes. He came to inform me when Lord Beerus was coming to Earth. Is that so? The East Kaishin said, if Wukong has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Oh, all right. With a whoosh, the East Kaishin instantly vanished from sight. He disappeared. Gak, standing beside Bulma, was taken aback. Observing Gak's bewildered expression, Bulma cast him a glance before turning her attention back to Sun Wukong. Wukong, why have you suddenly returned? It was Rege who had the Kaishin bring us back. Rege? I thought he would personally deal with Frieza. Sun Wukong chuckled. I asked Rege to let us handle Frieza. Well, regardless of whether it is Rege or you who defeats Frieza, the outcome would be the same. At that moment, Gak suddenly chimed in. Bulma. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan Sun Wukong who defeated Frieza? Indeed. With Bulma's affirmation, Gak eagerly approached Sun Wukong, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello. My name is Gak, a friend of Bulma's sister Tice. I am the one who informed Bulma about Frieza's impending arrival on Earth. Hello. I admire you greatly. Could we take a picture together? A photograph? Yes. All right then. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before agreeing. Gak rushed to the spaceship to retrieve a camera, asking Bulma to take the photo for him. Say cheese. Click. Bulma pressed the shutter, capturing a moment of the two. Now I can boast to my team when I return. Gak exclaimed, wanting to take another photo with Bulma and Vegeta, but upon seeing Vegeta's unapproachable demeanor, he decided against it. Bulma, how long until Frieza arrives? Bulma glanced at Gak. Gak looked at his watch and replied, it should be about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Frieza and his army arrived at Earth. The Z fighters were already assembled in an open area outside West City, waiting. They're here, Krillin announced. Tianjin and the others immediately looked up. Sitting on a flying chair, Frieza descended with his army, casting a slow, sweeping gaze over the crowd. It is that bald-headed one from Namek, the same Namekian, Vegeta, and a little brat who resembles the one who killed me back then. When his gaze landed on Sun Wukong, it suddenly halted. Sun Wukong. Long time no see, Frieza. Sun Wukong greeted Frieza with a smile. Frieza snorted disdainfully. You despicable fiend. If it weren't for you, I would have already ruled the entire universe. Chapter 86. Golden Frieza. What a shame, Frieza, after more than 20 years in hell. You have yet to reflect upon your actions. Is it not all you're doing? Frieza clenched his fists, seething with rage. However, I spared you back on Namek. It was you who sought revenge upon me on Earth. Goku, regardless of what you say today, I shall not show you mercy. As Frieza declared this, he gestured, and his army surged towards Goku and his companions. Let us go. Goku immediately rallied Krillin and the others to meet the oncoming assault. Whoosh. Boom. 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 With a cacophony of violent explosions, a significant portion of Frieza's forces was swiftly eradicated. At that moment, Tagoma and Sure Sammy, standing beside Frieza, charged at Goku's group. Whoosh. Just as they were halfway through their charge, a golden wave of energy pierced through their bodies. Following the direction of the energy wave, they beheld Vegeta clad in Saiyan battle attire. Subsequently, they plummeted from the sky. Useless fools. Frieza snorted disdainfully as he glanced at Reg. Long time no see, Reg. Reg responded with a smile. How infuriating. Witnessing Reg's grin ignited Frieza's fury. Reg, for months ago, you had your minions turn me into an ice sculpture. I have not forgotten that grudge. I have come to Earth today to settle both old and new scores. Reg merely smiled faintly in response. Frieza, are you familiar with the character Grey Wolf? Grey Wolf? Indeed, he is akin to you, a creature that remembers only the feasts but forgets the beatings. What did you say? Frieza's anger flared at those words. Standing beside Reg, the one-star dragon stepped forward. Lord Reg, shall I assist you in teaching him a lesson? No need. Let Goku have a go at him first. Understood. Whoosh. While the two conversed, Krillin and the others had nearly vanquished Frieza's army. At that moment, Goku soared to stand before Frieza. Frieza, I heard from Reg that after your resurrection, you seem to have trained and strengthened your power considerably. Upon hearing this, Frieza laughed heartily. Indeed, I have indeed trained and mastered a new form. Oh, is that so? Then let me witness just how much stronger you have become. Very well, Frieza proclaimed, rising from his hovering chair. He then clenched his fists, emanating an astonishing aura. Boom. With an overwhelming force, Frieza transformed into his third form. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goku smiled, declaring, at this point, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I can defeat you in this form. Is that so? You better not regret it. Frieza charged at Goku. Goku, undeterred, rushed towards Frieza as well. Whoosh. Bang. 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 The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, their movements as swift as lightning. Gak, standing beside Bulma, quickly retrieved his camera to capture the moment. He was determined to boast to his teammates upon his return, for he had not only witnessed Goku, the conqueror of Frieza, but also their battle on Earth. However, their speed was so remarkable that Gak could barely capture their afterimages. Frustrated, he paused his photography, waiting for a better opportunity to snap a shot. As Gak pondered this, Goku delivered a powerful punch, sending Frieza crashing to the ground. The earth trembled violently around them. Frieza, from behind a large rock, Sorbet watched in concern. Whoosh. Thud. Goku descended from the air, standing before Frieza. Frieza, you traveled all the way to Earth for revenge. Surely you possess more than mere tricks? I assure you, I am far from limited, Goku. Frieza chuckled as he rose from the ground. Oh really? Goku replied with a smile. If Frieza were only capable of such feats, it would be a grave disappointment. Ha! Frieza exclaimed, clenching his fists and roaring. Boom. The ground trembled under Frieza's immense power, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring into the air. What? The distant Krillin and the others were taken aback by Frieza's energy. Even Vegeta's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. Frieza is finally going to unleash his true power. Sorbet, hiding behind the rock, felt a surge of excitement. Ha! At that moment, Frieza's body, save for his face, head, hands, and feet, transformed to a brilliant golden hue. Goodness! Golden Frieza, has he become a cash cow? Gak couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Frieza seemingly heard Gak's remark, abruptly turning to glare at him. Gak, startled, quickly covered his mouth. Frieza scoffed. Once I deal with Goku, you will be next. Gak trembled in fear. Frieza then turned back to Goku. Goku, this is my most formidable power. Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall transform as well. Frieza narrowed his eyes slightly. Ha! Goku announced, clenching his fists and shouting. Boom. With an extraordinary surge of energy, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Frieza's face exhibited a flicker of surprise. What is this? This is Super Saiyan 4, my most powerful transformation to date. Oh. Is that so? Then let us commence. As Frieza spoke, he became a streak of purple light, charging towards Goku. Their proximity allowed them to clash almost instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought fiercely, their speed like that of light, shattering every boulder they touched. Whoosh. After a fierce exchange, they soared into the sky, continuing their battle. At that moment, a radiant spectrum of light descended from above, landing beside Bulma and the others. As the brilliance faded, two figures gradually emerged, Beerus and Whis. Beerus-sama. The sight of Beerus startled everyone. Beerus nodded slightly. Chapter 87. Vegeta takes action. Lord Beerus, what brings you here all of a sudden? Upon hearing this, Beerus stifled a yawn. Whis interjected, Frieza has been resurrected. So I thought I would come to witness the spectacle and enjoy some delectable cuisine on Earth before returning. I see. Bulma chuckled. Gak glanced at Bulma cautiously, whispering. Is he really the god of destruction, Beerus, that you mentioned? Indeed. Bulma nodded with a smile. At that moment, Beerus suddenly fixed his gaze on the two of them. Gak, feeling intimidated, instinctively recoiled from Bulma. Beerus stroked his chin, turning to observe the golden Frieza in the sky. It seems that Frieza's power has significantly increased. Indeed. Whis replied with a nod. Meanwhile, Frieza, engaged in battle in midair, noticed Beerus's arrival. Beerus. With a snort, Beerus's demeanor hardened. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Frieza quickly corrected himself. I meant, Lord Beerus, what brings you to Earth? Is it wrong for me to come to witness the commotion? Witness the commotion? Lord Beerus, you wouldn't dare interfere in my battle with Goku, would you? Beerus scoffed. His expression one of disdain. I am merely here to watch. Do you not comprehend? That's good. Frieza replied, turning away with an air of displeasure. Were it not for his current inability to match Beerus's strength, he would have certainly taken action against him, seeing Frieza's fear of Beerus. The others discreetly gathered around the god of destruction. Gak even considered capturing a photo with Beerus to boast about later. However, recalling how close he had come to being attacked by Frieza, he wisely decided against tempting fate. Whoosh! Bang! 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 At that moment, Goku and Frieza resumed their fierce battle. With a mighty shout, they grasped each other's hands, exerting their strength in the skies. Both emitted red and purple auras. What an opportunity! Gak exclaimed, hastily pulling out his camera to snap a photo of the two. Click. With a flash, their photograph was captured. Success. Gak beamed, preparing to stow his camera. Just then, Frieza shot a fierce glare at his device. Gak's camera erupted in a cloud of black smoke. My camera, he yelled, hurriedly retrieving the film. Fortunately, due to the distance, the film remained intact, preserving the photos of him and Goku, yet his camera was destroyed. That camera had cost him months of wages, and he felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Bang! In the sky. Frieza's momentary distraction allowed Goku to send him flying several hundred meters. Damn it! Frieza seethed, transforming into a streak of purple light as he charged at Goku. Goku clenched his fists, ready to meet him head-on. Bang! With a resounding crash, their right fists collided, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Moments later, they both retracted their right fists, simultaneously thrusting their right knees at one another. Bang! Their knees collided with a tremendous force, sending a shockwave through the air. Damn it! Frieza shouted, his left fist moving with lightning speed toward Goku's face. Goku mirrored his action, swinging his left fist at Frieza. Bang! Both left fists struck each other's cheeks simultaneously. Go, Frieza! From behind a large rock, Sorb silently cheered for Frieza. Bang! At that moment, Goku suddenly lunged forward, crashing his forehead into Frieza. Frieza Chapter 88. Frieza's Demise. Goku, why don't you let Frieza handle this one for Vegeta? Reg suggested suddenly. Alright. After a moment's thought, Son Goku nodded in agreement. He then stepped back to join Beerus and the others. Lord Beerus. Goku greeted the deity. Beerus subtly acknowledged him. At that moment, Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, slowly approached Frieza. Yeah, Frieza bellowed, transforming into a purple flash, swiftly appearing before Vegeta. Frieza clenched his right fist tightly and struck with full force toward Vegeta. Vegeta snorted disdainfully and intercepted Frieza's punch with ease. What? Frieza's expression shifted to one of shock. In response, Vegeta quickly raised his left leg and delivered a powerful kick towards Frieza's left side. Bang! Frieza raised his left arm to block the blow. Observing this, Vegeta retracted his left leg and delivered a lightning-fast left punch to Frieza's abdomen. Bang! With a resounding impact and a scream, Frieza staggered backward, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Damn it! Frieza glared at Vegeta in fury. Vegeta scoffed and delivered a powerful kick with his right foot, sending Frieza flying several hundred meters away. Huffing and panting, Frieza managed to rise from the ground. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure vanished from sight. No. Where did he go? Frieza exclaimed, frantically scanning his surroundings. Bang! Just as Frieza searched, Vegeta reappeared in front of him, thrusting his right knee fiercely into Frieza's abdomen. Frieza let out a loud wail, spewing another mouthful of bile. How formidable! From a distance, Krillin and the others were taken aback. What happened to Goku? Why has Frieza suddenly become so weak? Though he caught up to us in just a few months, he rushed to seek revenge on me without fully mastering this form. Oh, I see. Whoosh. Boom. 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 As the two conversed, Frieza unleashed a barrage of energy rays from his right index finger, targeting Vegeta. Raising his right hand, Vegeta deflected the incoming rays effortlessly. Damn it! Frieza seethed, ceasing his attack and charging at Vegeta. Bang! The two grappled fiercely, their hands locked in a struggle. After a brief moment, Frieza, overpowered by Vegeta's strength, was sent flying. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Frieza prepared to charge at Vegeta once more. However, his body suddenly reverted to its third form. Frieza, it seems your time has come, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Vegeta, finish him off quickly, or he may very well annihilate Earth. Reg's voice suddenly echoed in Vegeta's ear. Earth. Upon hearing Reg's warning, Vegeta's expression turned serious. Damn it! Frieza gritted his teeth, preparing to destroy the planet. In that instant, Vegeta raised his right hand and unleashed a colossal energy wave towards him. No! Frieza screamed, his body propelled into the air by the immense force of the energy wave. Boom! With a cataclysmic explosion, Frieza was obliterated. He's gone. Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment. Vegeta let out a long sigh, reverting to his normal state. Beerus yawned, now that the battle has concluded. Let's head to Bulma's for a feast. My house? Yes. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Heaven. Frieza found himself once more judged by King Enma and sent to heaven. He hung from a large tree like a cocoon, surrounded by a throng of little fairies joyfully playing music. Frieza's forehead throbbed with anger at the sound of their merriment. Compared to heaven, he preferred hell, where he at least had a band of minions and did not have to endure the fairy songs. Universe 6. Just moments ago, Kampa had regained his position as a god of destruction. He was in the god of destruction realm, instructing Beerus to bring him various delicacies from Universe 6. Boiled eggs from Dong Dong Bird, dinosaur meat from Flame Star. As Kampa excitedly listed an array of foods, Beerus interrupted him. Lord Kampa, none of the foods you mentioned can compare to the culinary delights of Earth and Universe 7. Earth and Universe 7? Indeed, Lord Kampa, Beerus said, waving his staff, conjuring an image of Beerus and was savoring delicacies on Earth. During your absence, I visited Earth and Universe 7 several times and sampled its cuisine. It is truly the pinnacle of gastronomy. The pinnacle of gastronomy? Kampa replied, somewhat unconvinced. Then let me taste this so-called Earth cuisine. Of course, Lord Kampa, Beerus said, producing a bucket of instant noodles from his staff. What is this? This is called instant noodles. Indeed. How does one consume it? It must be steeped in hot water before eating. Beerus flew into the palace, retrieving a kettle of hot water. He tore open the noodle package, sprinkled the seasoning onto the noodles, and finally poured hot water over it, letting it steep for 3 minutes. Is it ready? Just 3 more minutes. After 3 minutes, the noodles were ready, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the bowl. All set, Lord Kampa. Upon hearing this, Kampa opened the noodles and devoured them eagerly. In no time, he finished every last drop of the broth. How was it, Lord Kampa? Rather average. Kampa feigned nonchalance. But, Lord Kampa, you drank every bit of the broth. Kampa's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this and hastily changed the subject. Beerus, you claim this is the cuisine of Earth and Universe 7. If such delicacies exist there, then surely our Earth and Universe 6 must have them as well. Indeed, Lord Kampa. However, alas, our Earth and Universe 6 has become a desolate planet due to human conflict, resulting in the extinction of all life. What? Kampa exclaimed in shock. He had hoped to indulge in such culinary delights every day from that point onward, only to discover that the foolish humans of Universe 6 had perished due to war. Chapter 89. Kampa's arrival. By the way, Badass, how many Super Dragon Balls have we collected in total? 3. Only 3. The other 4 are in Reg's possession. Reg. Upon hearing Reg's name, Kampa's eyes blazed with fury. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been dismissed by the Grand Priest. Where is he now? I believe he is on Earth. Earth. Let us proceed to the Earth of the 7th universe. Right now? Kampa nodded emphatically. On Earth. In the backyard of Bulma's house, Goku and the others were enjoying a hot pot meal. Beerus was simultaneously cooking and conversing with Whis. Whis. That fool Frieza actually came here seeking death. He probably has no idea that Reg's strength is now on par with yours. Whis chuckled in response. Running to his demise without knowledge only underscores his foolishness. Indeed. By the way, Lord Beerus, I heard from Badass that Lord Kampa has regained his position as a destroyer god. Restored? So soon? Yes. Father didn't really blame him, just gave him a little warning. Suddenly, the staff resting beside Whis began to glow. Whis promptly picked it up and said, Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa has arrived in the 7th universe. Kampa? Yes. Whis nodded. And they are currently en route to Earth, expected to arrive in 2 minutes. What does he want? I do not know. Whis shook his head. 2 minutes later, Badass and Kampa descended into Bulma's backyard. The group, who were engrossed in their hot pot, gasped in surprise. Destroyer God. Kampa huffed and approached Beerus with Badass by his side. Long time no see, Beerus. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement. Kampa, what brings you here? I am here to find Reg. Kampa stated, glancing at Reg seated behind Beerus. You are looking for me? Indeed. Kampa grinned. Are you looking to challenge me to a fight again? Not at all. Why do you only think about fighting? Badass couldn't help but laugh at this. Lord Kampa, you certainly engaged in quite a few battles with Lord Beerus. Badass. Kampa barked in annoyance. Am I wrong, Lord Kampa? Kampa huffed again. Reg, I am not here to fight with you. Oh, then what is your purpose? Kampa smiled as he replied, I am here to negotiate. Negotiate? That's right. I heard from Badas that you possess 4 Super Dragon Balls. I can offer you 4 planets from the 6th universe in exchange, provided you are willing to part with those 4 Super Dragon Balls. 4 planets. The crowd gasped. Reg chuckled softly, but I have no interest in planets. What do you desire then? I desire nothing. How infuriating. Kampa clenched his teeth. What would make you willing to part with the other 4 Super Dragon Balls? How about a competition? A competition? Precisely. If you win, I will give you the other 4 Super Dragon Balls. If you lose, you must hand over the 3 you currently possess. And what will we compete in? We shall hold a martial arts tournament, where each of us selects 5 contestants from our respective universes. Whichever team's last standing contestant will be declared the winner. All right. But you cannot participate. Reg nodded slightly. Can I join this competition, Reg? Goku, standing behind Reg, immediately expressed his interest. Sure, Reg affirmed. Since Kakarot is participating, I will join as well, Vegeta stated as he stood up. Excellent. When shall we hold this competition? 7 days from now, at 10 a.m. Earth time. And the venue? Kampa inquired. Reg scratched his nose and replied, since this competition is organized by you, the venue shall naturally be your responsibility. What? Is there a problem with that? Yes. If you are unwilling, we can forget about it. Fine. Kampa gritted his teeth. What do you think about using the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Goku suddenly suggested. World Martial Arts Tournament? Kampa echoed. It is a highly prestigious martial arts tournament on Earth. Very well. Kampa agreed again. Reg then returned to his seat to continue enjoying the hot pot. Seeing Beerus and the others savoring the hot pot, Kampa felt a pang of hunger. What is this delicious dish you are enjoying? This is called hot pot. Goku smiled. Lord Kampa, why not sit down and have a taste? Whis suggested with a grin. No, I have just eaten. Kampa declined. Badas, let us depart. Yes, Lord Kampa. Badas replied, pointing her staff to the ground, summoning a radiant light beneath them as they vanished from Earth. Lord Kampa, when did your appetite become so small? Is one bowl of instant noodles enough to satisfy you? After leaving Earth, Badas immediately questioned Kampa. Kampa huffed. What do you know? I chose not to stay and eat hot pot to prevent them from realizing our true intention of acquiring the Super Dragon Balls, preventing them from discerning our purpose. Indeed, if Beerus were to learn that our goal in obtaining the Super Dragon Balls is for Earth, he would undoubtedly involve himself. Besides, did you not have instant noodles? Lord Kampa, you just finished the last bowl. Badas, why did you not mention this sooner? You did not ask. Back on Earth, after Kampa's departure, the group immediately began discussing among themselves. Goku, what do you think Kampa wants the Super Dragon Balls for? I don't know. Goku shook his head. I believe it is for Earth. Reg suggested. Earth. The group gasped in astonishment. Even the usually composed Beerus couldn't help but glance at Reg. Do you all remember that Badas spent a considerable time sampling Earth's cuisine daily? She must have informed Kampa about it. Moreover, did you not notice that Whis hesitated when inviting Kampa to enjoy hot pot? Then why are you still competing with him? Because I am completely confident in my ability to defeat him. Reg chuckled. Whis glanced at Goku and Vegeta. It is due to Goku and Vegeta. Not at all. Reg shook his head. Chapter 90. Broly, isn't it us? Then who is it? Goku inquired curiously. Reg responded with a smile. You shall find out tomorrow. Tomorrow? Goku echoed. And Reg nodded affirmatively. Beerus feigned indifference as he continued to savor his hot pot. On the following morning, Reg led Goku and Vegeta to a planet beset by storms. This very planet was Planet Vampa, where Broly had been cast away by King Vegeta. What is this place? Goku asked, surveying his surroundings. Planet Vampa, Reg replied. Planet Vampa? Where's the person you sought? Just ahead, Reg indicated, guiding them forward. Soon, they arrived at a cave where they encountered a tall, muscular man alongside an elder clad in Saiyan battle attire. They were none other than Broly and his father, Paragus. Upon their arrival, Broly immediately regarded the trio with suspicion, while Paragus wore an expression of solemnity. Kakarot, Vegeta, Paragus exclaimed, momentarily perplexed by the striking resemblance between Reg and King Vegeta, making it difficult for him to discern who was who. After all, Paragus had only seen a youthful version of Vegeta. You are Paragus? Vegeta recognized him. Do you know him? Goku asked, intrigued. Vegeta nodded. He was once a subordinate of my father. But I heard he perished at the hands of enemies the year you were born. I never imagined he was still alive. At this, Paragus scoffed. It seems you are indeed Vegeta. I know not who spread the rumor of my demise, for I did not fall to anyone's hands. Rather, I came to this planet to save Broly. Goku interjected. Broly? When he was born, he was detected to possess a power level exceeding 10,000. King Vegeta feared that Broly would threaten his position, thus he exiled him to planet Vampa. Upon learning this, I hastily piloted my spaceship to rescue Broly, but unexpectedly, the ship malfunctioned, and both Broly and I became stranded on this planet. Oh, so that's the case. His experience bears some resemblance to Reg's. Reg, you are Prince Reg, Paragus exclaimed, turning his gaze towards Reg beside Vegeta. Indeed, Reg responded with a slight nod. Paragus, do you recognize him? Though Reg had always claimed to be his brother, Vegeta had never heard his father mention Reg, leaving him somewhat skeptical of the identity. Paragus acknowledged. Reg, he is the firstborn of King Vegeta, though it is said that he was sent to planet Benbi after being born with a low power level. Is that so? Vegeta remarked, fully embracing Reg as his brother. Paragus suddenly chuckled. While I am uncertain why you have appeared here, it presents a fortuitous opportunity for me. A fortuitous opportunity? Goku inquired, puzzled. Paragus scoffed. Had it not been for King Vegeta's decree, Broly and I would not have languished here for so many years. Now that you two have arrived on planet Vampa, it is the perfect moment for my revenge. With that, Paragus directed his attention to Broly. Broly, eliminate these three. Father. Broly hesitated. Although King Vegeta had imprisoned them for over 40 years, they were still alive. Are you disregarding my command? Paragus's expression turned icy. Not at all, father. Broly shook his head. Then carry out my orders and slay them. At these words, Goku and Vegeta's expressions hardened. Suddenly, Reg interjected with a smile. Paragus, do you not wish to know why we have suddenly appeared here? Why have you come? Paragus inquired. We seek to propose a deal. A deal? Indeed. We can transport you away from planet Vampa, provided you assist us in winning a match. Leave planet Vampa? Paragus's interest was piqued. In the 7th universe. In the realm of destruction, Beerus and Whis were observing the events on planet Vampa through Whis's staff. Broly, could it be that this Saiyan is even stronger than Goku? Uncertain, Whis replied, shaking his head. What say you, Paragus? How will you facilitate our departure from this planet? Instant transmission. I presume you have heard of it? This is a technique of the Ardritans. Do you possess the ability to instantaneously transport? Indeed. Paragus chuckled. Your proposal is enticing, yet I am still inclined to eliminate you. Is that so? Reg smiled faintly. In that case, Goku and Vegeta, you shall engage Broly in combat. Very well. Goku nodded. Paragus sneered. You are Bardock's son, Kakarot, correct? Bardock? Bardock is your biological father. Vegeta, observing the exchange, was at a loss for words. Goku still did not know who his father was. Paragus was taken aback. Kakarot. Could it be that you are unaware of your father's identity? Isn't it Bardock? You two just mentioned him. Paragus was incredulous. How is it that you do not even know who your father is? I lost some memories after falling off a cliff when I was very young. Is that so? I once fought alongside your father, Bardock. In honor of him, if you refrain from interfering in our battle, I shall instruct Broly not to kill you. Did you hear that, Kakarot? As long as you do not intervene in our fight, he will spare you. Vegeta remarked. Goku chuckled. Vegeta, I have no interest in that. You shall not have the first strike against Broly. Vegeta snorted. I am not so petty. Is that so? Then I shall be the first to engage him. With a swift motion, Goku propelled himself toward Broly. Yeah, Broly shouted, charging forward to meet him. The two clashed with a resounding impact. Boom. With a heavy thud. Broly was sent flying by a powerful kick. What? Paragus gasped in astonishment. The Saiyan, who was born with only a 2-point power level, was capable of repelling Broly. In his original estimation, Broly should have easily defeated him. Chapter 91. Sun Wukong vs. Broly. Vegeta, witnessing the scene, was equally astonished. Although Sun Wukong was currently in his base form, his power surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. Just then, Broly halted momentarily before charging once more at Sun Wukong. Observing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? The moment Paragus saw Sun Wukong's transformation, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. A Saiyan with an initial battle power of merely 2 could transform into a Super Saiyan. Humph. Vegeta, noticing Paragus's shocked expression, revealed a trace of disdain. Bang, bang, bang. After transforming, Sun Wukong's speed and strength surged immensely, sending Broly reeling backward with each strike. Broly. Paragus's face betrayed a hint of concern. Despite Broly's formidable strength, he currently lacked control over the power within him, and Sun Wukong's might was far beyond his imagination. At that moment, Sun Wukong executed a mid-air 360-degree kick towards Broly's right side. Broly's body was instantly propelled to the left. Bang. He crashed several thousand meters away, narrowly avoiding the jaws of a green monster. Phew! Broly pressed his right hand against his left arm and rose from the ground. Whoosh! In that instant, Sun Wukong's figure flickered and appeared right in front of Broly. Before Broly could react, Sun Wukong's right fist struck heavily against Broly's abdomen. Ah! Broly let out a piercing scream as he was sent flying backward. Sun Wukong ceased his assault. At that moment, Broly let out a thunderous roar, emanating a vast amount of green energy. What? What is this? Vegeta's expression shifted slightly in surprise. Ah! Just then, Broly bellowed and transformed into a green blur, instantly appearing before Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and unleashed a powerful strike towards Broly. Bang! 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 Sun Wukong's attacks fell like a relentless drizzle, having no effect on Broly whatsoever. Ha! Seeing this, Broly shouted loudly and swung his right fist at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hands defensively, but was still pushed back several steps. Kakarot. Vegeta's expression turned to one of alarm. Sun Wukong had lost his advantage and was now at a disadvantage. And Broly was still merely in his base form. Paragus, standing nearby, noticed the look of shock on Vegeta's face and couldn't help but chuckle. The more formidable Broly appeared, the greater the likelihood of him defeating Sun Wukong. As Paragus pondered, he suddenly recalled Reg. Since his arrival, Reg had maintained an air of calm and could teleport at will. Just as Paragus was lost in thought, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. What? What is this? Paragus's expression turned to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that Sun Wukong possessed an even more powerful transformation beyond that of a Super Saiyan. Bang! After his transformation, Sun Wukong's speed and strength escalated dramatically, sending Broly flying. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Broly's body crashed into the mountain behind him like a projectile. Observing this, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together and declared, Kamehameha. Broly! Paragus yelled out urgently. Clang! Upon hearing Paragus's voice, Broly clawed his way out from beneath the rubble. Wave! At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards him. Broly's expression changed drastically, and he could not raise his arms in time to block the incoming attack. Rumble! With a deafening explosion, the Kamehameha wave detonated upon impact with the ground. A massive white mushroom cloud billowed upwards. Broly! Paragus slumped to the ground, a look of despair on his face. Moments later, as the dust settled, Broly stood in the crater, looking disheveled but alive. Broly! Seeing that Broly had survived, a glimmer of joy flickered across Paragus's face. Vegeta, however, was taken aback. Broly had withstood Sun Wukong's Kamehameha after transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Though the Kamehameha was a seemingly simple technique, its potency increased with the user's strength. This meant that the more powerful Sun Wukong became, the greater the attack's destructive capability. Just as the three were in awe, Broly let out a thunderous roar, radiating vast amounts of green energy. Boom! The ground trembled violently under the influence of Broly's aura. In that instant, Broly clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing energy. What? Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of surprise. He could feel that Broly's energy was exponentially stronger than before. Boom! With an overwhelming force, Broly's hair stood on end, and his eyes turned golden. This was the mightiest power Broly could harness at the moment, the furious strength of the great ape. What is this? Although Broly had yet to transform, Sun Wukong could still sense the immense power radiating from him. Broly, unperturbed by Sun Wukong's reaction, charged directly at him with a clenched fist. Sun Wukong, seeing this, immediately prepared to meet him head-on. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two engaged in an aerial battle, their fists and feet colliding like flashes of light. Due to Broly's formidable defense, he absorbed every one of Sun Wukong's attacks and retaliated fiercely. Bang! After a fierce exchange, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick to Broly's abdomen. Broly's body shot backward like a projectile, crashing through several mountains behind him and creating a massive crater. Standing on the ground, Vegeta immediately soared into the air. Kakarot. You've been fighting for so long. It's my turn now. After a moment of hesitation, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. He then reverted to his base form and descended back to the ground. Vegeta. Paragus was taken aback. He had not anticipated Vegeta to make his move at such a crucial moment. Broly, still struggling to rise from the rubble, was equally surprised. Just then, Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 4 midair. Paragus's expression turned to one of astonishment. Vegeta could also transform into a Super Saiyan, and he had achieved the same form that Sun Wukong had just displayed. Had he been away from this world for too long? Why were there so many Super Saiyans now? Chapter 92. Reg's intervention. As the winds howled, Vegeta transformed, instantly gathering immense energy in his hands, launching a fierce assault towards Broly. In response, Broly raised his hands to defend against the incoming energy waves. The air was thick with smoke from the explosions that ensued. After a brief moment, Vegeta ceased his barrage of energy attacks. Gasping for breath, Broly clambered back to his feet, looking disheveled. Goku was astonished. How could Broly remain unscathed after such an onslaught? Vegeta scoffed, his body morphing into a streak of red light as he charged at Broly. In no time, he stood before him. Broly clenched his fists and struck, but Vegeta was significantly quicker. Before Broly could land a blow, Vegeta's right fist collided heavily with his body. With a resounding crash, Broly was sent hurtling backward like a projectile. Vegeta glanced at Reg, questioning, "This fellow doesn't seem as formidable as you claimed." Reg chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Paragus. Upon noticing Reg's gaze, Paragus felt a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that Reg was more dangerous than anyone else. If he unleashed his full power, neither he nor Goku would be able to contend with him. Full power? Reg mused, teleporting instantaneously to Paragus's side. What do you want? Paragus stammered, panic-stricken. Reg smiled. "I'm taking you to a certain place." A certain place? Before Paragus could react further, Reg teleported, vanishing with him. Reg. Goku and Vegeta gasped in surprise at the sudden disappearance. Father. Broly, witnessing his father's vanishing act, erupted in fury. "Where have you taken my father?" As he shouted, Broly's power surged dramatically. The ground trembled beneath him. Broly roared, unleashing a torrent of green energy. His hair transformed into a golden mane, standing upright as his pupils vanished, leaving behind a mindless visage. "Is this a Super Saiyan?" Goku pondered aloud. In that instant, Broly became a green streak, barreling towards Vegeta. With fists clenched, Vegeta prepared to confront him. The clash of their fists echoed like thunder, each blow striking with blinding speed. Broly, in his frenzied state, seemed impervious to pain as his strength continued to escalate. Frustrated, after a brief exchange, Vegeta retreated, gathering energy in his hands to launch at Broly. Yet, Broly's speed was astonishing, dodging the attack effortlessly. "Curse it," Vegeta growled, only to have Broly suddenly appear before him, delivering a powerful strike to his face. With a thunderous crack, Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground, sending dust and debris flying. "Vegeta!" Goku exclaimed, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 as he charged at Broly. In another realm, Reg and Paragus stood beneath a towering tree upon which Frieza was suspended. "Where is this?" Paragus inquired, surveying his surroundings. "Heaven. A place where souls go after death." "Heaven?" Paragus faltered, collapsing in fear. "Am I dead?" "No, not at all. I merely brought you here." Paragus sighed in relief. Just then, Frieza, hanging from the tree, called out to Reg. "Reg, what brings you here? Have you met your demise as well?" "It has been a while, Frieza." Reg greeted with a smile. "I am quite alive, thank you." "Frieza." Paragus suddenly recognized the figure hanging aloft. "TCH." Frieza responded with disappointment. "Reg, what brings you to this place? And who is this?" "Nothing much. Just visiting you." Reg replied cheerfully. Frieza's expression grew cold. He had hoped Reg sought something of him, so he could escape this wretched place. "Are you truly Frieza?" Paragus queried. Frieza scoffed. "And who might you be?" "Not knowing me? I am Paragus, once a subordinate of King Vegeta." "Oh, the lackey of that fool." Paragus dared not retort but pressed on. "Frieza, how did you end up here?" "It is all thanks to Goku and Vegeta." "Goku and Vegeta? Enough chatter. It's time for you to return." Reg interjected, interrupting their conversation. Frieza narrowed his eyes. "Reg, who exactly are you?" "Dragon God." "Dragon God?" Reg declared, teleporting Paragus back to planet Vampa. At that moment, in the skies above planet Vampa, Goku and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle with Broly. "Broly!" Paragus shouted, attempting to rouse him. But Broly was oblivious to his voice. Reg chuckled. "Paragus, are you reconsidering our previous arrangement?" Paragus felt a bead of cold sweat on his brow. With Frieza defeated, they stood no chance of vengeance in their current predicament. "Very well," Paragus finally agreed after much contemplation. Reg smiled subtly. Suddenly, Goku and Vegeta were both struck down by Broly. Seeing this, Reg teleported in front of Broly. Broly swung at Reg with clenched fists. "Huh!" Reg shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 5, effortlessly blocking Broly's blow. What is this? Paragus gasped, astonished at Reg's fifth transformation. Super Saiyan 4 had already left him in shock. And now there was a Super Saiyan 5. How many transformations could they possibly possess? Chapter 93. The battle concludes. Upon witnessing Reg's ability to withstand his punch, Broly promptly raised his left fist to strike again. Reg swiftly evaded the blow, causing Broly's expression to shift in surprise. With a cold smirk, Reg thrust his right knee forward. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Broly's abdomen was forcefully struck. He let out a pained cry, instinctively wrapping his arms around Reg's body. Reg was taken aback. At that moment, Broly's forehead collided fiercely with Reg's head. Reg screamed in agony, his fury igniting. With a mighty roar, an overwhelming force radiated from Reg, freeing him from Broly's grasp. Observing this, Broly clenched his hands tightly and unleashed a powerful strike toward Reg. Bang! The earth-shattering sound resonated as their fists collided with tremendous force, an astonishing energy emanating from their contact. After a brief stalemate, Reg suddenly unleashed a furious shout, delivering a punch that sent Broly crashing to the ground. Broly, Paragus, watching from a distance, felt a surge of worry. On the ground, Broly touched his head, and like a wild beast unleashed, charged once more at Reg. Seeing this, transformed into a flash of white light and surged toward Broly. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Their bodies collided in midair like arrows, engaging fiercely in combat. With a mighty shout, Broly exuded an astonishing aura. In the seventh universe, within the realm of destruction, Beerus observed in astonishment as Reg, transformed into Super Saiyan 5, struggled to subdue Broly. To his surprise, another Saiyan of such immense power existed in their universe. Whis nodded slightly. However, while this Broly was formidable, he seemed unable to control his own strength. Beerus nodded in agreement. On planet Vampa, whoosh. Boom. 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 Reg and Broly were currently unleashing a torrential barrage of energy waves against one another. The sky and ground were filled with the explosive sounds of their clashes. Whoosh. At that moment, Reg brought his hands together behind him, gathering a deep blue energy wave, directing it toward Broly. In response, Broly quickly formed his own energy wave with his right hand, aiming to counter Reg's attack. However, Reg's wave was too large, and Broly's effort was swiftly dissipated. Unable to evade in time, Broly was struck. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, Broly was engulfed in the energy wave. A colossal white mushroom cloud ascended from the ground. Broly. Paragus's expression changed dramatically at the sight. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, a massive crater appeared on the ground, revealing a battered Broly lying at its center. Broly. Paragus rushed over in haste. Goku and Vegeta quickly followed suit. Reg returned to his normal form and hovered in front of Broly. Broly. Paragus called out urgently as he approached. Father. Upon hearing Paragus's voice, Broly opened his eyes wide. At that moment, Reg summoned his Dragon God staff, healing Broly's injuries. Feeling his wounds mend, Broly was initially startled, but then rose to his feet. Paragus was equally astonished. What just happened? I healed his wounds, Reg explained. Healed? Reg nodded affirmatively. Since you have agreed to let Broly participate in the tournament, we will take him with us for a week. After 1 week, we shall return him and take you both away from planet Vampa. A week? Broly still cannot fully control his power, so we need to train him. If you have no objections, we shall take him now. Wait. Paragus interjected immediately. What? I want to leave with Broly. No. Reg shook his head. Why not? Because I intend to take Broly to Lord Beerus. Do you wish to reside with him as well? Lord Beerus the Destroyer. Paragus's expression paled at the mention. During his time under King Vegeta, he had encountered Lord Beerus several times. Even Frieza showed utmost respect in his presence. Realizing this, Paragus turned to Broly. Broly, when you meet Lord Beerus, be sure not to anger him. All right. Broly nodded slightly. Then, Paragus, do you still wish to accompany Broly? No. That won't be necessary. But if Broly helps you win the tournament, you must keep your promise. Paragus waved his hands dismissively. Reg nodded and, in an instant, transported the three of them back to Earth. Goku. Reg, do you truly intend to take Broly to Lord Beerus? No, I merely wish to frighten him. Otherwise, I would have to arrange for his accommodation. Is that so? Where do you plan to house Broly? Reg smiled at the two. No way. Chi-Chi would never allow me to bring Broly home. Goku immediately shook his head. Vegeta, why doesn't Broly stay at your place? After all, you have plenty of rooms. No. I must consult Bulma about this. Vegeta pondered. Hearing this, Goku burst into laughter. Vegeta, I never knew you were under your wife's thumb. Vegeta's face flushed. Kakarot. You are no different. Gurgle. At that moment, their stomachs growled in unison. I suggest we eat first. Vegeta nodded. Whoosh. Reg teleported them back to Bulma's house. Upon arrival, Bulma immediately called her secretary to arrange for food delivery. Goku, who is this? This is Broly. Hello. Broly greeted Bulma. Hello, I am Bulma, Vegeta's wife. Vegeta. Broly glanced at Vegeta beside him. Vegeta's face flushed. Why must you include him in the introduction? Indeed. After a brief chat. When Goku remarked that Broly's strength surpassed theirs, a look of surprise crossed Bulma's face, while Vegeta's expression turned sour. Among the Saiyans, besides Goku and Reg, he had always considered himself the strongest. Now, with Broly's sudden emergence, he found himself relegated to 4th place. Chapter 94. Training at that moment. A radiant beam of 7 colors descended from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, 2 figures gradually emerged. It was none other than Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus. Goku greeted with enthusiasm. Beerus nodded slightly in response. Lord Beerus, what brings you here so unexpectedly today? Before Beerus could reply, Whis interjected. Lord Beerus just observed your battle and thought you would be hungry after such an intense fight, so he asked me to bring him here. Whis. Beerus shot a piercing glance at Whis. Ha ha ha. Am I not stating the obvious? Whis chuckled, yet Beerus remained silent, a cold grunt escaping his lips. Just then, Bulma's order arrived. Miss Bulma, your order has arrived. Shall I place it there? A waiter inquired. Please set it on the large table in the courtyard. Bulma instructed. The waiter promptly placed the meal on the table. Seeing this, Goku and the others made their way over. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Upon taking their seats, Goku and Vegeta immediately began devouring the food voraciously. Bulma sighed, covering her head. It seems I'll need to order more food. Broly, you should eat too. Goku reminded Broly, who was sitting still. Oh, right. Broly nodded and picked up a slice of pizza. After taking a bite, a look of astonishment crossed his face. And soon he joined Goku and the others in their frenzied eating. Seeing this, Beerus and Whis approached them. An hour later, Reg and the others finished their meal. I'm so full, Beerus remarked, patting his belly. Of course you're full. You all consumed food meant for hundreds of people. How could you not be full? Bulma replied, exasperated. Beerus felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. By the way, Reg, how do you plan to help Broly control his power? I don't know. Reg shook his head. You don't know? Indeed. I intend to leave the task of controlling Broly's power to you, Reg said, casting a glance at Whis. Goku immediately grasped the implication. In that case, how about Broly trains with us under Lord Beerus? Wait, Beerus interjected. What is it, Lord Beerus? If he trains with me, shouldn't you ask for my permission first? Then, Lord Beerus, will you agree? Beerus glanced at Reg, if you win the match, what do you plan to do with the Super Dragon Balls? It's a secret. What? Lord Beerus, are you interested in the Super Dragon Balls too? I'm merely curious. Beerus replied, turning his gaze back to Goku. Broly can train with me. But you must not disturb my sleep. Otherwise. Understood, Lord Beerus. We promise not to disturb your slumber. Beerus nodded slightly. Goku then struck up a conversation with Broly, engaging him in friendly banter. In the Dragon Ball GT timeline, in the realm of the Dragon God, Salus and Salama stood beneath the Dragon God tree. Salus, it seems Reg hasn't visited for several days. Salus noted. You like him, don't you? Salus fell silent at the question. I know you have feelings for him, but I do not approve of your relationship. His power is decent. Yet he has yet to master the Ultra Instinct. Father, please give Reg some time. I believe he can master it. Salama looked up at the sky instead of responding. The time of prophecy is drawing near. In the main timeline, at the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Priest stood with a short woman with bluish-green skin and long braids, his eldest daughter, Kes. Father, why did you summon me so abruptly? A human has suddenly appeared in the 7th universe, one who surpasses even the God of Destruction. A human who surpasses the God of Destruction? Indeed. But father, I've heard that the 11th universe also has a human who surpasses the God of Destruction. No, this individual is rather unique. Unique? Yes. He seems to have some connection with the Dragon God Salama. The Dragon God Salama? Kes gasped in surprise. The Dragon God Salama once contested the dominion of the main timeline with the Angel clan, but ultimately the Angels triumphed. Following their victory, the angels occupied nearly all timelines, while Salama only retained control over the GT timeline. But Father, as angels, we cannot interfere in human affairs. The Grand Priest nodded. That is precisely why I called you here, to devise a means to recruit him. Father, what if we make him a god of destruction? Waymay has mentioned this, but he seems disinterested. How about assigning him to manage the gods of destruction? Managing the gods of destruction? Despite his strength, he remains merely a human. I have no better ideas. Perhaps you should consult the other angels to see if they have any suggestions. The Grand Priest nodded slightly. But Father, even if this human is related to the dragon god Salama, why the intense focus on him? I cannot shake this ominous premonition. Ominous premonition? On Earth. After Beerus and the others had their fill, they asked Bulma to procure some of their favorite foods before heading to the realm of the gods of destruction. Upon arriving, Beerus and Whis returned to the palace, while Goku, Vegeta, and the others went to their quarters to rest. In the afternoon, after a brief nap and freshening up, the three set off to train in the realm of the gods of destruction. Broly's purpose for training here was to control his power, so was focused on helping him manage his emotions. The transformation of the Saiyan into a great ape primarily hinges on emotional control. Only by calming his mind can he harness the might of the great ape transformation. Broly, can you tell me about the angriest moment in your life? Whis inquired. The angriest? Broly immediately recalled a childhood friend, the monster Baya. Because Paragus believed Baya was unfit to train him. He had injured him. Baya was his only friend on planet Vampa. There were also times when Paragus scolded him. However, those were merely distant memories, incapable of inciting significant anger within him. Seeing the lack of change in Broly's expression, Whis sighed in resignation. It seems I will need to seek Reg's assistance in training after all. Chapter 95. Dream within a dream. As Whis spoke, he utilized his staff to contact Reg. On Earth, Reg was enjoying freshly squeezed watermelon juice in his garden. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the dragon god staff, which prompted him to enlarge the staff, revealing Whis on the other end of the call. Reg, is there something you need? He inquired. Indeed, Reg. I intend to conduct emotional training for Broly, but it seems that mere words are insufficient to provoke him. Whis explained. Thus, I wish to inquire if you're adept in illusion magic, as I would like your assistance in training him. Illusions? Reg contemplated for a moment. Wait a moment. I shall arrive shortly. He concluded the call and instantly teleported to the realm of the Supreme Kai. Reg. He's Supreme Kai exclaimed, startled by Reg's sudden appearance. Reg nodded slightly, his gaze drifting towards the Elder Supreme Kai, who sat alone on the grass. The Elder Supreme Kai sensed an ominous presence as Reg approached, prompting a swift movement towards him. Long time no see, Elder Supreme Kai. Reg greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been quite a while. I require your assistance, so I wish for you to accompany me. To where? The Elder Supreme Kai inquired. To Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus. The Elder Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically, and before he could refuse, Reg teleported him to the God of Destruction's realm. Reg, you've arrived. Upon entering the realm, was immediately approached with Broly in tow. Elder Supreme Kai. Ah, is that not the Elder Supreme Kai? Reg, why have you brought him here? To assist Broly in his training. Him? Precisely. Reg affirmed with a nod. Reg, what exactly is your intention in bringing me here? The Elder Supreme Kai asked. Actually, it's quite simple. I merely wish for you to help train Broly. Train? The Elder Supreme Kai glanced at the towering figure of Broly and shook his head vehemently. No. I am but an old man. How could I possibly assist him in training? Is this elder gentleman truly formidable? Just then, Goku, who had been training in the distance, approached. Not at all. Reg shook his head. Then why do you wish for him to assist Broly? Goku questioned. Goku, you misunderstand. Whis interjected. The training Reg refers to is not what you envision. It is emotional training. Emotional training? Goku echoed. Indeed, for Broly to harness the power within him, he must first master his emotions, much like how you transformed into a Super Saiyan through emotional outburst, unleashing all your potential. Broly's challenge lies in his inability to control himself after transformation. Hence we must regulate his emotions to better command his power. Now I understand. Cough, cough. At that moment, the Elder Supreme Kai, who had been disregarded by Goku, suddenly spoke. Reg, while my power may not rival that of you Saiyans, I do possess some experience in guiding individuals. Elder, did you not just say you could not assist me? Goku queried. The Elder Supreme Kai scoffed. I have suddenly changed my mind. Is that not acceptable? As one who has lived for millions of years, how could I be belittled by this Saiyan before me? I see. Goku remained oblivious to the Elder Supreme Kai's thoughts and turned to Broly. Broly, once you master the power of the Super Saiyan, we shall have another bout. Broly nodded slightly. Seeing this, Reg turned to Whis. Well, Whis, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Very well. Whis nodded. In an instant, Reg teleported back to Earth. Whis glanced at the Elder Supreme Kai. Elder, the matter of Broly's training is now in your hands. Understood. The Elder Supreme Kai promptly cast an illusion spell on Broly. Under the influence of the Elder Supreme Kai's illusion, Broly closed his eyes and found himself back on planet Vampa. Broly. A voice called out, and Broly turned to see his father, Paragus. The illusion felt so real that Broly remained oblivious to the fact that it was merely a facade. After a brief exchange, they began walking towards their residence on planet Vampa. However, midway through their journey, Frieza appeared. Caught off guard, Frieza swiftly attacked and killed Paragus. Father. Upon witnessing his father's demise, Broly was consumed by rage, quickly losing control within the illusion. Half an hour later, Broly awoke from the illusion, drenched in cold sweat. As he recognized his surroundings, realization dawned upon him that it had all been a dream. How was it, Broly? Were you able to control your power in the dream? Reg inquired. Broly shook his head in response. The Elder Supreme Kai, undeterred, cast the illusion once more. Broly soon closed his eyes again, re-entering the previous dreamscape. Perhaps due to the familiarity of the illusion, Broly was better prepared for Frieza's impending appearance. Minutes later, Frieza materialized, and this time, Broly immediately launched an attack against him. What are you doing, Broly? Paragus shouted in anger, attempting to intervene, but Broly disregarded him completely. Time passed, and suddenly Broly awoke from the dream. Noticing Goku and the others, he hurried towards them. Bang! Just as Broly reached halfway, he heard an explosion, jolting him awake from the illusion once more, revealing the battle unfolding in the distance between Goku and the others. Broly realized he had experienced a dream within a dream. Observing this, the Elder Supreme Kai slowly rose. Well, since you have awakened, I too must take my leave. Are we not training anymore? Broly asked. Today's training concludes here. In the days that followed, the Elder Supreme Kai visited the God of Destruction's realm daily to assist Broly in his training. By the 6th day, Broly finally mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan. On Earth, Reg was currently teaching Lei Xiaodian in the art of cultivation atop Baozi Mountain. Chapter 96. Son Goten vs. Trunks. At this moment, Lei Xiaodian stood on a verdant meadow, undergoing his transformation into a Super Saiyan. With an astonishing surge of energy, he transformed. Immediately, he clenched his fists and let out a powerful shout. The ground around him trembled violently under the influence of his aura. At that moment, flames enveloped Lei Xiaodian, his hair standing more erect, while lightning crackled around him as energy radiated. This marked his ascension to Super Saiyan 2. However, Lei Xiaodian did not halt his progress there. He continued to elevate his energy. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding stones were lifted and floated in midair. The clouds overhead, once moving slowly, began to race forward, and the ground shook even more intensely. Suddenly, with a tremendous shout, the entire sky seemed to quiver. At that instant, his hair extended to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and deep blue pupils appeared within his formerly light green irises. The fiery aura around him transformed into a radiant glow. Stabilizing as energy surged forth, accompanied by crackling lightning. This was the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. Oh. Reg witnessed this transformation, his expression reflecting astonishment. Look, Dad. I can now transform into Super Saiyan 3. You should let me participate in the upcoming tournament, right? Reg nodded slightly. Wonderful. Lei Xiaodian exclaimed joyfully. However, you are still not yet adept at controlling Super Saiyan 3. You must continue to train. Understood, Father. Later that afternoon, Lei Xiaodian visited son Goku's home and informed son Goten and Trunks about his intention to participate in the tournament. Upon hearing this, both boys displayed expressions of envy. By the way, Xiaodian, you mentioned that there are 5 spots for participation, correct? Yes, Lei Xiaodian affirmed with a nod. Then besides my father, Goten's father, and that individual named Broly, there should be 1 more spot available. Could you ask your father if I can join the tournament? Wait, Trunks, I want to participate too. Son Goten interjected immediately. Trunks chuckled and replied, Goten, let me compete this time, and I'll let you join next time. No. Son Goten firmly refused. The two glared at one another, a hint of rivalry evident in their gazes. Well, my father might have already chosen the participants. Upon hearing this, both boys turned to Lei Xiaodian. That makes sense. Why don't we ask Uncle? Son Goten agreed with a nod. Consequently, the three of them made their way to Lei Xiaotian's home to find Reg uncle. Uncle Reg. Son Goten and Trunks greeted him. Reg nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Uncle, we'd like to ask if you have already selected all the participants for the tournament? Not yet. Why? Do you both wish to compete? Yes. Trunks and Son Goten affirmed enthusiastically. However, I only have one spot left, and I doubt Goku and Vegeta would agree to let you participate. Trunks replied with a grin. As long as you agree to let us compete, my father and the others will certainly consent. Very well, since we already have Broly. It doesn't matter if you two lose. But with only one spot, whom should I choose? Of course, choose me, uncle. My strength far surpasses Goten's. Trunks. Son Goten clenched his teeth upon hearing this. Why don't we have a match? Whoever wins gets to participate in the tournament. All right, I'll be the referee. Reg declared. The two boys nodded in agreement. Soon after, the four departed from Reg's home and arrived at a relatively flat mountain. Reg established a boundary around the area. Any participant knocked out of this boundary would be deemed the loser. The size of the boundary was comparable to that of the World Martial Arts Tournament arena. All right, you two may begin, Reg announced from outside the boundary. The two charged at each other without hesitation. Within moments, they were face to face, their fists and feet moving with the swiftness of the wind, striking at one another. The ground around them was soon enveloped in a cloud of dust raised by their fierce battle. Bang! With a resounding crash. Son Goten was sent flying by a punch. Cursed. Son Goten gritted his teeth, quickly stabilizing himself mid-air. At that moment, Trunks' figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Son Goten, delivering a swift punch forward. Whoosh. Anticipating the attack, Son Goten ducked just in time to evade the blow. Having trained together frequently, he was well acquainted with Trunks' fighting style. After dodging, Son Goten swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Trunks. You've got some skills, Goten, Trunks remarked with a grin. Son Goten smiled back, but his expression suddenly turned serious. With a mighty shout, Son Goten transformed into a Super Saiyan. Observing this, Trunks too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Reg inquired, Xiaotian, who do you think will win? I believe it should be Trunks. As the two engaged in conversation, Son Goten launched a flurry of punches at Trunks, all of which were deftly dodged. Trunks' counters, however, also failed to connect with Son Goten. Whoosh. Bang. 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 After testing each other's strengths for a while, they both unleashed their full power and engaged in a fierce battle. The sky resonated with the sounds of their intense conflict. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Moments later, both boys gathered energy in their hands, launching powerful attacks at one another. The sky and ground were engulfed in a cloud of explosive smoke. Realizing this, they immediately ceased their energy attacks and charged at each other. Whoosh. Bang. With a tremendous impact, their fists collided with each other's faces. Cursed. Trunks clenched his teeth, his left fist shooting forward like lightning, aimed at Son Goten's abdomen. Son Goten screamed in agony as he was propelled back. Chapter 97. Trunks vs. Baddock. Son Goten let out a cold snort, his displeasure evident. Observing this, Trunks promptly descended from the air. Don't be upset, Goten. If it helps, I can give you that toy you wanted last time. I promise. Upon hearing this, Son Goten's expression brightened. Are you serious? Then let us hurry to your house. What's the rush? Reg watched as their relationship was restored, a smile forming on his face. The following day, after breakfast, Reg accompanied the old Kaioshin to the God of Destruction's realm. Old Kaioshin, Reg, as Goku and the others, who were about to begin their training, saw them, they quickly approached to greet. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. Reg, why have you and the old Kaioshin suddenly come here? Well, since the match is tomorrow, I thought I could help you all enhance your strength. Enhance our strength? Goku looked puzzled. Reg glanced at the old Kaioshin beside him. I can help you tap into the power within you and maximize it. The old Kaioshin reluctantly spoke, feeling somewhat like a tool. You can bring out our inner strength? Indeed, but I can only assist one of you in this process, and it will take a full day. A whole day. Goku exclaimed. Yes, so you all need to decide who will undergo the ritual. Vegeta, Broly, do either of you wish to accept this ritual? No, thank you. Broly shook his head. I don't need it either. Why not let Vegeta accept the ritual? Me? Vegeta responded, somewhat unwilling. I don't want to. Are you sure none of you want to? There's a remarkably strong opponent in this match. Remarkably strong? Goku's interest was piqued. Reg, is there someone particularly formidable in the 6th universe? Reg nodded. His name is Hit, the top assassin of the 6th universe. I have battled him before, and his power is extraordinary. The top assassin of the 6th universe. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Kakarot, since you don't want it, I shall accept the ritual. Vegeta, didn't you just say you didn't want it? Kakarot. Reg interjected with a cough. How about you two settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? Very well. Let us decide through that. Vegeta agreed. And the two began their game. After several rounds, Vegeta ultimately won. Since Vegeta has won, I shall assist him in amplifying his power. The old Kaioshin announced as he began the ritual around Vegeta. Vegeta wore a look of disdain but tolerated it for the sake of enhancing his strength. Reg then instantaneously transported back to Earth. The next morning, Krillin and the others gathered at Reg's home, preparing to accompany him to watch the match. Is everyone here? Reg asked, glancing at Bulma and the others. Everyone's present. Bulma counted the people around her. Great, Reg said before teleporting everyone to the God of Destruction's realm. By this time, Vegeta had already completed the ritual. Is everyone here? Goku asked Bulma upon seeing her. Yes. Bulma nodded. Then let us set off. Whis declared. Pulling out the transport cube. Under Whis's direction, everyone orderly entered the transport cube. However, it was a bit cramped. And Krillin and the others felt squeezed once they were inside. Is everyone aboard? Whis inquired. Yes. Bulma confirmed. Upon seeing this, Whis leaped atop the transport cube, guiding it away from the God of Destruction's realm. In the 6th universe, on a lifeless planet, Kappa and his team had set up the arena, waiting for Reg and his group to arrive. The arrangement of the competition area was similar to that in the original story, with the only difference being that this planet was distinct from the one where the fighters battled. Bardos, have Reg and the others not arrived yet? Let me check. Bardos said as she examined her staff. Whis and his group should be in the 6th universe now. They should arrive in a few minutes. A few minutes later, Whis's transport cube landed at the competition site. Krillin and the others quickly emerged from the cube. We finally made it. Krillin sighed in relief. Kappa approached Bardos with a grin. Reg, are you prepared for your impending defeat? Reg smiled back. Just don't back out after losing. Who would back out? Kappa retorted angrily. All right, Lord Kappa, the most important thing right now is to win the match. Bardos interjected, hoping to prevent further conflict. Kappa snorted and turned towards the audience. Reg, seeing this, also led Goku and the others to their seats. After a while, everyone settled into the audience area. A referee with green skin ascended the stage. Hello everyone, I will be the referee for this match. I am honored to be invited by Lord Kappa to officiate. Now, let me explain the rules of this competition. This match will primarily proceed in a battle format, as long as neither contestant is knocked off the stage. The match will continue. Weapons and outside powers are prohibited, and attacks on the eyes or vital areas are not allowed. Falling off the stage, conceding, or being knocked down counts as a loss. A knockdown is defined as being unable to rise within 10 seconds after falling. Losing sight or being knocked away also counts as a loss. Killing the opponent during the match will result in disqualification, as will attacking the audience. If there are no objections, we shall begin the match. Upon hearing this, Reg immediately looked towards Trunks. Trunks. Yes, uncle. With that, Trunks flew onto the stage. The 6th universe sent forth a rather rotund yellow bear as an opponent. The bear had smooth, elastic skin, wore a red vest, donned sports wristbands, and red boots. With a brown nose and a short tail. His name was Baddock. Oh, it's a bear. Trunks expressed curiosity upon seeing Baddock as his opponent. Is there truly no one else in the 7th universe? You sent a little kid to fight. Kappa jeered at the 7th universe. Chapter 98. Frost upon hearing this. Beerus clenched his teeth tightly. Your 6th universe is truly devoid of worthy contenders, resorting to sending a bear. Although this match did not directly involve him and Kappa, it was nonetheless a matter of pride for the 7th universe. What did you say? Kappa fumed. I said your 6th universe is lacking in fighters and has resorted to sending a bear. Kappa's anger surged, and he immediately directed his ire towards Bardock on the competition stage. Bardock, teach that little brat a good lesson. Trunks, assist me in knocking that bear off the stage. Seeing this, Beerus promptly issued orders to Trunks. Reg, who sat beside Supali, remained silent. This was not a contest between him and Kappa, yet it felt as though they were the ones competing. Understood, Lord Beerus. Trunks replied with a smile. After speaking, he turned serious, focusing intently on Bardock. Before the match, he had assured Vegeta that he would defeat one of the opposing fighters. Otherwise, he would not receive any allowance for the month. Go, Trunks. I believe you can defeat that fellow. Just as Trunks contemplated this, Bulma's encouraging voice rang in his ears. At that moment, Bardock approached him with a sinister grin. With a fierce shout, Trunks charged at Bardock. Swiftly, he reached Bardock's front, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks that struck Bardock's body like a relentless storm. Bang, bang, bang. Trunks' attacks landed on Bardock, yet it felt as if he were striking an indestructible balloon. What is happening? My attacks have no effect on him. Just as he finished speaking, Bardock raised his right hand and struck Trunks. Trunks lowered his body and staggered back several steps. Trunks, Krillin exclaimed, a hint of concern crossing his face. Though young, Trunks' strength was not to be underestimated. As Krillin was taken aback, Trunks suddenly gathered a massive amount of energy in his hands and launched it at Bardock. Seeing this, Bardock raised both hands. Trunks' energy waves exploded upon impact with Bardock. Excellent! Trunks rejoiced. However, as the smoke cleared, Bardock stood unharmed before everyone. What? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment. Well done, Bardock. Knock that little brat off the stage. Vegeta gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Trunks. Suddenly, Trunks clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. What? Kappa exclaimed in surprise. Yeah. After transforming, Trunks swiftly charged at Bardock. Bardock tightened his fists and swung at the approaching Trunks. With the sounds of intense combat echoing, the two exchanged blows with lightning speed. After a while, Trunks, unable to gain the upper hand, was forced to retreat. Damn it! Just as Trunks felt frustrated, a voice whispered in his ear. Trunks' weakness lies in his feet. If you can find a way to trip him, you may have a chance to knock him off the stage. I understand. Uncle Reg, Trunks responded, immediately charging towards Bardock. Seeing this, Bardock unleashed an energy blast towards Trunks. Trunks dodged to the side, maneuvering behind Bardock. Bardock turned swiftly, throwing a left punch at Trunks. Trunks evaded, performing a sweeping kick that sent Bardock crashing to the ground. Bardock, Kappa exclaimed, visibly tense. He had just boasted about Trunks' inferiority. If Trunks defeated Bardock, it would be a slap in his face. Well done, Trunks. Knock him off the stage. Beerus cheered. Haha. Trunks replied proudly, seizing Bardock's legs and dragging him towards the edge of the stage. Bardock, unable to fly, desperately tried to rise, but Trunks held him firmly, preventing his escape. Oh, it seems Trunks has discovered Bardock's weakness, remarked Vados, observing Bardock's struggle to break free. Idiot Bardock. Why aren't you using energy blasts to attack while he holds your legs? Kappa snapped. Upon hearing this, Bardock immediately gathered energy in his hands to strike at Trunks. Trunks shook his head, skillfully dodging Bardock's energy blasts. Just then, Trunks pivoted to face Bardock directly. Bardock sensed something was amiss as Trunks lifted him effortlessly and hurled him off the stage. Thud. Bardock fell to the ground below. The referee, witnessing this, promptly announced, "The 7th Universe's Trunks has won." Heh. Trunks beamed, waving cheerfully at Goten. Damn it. Kappa seethed with anger. Who just said our 7th Universe lacked fighters and sent a little brat to compete? Beerus taunted. Oh, don't get too smug, Kappa. Soon, I'll have someone knock that brat off the stage. Is that so? Beerus chuckled. Damn it. Kappa exclaimed, turning to the other 4 competitors. Who among you will step up and teach that little brat a lesson? A man resembling Frieza stood up from the audience and flew to the stage. His name was Frost, and like Frieza, he belonged to the race of frost demons. Frieza? Krillin and the others remarked, noticing the striking resemblance. That is not Frieza. He is a competitor from the 6th universe, belonging to the same race. Vados clarified. Is that so? But they look remarkably alike. That is not surprising. The 6th and 7th universes are twin universes. For every planet or being in the 7th universe, there is a counterpart in the 6th. For instance, the Namekians and the Saiyans. Is that so? On the stage, Trunks also mistook Frost for Frieza. Unaware of who Frieza was, Frost courteously inquired, Hello. May I ask who this Frieza you speak of is? A villain. A supervillain. Chapter 99. Woda Maggot of Frost's face revealed a hint of embarrassment, yet he forced a smile, saying, Is that so? However, young one, I assure you, I am not the kind of person you suggest. Trunks regarded him with skepticism, thinking, The face of a villain is unmistakable. Frost, may I inquire if you two are ready to commence the match? The referee, standing nearby, approached promptly. Yes, Frost responded, displaying what he believed to be a benevolent smile, though to Trunks and the others, it appeared decidedly sinister. Very well, you may begin, the referee declared as he leapt off the stage. Huh, Trunks shouted, charging at Frost. Frost clenched his fists, ready to meet him. Whoosh bang, bang, bang. In no time, they were upon each other, their fists and feet colliding like the wind. Ha! Trunks suddenly roared, delivering a powerful punch that sent Frost flying. Is that all? I didn't realize you were so weak. Trunks smirked at the sight of Frost hurtling away. Trunks. Vegeta reprimanded, unable to tolerate Trunks underestimating his opponent. Father. Trunks straightened at his father's voice. Curse it. Frost, enraged at being belittled, clenched his fists. With a fierce shout, Frost transformed into a grotesque assault form. He turned into a monster. Trunks gasped, startled. That resembles Frieza's second transformation. Krillin remarked, his expression grave as he recalled unpleasant memories. If he can achieve this transformation, it means he likely possesses another. Krillin nodded slightly. On the arena, Trunks managed to regain his composure. A transformation, is it? Do not think you are the only one capable of this. With that, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Frost. Whoosh bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Trunks stood before Frost, his fist moving like lightning, driving Frost back. Damn it! Frost shouted in fury as Trunks' right fist struck his face. Bang! Frost's body shot backward like a projectile, leaving the arena. Trunks of Universe 7 wins. The referee announced the result promptly. Such a bore. Trunks clapped his hands dismissively. Damn it! Frost, you useless fool, cannot even defeat a child. Compa fumed. At that moment, Beerus's voice rang out. What was that you just said, Compa? Curse you. Beerus. Do not gloat. I will ensure that someone takes that little brat down. Compa declared, glaring at Hit and the others. I do not care who it is. But you must bring that child down. Otherwise, I trust you know the consequences of losing. A Saiyan clad in an old-style battle suit, and a robot trembled at his words. Meanwhile, Frost regretted underestimating Trunks, but it was too late for remorse. Just then, a formidable figure, equipped with a blazing energy core and emitting smoke from his head, stepped onto the arena. His name was Wotamageda, a metal being. A robot? Trunks' curiosity was piqued at the sight of Wotamageda. In the audience of Universe 7, Goten watched Wotamageda with wide-eyed wonder. Is he a robot? The East Kaishin questioned. Not quite. He is a metal being from Universe 6. Do you not have any in Universe 7? Baddock explained. Are you truly a Kaishin and unaware of this? The old Kaishin glared at the East Kaishin, who blushed in embarrassment. As Wotamageda took his place on the stage, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Trunks, hearing this, surged toward Wotamageda. Clang, clang, clang. Wotamageda's body was remarkably resilient. Trunks' punches struck him like they were hitting steel. This guy is incredibly tough. After a brief exchange, Trunks retreated, gathering energy in his hands to unleash an attack on Wotamageda. Wotamageda raised his hands, effortlessly blocking Trunks' energy wave. When the dust settled, he stood unscathed before Trunks. Energy wave attacks are ineffective. Clang, clang just then. Smoke billowed from Wotamageda's head as he expelled a torrent of magma toward Trunks. What? Trunks exclaimed, dodging swiftly. Wotamageda clenched his fists and charged at Trunks. Trunks barely evaded as Wotamageda's right fist slammed into the ground. Damn it! Trunks yelled, transforming into a Super Saiyan once more. Given the exhaustion from his earlier transformations, this would be his last. Whoosh clang, clang, clang. Transformed, Trunks struck with lightning-fast punches, pushing Wotamageda back. Just as Trunks seemed poised to drive Wotamageda to the edge of the arena, Wotamageda exerted force, sending Trunks staggering backward. Suddenly, Wotamageda unleashed a torrent of molten rock from his mouth. Trunks swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the fiery onslaught. The protective barrier around the arena heated up due to the magma, causing beads of sweat to form on Trunks' forehead. So hot! Trunks exclaimed, bringing his hands together. Kamehameha! Wotamageda retaliated by spewing forth more magma, raising the temperature within the barrier even further. Wave! Trunks released his Kamehameha at Wotamageda. Bang! Wotamageda was struck, stumbling backwards several steps. In that instant, Trunks succumbed to unconsciousness from oxygen deprivation. The referee, witnessing this, promptly took to the stage. Wotamageda is the victor. Chapter 100. Hit enters the arena upon the referee's announcement. Lei Xiaodian immediately soared onto the competition stage, assisting Trunks down from it. As the surrounding air became more abundant, Trunks quickly regained consciousness. Xiaodian, he exclaimed. Lei Xiaodian nodded in acknowledgement. You just fainted. Fainted? Why? It seems to have been caused by oxygen deprivation. Trunks recalled the recent match, adding, that guy was expelling magma, which accelerated the consumption of oxygen in the vicinity. You must be cautious. Lei Xiaodian nodded and leapt back onto the competition stage. Well done, Wotamageda. Seeing Trunks finally knocked off the stage, Zangpa couldn't contain his excitement. Is defeating a mere child worthy of such joy? Bills remarked with a chuckle. What did you say? Zampa retorted angrily. Now that competitor Lei Xiaodian is on stage. Let the match commence, the referee announced. The two competitors turned their attention to the stage, recognizing that the upcoming battle was of greater significance than their current quarrel. Upon hearing the referee declare the start of the match, Lei Xiaodian let out a mighty roar, emanating an astonishing aura. Boom! Lei Xiaodian transformed into a Super Saiyan, his energy continuously surging. Crack! The tremendous force radiating from Lei Xiaodian shattered the protective barriers surrounding the stage, allowing a rush of fresh air to flood in. At that moment, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Kamehameha. Lei Xiaodian clasped his hands behind him, concentrating a deep blue energy wave, which he hurled towards Votai Magetta. Votai Magetta raised his hands to intercept the Kamehameha. Seeing this, Lei Xiaodian shouted and thrust his hands forward. Under the immense power of Super Saiyan 2, Votai Magetta soon faltered, succumbing to the Kamehameha wave and being knocked off the competition stage. Winner, Lei Xiaodian. The referee announced from below. Another victory. Bills feigned a sigh. How infuriating. Zampa clenched his teeth in frustration. Sensing the situation was dire, Gabe swiftly flew to the competition stage. Now that the 6th universe competitor has arrived. Let the match begin, the referee declared. Hello, my name is Gabe, a Saiyan from the 6th universe. Gabe greeted Lei Xiaodian. Hello, what brings you here? Do you know Caulifla? Yes, why? Her brother hasn't seen her in a long time and wishes for her return to the 6th universe. All right, I will convey that message. Shall we commence the match? Gabe nodded and charged at Lei Xiaodian. Lei Xiaodian clenched his fists and met him head-on. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows like gusts of wind, their fists colliding fiercely. Bang. Their right fists met with tremendous force, creating a gust of wind. Boom. After a brief stalemate, both competitors pushed against each other, forcing their opponent back. At that moment, Lei Xiaodian suddenly roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan. Gabe responded by transforming as well. This transformation into a Super Saiyan was a technique Caulifla had taught Gabe during her last visit to the 6th universe. Otherwise, he would not have mastered it. Seeing this, Lei Xiaodian chuckled and charged at Gabe. Gabe mirrored his actions, sprinting towards Lei Xiaodian. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet struck one another with the speed of lightning. Bang! With a powerful strike, Gabe was sent flying. He quickly planted his feet on the ground to halt his momentum. At that moment, however, Lei Xiaodian's figure vanished. And no, where did he go? Gabe exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Lei Xiaodian appeared behind him. Before Gabe could react, he was struck once more and sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Xiaodian clasped his hands together. Kamehameha wave, he declared, unleashing the energy wave towards Gabe. What? Gabe's expression shifted as he barely regained his footing. Boom. With a deafening crash, Gabe was blasted off the competition stage. Gabe has fallen from the competition stage. Lei Xiaodian is the victor, the referee announced. Another win. Bills feigned another sigh. How infuriating. Zampa gritted his teeth, reprimanding Votai Magetta and the others who had returned to the stands. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. With so many of you, you couldn't even defeat those two kids. If you all lose this match, I will annihilate you. Votai Magetta and the others trembled in fear. Upon hearing this, Hit stood up from the audience and soared onto the competition stage. The moment they saw Hit approach, Goku and the others' expressions grew grave, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from him. At that moment, Lei Xiaodian, standing on the competition stage, also wore a serious expression. Is he truly the first assassin of the 6th universe, as my father mentioned? With the 6th universe's Hit now on stage, if both competitors have no further issues, let the match begin. The two competitors nodded slightly. Seeing this, the referee promptly exited the stage. Lei Xiaodian shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. After achieving this form, he did not stop but continued to amplify his energy. Boom. The ground surrounding the competition stage trembled violently under the influence of Lei Xiaodian's aura. What? Such immense power. Krillin gasped in astonishment. Vegeta clenched his teeth, feeling the weight of the situation. In that moment, Lei Xiaodian let out a fierce roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Krillin and the others were taken aback. How old is Lei Xiaodian now? To have already mastered Super Saiyan 3. At this rate, it won't be long before he surpasses Goku and Vegeta. Trunks remarked, Super Saiyan 3. When did Xiaodian manage to achieve this transformation? Why didn't he inform me and Goten? How can you say that? Xiaodian has already cultivated to Super Saiyan 3. while you two are still merely Super Saiyans, and Xiaodian isn't even much older than you. Vegeta scolded them loudly. Trunks and Goten bowed their heads in shame. Chapter 101. Hit versus Mysterious Vegeta. Upon seeing this, Hit narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is Reg? He is my father. Is that so? Hit exclaimed, immediately charging towards Lei Xiaodian. In response, Lei Xiaodian also rushed towards Hit. Soon, they stood before each other, their fists and feet striking like lightning. Bang! After a while, Hit tightened his right fist and sent Lei Xiaodian flying with a powerful punch. Damn it! Lei Xiaodian gritted his teeth, unleashing a barrage of energy waves towards Hit. As Hit dodged, he advanced closer to Lei Xiaodian. Boom! 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 The arena was engulfed in thick smoke and flames from the explosions caused by Lei Xiaodian's energy waves. Suddenly, it appeared right in front of Lei Xiaodian. What? Lei Xiaodian's expression changed in shock. Before he could react, Hit's right fist struck heavily against Lei Xiaodian's abdomen. With a loud scream, Lei Xiaodian doubled over, clutching his stomach. You should concede. How dare you? Lei Xiaodian gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his abdomen as he swung a punch at Hit. Hit swiftly sidestepped, delivering another blow to Lei Xiaodian's midsection. Lei Xiaodian cried out in agony, reverting to his normal state, collapsing onto the ground. Xiaodian. Subari immediately stood up from the audience. 10, 9, 8. The referee began the countdown, and upon reaching 1, he announced the result of the match. Reg flew onto the arena, using his staff to heal Lei Xiaodian's wounds. Lei Xiaodian soon regained consciousness. Dad. Reg nodded, leading Lei Xiaodian back to the audience. Just then, Vegeta soared into the audience area. Seeing this, Kappa, seated in the 6th universe section, burst into laughter. Well done, Hit. You knocked them all off the stage. Beerus snorted disdainfully. It's just one win. What's there to gloat about? We have won 4 rounds. Kappa clenched his teeth in response. Beerus, unfazed, cleared his ears. What are you getting worked up over? We have 2 fighters. And so what? If it comes to it, we can all be obliterated together. Is that so? Beerus's eyes narrowed as he emitted a purple aura. Seeing this, Goku and his companions quickly moved aside. Lord Kappa, do you wish to be relieved of your position by my father? Vados quickly advised. Relieved of my position? Kappa suppressed his rising anger. Fine. For the sake of the Grand Minister, I shall let it go for today. On the arena, Vegeta and Hit faced each other. Now that the 7th universe's contestant is on stage, let the match begin, the referee announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vegeta's figure flashed behind Hit. What? Hit's expression shifted in surprise as he quickly turned, raising his hands in defense. Bang! With a violent crash, Vegeta landed a punch that sent Hit staggering back. What incredible speed! Goku exclaimed, astonished. And Vegeta hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. Piccolo added. The old Kaishin coughed lightly. Did you see that, Goku? This is the power I helped Vegeta enhance. The power you enhanced? Goku inquired. Indeed. Vegeta can now unleash strength far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4 without even transforming. Far surpassing Super Saiyan 4? Goku pondered, intrigued. On the arena, Hit quickly charged towards Vegeta after regaining his composure. Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows with lightning speed. After a brief skirmish, Vegeta kicked forcefully at Hit's abdomen. Hit gritted his teeth, grasping Vegeta's right foot tightly. What? Vegeta gasped in surprise. Suddenly, Hit exerted his strength, lifting Vegeta and spinning him around several times before hurling him away. Vegeta clenched his fists and managed to stabilize himself midair. At that moment, Hit appeared behind Vegeta, launching a fierce punch forward. Just as Hit was about to strike, Vegeta ducked and performed a backflip, crashing into Hit and sending him sprawling to the ground. Well done, Vegeta, Beerus praised. As soon as the words were spoken, Hit pushed himself up from the ground. Vegeta chuckled lightly, gathering a massive amount of energy in his hands to attack it. Boom, boom, boom. The arena echoed with the sounds of Vegeta's explosive energy waves. While Hit dodged, he drew closer to Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta ceased his energy wave assault and charged forward. Just as the distance between them shrank to mere meters, Hit activated his time skip technique, transcending a fraction of a second. Bang! Just as Hit was about to land a hit, Vegeta's hands suddenly emerged, blocking Hit's punch, and he staggered back a few steps. What just happened? Goku asked, bewildered. Time skip, a technique that transcends time. Vados explained. Time skip. Indeed, Hit's time skip allows him to skip ahead by 1/10 of a second. Why would you share that information? Kappa interjected, somewhat displeased. Vados smiled. Lord Kappa, Even if I don't tell them, Whis would know. Whis. Kampa replied, don't forget. Our sixth universe and the seventh are twin universes. What exists in one often exists in the other. I have indeed heard of such a technique. Whis added with a smile. Kampa snorted. And what of it? If you can't defeat us, knowing won't help. Beerus clenched his teeth. Dare you to bet against me, Kampa? Bet on what? Let us wager on which of our universes will ultimately prevail. Kampa glanced at Hit, and then at the yet-to-appear Goku and Broly, feeling somewhat hesitant. I have already bet with Reg for this match. If you wish to bet with me, it must be on something else. Beerus chuckled. Are you afraid? Feigning ignorance. Kampa turned his gaze back to the arena. He wasn't foolish. The seventh universe still had 2 fighters, while he was left with just Hit. He would not risk a bet with Beerus in such a seemingly futile endeavor. Chapter 102. Bitter struggle amidst the conversations of the onlookers. Hit unleashed his time-skip technique once more, launching an assault towards Vegeta. However, this time, Vegeta did not block his attack. Instead, he was struck directly in the abdomen. Vegeta let out a loud, pained cry and swung his right fist towards Hit's face. Caught off guard, it was sent flying by the blow. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, clutching his abdomen with his right hand. With a powerful grip, Hit quickly stabilized himself on the arena. Remarkable. Vegeta managed to retaliate under such circumstances. Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Whis nodded slightly and glanced at the Elder Kai beside him. I did not anticipate that Vegeta would have such a sudden surge in strength. That is because I have drawn out all of his potential. Elder Kai, once this match concludes, you must assist me in unlocking my own potential. Goku declared without hesitation. Unwilling to be left behind. But were you not previously dismissive of my ritual? Elder Kai questioned, sensing Goku's eagerness. I may have overlooked that. Goku chuckled. However, although Vegeta managed to land a punch on Hit, the latter targeted a vulnerable area of Vegeta's body. If they continued to fight this way, victory would undoubtedly belong to Hit. Goku nodded in agreement. On the arena, after catching his breath, Vegeta clenched his fists and charged at Hit. Hit narrowed his eyes slightly and met him head-on. Whoosh. Bang. 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 As a series of intense sounds erupted, Vegeta's fists and feet struck Hit with the speed of light, forcing him back. As they neared the edge of the arena, Hit activated his time-skip technique once more, delivering a rapid punch aimed at Vegeta's abdomen. Anticipating the move, Vegeta raised his right hand to block the strike. What? Hit was taken aback. Vegeta smirked, saying, Your attacks have been thoroughly deciphered. Is that so? Hit replied, swiftly shifting to the side and soaring to the center of the arena. Vegeta scoffed, declaring, Even if you escape there, it will be futile. With that, he charged at Hit once again. Hit clenched his fists and rushed towards Vegeta. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Soon, the two stood before each other, their fists and feet colliding with blinding speed. Bang. After a fierce exchange, it activated his time skip again, delivering a forceful punch to Vegeta's neck. Vegeta screamed in agony as he was sent flying several meters into the ground. Seizing the apport Chapter 103, Sun Wukong vs. Hit. Vegeta let out a loud cry as he collapsed to the ground. Father. Vegeta. The referee, witnessing this, immediately ascended the stage to begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8. But, how infuriating. Just as the referee reached 2, Vegeta rose once more from the ground, still unwilling to concede. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, emanating an astonishing energy. Hit, observing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, both combatants moved simultaneously to strike at each other. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Their fists and feet struck each other's bodies with the speed of light. Bang. With a resounding crash. Vegeta's right fist propelled Hit away forcefully. Bang. Hit gripped his hands tightly, quickly stabilizing himself. Shortly thereafter, both fighters began to gasp for breath. Vegeta. Hit. The spectators from the 6th and 7th universes, including Krillin, tensed up in response. Initially, Hit had maintained the upper hand, but Vegeta's sudden surge of power reignited the suspense of this match. Whoosh. At that moment, the two charged at each other once more. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Soon, they found themselves in front of one another, their fists and feet striking like beams of light. Bang. After a brief skirmish, Hit executed his time-skip technique, delivering a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta cried out in agony as he fell to the ground. The referee, witnessing this, climbed onto the stage to begin counting again. 10, 9, 8, 7. This time, Vegeta could not rise again. From the 6th universe, Hit was declared the victor. Splendid. Kampa exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Beerus, observing this, let out a cold snort. Whoosh. Sun Wukong, seeing this, swiftly flew to the arena, carrying Vegeta back to the stands, before descending once more. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong greeted Hit with a smile. Hit glanced at Sun Wukong but remained silent. As both competitors are now on stage, let the match commence, the referee announced. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately assumed a combat stance. Hit moved swiftly, appearing right before Sun Wukong. Ha! Sun Wukong gripped his hands tightly and launched an attack at Hit. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two exchanged blows with the speed of light. After a short while, Hit activated his time skip technique again. Bang! With a violent sound. Hit's right fist struck Sun Wukong's abdomen heavily. Sun Wukong cried out in pain, instinctively retreating. How strange, why doesn't Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 4? Tien Shinhan pondered, a hint of confusion rising within him. Vegeta let out a cold snort. It's Kakarot's old habit to hold back at the start. Beerus gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Having just mocked Kampa, he knew that if Sun Wukong were to lose, it would bring him considerable shame before Kampa. On the arena, Sun Wukong looked at Hit with a beaming smile. You are indeed formidable. Hit coldly snorted but did not respond. Seeing this, Sun Wukong tightened his fist and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In unison, they charged at each other. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In no time, they were before each other, striking with the speed of light. Bang! After a brief exchange, Hit employed his time skip technique once more, launching an attack at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his arms forward, successfully blocking Hit's strike. He blocked it. Krillin exclaimed in surprise. Hit, observing this, retreated slightly. Sun Wukong chuckled lightly, transforming into a streak of red light, charging at it. Hit, in turn, assumed a defensive stance. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With a series of thunderous sounds, Sun Wukong's fists and feet struck Hit, pushing him back. As they neared the edge of the arena, Hit activated his time skip technique again, delivering a heavy punch to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Bang! The powerful strike was once more blocked. Hit's expression shifted to one of surprise. What is happening? Wukong has once again thwarted my time skip attack. I don't know. Wish shook his head. Kampa, seated in the 6th universe's audience, also displayed a hint of astonishment. Hiki. Just as everyone was filled with disbelief, Sun Wukong suddenly stated, Hit, while your time skip is indeed impressive, as long as I can anticipate your subsequent moves, I can effectively counter your attacks. Vegeta clenched his teeth upon hearing this. Damn it, Kakarot was observing his moves while I fought Hit. So that's how it is. Whis. Upon realizing this, exhibited an expression of enlightenment. Master Roshi remarked, to predict Hit's next move merely by observation is indeed remarkable. Tien Shinhan and the others nodded in agreement. In the arena, Hit's demeanor grew serious upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. Having encountered numerous opponents, this was the first time he faced someone as formidable as Sun Wukong. After his declaration, Sun Wukong charged at Hit once more. Suddenly, dozens of duplicates of Hit appeared around him. Doppelgangers. Sun Wukong halted immediately. So, many duplicates. Krillin exclaimed in shock. After a moment's contemplation, Sun Wukong gathered his energy and launched an attack at the duplicates. Boom, 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 with a series of explosive sounds. All energy blasts struck Hit's doppelgangers. Sun Wukong closely observed each duplicate, yet none of his energy blasts hit the real Hit. At that moment, an invisible energy blast surged towards Sun Wukong. Sensing the danger, he dodged to the side, avoiding the blast that detonated upon impact with the ground. What? Krillin gasped in astonishment. Just then, Hit's figure suddenly appeared right in front of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong raised his hands upward, only to be sent flying hundreds of meters away by Hit's strike. Wukong, Beerus, and the others felt a surge of concern, relieved that Sun Wukong had not been knocked off the arena. After catching his breath for a moment, Sun Wukong dashed towards Hit once again. Seeing this, Hit transformed into a streak of purple light and charged at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Bang! 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 After a fierce exchange, both fighters soared into the air. Continuing their battle, they became two radiant lights of red and purple, colliding fiercely in the sky. Chapter 104. The King with a resounding crash. The two combatants struck their right fists together, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. After a brief standoff, both exerted force, sending each other reeling backward. As they descended from the air, they landed on the arena. After a moment of recovery, they charged toward one another once more. A thunderous sound echoed as their right knees collided, sending forth a fierce wind. Almost simultaneously, they extended their arms forward. their hands clasping together as they pushed against each other. The ground of the arena quickly buckled under their immense power, as both warriors emanated a fiery aura of red and purple, crashing into one another. Moments later, they both exerted force, forcing each other away again. Gasping for breath, they paused momentarily before locking eyes with intensity. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong surged forward toward Hit. In a defensive stance, Hit activated his time-skip technique just as Wukong approached. With a resounding thud, Hit's right fist struck Wukong's abdomen, eliciting a pain cry from him. Subsequently, Hit unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Wukong dozens of times in rapid succession. Wukong fell to the ground, gasping in pain. Wukong, Dad, what is happening? Didn't Wukong break Hit's time skip? Krillin exclaimed in shock, turning to Whis. The duration of Hit's time skip has increased. It has lengthened. In the arena, Hit observed Wukong, who was struggling to rise from the ground, with an indifferent expression. Breathing heavily, Wukong slowly got back to his feet. Still not willing to concede? Wukong? Hit taunted. Wukong smiled defiantly. I'm not one to give up easily. Is that so? Hit replied, activating his time skip again and launching an attack toward Wukong. Seeing this, Wukong clenched his fists, his energy rapidly surging. The ground of the arena trembled in response. Tenfold Kaioken. With a powerful shout, Wukong transformed into a blur, appearing before Hit in an instant. With the enhancement of the tenfold Kaioken, Wukong's speed and strength surged, relentlessly striking Hit backward. As they neared the edge of the arena, Hit once more activated his time skip, delivering a heavy blow to Wukong's abdomen. Wukong was sent flying. Wukong. Krillin and the others watched, their expressions tense. In a half-crouch position, Wukong managed to stabilize himself in the center of the arena. After catching his breath, he stood up once more and raised his energy again. The ground around the arena shook once more. 20-fold Kaioken. With another powerful cry, Wukong shot forward like a flash, appearing before Hit once again. Hit quickly activated his time skip, launching an attack at Wukong. In a flurry of movement, punches and kicks flew as both warriors engaged in a fierce exchange. The arena trembled under the weight of their power, cracking under the pressure. They soared into the air, continuing their battle amidst the clouds. The intensity of their clash created violent gusts of wind around them. With a forceful collision of their right fists, crackling energy surged from their hands. They withdrew their right legs, knees colliding with great force, the air around them swirling violently. After a brief moment of resistance, they both retreated, gasping for air. After a short respite, they charged at each other once more. Wukong, Krillin, and the others watched, their anxiety mounting. In that instant, Hit, weakened from exertion, was struck by Wukong's punch and sent tumbling off the arena. The sixth universe's Hit has been eliminated. Sun Wukong is victorious, the referee declared. What? Upon witnessing Hit's defeat, Kampa's expression darkened as he rose from his seat. Useless bunch of incompetence. You should remember what I said before the match. As Kampa spoke, a destructive energy coalesced in his right hand. Goku and the others trembled in fear. Lord Kampa. Suddenly, Beerus interjected. Kampa, do not hinder me. Kampa retorted. Lord Kampa. The king has arrived. Even if the king. Kampa was interrupted as he turned to gaze at the arena. Upon the arena appeared the Grand Priest, accompanied by a child with a blue-purple face adorned in a garment bearing the title of king. All hail the king. The sight of the king left Kampa pale with fear. Lord Kampa, shall we remain here? Of course not. Kampa exclaimed as he soared toward the arena. Beerus, seated in the seventh universe's audience, followed suit, flying toward the arena. Who is that? How can he frighten Lord Beerus so? The East Kaioshin inquired. The old Kaioshin immediately smacked his forehead. What do you mean? Who is that? That is the king, the deity at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. We must hurry to pay our respects. All hail the king. The old Kaioshin exclaimed as he flew forward, followed closely by the East Kaioshin. As Kampa and Beerus landed before the king, they bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the king and welcome your esteemed presence. At that moment, the two universe Kaioshins knelt before the king, repeating their greeting. All hail the king. Welcome. Whis and Beerus followed suit, addressing the king. Indeed. The king nodded in acknowledgement. Kampa and Beerus lifted their heads, and Beerus inquired, Your Majesty, is your health well? Indeed. The king replied, nodding once more. Chapter 105, The Conclusion of the Competition. Lord Zeno, may I inquire about the purpose of your unexpected visit? Kampa asked cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, Zeno replied, Actually, it's nothing significant. I merely came to observe your match, and to remind you both to never neglect the responsibilities of a destroyer. Indeed. Both beings lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Lord Zeno, I must inform you that compared to destruction, Lord Kampa is far more enamored with gourmet cuisine. Just look at him now. He has even let his physique go, and he has the audacity to complain about the diet meals I prepare for him. At that moment, Beerus, who stood nearby, chimed in, Lord Zeno, it is the same for Lord Beerus. His days are filled with eating and sleeping. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Beerus's forehead. Oh, is that so? Perhaps we should consider replacing a destroyer? Lord Zeno. Both beings were immediately drenched in a cold sweat. I'm just jesting. With that, they both exhaled in relief. I found your match quite entertaining. Why not host another? Absolutely. Before they could respond, Goku, still on the competition stage, approached eagerly. The two guards of Zeno quickly stepped forward to obstruct him. Is that not permissible? The guards shook their heads. At that moment, Zeno turned to Goku. Who are you? Lord Zeno, my name is Goku. Step aside, you two. Zeno commanded the guards. Hesitantly, they exchanged glances with the Grand Priest. Do you wish to be eliminated? At this, the guards quickly stepped aside. Goku approached Zeno. Greetings. Zeno extended his right hand, and Goku promptly grasped it, lifting it slightly. See, no harm done. Zeno then soared upwards before gently descending back to the ground. The old Kai and others looked on with concern, having never witnessed a human so close to Zeno. After Zeno spoke, he released Goku's hand. Goku, do you also find my suggestion agreeable? Yes, Lord Zeno. Goku nodded in affirmation. Goku. Beerus, observing from the side, clenched his teeth in frustration. Unaware of the peril he was in, Goku continued to smile at Zeno. Then let us summon all the universes and organize such a competition. Yes. Kampa and Beerus bowed their heads, although they were reluctant to participate. They dared not defy Zeno's command. Lord Zeno, is there anything else you wish to convey? The Grand Priest inquired. You two must diligently fulfill your duties. Zeno admonished Kampa and Beerus. Understood. The Grand Priest then suggested, shall we return, Lord Zeno? Zeno nodded slightly. In response, the Grand Priest pointed his staff at the ground, and they vanished. Upon Zeno's departure, Beerus and the others sighed in relief, while Whis and Beerus couldn't help but chuckle. Reg then descended from the audience. Kampa, I believe I won this match, did I not? Kampa scoffed. You may have won, but the Super Dragon Balls belong to you. Come, Beerus, we shall take our leave. As he spoke, Kampa flew towards the audience of Universe 6. Yes, Lord Kampa. Beerus followed suit. Consider yourselves fortunate. This match was merely practice. When the next competition arises, do not let me down. Understood. Kampa instructed Beerus to retrieve the travel cube and lead Hit and the others away. Once Kampa departed, Whis immediately approached Reg. Reg, what wish do you intend to make? I wish for Earth to possess cosmic-level defenses. Cosmic-level defenses for Earth? Its defenses are so weak that even Frieza could destroy it without effort. I understand. Whis promptly produced the travel cube. Goku and the others stepped onto the travel cube. With a wave of his staff, Whis manipulated the travel cube, ascending into the sky. As they departed from the desolate planet, Goku and his companions soon spotted 7 golden Super Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet. Reg relayed his wish to Whis. Arise, Dragon of the Gods, and grant my wish. Whis then spoke the divine words. With a whoosh, the 7 Super Dragon Balls transformed into an enormous Super Dragon. This is the Super Dragon. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the magnificent entity before them. Seeing this, Whis conveyed Reg's wish to the Super Dragon. With a flash of its crimson eyes, the Super Dragon fulfilled Reg's desire. Once the wish was granted, the Super Dragon reverted to the Super Dragon Balls and dispersed towards Universes 6 and 7. Let us return. Reg instantaneously transported everyone back to Earth. We're back. Krillin sighed as he stepped down from the travel cube. Once everyone had disembarked, Broly cast a reluctant glance at the group. With the competition concluded, he was to return and depart with his father, Paragus, from planet Vampa. Paragus held deep-seated grudges from the past. Should he leave planet Vampa, he and Goku would inevitably become adversaries. What troubles you, Broly? Goku approached, noticing Broly's unusual demeanor. Nothing. I just feel I couldn't assist you all. It's all right. Broly, if it weren't for Vegeta's sudden surge in power, I might not have been able to defeat it. Broly nodded slightly. In Reg's original plan, Broly was intended as a final trump card. However, Reg had not anticipated Goku and Vegeta's extraordinary prowess, allowing him to forego using that card. By the way, Reg, since we triumphed in this competition, shall we host a celebratory feast? At that moment, Beerus proposed. Certainly. Thus, they all proceeded to Bulma's home to celebrate their victory. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Reg took Broly to planet Vampa. "Broly, you have returned," Paragus exclaimed with evident joy upon seeing Broly. Broly nodded slightly. "Did you win the competition?" Broly shook his head. "No." Paragus, incredulous, could hardly believe there existed an opponent that Broly could not defeat. Could it be a destroyer? Chapter 106. The Destruction God Communication Conference. Before Paragus could ponder further, Reg's voice resonated beside him. "I will take you away." Upon hearing this, Broly immediately grasped his father with his right hand while placing his left hand on Reg's shoulder. In an instant, Reg teleported them to a planet under Frieza's dominion. "Where is this?" Paragus inquired, surveying his surroundings. "This is a planet owned by Frieza. The planet of Lord Frieza." Paragus was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Reg would bring him here. Reg nodded in acknowledgement. Ever since Frieza's demise, his army has scattered like loose sand, losing considerable territory over the decades. If you wish to align with Frieza's forces, their base lies ahead. "Decades? Have you been battling Frieza for all these years?" Paragus exclaimed in astonishment. Reg nodded. In fact, not long ago, he was resurrected once, but he insisted on seeking revenge on Goku on Earth, which led to his ultimate destruction. Resurrected? Reg, weary of further discussion, bid farewell to Broly and departed from the planet. "What on earth is happening, Broly?" Paragus queried. Broly promptly recounted the events of the past week to Paragus. Destruction gods and the Omni King? Paragus's face was a mask of shock. Meanwhile, after leaving Frieza's planet, Reg arrived in the Dragon Realm. Reg. Saras, seated on a patch of grass, immediately approached him. Reg acknowledged her with a nod. "Reg, who won the match between you and Kappa? What do you think?" Reg replied, scratching his nose. "Reg, may I ask you a question?" "What question?" "In your heart, how do you perceive me?" Reg contemplated before answering. "A good person." "And? That's it? Is it just that?" "Indeed." Saras felt a tinge of disappointment at his response. "Then Reg, if I were to confess my feelings for you, would you be with me?" Reg cast a glance at Saras, realizing her sudden closeness had ulterior motives. "No." Reg pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Why? I already have a wife. I could be a mistress." Reg, intending to regard her as a respected elder, was interrupted as Dragon God Sarama suddenly appeared. "Father." "Saras, you heard his answer." Saras remained silent, and Sarama turned to Reg, initially expecting him to accept Saras's feelings, but was surprised by his rejection. Yet, this was preferable. It spared him from further complications. He was, after all, Dragon God Sarama. Seeing Sarama's gaze, Reg thought to himself. This was the first time he had encountered Dragon God Sarama during his time in the Dragon Realm. He then bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Dragon God Sarama." In the world of Dragon Balls, strength reigns supreme, and Reg could not fathom Sarama's power, better not to offend him. Sarama nodded and departed with Saras. From ancient times? Unrequited love breeds endless sorrow, Reg reflected, recalling a poem from the Hong Kong version of Zhubeiji. He had not expected Saras to confess her feelings before his arrival. As time swiftly passed, a week had gone by. Ever since Saras's confession, Reg had not returned to the Dragon Realm, choosing instead to remain on Earth. In the 7th universe, within the realm of destruction, Beerus was fast asleep in his chamber when Whis entered. "Lord Beerus, wake up. Don't disturb me. I haven't slept enough." "Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa just sent word that a Destruction God Communication Conference is to be held." A Destruction God Communication Conference. Beerus instantly awoke. The Destruction God Communication Conference was proposed by the Destruction God of Universe 1, E1, akin to a gathering among mortals. The last such event was held over 1,000 years ago. "Yes, I recall the last conference was over 1,000 years ago. Why so soon again?" "I do not know," Whis replied, shaking his head. "Such conferences are usually initiated by a particular destruction god. When will this conference take place?" "Lord Kampa said it will be tomorrow." Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Whis, do you think this conference was proposed by that fool Kampa?" "Quite possibly. By the way, Lord Beerus, it seems you lost in arm wrestling to Lord Katra at the last conference." Beerus snorted disdainfully. "I was merely careless then, this time. I shall not be bested by him." "Is that so?" Whis chuckled softly. In the afternoon, Goku and Vegeta, training in the God of Destruction realm, learned of the upcoming conference. "Whis, what is the Destruction God Communication Conference?" "It is a gathering held by the Destruction Gods, where all 12 universes convene for archery, wrestling, and arm wrestling competitions. Can Vegeta and I attend?" Whis shook his head. This is a gathering for destruction gods. Unless one of you is willing to become a candidate for the role, Lord Beerus can take you. Then forget it, Goku replied, shaking his head. The following morning. After breakfast, Beerus left the realm of destruction with Whis, heading to the venue of the conference. After an indeterminate flight, they arrived at a massive stone. Situated in the graveyard of 6 universes once eradicated by the Omni King. The cosmic space here was vast, allowing destruction gods to battle without affecting their respective universes. Upon landing, they were approached by a yellow-green-skinned mouse accompanied by an angel. This was Katra, who had previously triumphed over Beerus at the last conference. And the angel following him was the angel from Universe 4, Konik. Lord Katra, Lord Beerus. Whis and Konik greeted their respective destruction gods simultaneously. Katra. Beerus grunted disdainfully. The two had always been at odds, and Quitra's sudden greeting was undoubtedly aimed at addressing their past encounter. Anticipating this, Beerus did not wait for Katra to continue and proceeded forward with Whis. Chapter 107. The archery contest. After walking for a while, Beerus encountered Kampa. Kampa. Beerus. Tell me, did you spearhead this exchange conference? Kampa let out a cold snort in response. What of it? I shall ensure you finish last in every competition. With that, Beerus strode ahead with Whis and seated himself beside a stone chair. After a considerable time, the destroyers from the 12 universes gathered. A short, heavily furred destroyer stood to preside over the proceedings. He was Ewan, the destroyer of Universe 1. Esteemed colleagues, it has been over 1,000 years since our last gathering. I extend my gratitude to all the destroyers for their attendance. As per tradition, we shall engage in archery, wrestling, and arm wrestling. How dull. Yet again. The same 3 events, remarked a gaunt, yellow-skinned destroyer with a rather fearsome appearance. This destroyer, known as Yarrick, hailed from Universe 5. Upon hearing his words, Ewan turned his gaze towards Yarrick. Yarrick, what would you propose to make it more interesting? Let us add another event. Yarrick suggested, raising a finger. And what event do you have in mind? Flying. Ewan glanced at Beerus and the others. What do you think, Beerus? I have no objections. Neither do I. Except for Quitella and the destroyer of Universe 10, Ramushi, who voiced their dissent, the majority of destroyers showed no objections. Thus, it was decided that an additional flying event would be incorporated into this exchange conference. Now, let us commence with the first event, archery. Those wishing to participate should inform my attendant, Awamo. Upon Ewan's declaration, a dark-skinned female destroyer wearing an ancient Egyptian-style headdress approached Awamo. Her name was Hellas, the destroyer of Universe 2, and the only female among them. Awamo, I wish to enter the archery contest. Very well. Awamo nodded. Just then, a fox-like destroyer, covered in yellow fur and sporting 3 tails, approached. His name was Leger, the destroyer of Universe 8. Awamo, I wish to register for the archery contest. Good. Awamo replied, retrieving bows and arrows for the 2. Shortly after, a fish-like destroyer arrived. This destroyer was named Jean, the destroyer of Universe 12. Awamo, I also wish to participate. Certainly. Lord Jean, Awamo said, producing another bow and arrow for him. After this, no other destroyers expressed interest in competing. The 3 participants took to the cosmos, soaring thousands of meters into space. Their target for this contest was Sidra, the destroyer of Universe 9, who stood above Beerus and the others, surrounded by a barrier of energy. Hellas and her companions had to strike Sidra's barrier to emerge victorious. As the moving target, Sidra could evade as the arrows were launched, adding a layer of difficulty to the contest. Shall we begin, esteemed lords? Awamo inquired, glancing at the 3. They simultaneously nodded in agreement. Who will go first? Upon hearing this, Jean stepped forward. Then let Lord Jean take the lead. You have 3 arrows to shoot. Jean nodded slightly, grasping the bow with his left hand and knocking an arrow. He aimed at Sidra before releasing the arrow with force. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards Sidra. Sidra, however, deftly dodged the shot. In quick succession, Jean released 2 more arrows, but Sidra managed to evade them as well. Frustrated, Jean clenched his teeth and returned the bow to Awamo. Hellas then stepped forward, gripping her bow with her left hand and an arrow with her right. She aimed at Sidra and shot. Sidra, noticing the incoming arrow, shifted to the left to avoid it. Hellas narrowed her eyes and loosed a second arrow, this one significantly faster than the first. Sidra, caught off guard by Hellas' previous slow shot, found himself scrambling to evade the second arrow, just as Sidra completed his dodge. Hellas fired her third arrow, which was swifter than the previous 2. The arrow struck Sidra's barrier, shattering it like a spider's web. Lord Hellas, you have hit the target. Hellas, upon hearing this, strutted away with pride. Next, Rege, the final competitor, approached. Sidra prepared another barrier. Rege grasped his bow, aligning 3 arrows on the string. With a swift release, he shot all 3 arrows, effectively flanking Sidra. Sidra dove downwards to evade the onslaught. Thus, Hellas emerged victorious in the first contest. Rege let out a cold snort and returned the bow to Awamo. As the first contest concluded, Awamo announced, "Now we shall proceed to the second contest, wrestling. Those wishing to participate may register with me." Kampa turned to Beerus with a smile. "Beerus, shall we engage in wrestling?" "I'm not interested." Beerus responded with a yawn. "What? Kampa, do you wish to partake in the wrestling contest?" "Indeed. Is that a problem?" "Not at all. If you wish to compete, then by all means." Kampa snorted and approached Awamo. "Awamo, I wish to enter the wrestling contest." "Very well, Lord Kampa." Following this, Mosca from Universe 3 and Ramushi from Universe 10 also signed up for the wrestling contest. With only 3 participants, for fairness, the destroyer who lost the first match would have to compete against the remaining destroyer to deplete some of the opponent's stamina. The order of the matches was determined by a draw, with Mosca and Ramushi drawing numbers 1 and 2 for the first wrestling match. "May I invite Lord Mosca and Lord Ramushi to commence the first match?" Awamo announced, glancing at the drawn numbers. "Very well." The two nodded in agreement and stepped into the 9-meter diameter circle to begin the wrestling contest. Chapter 108. A new landscape in the Dragon Ball world as the fierce competition unfolded among Kampa and his companions in a vast and boundless expanse of spacetime. A man with bluish-green skin and a shock of upright white hair floated in a scarlet-hued realm, his eyes firmly shut. Surrounding him were numerous stone clocks of various sizes. Suddenly, the hands of all the clocks froze at the 12 o'clock mark. In an instant, the stone clocks transformed into a beam of white light and merged into the man's body. Time slipped away, and at last, the slumbering figure slowly opened his eyes. The moment his gaze met the world, time itself across all spacetime came to a standstill. Only when he fully opened his eyes did the flow of time gradually return to its normal course. This man was named Zeno, a celestial being known as a time angel, born at the inception of the Dragon Ball universe. His primary duty was to assist the god of destruction in maintaining the order of spacetime for billions of years. Due to the limited nature of spacetime in the Dragon Ball universe, he remained in a dormant state. However, with the advent of time machines and the ability of malevolent beings to traverse spacetime at will, the fabric of time had become overly complex, awakening him from his slumber. Yet, the time angel lacked the direct power to erase excess spacetime. Thus, he must seek a suitable candidate among all timelines to become the next god of destruction. In the main timeline, within the Grand King's palace, the Grand Priest held his staff, gazing profoundly into the distance. The recent stillness of time across the universe had not gone unnoticed by him and the other angels. "What has transpired?" inquired the Grand King, perched upon his throne. "He has awakened," responded the Grand Priest. "Who?" asked the Grand King, intrigued. "The Time Angel." As the Grand Priest spoke, he was reminded of Reg. He had previously pondered why the dragon god, Salama, sought to ally with a mortal. Now, the reason was clear. Thankfully, the contest for the god of destruction had yet to commence. With this thought, he promptly used his staff to contact Whis. In the arena of the god of destruction exchange tournament, Mosco and Ramses gripped each other's hands, exerting force against one another. "Go, Lord Mosco! Go, Lord Ramses!" cheered the angels Kambili and Kiers from Universe 3, each supporting their respective gods of destruction. "Lord Beerus, who do you think will prevail?" Whis asked as he observed the wrestling match. "Ramses, as he won last time, didn't he?" Just as he finished speaking, the staff in Whis's hands suddenly glowed. Upon noticing, Whis checked the staff, receiving a message. "Father," nodded the Grand Priest. "Whis, where are you now?" "I am currently participating in the God of Destruction exchange tournament with Lord Beerus." "Indeed. Whis, you must have sensed it just now." Whis nodded. "Father, what has occurred?" "The Time Angel has awakened." "The Time Angel?" The sensitive ears of the angels nearby perked up, as they too had sensed the recent anomalies in spacetime. He is the angel responsible for maintaining the order of spacetime. An angel tasked with preserving spacetime order? If there are no issues, he would remain in slumber. His awakening signifies a disturbance. Should he awaken, he will seek a suitable candidate to become the next god of destruction, erasing the excess timelines. Erasing timelines. The angel's expressions changed dramatically. The wrestling match was abruptly halted as Ramses and Mosco processed this revelation. "Father, why have you summoned me?" You have a decent rapport with Reg, correct? Somewhat, Whis replied thoughtfully. What is it, father? Reg. Kampa, standing nearby, turned pale. He realized he had previously offended Reg on multiple occasions, and Reg was very likely among the candidates for the God of Destruction. Father. Do you mean for me to ally with him? Indeed. The Grand Priest nodded, although uncertain whether Reg would ultimately ascend to the role of God of Destruction. It was worth the gamble. If Reg were to become the God of Destruction, their timeline's favorable relationship with him would likely spare them from erasure. While Reg currently resided in their timeline and had emotional ties, it was uncertain how he would feel after a century when his mortal friends had passed. Hence, it would be prudent for the divine beings to foster a good relationship with him. I understand. The Grand Priest concluded the communication. Was turned to face the approaching gods of destruction. The angels promptly dispersed. Kampa remained in a state of inner turmoil. Although Reg might not necessarily become the god of destruction, if he did, Kampa's fate would be sealed. With this in mind, Kampa turned to the nearby Beerus. Beerus, do you think Reg will hold a grudge for my past offenses? I think he likely would. Beerus replied with a smile. Beerus, I'm serious. You jest. I am quite serious. Meanwhile, Ramses and Moscow resumed their match. They were merely minor gods of destruction. Matters of erasing timelines were beyond their influence. Boom. As they contemplated this, a surge of purple energy erupted from their bodies. Crash. The ground beneath them buckled under the weight of their aura. In the next moment, they charged towards each other. Bang. Their hands locked in a fierce struggle. Bang. After a brief stalemate, Ramses ensnared Moscow with his trunk. Seeing this, Moscow exerted his strength and broke free, attempting to pry open Ramses' hold. At that moment, Ramses seized Moscow's body, lifting him effortlessly and tossing him outward. Due to the prohibition against flight techniques in the wrestling match, Moscow plummeted outside the ring. Lord Ramses wins. Next, Kampa will face Lord Moscow. In Universe 7, on Earth. Salus hurried to inform Reg of Jeaner's awakening. The Time Angel? So your initial approach towards me was Salus silently nodded in response. Why do you tell me this? The competition for the God of Destruction is fierce, and it could even be life-threatening. I wish for you to prepare adequately. How many individuals are likely to contest for the title of God of Destruction? I do not know, as there has never been a God of Destruction in space-time before. Chapter 109. The arm wrestling contest. When does the competition commence? I do not know. Sarath shook her head once more upon hearing this. Then why do you believe I will be chosen by the Time Angel to compete for the title of Time Destroyer? Destiny. Destiny. You possess an extraordinary aura of fortune. Reg thought for a moment and remarked. Thank you, Sarath. Were it not for you, my strength would not have reached such heights. Is that all the gratitude you offer? Reg cast a glance at Sarath. Despite being 70 million years old, Sarath appeared to be merely in her 20s. Well, let us discuss everything once the contest for the Time Destroyer concludes. Sarath smiled and raised her head. Meanwhile, after a fierce battle, Xiangpa finally triumphed over Moscow. And he was now resting, preparing for the decisive contest against Lam-Z. After a few minutes of recuperation, Xiangpa felt ready and dashed into the wrestling ring to face Lam-Z. Since Lord Xiangpa has finished resting, let the match begin. Upon Avamo's declaration, Xiangpa lunged forward, their hands clasped tightly together. Boom. The freshly repaired ground beneath them trembled and began to crumble once more. Go, Lord Xiangpa. Go, Lord Lam-Z. Buddhas and Kes cheered for their respective destroyers. With renewed vigor, both competitors exerted their strength, causing the already unstable ground to sink even deeper. At that moment, all the destroyers turned their gazes towards the two. Suddenly, Lam-Z employed the same tactic as before, ensnaring Xiangpa with his trunk. What? Xiangpa's expression shifted in surprise as he unleashed a terrifying wave of destructive energy. Yet his grip remained steadfast, unlike Moscow's. Observing this, Lam-Z forcefully flicked his trunk upward, but Xiangpa stood his ground, firmly planted. Cursed. Lam-Z growled in frustration. Pressing down with all his might, Xiangpa, undeterred, summoned his full strength. Whoosh. After a tense standoff, both released their grip, panting heavily. As their breathing steadied, Lam-Z swung his trunk upward, attempting to fling Xiangpa out of the ring. Anticipating this move, Xiangpa swiftly grasped Lam-Z's trunk as it surged forward. Lam-Z responded by placing his hands on Xiangpa's shoulders, trying to pin him down. Cursed. Xiangpa clenched his teeth and suddenly relinquished his grip on the trunk, instead wrapping his arms around Lam-Z's body. What? Lam-Z gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Xiangpa roared, channeling all his strength to propel Lam-Z out of the ring. Lord Xiangpa wins. Avamo announced immediately. Congratulations, Lord Xiangpa, for winning this wrestling match. Buddhas quickly handed him a cool towel. Xiangpa sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his brow with the towel, and smiled at Beerus. Beerus, shortly, it will be the arm wrestling contest. You wouldn't dare lose to Kadra again. Would you? Beerus scoffed. I only lost last time due to carelessness. Is that so? Xiangpa chuckled. Since you mock me, why not join the arm wrestling contest as well? Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's expression shifted. I have just participated in a wrestling match, and my energy is greatly depleted. Perhaps next time. Beerus cast a cold glance before taking Whis to register for the arm wrestling contest. For destroyers participated in the arm wrestling competition, besides Beerus and Kadra, Wimed and Arak also joined. The first match featured Wimed facing Arak. The arm wrestling table was a large, square stone, as ordinary tables could not withstand their immense power. Lords Wimed and Arak. You may commence the contest. After taking their positions by the stone, Avamo addressed them. The moment their right hands met on the table, Avamo immediately declared the match officially begun. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of destructive energy emanated from both competitors, radiating outward and causing the entire venue of the Destroyer Exchange Conference to tremble. Both were fully focused on overpowering the other. Go, Lord Wimed. Go, Lord Arak. Their angels cheered them on. Suddenly, Arak gained the upper hand, pushing Wimed's right hand back. Bang! The stone beneath Wimed's hand immediately caved in from the pressure. Yet, in the next instant, Wimed exerted his strength, reversing the pressure back onto Arak. Arak gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain equilibrium. After a prolonged standoff, Arak could no longer endure and was pinned down by Wimed onto the stone. Lord Wimed wins, Avamo declared promptly. Following his announcement, he used his staff to restore the stone to its original state. Observing this, Beerus and Katra positioned themselves before the stone, their eyes locked onto one another. Then, with their right hands placed on the stone, they clasped tightly. The second arm wrestling match is now officially underway. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a terrifying wave of destructive energy radiated from Beerus and Katra, shaking the venue once again. Both competitors pressed down with all their might. Cursed! I cannot afford to lose this time. Otherwise, that Xiangpa fellow will surely laugh at my expense. As the match progressed, Beerus thought to himself, Go, Lord Beerus. Go, Katra. Their angels fervently cheered for them. Moments later, Beerus pushed Quitra's right hand back. Bang! The stone beneath Quitra's hand immediately dented. Cursed! Katra gritted his teeth, forcing their hands back to a neutral position. Thus, after an extended stalemate, both competitors' faces turned crimson from exertion. Ultimately, Katra, overwhelmed by fatigue, was pinned down by Beerus onto the stone. Lord Beerus wins. Avamo announced the outcome promptly. Upon witnessing his victory, a radiant smile broke across Beerus's face, while Katra, visibly displeased, retreated to a distance. After a brief respite, Beerus faced Wimed in the first contest of arm wrestling. Their strengths were evenly matched, but ultimately, Beerus emerged victorious, claiming first place. Originally, the Destroyer Exchange Conference was to conclude here, but due to Arak's suggestion, an additional contest for flight speed was added. Chapter 110, The Arrival of Jean Air. Due to the novelty of the project, there were very few destroyers participating, with only E1 signing up alongside Arak, who had suggested the flying speed competition. Upon noticing that E1 was the only other participant, Arak felt a sense of disappointment. Why is no one else joining this competition? It's pointless. I don't want to participate. Arak gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the only non-participant, Sidra. Since they are not participating, you should. Me? Sidra looked bewildered. Yes. Aren't you not competing? Sidra was left speechless. Although he had served as a moving target in the archery contest, he indeed hadn't entered any competition. Well, fine. After a moment of contemplation, Sidra agreed. The three then moved to a location several 100,000 meters away from the gathering of the destroyers. Are you all ready, esteemed ones? Avamo inquired, observing the trio. They nodded in affirmation. Very well, when I blow the whistle, you shall soar forward. They nodded once more. Avamo produced a whistle and blew it with great force. With a resounding blast, the three transformed into streaks of purple light, propelling themselves forward. In mere seconds, they nearly simultaneously reached the finish line. Though nearly simultaneous, E1 was 0.1 seconds faster than Arak. E1 takes first place, while Arak and Sidra tie for second. I actually secured first. E1 chuckled upon hearing this. It seems we can introduce a flying competition in the next destroyer gathering. Damn it. Arak clenched his teeth upon hearing this. The flying competition was his idea. and he had intended to claim first place, only to have it snatched away by Ewan. Ewan then flew to the venue of the Destroyer Gathering. This Destroyer Gathering has concluded successfully. I thank you all for your participation. Upon hearing this, Beerus and the others took their leave. In the Dragon Ball universe, the second dimension exists as a parallel universe. In this reality, the Saiyan Goku did not fall from the cliff, leading not only to the destruction of Earth but also to becoming a subordinate of Vegeta. In the second dimension of Universe 7, an angel wielding a staff flew through the cosmos. This angel was none other than the awakened Jin-Air. Moments later, Jin-Air descended upon the planet Wanpa. Through his staff, he located the father-son duo, Broly and Paragus, residing on this planet. As it was their first encounter, Paragus, unsure of Jin-Air's identity, grew wary. Who are you? My name is Jin-Air, and I am a time angel. Time angel? Jin-Air nodded. I am here to find your son, Broly. Broly. Paragus glanced at Broly. Your son possesses the potential to become a time destroyer. I wonder if you would be willing to accept this role. Time destroyer? Paragus immediately thought of Destroyer Beerus. Could Broly actually become a destroyer? Not just any destroyer, but a time destroyer. Jin-Air corrected him. What is a time destroyer? A destroyer responsible for managing the fabric of time. If Broly were to become a time destroyer, could you take us away from here? Certainly. Then Broly, you should agree. But what? Although Broly possesses immense potential, he merely has the qualification to vie for the title of Time Destroyer. Whether he can attain it will depend on his strength. All right, can you take us away now? Jin-Air nodded, pointing his staff toward the ground, and in an instant, the three vanished, reappearing on a planet inhabited by fishmen. Where is this? Paragus surveyed the surroundings. This is Lam-Z. The competition for the Time Destroyer has not yet commenced. I shall return to find you the day before the contest. With that, Jin-Air disappeared from Lam-Z. Moving on to the next timeline. In the main timeline, Universe 6, Kampa pondered over the words of the Grand Minister after returning from the Destroyer Gathering. Bardos, do you think if Rege were to become a Time Destroyer, he would seek vengeance against me? Vengeance for what? Bardos chuckled. You seem to have forgotten the Super Dragon Balls incident. I doubt it. Why? Whether it be the Super Dragon Balls or the competition, it appears that you, Lord Kampa, were the one who ultimately suffered. Kampa clenched his teeth upon hearing this. While reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. If you were truly concerned, why not bring a gift as an apology? What gift? That I do not know. The next morning, after breakfast, Rege went to train in the mountains. When suddenly a radiant light descended from the heavens. As the glow faded, a figure gradually became visible. It was Jin-Air. Who are you? Hello, my name is Jin-Air. A time angel. Time angel. Yes, I have come to ask if you wish to become a time destroyer. What is a time destroyer? Although Rege had heard of the time destroyer from Salus, he was oblivious to its responsibilities. The time destroyer is a deity that maintains the order of time and is the sovereign of all timelines. The sovereign of all timelines. Rege was taken aback. Do you wish to become a time destroyer? After a moment of contemplation, Rege nodded. Very well, when the competition for the time destroyer commences, I shall return to find you. Competition for the time destroyer? Indeed, you are not the first candidate I have sought. There are many timelines, and I must select the most suitable candidates for the role of time destroyer. I see. After saying this, Jin-Air pointed his staff at the ground and vanished from Earth. In the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Minister had just witnessed Jin-Air visiting Rege through his staff. What do you think? The Omni King inquired, seated upon his throne. In response to your majesty, it is indeed a representative from our timeline. What do you plan to do? I wish to teach him the Ultra Instinct technique. In West City, Bulma's residents, Trunks and Goten were playing in the backyard when suddenly a time machine appeared in the sky and plummeted down. Seeing this, Trunks and the others approached with curiosity. Chapter 111. Black Goku's son Goten inquired, Trunks, what is this? I don't know. I have never seen it before either. As soon as the words left his lips, the glass of the time machine opened, and a man strikingly similar to Trunks crawled out. This man was, in fact, Future Trunks. The group was startled. At that moment, Future Trunks suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Trunks, what happened to him? Son Goten asked. I don't know. I'll call Mom to come take a look. A short while later, Bulma arrived and gazed at the grown-up Trunks. Isn't this Trunks? She exclaimed, instructing them to help lift Future Trunks onto the balcony of their second floor before calling Sapali to contact Reg. Since Reg was training in the mountains, Sapali used instant transmission to locate him and brought him to Bulma's home. Upon seeing Reg's arrival, Bulma quickly led him to the balcony. Reg. Upon observing future Trunks lying on the ground, immediately used his staff to heal his injuries. Is he all right? Reg nodded. As soon as the words were spoken, future Trunks opened his eyes to see Bulma and Reg. Mom, Dad, Uncle. Due to the long separation, future Trunks nearly mistook Reg for Vegeta, but quickly corrected himself. Bulma nodded and asked, what on earth happened to you? How did you get hurt like this? Where are Dad and the others? Vegeta and the others are training with Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus? Bulma sighed. It's too complicated to explain right now. You should tell us what happened in the future. Future Trunks nodded. After I returned and eliminated Cell, the Earth enjoyed a brief period of peace. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Kai sought my assistance to prevent the resurrection of Majin Buu. Following his instructions, I successfully defeated Dabura, the king of the demon realm, who was under Babidi-S control, thus preventing Majin Buu's revival. Wait, I know of Majin Buu, but who are Babidi and Dabura? Bulma asked. Don't you know? Future Trunks gazed at Bulma in disbelief. At this moment, Reg interjected. The Supreme Kai once secretly approached me, requesting assistance to stop Majin Buu's resurrection. They were too weak. So I didn't mention it to you. Too weak. Future Trunks was taken aback. In his timeline, he had fought a fierce battle against Dabura, and hearing Reg's remark instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Uncle, to what extent has your power reached? I'm not entirely sure, but I believe I'm at least at the level of the first or second strongest in the universe. First or second strongest? Future Trunks was astounded. Just then, Bulma chimed in, your uncle has even fought against the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction? Who is that, Mom? The God of Destruction is responsible for the annihilation of planets in the universe. I heard from Whis that the power of the gods of destruction is generally at the pinnacle. That impressive. Indeed. So what happened next with Trunks? After I prevented Majin Buu's resurrection, Earth again experienced a fleeting peace. However, not long ago, a man who looked exactly like Uncle Goku appeared and began slaughtering humanity. Because he wore a black martial arts uniform, I referred to him as Black Goku. Black Goku. Exactly. To stop him from continuing his massacre, I engaged him in battle. But his strength was overwhelming. I was no match for him. Subsequently, I was gravely injured and used the time machine to escape here. I see. Future Trunks turned to Reg and asked, Uncle, can you accompany me to the future to help us eliminate Black Goku? Reg chuckled. Why not ask your father for help? Isn't you stronger? With a smile, Reg instantly transported himself to the God of Destruction realm. Reg. Upon noticing him, Son Goku immediately ceased his training. Reg nodded. Why have you come so suddenly? Future Trunks has arrived. Trunks, you mean the one who defeated Frieza? Reg nodded. At that moment, Vegeta, who was still training, approached. What brings Trunks here? Some events have transpired in the future. I will explain everything when we return. All right, Son Goku said, bidding farewell to Whis from a distance. Placing his right hand on Reg's shoulder, Vegeta did the same. With a whoosh, Reg transported them back to Bulma's home. Uncle Goku, Dad. Future Trunks greeted them. Son Goku nodded. Trunks, what happened? Why did you come here? Future Trunks promptly recounted his tale. Black Goku. Upon hearing this, a spark of battle spirit ignited within Son Goku. Well then, Dad and Uncle, can you accompany me to the future to help us eliminate Black Goku? Vegeta's expression turned icy at those words. He stepped forward, seizing Future Trunks' clothing in anger. Is this how a warrior race like the Saiyans behaves? But, bang. Before Future Trunks could finish his sentence, Vegeta forcefully tossed him to the ground. I will help you train. Though reluctant, Future Trunks nodded. Reg looked over at Bulma and said, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Bulma nodded in response. With a whoosh, Reg vanished using instant transmission. After Reg departed, Vegeta immediately took Future Trunks to his gravity chamber for training. Meanwhile, Reg resumed his training in the mountains, determined to enhance his strength, uncertain of when the conflict for the destruction of timelines would commence. After half an hour of training, the East Kai suddenly appeared in the sky and swiftly flew to stand before Reg. Chapter 112. The Grand Priest imparts the ultimate technique of Reg. Supreme Kai of the East Supreme Kai nodded. Grand Priest, I have come to seek your audience. Grand Priest? Indeed. He requested me to bring you to him. But why does he seek me? That. I am not certain. Is that so? The East Supreme Kai nodded thoughtfully. Reg, if there is nothing else, please accompany me to meet the Grand Priest. Very well. The East Supreme Kai immediately teleported to Reg's side and, in an instant, transported Reg to the exterior of a magnificent palace. This palace belonged to the Omni King. At that moment, the Grand Priest stood outside the Omni King's palace, awaiting their arrival. Shortly thereafter, the two approached the Grand Priest. The East Supreme Kai bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Priest. Greetings, Grand Priest. Reg echoed. The Grand Priest nodded. Reg, you must have met Lord Zeno by now? I have. Did Lord Zeno reveal everything to you? The Grand Priest continued. Yes. Reg confirmed with a nod. Do you aspire to become the god of destruction of time? I do. The god of destruction of time? The East Supreme Kai interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. What exactly does that entail? The sovereign of all timelines. What? The East Supreme Kai gasped in astonishment. Reg could actually become the ruler of all timelines. Follow me. The Grand Priest instructed Reg. Reg nodded in compliance. You need not accompany us. Remain here and wait. Upon hearing this, the East Supreme Kai halted. Upon entering the palace, which was enveloped in a soft, luminous haze, Reg walked for some time until he beheld the glistening, translucent floor and intricately carved golden pillars reminiscent of a celestial realm. At that moment, Reg noticed the Omni King seated upon his throne, flanked by two guardians. Lord Omni King. Reg greeted him. The Omni King nodded. You are Reg, correct? Reg affirmed with a nod. Seeing this, the Omni King descended from his throne, approached Reg, and clasped his hand. Reg, I have heard from the Grand Priest that you intend to participate in the contest for the God of Destruction of Time. You must give it your all. Thank you. Lord Omni King. The Grand Priest then stepped forward. Reg, since you represent our timeline in this contest, I intend to aid you in enhancing your strength. Enhancing my strength? Indeed. I am prepared to impart to you the ultimate technique of freedom. The ultimate technique of freedom. Reg exclaimed, astonished. The Grand Priest nodded. The ultimate technique of freedom. Taught to me by Salus has eluded my comprehension until now. Reg responded, but I have struggled to grasp it. The Grand Priest chuckled. The ultimate technique of freedom is also graded in levels. Levels? Currently, among the 12 universe angels, the majority reside within the first level, while a select few have ascended to the second level. And you? Reg inquired. I am at the third level of the ultimate technique of freedom. Salus, as you mentioned, has only attained the first level. Only the first level? The Grand Priest nodded. Follow me. Very well. Reg replied, promptly following the Grand Priest. At that moment, the Grand Priest's staff pointed to the ground, causing the earth beneath them to sink, transporting them to a vast arena. Where is this? This is the training ground for the Omni King's guards. The guards of the Omni King. The Grand Priest nodded. I shall serve as your sparring partner. Whether or not you can comprehend the ultimate technique of freedom will depend on your own efforts. I will do my utmost to guide you. Understood. Reg nodded. Now, unleash your strongest form against me, but do not use the ultimate technique of self. Very well. Reg responded, clenching his fists tightly. With an overwhelming aura, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The Grand Priest's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Reg's fists tightened, and his energy surged dramatically. Boom. With an even more formidable aura, Reg ascended to Super Saiyan 5. Is this your utmost power? The Grand Priest inquired. Reg nodded affirmatively. Then attack. Upon hearing this, Reg transformed into a blinding flash, appearing instantaneously before the Grand Priest, launching a powerful strike. The Grand Priest deftly sidestepped Reg's attack. In response, Reg unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, yet no matter how he struck, he could never connect with the Grand Priest. At times, one need not rely solely on sight to attack. One can also perceive through the body. At that moment, the Grand Priest's voice resonated. With the body. Indeed. To comprehend the ultimate technique of freedom, you must learn to sense impending danger with your body. Reg contemplated this insight. He then charged at the Grand Priest once more. Since the ultimate technique of freedom is an innate skill, the best way for him to grasp it was through bodily awareness. Thus, the two engaged in combat for an indeterminate duration, with Reg continually unable to touch the Grand Priest. This reminded Reg of a statement made by Whis in Dragon Ball Super. His strength was still inferior to a mere finger of the Grand Priest. Puffing heavily, Reg's form reverted to normal as he gasped for breath. The Grand Priest shook his head. Reg, if your strength is merely this, you will not prevail in the upcoming contest. Prevail? Indeed, while your strength is considerable, this world is never short of geniuses. If you do not resolve to grow stronger, I cannot assist you. Resolve. Upon hearing this, Reg clenched his fists tightly, memories flooding back of the 30 years he spent trapped on Planet Bumpy. During those 30 years, his sole purpose for living was to escape Planet Bumpy. He did not wish to be confined there for eternity. Thus, after leaving Planet Bumpy, he trained relentlessly, striving to seize control of his destiny. As Reg delved deeper into his thoughts, a powerful force surged within him. This is, the Grand Priest noticed, his expression shifting slightly in surprise. At that moment, a colossal dragon-shaped phantom appeared around Reg. With a mighty roar, Reg transformed into a blinding figure, swiftly appearing before the Grand Priest. Roar. With a thunderous dragon's cry, Reg's right fist struck the Grand Priest's staff with tremendous force. The Grand Priest staggered backward, retreating several steps. Chapter 113. The emergence of Black Goku. In that instant, Reg stepped forward in a flash, appearing behind the Grand Priest, and unleashed a powerful strike with his right fist. The Grand Priest deftly shook his head, evading Reg's blow. Seizing the opportunity, Reg attacked with fist and feet. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, the Grand Priest swiftly turned, raising his staff to deflect Reg's assault. Clang, clang, clang. Thus, Reg resumed his fierce battle with the Grand Priest. 10 minutes later, overwhelmed by the strain on his body, Reg reverted to his normal state. Observing this, the Grand Priest promptly utilized his staff to heal Reg. Grand Priest, what was that form I just exhibited? Reg inquired. Dragon form, replied the Grand Priest. Dragon form? What is that? It is a manifestation resulting from the combination of the ultimate freedom technique and the self-actualization technique. Perhaps my previous words led you into a state of ultimate freedom, allowing you to unwittingly merge the two techniques. Merge. However, your dragon form was incomplete, likely due to your insufficient mastery of the ultimate freedom technique. Then, Grand Priest, how does this dragon form compare to the ultimate freedom technique? It depends on the realm. If within the same realm, the dragon form would be comparatively stronger. However, while formidable, it also consumes more stamina. You may utilize it as a trump card. Reg nodded in understanding. It's getting late. Shall we have a meal? Eat? Is there a problem? Am I to dine alongside Lord Zeno? The Grand Priest nodded affirmatively. If you wish, you may also stay here for the night. Well, perhaps not. Seeing Reg's hesitation, the Grand Priest pointed his staff at the ground, causing it to rise and transport them back to Zeno's palace. Have you completed your training? Lord Zeno asked as he descended from his throne. The Grand Priest nodded. Lord Zeno, Reg has made commendable progress. Really? Since it's already late, I brought him here to join us for lunch. Together? You mean Reg will eat with me? Indeed. Delighted. Lord Zeno flitted around Reg with glee. Well then, you two chat. I shall go prepare lunch. Very well. The Grand Priest promptly exited the palace. Grand Priest. Beast Kai, awaiting outside, greeted him with utmost respect upon his emergence. The Grand Priest nodded. Reg, you shall have lunch here today. Come back this evening. This evening? The Grand Priest confirmed with a nod. All right then. Beast Kai instantly teleported back to the Kai realm of Universe 7. Back inside the palace, Lord Zeno was engaging Reg in a game of jump rope. Though Reg felt somewhat reluctant, he joined in. An hour later, lunch was ready. Reg followed Lord Zeno to the dining hall, where 2 jade tables were set, one for Lord Zeno and the other for his attendants. Typically, only after Lord Zeno finished his meal and took a nap could the attendants begin theirs. The table for Lord Zeno was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes. Reg, feeling anxious, sat down alongside Lord Zeno. Though he appeared childlike, Lord Zeno was a being capable of erasing entire universes with a mere thought. Lord Zeno, please eat. Lord Zeno nodded. Reg complied, picking up his chopsticks and sampling a piece of fish prepared by the Grand Priest. The flavor was quite bland, with hardly any salt. He then tasted the other dishes, finding them all similarly insipid. Reg began to regret his decision to stay for lunch. Noticing Reg's distaste for the food, the Grand Priest inquired, Reg, how are the dishes? Too bland. I prepared them this way for Lord Zeno's health, the Grand Priest explained. Are these dishes unpalatable? Lord Zeno asked. Not exactly unpalatable, but I prefer my food a bit saltier. Reg chuckled. Would you like me to prepare some different dishes? No need. Occasionally consuming healthy food is also beneficial. Very well. After lunch, the Grand Priest led Reg to a chamber within the palace for rest. In the afternoon, upon awakening, Reg resumed training with the Grand Priest in the arena. On Earth, Future Trunks was training in his yard when suddenly, Goku appeared. Uncle Goku. Future Trunks halted his training at once. Goku nodded. Why have you come here so suddenly? Isn't Vegeta supposed to be helping you train? I thought I'd check on your progress. My dad just got up to wash up, so I started training here for a bit. Really? How did your training go this morning? Not bad, but my dad's strength is so overwhelming. I fear it will take me a long time to reach the level you and he are at. By then, the future timeline might Goku placed a reassuring hand on future Trunks' shoulder. Actually, there is a way to expedite your power boost. What way? Recently, Vegeta and I participated in a tournament. And prior to it, Reg invited the old Kai to assist us. The old Kai? Indeed. He possesses a remarkable technique that can significantly enhance your power in a short time. The old Kai? Future Trunks expressed confusion. Uncle Goku. I only know of the Kai in the future timeline. What of the old Kai? Is there no old Kai in your timeline? I'm not entirely sure. I've never encountered him myself. Just then, as they conversed, a dark vortex suddenly appeared above Bulma's house. Upon its emergence, both Goku and future Trunks sensed an extraordinary energy and looked up at the ominous swirl. What is that, Uncle Goku? I don't know. Goku shook his head. In the blink of an eye, a shadowy figure emerged from the vortex, clad in a black martial arts uniform, adorned with a vibrant green ring on one hand and a matching earring on his left ear. He was none other than Black Goku from the future timeline. Chapter 114. The initial clash with Black Goku. Upon encountering Black Goku, a flicker of anger immediately manifested on future Trunks' face. Trunks. Black Goku, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who stood beside future Trunks. So that's how it is. No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere. You've traversed through time and space. Sun Wukong remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is he the Black Goku you mentioned? Indeed, Uncle Wukong. Trunks affirmed. Is that so? Sun Wukong responded, swiftly soaring to confront Black Goku. With a smile, Black Goku inquired, Wukong, are you intent on fighting me? That is precisely my intention. Sun Wukong declared as he charged at Black Goku. In no time, Sun Wukong was before Black Goku, delivering a powerful strike with his right fist. Bang! Black Goku raised his right hand, effortlessly catching Sun Wukong's fist. Instantly, Sun Wukong lifted his left fist to retaliate. Bang! Black Goku again raised his left hand, seizing Sun Wukong's attack. This is infuriating, Sun Wukong exclaimed, raising his head to charge at Black Goku with his forehead. What? Black Goku had not anticipated such a move, and was knocked back several steps. Ouch, that hurts. Sun Wukong cried out, freeing his hands from Black Goku's grasp. Hearing the commotion, Trunks and the others rushed out of the house. Vegeta also arrived at future Trunks' side. Trunks, is this the Black Goku you mentioned? Yes, father. But how did he arrive here from the future? I'm not entirely sure. At that moment, Black Goku noticed Vegeta's presence. Bang! Just as Black Goku was distracted, Sun Wukong suddenly surged forward and landed a solid punch on Black Goku's nose. How dare you? Black Goku gritted his teeth, touching his nose. Huh. At that moment, Sun Wukong delivered a fierce kick to Black Goku's abdomen. Bang! With a deafening sound, Black Goku was propelled like a projectile into Bulma's yard. Hey, Sun Wukong, could you please fight a little farther from my house? Bulma exclaimed, irritated by the dust swirling around. All right, I understand. Sun Wukong replied promptly. At that moment, Black Goku rose from the ground and charged at Sun Wukong. Whoosh! Observing this, Sun Wukong executed an instant transmission, relocating himself far from Bulma's residence. Below him, a farmer was working, startled by Sun Wukong's abrupt appearance. Realizing this, Sun Wukong took flight. Instant transmission? Black Goku, seeing Sun Wukong vanish, executed his own instant transmission, appearing right before him. So you can also instant transmission? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Black Goku chuckled. More than that, I am eager to gauge your current strength. I feel the same. Sun Wukong replied, transforming into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? Black Goku laughed. Huh. With that, Sun Wukong charged towards Black Goku once more. In an instant, Sun Wukong was before him, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks with lightning speed. Black Goku raised his arms to block the incoming attacks. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Thus, Sun Wukong relentlessly pushed Black Goku backward. Just as Black Goku was about to be struck against a mountain, an incredible aura suddenly emanated from him, forcing Sun Wukong back. In a flash, Black Goku dashed towards Sun Wukong. What? Sun Wukong exclaimed, wide-eyed, as he rapidly struck forward with his arms. Bang! 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 At that moment, Black Goku's punches and kicks came at Sun Wukong like bolts of lightning, continuously forcing him back. Halfway through the exchange, Black Goku raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending Sun Wukong flying thousands of meters away, before conjuring a black energy sphere, launching it at Sun Wukong. What? As Sun Wukong regained his footing, he was taken aback, raising his arms once more. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the black energy sphere detonated in the sky. As the smoke dissipated, Sun Wukong stood unharmed in midair. Truly remarkable, Sun Wukong. Just as Black Goku prepared to launch another attack, a vibrant light descended from the heavens, landing in Bulma's yard. As the radiance faded, two figures, one tall and one short, gradually became visible. They were Kappa and Vados from Universe 6. Kappa. Black Goku's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing them. Lord Kappa. In the backyard. Bulma was equally startled by the sudden appearance of Kappa and Vados. Long time no see, Bulma. Vados greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. May I ask the purpose of your unexpected visit? We are here to find League, Kappa replied. League. He is not currently on Earth. Bulma chuckled. Not here. Where has he gone? Kappa inquired. I am not entirely certain. But Lord Kappa, what brings you here? Kappa hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Vados, you explain. Lord Kappa. We come today with sincerity to reconcile with League. Reconcile? Bulma asked, puzzled. Vados glanced at Black Goku in the distance. Who is that battling with Wukong? Why does he look just like him? That is Black Goku. Black Goku? Indeed. He has come from the future. The future? Kappa's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Humans traversing time is a grave offense. Ah, Bulma gasped in shock. Is Black Goku one of your acquaintances? Vados continued to inquire. Not at all. He appeared suddenly in the future and slaughtered a significant number of future humans. Slaughtering humans. Vados pondered thoughtfully. What is it? Kappa exclaimed. Lord Kappa, look at the ring and earrings he is wearing. Those are time rings. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Black Goku had resumed their fierce battle. Bang! With a tremendous sound, both of their right fists collided with each other's faces simultaneously. They quickly withdrew their fists, stepping back to catch their breath, preparing to charge at one another once more. At that moment, Black Goku's body trembled, rendering him momentarily immobile. My body! Sun Wukong exclaimed, surprised. Suddenly, it seemed as though Black Goku was being drawn backward by an unseen force, rapidly flying away. Chapter 115. The Destruction of the Time Machine. Curse it. What is happening? Black Goku clenched his fists tightly, attempting to halt his momentum, but the suction from behind was overwhelmingly powerful. He could only pause for a brief moment before being thrust backwards once more. Soon, he found himself hovering above Bulma's residence, perilously close to being engulfed by the ominous black vortex. In a desperate bid, he concentrated a wave of energy in his right hand and hurled it toward the time machine situated in the yard. This is bad. Future Trunks' expression shifted dramatically as he realized the impending disaster, but it was already too late to intervene. With a thunderous explosion, the time machine was obliterated by the energy wave. Trunks, I will return for you. Black Goku called out to Future Trunks before being pulled back into the future by the swirling darkness. Did the time ring send him back to the future world? Vados murmured to herself. Bulma and the others were oblivious to her words and hurried towards the wreckage of the time machine. Upon seeing the shattered remnants, Future Trunks clenched his fist in frustration. Damn it, what are we going to do now? The time machine is destroyed. He exclaimed. I have no idea. Bulma replied, equally distressed. The time machine had been created by her future self, and without the blueprints, it was impossible to recreate. At that moment, Kappa, who had been standing at a distance, approached with curiosity. Were you just discussing the time machine? And no, we weren't talking about any time machine. You must have misheard. Bulma quickly explained. Is that so? Kappa narrowed his eyes, regarding them with skepticism. Fine, for the sake of Beerus. I can pretend I know nothing of this and assist you in dealing with that fellow known as Black Goku. Really? Bulma's eyes widened with surprise. Kappa nodded. But then a thought struck Bulma. Kappa had always been at odds with Beerus. Why was he suddenly seeking reconciliation today? Lord Kappa, why do you wish to help us all of a sudden? She asked, her tone cautious. Cough, cough. I heard from Vados that you are Beerus's sister-in-law. So I thought you could help me reconcile with Beerus. Is that truly all? Indeed. Bulma pondered for a moment. Very well, but if you deceive me, I shall not assist you. Understood. Do you know why that Black Goku fellow is able to traverse time? How can he do that? It's because of the ring he possesses. That is the time ring overseen by the Supreme Kai, which is typically held by them. However, it is strange that Black Goku has such a ring. Could it be possible that Black Goku is actually a Supreme Kai? Bulma inquired. Kappa immediately directed his attention to Vados. Vados, is there a Supreme Kai in our 12 universes who bears a striking resemblance to Son Goku? To my knowledge, there is none. That is perplexing. Kappa stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lord Kappa, you just offered to help us. How do you intend to do so? I have already informed you about the time ring. All you need to do is borrow it from the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. And you can travel to the future. As for Black Goku, if he dares to show his face again, I shall assist you in eliminating him. Is this truly your idea of assistance? Bulma replied, incredulous. What else did you expect? I thought you would help us borrow the time ring, and then travel to the future to eliminate Black Goku. Kampa scratched his nose. Time travel is a grave offense, especially for us as destroyers. Bulma fell silent. Then, Bulma, about helping me reconcile with Beerus? I will mention it to him. Bulma retorted angrily. Kampa was exceedingly shrewd. If Beerus were present, Bulma feared provoking him into destroying the earth, and thus she felt little inclination to indulge Kampa. However, while she agreed verbally, she had no intention of putting forth excessive effort to aid Kampa in reconciling with Beerus. At most, she would casually mention that Kampa sought to mend their relationship. Kampa, oblivious to Bulma's displeasure, chuckled. That's splendid. With just a few words, I have managed to enlist Bulma's help in reconciling with Beerus. I must say, I feel rather clever. By the way, Bados, ask Whis. He might know where Beerus is. Certainly, Lord Kampa. Bados replied, promptly using her staff to contact Whis. Whis. Lord Kampa wishes to find Beerus. Do you know where he is now? Beerus has been taken by the Supreme Kai to meet the Grand Zeno. The Grand Zeno. Kampa's expression shifted dramatically. Goku and the others exchanged startled glances at this revelation. Whis merely mentions the Grand Zeno's name, and it frightens Kampa to such an extent. When will he return? The Supreme Kai said it would be in the evening. The evening? Kampa gasped again. When was Beerus taken? It seems it was in the morning. So, Beerus has been with the Grand Zeno for an entire day? Whis nodded in affirmation. Bados, do you have any idea why the Grand Zeno would suddenly summon Beerus? I'm not entirely sure. Damn it. If I had known, I would have never sought the Super Dragon Balls. Lord Kampa, shall we return? Kampa contemplated for a moment. Having come this far, we shall wait for him to return and sample the delicacies of Earth. As Bados concluded her communication with Whis, in the realm of the seventh universe, the god of destruction's domain, Whis immediately relayed the news of Kampa's arrival on Earth to him. What? That Kampa fellow has come over. It seems he is here to find Beerus. Beerus. Beerus mused thoughtfully. Is it because Beerus has been chosen as a candidate for the Time Destroyer that he is feeling apprehensive? That is likely the case. Beerus scoffed. Whis. We must head to Earth now. Now. Indeed. Earth is our territory, and I cannot allow that fellow to wreak havoc on my domain. I understand, Lord Beerus. With that, Whis pointed his staff to the ground, and the two vanished from the god of destruction's realm. On Earth, after Kampa decided to stay, Bulma ordered some delicacies to be delivered. Meanwhile, Goku traveled to the Supreme Kai's realm, hoping to borrow the time ring from East Supreme Kai. However, such artifacts were typically not lent out by the Supreme Kai. Chapter 116, Reg versus the Kingsguard's Wukong. I truly cannot assist you in this matter. If I were to help, it would be tantamount to violating divine regulations, and I would face severe repercussions. Is that so? Do you have any other means to allow us to enter the future? Son Goku inquired. At that moment, the old Kaioshin interjected, why not seek out Reg? Reg? He is now a dragon god, and traversing time and space is a trivial matter for him. Oh, but I heard from Lord Kampa that Reg is currently with Lord Zeno. Fear not. The Kaioshin will fetch him this evening. You merely need to meet him then. Very well, I shall take my leave, Lord Kaioshin. Indeed, the East Kaioshin nodded. In an instant, Goku teleported back to Bulma's home. How did it go, Goku? The Lord Kaioshin refuses to lend assistance. What shall we do now? They mention Reg is now a dragon god and can navigate time and space. Reg. Yes. In that case, we must await his return. Just as those words left his lips, a brilliant spectrum of light descended from the heavens. As the radiance dissipated, two figures emerged, Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus. Goku greeted. Upon seeing Beerus, Kampa's expression soured immediately. What brings you to my universe's Earth, Kampa? Beerus inquired, glancing at Kampa. I am here to find Reg. He is not present, so I intend to wait for his return. Oh, and what is the meaning of the food on that table? Is it not permissible for me to sample the cuisine of this planet? Absolutely not. Kampa clenched his teeth in response. Do not overstep, Beerus. Were it not for my search for Reg, I would not deign to set foot on this wretched planet. Wretched planet. Beerus's fury ignited at those words. If this place is so wretched, then you should hasten your departure. I shall not. In an instant, a torrent of purple energy enveloped Beerus. Kampa, too, emanated a similar aura. Just as their confrontation was about to commence, Bulma intervened. This is my home, and if you two wish to fight, do so elsewhere. Upon her words, the purple energy gradually dissipated from both parties. Beerus snorted disdainfully. Kappa, should you utter wretched planet once more, I shall obliterate your universe. Do you dare? The two engaged in further quarrels. Whis and Vados shared a resigned glance. Lord Kampa, have you forgotten the purpose of your visit today? Realizing his oversight, Kampa returned to his seat and resumed enjoying the delicacies. Beerus followed suit, partaking in the food laid before him. Beerus, those dishes were ordered by me. Should you wish to indulge, have Bulma prepare your own. This earth is my domain, and everything here belongs to me. If you dispute this, we shall settle it in battle. Kampa gritted his teeth, yet thoughts of Reg calmed his raging spirit. After some time, Kampa, having satisfied his hunger, decided to explore Earth with Vados, wishing to avoid Beerus. Meanwhile, in the arena of the King's palace, the Grand Minister and Reg were engaged in combat. Although Reg had inadvertently assumed his dragon form earlier, he still struggled to enter the state of Ultra Instinct at will. After a prolonged battle, Reg suddenly halted, gasping for breath. It appears you are still unable to enter the Ultra Instinct state at will. Indeed. Reg nodded. Observing this, the Grand Minister pointed his staff at the ground, causing them to ascend back to the king's palace. Upon their arrival, Zeno, engrossed in a divine game of a pie, paused upon seeing them. Finished training already? Not quite, Lord Zeno. I wish for your guards to assist Reg in his training. Guards? Zeno glanced at the two behind him. Then you two shall help Reg with his training. The two guards hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Lord Zeno, would you care to spectate? The Grand Minister inquired. Yes, Zeno exclaimed, immediately descending from his throne to join Reg. The two guards followed closely behind. As the Grand Minister pointed his staff at the ground again, they descended into the arena. He guided Zeno to the spectator seats while the guards positioned themselves before Reg in the arena. Let us commence, commanded the Grand Minister. The guards nodded in affirmation. Reg transformed into a blinding white light, dashing toward the guards. One guard, startled, swiftly raised his arms. Bang, bang, bang. Maintaining his Super Saiyan form, Reg's fist struck like lightning, forcing the guard to retreat. The other guard, witnessing this, launched an attack with a punch imbued with radiant energy. Reg swiftly raised his arms to defend against the assault. Bang! Reg's body shot backward like a beam of light, soaring hundreds of meters away. Damn it! Just as Reg regained his footing, the two guards appeared before him, their fists aimed at his face and abdomen. Bang! With a resounding impact, Reg's body crashed against the spectator stands, shattering them into fragments. Dust and debris filled the air. How infuriating! As the dust settled, Reg rose, disheveled, from the ground. Clenching his right hand tightly, he charged at the two guards. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Reg's fists, flashing like light, collided with the guards. Yet, no matter how long they fought, the guards managed to send Reg flying once more. Boom! Reg once more obliterated a corner of the Chapter 117. The ultimate freedom technique with a resounding explosion, Reg collided with the audience seats behind him, shattering them to pieces. As the dust settled around him, Reg, visibly exhausted, rose from the ground, his body reverting to its normal state. Has he returned to his original form? Asked the Omni King. Indeed, the Grand Priest nodded in affirmation. Frustration surged within Reg. Before arriving at the Omni King's palace, he had believed his strength was formidable. However, after battling the Grand Priest and his companions, he realized just how weak he truly was. With a fierce shout, Reg charged once more toward the Omni King's guard. The guard swiftly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to Reg's abdomen. Reg let out a pain scream. Collapsing to the ground, the guard retracted his right fist, observing, "Is it over?" A hint of disappointment crossed the Omni King's face. Just as the Grand Priest was about to nod in agreement, Reg pushed himself up from the ground, supporting himself on his hands. The guard's eyes widened in surprise as he thrust his fist forward with great force. Whoosh! Reg swayed and evaded the punch. What? The guard exclaimed, taken aback. At that moment, Reg's pupils and hair shimmered with silver lines, his irises transforming to a silvery gray hue. This was the nascent form of the ultimate freedom technique. A smile crept across the Grand Priest's face. Whoosh! Bang! 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 After a moment of astonishment, the guard swiftly resumed his assault on Reg. As Reg deftly dodged, he retaliated against the guard's strikes. The entire arena resonated with the intense energy emanating from Reg. With a powerful shout, both combatants' fists collided, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Bang! After a brief standoff, the guard exerted force, pushing Reg backward. Gasping for breath, Reg gathered energy, unleashing a torrent of energy waves towards the guard. The guard sidestepped while advancing toward Reg. Sensing this, Reg leaped into the air. Kamehameha! he shouted, launching the energy blast toward the guard. The guard raised his arms, successfully blocking the Kamehameha wave. What? Reg exclaimed, his face filled with shock as he channeled more energy into the wave. Despite his efforts, the guard merely staggered back a few steps. Eventually, the energy of the Kamehameha dissipated, leaving the guard unscathed. Breathing heavily, Reg charged at the guard once more. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Before long, Reg stood before the guard, unleashing punches and kicks like flashes of light. The guard clenched his fists tightly, meeting Reg's assault head-on. Bang! After a moment, the guard accelerated, delivering a heavy blow to Reg's abdomen. Reg let out a loud cry, his body shooting backward like a projectile, crashing into the shattered audience seats behind him. A nearby guard yawned at the sight. After a while, Reg rose once again from the debris. Curse it! He gritted his teeth, charging at the guard once more. The guard clenched his fists and rushed at Reg. Soon, they stood face to face. Ha! Reg raised his right hand forcefully, striking at the guard. Suddenly, the guard vanished, reappearing behind Reg. Reg swiftly turned around. The guard's right fist, dazzlingly fast, struck him. Bang! Reg's face was struck heavily, propelling him like a ray of light into the audience seats behind him. The Grand Priest squinted at the scene. After a short while, Reg stood up once more. The guard charged at Reg, his right foot firmly planting on the ground. As Reg faced the approaching guard, everything before him grew hazy. Yet his gaze remained steadfast. Suddenly, his hair transformed to silver, enveloped in a shimmering silver aura. This was the perfected form of the ultimate freedom technique. Reg's hair is turned white. The Omni King exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the guard reached Reg, launching a flurry of punches like flashes of light. Whoosh! Swish! Reg dodged to the side, evading the guard's assault. The guard, undeterred, attacked again. Reg performed several backflips to evade the strikes, and soon they engaged in combat. Whoosh! Bam! 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 The two fighters moved rapidly like threads in the sky, embroiled in fierce combat. After some time, Reg, burdened by the strain of the ultimate freedom technique, reverted to his normal state. Seeing this, the Grand Priest immediately flew to the arena, healing Reg's wounds. It is getting late. Shall we conclude today's training? Reg nodded in agreement. The Grand Priest then escorted the four back to the Omni King's palace. Reg, would you like to stay for dinner tonight? The Omni King inquired. Thank you for your kind offer, but I would prefer to return home for dinner. I see. Will you come back tomorrow? Yes. Reg affirmed with a nod. Reg, I have arranged for King Kai to pick you up. If the tournament has not commenced by tomorrow, you may continue your training. Great. Then I shall take my leave, Omni King. Very well. The Omni King nodded. With that, Reg made his way out of the palace. The third dimension is a realm that has developed similarly to the primary dimension. However, in this third dimension, the destroyer selected by Zeno is Jiren from Universe 11. Upon learning of this, the Grand Priest of the third dimension promptly summoned the King Kai of Universe 11 to take him to the Omni King's palace for training. Furthermore, many Grand Priests across various dimensions, upon discovering their own selections, also facilitated their training. In the primary dimension, on Earth, Reg returned home under the escort of East Kai. After an afternoon of fighting, Reg felt hunger pangs and immediately asked Supali to prepare food upon arriving home. When Zampa learned of Reg's return, he urged Bulma to take them to visit. Since Bulma requested that Reg bring future Trunks back to the future, she obliged and took the two of them along. Bulma, Reg called out, greeting her as he spotted the trio. Bulma smiled warmly. Reg, you're back. Reg nodded in response. Bulma, is there something you need? Bulma chuckled lightly. Well, not much, just that Zampa wishes to reconcile with you. Zampa. Upon hearing this, Reg glanced at Zampa. Reg, I'm here to seek your forgiveness. I was in the wrong before. Chapter 118, Journey to the Future, Reconciliation. Upon hearing this, Reg's lips curled into a subtle smile. So, how do you wish to reconcile with me? Feel free to make a request, as long as it is within my power to fulfill. You said it yourself. Reg chuckled lightly. I said that. Xiangpa stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He silently prayed that Reg would not demand anything excessive. Then sing a song. Sing a song. Upon hearing this, Bados burst into laughter. Reg, Lord Xiangpa has no sense of pitch. Are you sure you want him to sing? Reg grinned. It is precisely because he lacks musicality that he should sing. You. Xiangpa gritted his teeth upon hearing this. How could he so quickly renege on his words? After a brief struggle, Xiangpa finally relented. Fine. What song do you want me to sing? How about Two Tigers? What is that song? A A children's song. Reg replied with a smile. A children's song. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa's expression faltered. Reg actually wanted the mighty god of destruction to sing a children's song. Was this a jest at his expense for being tone-deaf? Bados could not contain her laughter, and even Bulma chuckled at the absurdity. How infuriating! Xiangpa seethed inwardly, though he maintained a facade of composure. Reg, but I don't know that song. Perhaps we could choose another? Not a problem. This song is quite simple. I have the lyrics and melody, and my son has it on his iPad. I can play it for you. Lyrics? As Reg spoke, he retrieved a children's book from his home and handed it to Xiangpa. A children's book. Xiangpa reluctantly accepted the book. What was so surprising about a children's song being found in a book for children? Gritting his teeth, he opened the book. The first and second pages contained the newspaper seller song, while the third and fourth pages featured Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Finally, on the fifth and sixth pages, he found the lyrics to Two Tigers. However, upon reading the lyrics, he was overcome with dismay. The song was so juvenile it was almost laughable. Bados, glancing at the children's book in Xiangpa's hands, could hardly suppress her laughter. Lord Xiangpa, the lyrics of this song are quite easy to remember. It suits you perfectly. Bados. Xiangpa roared in response. Bulma, intrigued, leaned closer to see what was in Xiangpa's hands. What are you doing? Xiangpa immediately withdrew the book. Bulma, don't you know this song? Bulma nodded. I only ever read physics books as a child. I rarely touch books like this. In truth, the children's book was a creation of Reg's magic, combining memories from his previous life. Not only Bulma, but even Supa and the others were unaware of this song. So, Xiangpa, would you like me to play this song for you on my iPad? No need. It's just a children's song. I can figure out how to sing it with just a glance. Is that so? Reg replied, somewhat skeptical. Of course, since that's the case. Then I shall sing. Reg smiled. Xiangpa took the children's book and began. Two tigers, running fast, one has no ears, one has no tail. How strange, how strange. Haha. Bulma burst into laughter, unable to hold back as she realized Xiangpa's rendition sounded little different from reading. As expected of Lord Xiangpa, Bados remarked with amusement. These two women. Xiangpa seethed internally. So, our grievances are now resolved in one stroke. At that moment, Reg interjected, Xiangpa. Since that's the case, I believe we can consider this matter settled. Xiangpa's anger began to dissipate. It is getting late. We should return now and not impose further. All right. Bados quickly moved to Xiangpa's side. They exited Reg's home and left Earth. Bulma, do you have any further requests? Reg inquired, noticing Bulma had not yet departed. I need your assistance. Assistance? Yes. Black Goku has appeared today, and he destroyed Trunks' time machine. It is now impossible for Trunks to return to the future. I heard from the Supreme Kai that you can travel to the future. I can, but I must visit Lord Zeno tomorrow. Lord Zeno? By the way, Reg, why was Xiangpa so respectful towards you today all of a sudden? I believe it has something to do with the Time Destroyer matter. The Time Destroyer? The Time Destroyer is the sovereign of all timelines, but it seems none have been chosen yet. However, each timeline seems to have a candidate vying for the title. You mean, you were selected? Reg nodded. No wonder. I was wondering why this fellow was so respectful towards you. As for Trunks, once I finish my meal and take a bath, I will take him to the future world. Then I shall return to inform Trunks. With that, Bulma swiftly departed from Reg's home. An hour later, after Reg had dined and bathed, he arrived at Bulma's house. Uncle, future Trunks exclaimed, rushing towards Reg with enthusiasm upon his arrival. Reg nodded, glancing at Beerus and the others still in the yard. Whis nodded in acknowledgement. Reg, how has your training with your father been? Not bad. Today I barely entered the state of Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Beerus, who had been reclining, stood up immediately. Yes. What's the matter? Reg, you managed to achieve Ultra Instinct, and yet I still haven't mastered it. Perhaps I am a tad envious. Beerus scoffed. I can perform Ultra Instinct. Why would I be envious? Whis chuckled. We are about to embark on a journey to the future world. Let us continue our conversation later. The future world. Beerus's eyes narrowed slightly at the mention. At that moment, Reg waved his hand, and a vortex of time and space appeared. He led future Trunks into it. As they stepped through, they vanished, only to reappear in a future world filled with ruins. Is this the future world? Future Trunks nodded. Where is your mother? She is hiding in a ruin within West City. I will take you to find her now. Future Trunks declared, leading Reg forward. However, before they could fly far, a dark figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Black Goku. Chapter 119. Savoring Earth's delicacies with the Omni King. Black Goku chuckled lightly. So soon we meet again, Trunks. Trunks, go find your mother. I will handle him. Reg said. All right. The future Trunks exclaimed before soaring forward. Are you Vegeta? Black Goku inquired, eyeing Reg, who bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. No, I am Reg, Vegeta's brother. Oh, I see. Black Goku replied with a smirk, propelling himself swiftly towards Reg. Just as Black Goku was about to reach Reg, his figure suddenly vanished. No. Where did he go? Black Goku exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, Reg materialized behind him, delivering a powerful kick to Black Goku's body. Boom. Black Goku was sent flying like a projectile, crashing into the ruins several kilometers away. These ruins were once towering buildings, now reduced to debris due to Black Goku's devastation. How infuriating. Moments later, Black Goku rose from the rubble, filled with rage as he charged at Reg. Reg instantly teleported to a higher altitude. Seeing this, Black Goku pursued him without hesitation. Swish. Reg teleported again, ascending even higher. Reg's stamina had not fully recovered yet. Thus, he was not yet prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan for this battle. You enjoy fleeing, do you? Black Goku said, gathering a massive amount of energy in his hands to attack Reg. Reg evaded while deflecting the incoming energy blasts with his right hand. This only fueled Black Goku's fury further. At that moment, Reg sensed that future Trunks had found Bulma and teleported directly in front of him. Uncle. Reg nodded. My energy has not fully returned. You all should return with me. Right. Just then, Black Goku teleported in front of the three. With a cold smile, he glanced at future Bulma beside future Trunks. Upon seeing this, future Trunks immediately shielded future Bulma behind him. Reg charged towards Black Goku without hesitation. Black Goku clenched his hands tightly and prepared to confront him. Swish. Bang. 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 Reg swiftly approached Black Goku, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that forced Black Goku to retreat. How dare you? Black Goku shouted angrily, suddenly exuding a powerful aura that pushed Reg back. Huh? Reg exclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What is this? Black Goku gasped in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Reg appeared before him, landing a punch that sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Reg conjured a temporal vortex, transporting the two back to the main timeline. Trunks, you cannot escape. After the three departed, Black Goku quickly rose from the ground. Main timeline. Bulma's home. Bulma gazed at the future Bulma who had been brought back. You are the future me? Future Bulma nodded. Trunks, why did you bring the future me here? Bulma turned to future Trunks and asked. Uncle said he hasn't fully regained his energy yet, so he asked me to bring Mom over. Not fully recovered? Bulma looked at Reg. I trained all day with the Grand Minister and the others. I haven't taken a senza bean, so it will take time to regain my strength. I see. Reg nodded. It's getting late. I need to train with the Grand Minister tomorrow, so I'll head back to sleep. What about Black Goku? Aren't Goku and Vegeta still around? Once Trunks finishes training, I'll take them to the future world. After saying this, Reg teleported back to his home. Whis, is your father training that hard? Of course. Goku and the others finish training in the afternoon and go to bed early. Reg replied. My training is far more exhausting than theirs. A night passed swiftly. The next morning, as dawn broke, Reg awoke. After having breakfast, he took the lunch prepared by Supali and headed to the Omni King. Upon arriving at the Omni King's palace, the Grand Minister arranged for the two guards to spar with Reg once more. However, this time, neither the Grand Minister nor the Omni King participated in the combat. In Universe 7, the Kaioshin realm, Goku, wishing to assist future Trunks in enhancing his strength, requested the old Kaioshin's help to draw out the potential within Trunks. Though reluctant, the old Kaioshin ultimately agreed upon realizing that Reg was future Trunks' uncle. At noon, after finishing his training, Reg stayed at the Omni King's palace for lunch. This time, Reg brought the meal prepared by Supali, sparing the Grand Minister from having to prepare his portion, since they were waiting for the Omni King to eat together. Reg only revealed Supali's culinary delights after the Grand Minister finished preparing lunch. Reg, what are these? The Omni King asked curiously, eyeing the food Reg had brought. This is called rice balls. This one is pan-fried buns, and this one is dumplings. Reg introduced the various dishes before the Omni King. Oh, may I try some? Reg glanced at the Grand Minister, who showed no objections and smiled. Of course. Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately picked up a dumpling with chopsticks, dipped it in soy sauce, and took a bite. Delicious. Grand Minister, why not give it a try as well? Sure, the Grand Minister said. also taking a pair of chopsticks to sample a dumpling. It is quite tasty, Reg remarked with a smile. Try the other dishes as well. Supali prepared plenty. All right. I want tea hold back, the Grand Minister replied, picking up a pan-fried bun to taste. This dish is also quite good. It's just a bit high in calories. But it shouldn't be a problem for the Omni King to indulge occasionally. Thus, the three enjoyed the feast of delicacies Reg had brought from Earth. The nearby guards often caught the Omni King's exclamations of delight, salivating at the sight. Noticing this, the Grand Minister allowed the two guards to sample the food as well. After some time, the food Reg had brought was completely devoured by the five, while most of the Grand Minister's meal remained untouched. My apologies, Reg. We finished all the food you brought, the Grand Minister said, a hint of regret on his face. It's all right. I intended for everyone to savor the culinary delights of our Earth. Reg, if I find the time in the future, I will definitely take the Omni King to visit Earth. Reg nodded in agreement. Chapter 120, Black Goku and Zamasu. By the way, Lord Zeno, I have something intriguing to show you. Would you care to see it? Something intriguing? Lord Zeno inquired with a curious expression directed towards Reg. What is it? With a light chuckle, Reg produced his Dragon God staff and pointed it towards the ground. A projection materialized within the crystal orb atop the staff, revealing a scene of Kampa visiting his home the previous day. Kampa. Reg nodded affirmatively. Please continue watching, Lord Zeno. As the image played, Lord Zeno was soon treated to the sight of Kampa singing. Upon hearing Kampa's melody, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. How amusing, Reg. If there is an opportunity, let him sing for you next time. Lord Zeno nodded emphatically. Reg, what do you think about organizing a singing competition? A singing competition? Reg immediately envisioned Beerus and the others attempting to sing, and he shook his head. I believe it's best to reconsider, my lord. Reconsider? Why? Because I doubt Kampa and his companions would sound particularly pleasant. I see. Then how about letting Whis sing? What do you think? Whis. Reg hesitated. He had never heard Whis sing, and he pondered whether Whis would confront him if he were to discover Reg's intentions. Just as Reg was lost in thought, the Grand Minister interjected, Lord Zeno, I find this idea quite appealing. Is that so? Reg, seated nearby, fell into silence, thinking to himself, Whis, this is not my doing, but rather your father's. After some light-hearted conversation, the guards assisted in clearing the dishes, while Reg and Lord Zeno retreated to their respective quarters for a midday rest. In the afternoon, Reg continued to train with Lord Zeno's two guards. Although he could not defeat them, through their battles, he gradually began to master the Ultra Instinct technique. As evening fell, Reg bid farewell to Lord Zeno and returned to Earth alongside the Kaioshin. Since Future Trunks was still engaged in the old Kaioshin's ritual in the Kaioshin realm, Reg finished dinner and took a shower before retiring early for the night. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. After completing the ritual, Future Trunks, still lacking in strength, entered the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta for a year of training. Having spent more than 2 days within the chamber, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and unleashed a powerful roar, signaling their exit. Upon emerging, the two quickly returned home to freshen up and dine. As Reg had yet to return, they waited for him to arrive and guide them to the future timeline. Just then, a figure descended from the sky. It was Goku. Uncle Goku. Future Trunks greeted him warmly. Goku nodded in return. Trunks, how did your training in the hyperbolic time chamber go? I can now transform into a Super Saiyan God. Is that so? That's wonderful. Future Trunks nodded enthusiastically. As dusk approached, after waiting all afternoon, Reg finally returned from Lord Zeno's realm. However, he still needed to shower and eat, so they had to wait a bit longer. When night fell, Reg finally arrived at Bulma's residence. Uncle, Future Trunks exclaimed, immediately greeting him. Reg nodded. Thank you for your patience. It wasn't too long a wait. Future Trunks replied with a smile. Stay strong, Trunks. Future Bulma encouraged. I will defeat Black Goku and restore peace to the future world. Future Trunks vowed. And Future Bulma nodded in agreement. Shall we depart? Reg inquired as he waved his hand, opening a temporal vortex. Without hesitation, Future Trunks joined Goku and the others in stepping through. Finally, Reg followed suit. Through the vortex, the Force soon arrived in the future timeline. Is this the future world? Goku surveyed his surroundings. Future Trunks affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a dark figure appeared above them, swirling like a tempest. It was Black Goku. Black Goku. Upon his arrival, Goku and Future Trunks immediately adopted a wary stance. Once again, we meet Goku and Reg. Indeed, Goku nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, another figure flew in from the distance. This individual had green skin, a white punk hairstyle, orange patera earrings, and wore a purple outfit beneath a black Kaishin uniform. It was Zamasu. Zamasu swiftly hovered above the group. "And who might you be?" he asked with a smile. "My name is Zamasu." "Zamasu? Why are you clad in Kaishin attire? Are you a Kaishin from some universe?" "Indeed. If you are a Kaishin, why cooperate with Black Goku?" Black Goku chuckled. "Because he is me." "What?" Goku exclaimed in shock. "What do you mean by that?" "If you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. I exchanged bodies with you using the Super Dragon Balls, then traveled back through time with the time ring to find my past self and joined him here." "You exchanged bodies? You mean Black Goku is in my body now?" "Precisely. What about Chi-Chi and the others after your body swap?" Black Goku laughed. "They were, of course, killed by me." "How despicable." Goku gritted his teeth in anger. "Though I don't know why you came to your own demise, I assure you. This time I will not allow you to escape." Black Goku sneered. Vegeta scoffed. "Who will be the one to perish remains to be seen." "Is that so, Vegeta?" Black Goku replied with a smile. "Vegeta, leave this one to me." "Fine, but if you can't handle him, I shall finish him off." Goku nodded and charged towards Black Goku. Black Goku smirked and met his advance. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In no time, Goku was engaged in fierce combat with Black Goku. "Huh." Future Trunks clenched his fists, transforming into a Super Saiyan god and drawing his sword. "What?" Zamasu's eyes widened in surprise. "Yeah." Future Trunks shouted as he lunged towards Zamasu, sword raised high, aiming for a strike. Zamasu, seeing this, dodged while retreating. Chapter 121. Vegeta comprehends the Ultra Instinct with a swift motion. Trunks from the future struck Zamasu's head with his sword. Zamasu let out a chilling scream as his head was cleaved in two. As Trunks prepared to sheath his sword, Zamasu's hands suddenly grasped the blade. "What?" Trunks exclaimed, taken aback. Zamasu, filled with fury, raised the sword, and in an instant, his severed head restored to its original form. Trunks staggered backward, bewildered. "What on earth is happening?" Zamasu chuckled, declaring, "This is the immortal body. Indeed, the future version of me wished for immortality from the eternal dragon. Damn it." Trunks gritted his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Goku, after battling Black Goku for a while, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. "This is that transformation from the last encounter." Black Goku narrowed his eyes and remarked, "This is called Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Black Goku smirked. "Since you have transformed, I shall do the same." Transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku inquired,